After Xizhi collapsed from overwork and died, she discovered that she had traversed into a novel she had once read, becoming the tragic cannon fodder true heiress within its pages. However, accepting her role as a mere pawn, she, being young and financially constrained, had no desire to struggle. Thus, she resolved to keep her identity concealed from the Gu family. Armed with her malicious supporting character system, she set out to seek her true lineage.
Ding.
System task activated. Oh dear. The system instructs me to deliberately bully the female lead. Are you certain this isn't a plot to end my life? The members of the Gu family, hearing her inner thoughts, stared in astonishment as she tormented Xizhi internally. They collectively mused, how endearing it is to see our little sister play the villain. System, you want me to confess to the male lead? Are you intending for him to devour me? Observing her confession at the scene, Grandma Gu thought. Luckily, you don't genuinely fancy your uncle. Otherwise, with such a declaration, you would undoubtedly fail. This is disastrous. My grandmother might actually die for my antics, and I mean die for real. Grandma Gu, not only is she not angry, but she appears somewhat pleased. Oh no. My grandfather could perish due to Xizhi's machinations. Yet, Grandfather Gu inadvertently lives to a ripe old age. How peculiar. Despite my wickedness and actively bullying the female lead, why does it seem as if I have become the family darling? Wasn't the female lead supposed to be the one adored by all while I languished as the cannon fodder? With a singular focus on earning money to escape home and indulge in idleness, she discovered that perhaps this family was not so unbearable after all. Chapter 1. Seeking her KIN, Xizhi rolled up the paper on the ground that read, seeking 10 yuan for travel expenses and 20 yuan for milk tea, and carefully tucked the 30 yuan she had obtained into her pocket. She stood up, dusted off her hands, and turned to leave. The original owner's adoptive parents had perished in a car accident last month, and her uncle's family had done everything possible to cast her out. At merely 15 years old, the original owner found herself unwanted even as a child laborer, resorting instead to begging on the streets for over half a month. Although inexperienced in the ways of begging, being small and frail yet intact, and unable to weave tales, few offered her money. Fortunately, as a beggar in the city, food was still relatively abundant. She often salvaged scraps from the trash. However, perhaps due to her abrupt shift to scavenging, her stomach failed to adjust, and after a week of illness with no one to care for her, she succumbed to a high fever and passed away after 2 days. Thus, she, a former worker bee who had collapsed after 2 months of overtime, found herself traversing into another life. The world she now inhabited was one from a novel she had previously read titled The Fake Heiress is a Heartthrob. The protagonist was a false heiress, endowed with an irresistible charm, thriving within the narrative. In contrast, the original owner was the true heiress, merely a pawn. Yet something appeared amiss. According to the original storyline, the original owner should have been alive at this point, only to be retrieved by her wealthy biological parents 6 months later to dutifully embody her role as cannon fodder. Instead, she had met her end prematurely, allowing for this unexpected transmigration. But now that she had traversed, she contemplated her current circumstances and decided to embrace the role of this cannon fodder ahead of schedule. It wasn't the allure of the Gu family's meals or their wealth that drew her. Rather, she simply aspired to fulfill the tasks assigned by her system. As a transmigrator, she also enjoyed certain privileges, having bound herself to a malicious supporting character system, aptly named for its intent to mold her into a villainess. Completing tasks would yield generous rewards, ranging from knowledge and skills to beauty elixirs and martial arts. Clutching a cup of milk tea she purchased from a shop, complete with extra toppings, she inquired of several individuals, traversing the city's subway for the better part of the day. She even managed to hitch a ride with a delivery driver. Finally, Xizhi found herself at the entrance of Yunlan Villa. Security uncle, I am the young lady of the Gu family. Could you kindly call the Gu family to let them know I've arrived? From her recollections of the novel, she knew that the entire Yunlan Villa community consisted of only 8 households, with but one bearing the Gu surname. The narrative described her appearance as identical to that of Madame Gu, to the extent that when the Gu family first saw her photograph, they immediately believed her to be linked to them. Fearing the security guard might not recognize her, she had even washed her face thoroughly upon her arrival. Now, she gathered her hair back and leaned in closer for the guard to see. Security uncle, please observe closely. 10 minutes later, a striking figure with chiseled features, dark eyes, a prominent nose, standing at least 185 centimeters tall, radiating an air of aristocracy, the quintessential portrayal of a handsome CEO from the novel, appeared before her. Wow, this must be my older brother. He is exceptionally handsome. No wonder the domineering CEO in the novel could captivate hearts. With a face like his, who wouldn't be smitten? At this moment, gazing upon this visage, I lament why I must be a sister. It leaves me without even a chance to harbor any inappropriate thoughts. What was that sound? Gu Jianyu, who remained at home for a family gathering and was summoned by his father to investigate who was impersonating the Gu family's heiress, found himself perplexed by the peculiar female-voiced, at the villa's entrance stood only him, the security guard, and this young girl. Could it be that she was speaking? Yet her lips had not moved. Gu Jianyu furrowed his brow as he regarded Gu Xizhi. Xizhi felt a wave of anxiety. What is happening? Why does my brother gaze at me in such a manner? Can my face, which resembles my mother's so closely, clarify matters? Is this counterfeit heiress's influence so potent that upon my arrival, my brother considers eliminating me? Heavens, surely I am not this unfortunate, arriving not to enjoy luxuries, but instead walking into my own demise. Perceiving the myriad expressions flitting across Gu Xizhi's face, Gu Jianyu began to understand. Indeed, it was this young girl who had spoken, or rather, it was her thoughts he could hear. Even he was baffled as to why he could discern her inner musings. What he did notice was how remarkably similar she was to his mother, so much so that if someone claimed she bore no relation to them, few would believe it. He nodded to the security guard, leading Gu Xizhi toward the Gu family villa. You just told the security guard you are the young lady of the Gu family? Gu Xizhi nodded vigorously. Yes, I dreamt I was your sister, and before I starved to death, I decided to come here myself. As she surveyed the exquisite surroundings of the community, while savoring the last few pearls in her cup, she mused. The environment here is truly splendid. Just look at the grass and flowers. It's evident this is no ordinary place. Truly befitting my wealthy parents. With only 8 households residing in such a vast community, isn't it a shame to waste such a beautiful environment? It works to my advantage. Once I return home and claim my kin, I'll adopt a few dogs. This community is rightfully mine. Gu Jianyu. He endeavored to disregard the young girl's thoughts. Instead, he pondered her earlier statement, dreaming of finding her way here? Could it be that she truly arrived after dreaming? And to resemble his mother so closely, what a curious occurrence. Yet considering he could hear her thoughts, perhaps events of a miraculous nature were not so far-fetched after all. Every Sunday marked a family gathering for the Gu family, and aside from the third son, who was overseas filming, and the second son, attending a medical conference abroad, the rest were present at home. They gathered in the yard, sitting or standing, enjoying a barbecue. When the security guard's call came through, everyone in the household believed they had fallen victim to a scam. Dad, my brother claims he's bringing that fraud over right now. Should I call the police? How dare she try to deceive us? Gu Jiangyuan, the youngest of the Gu family, held his phone in hand, his finger hovering over the confirmation button for the emergency services. Gu father furrowed his brow. Hold on a moment. The security guard mentioned, she is merely a teenage girl. There may be circumstances we are unaware of. Regardless of her circumstances, she has no right to impersonate my sister. I have only one sister, Sairu, and she is the epitome of perfection. Anyone who dares to impersonate her shall face my wrath. Chapter 2. Can you read my heart? The Gu family consists of 4 sons and just one daughter, Gu Xiro. Clad in a pristine white dress, her porcelain skin devoid of any blemishes, Gu Xiro radiates a gentle and serene smile. She stands beside her mother, receiving the skewers freshly grilled and handed to her. Upon hearing the words of praise, she playfully gestures a heart towards Gu Jiangyuan, exclaiming, "Fourth brother is also the best brother, simply marvelous." Flattered by his sister's compliments, Gu Jiangyuan beams with pride, eager to flaunt his status as the best brother to his other siblings, only to realize they are absent, leaving him slightly disheartened. He then resolutely assures Gu Xiro, "Rest assured, when that charlatan arrives, I shall undoubtedly scold her to tears." Gu mother, adorned in a cheapao that mirrors the hues of Gu Xiro's dress, possesses a visage devoid of wrinkles, appearing as youthful as a woman in her early 30s. Standing together, they resemble sisters. Observing that Gu Xiro has finished 2 skewers, she calls for the housekeeper, instructing, "Please remind the kitchen to brew some herbal tea." If she develops a fiery complexion from the barbecue, it would surely distress dear Xiro. "Father, mother, I've brought her here," rings out the voice of Gu Jiangyu from the courtyard, drawing everyone's attention toward him, or more precisely, toward Gu Xizhi, standing behind him.
Wow.
No wonder this is the residence of the richest family in the city. This courtyard is far more exquisite than those I've just passed, one voice exclaims. They're all so strikingly beautiful. How is it that this entire family resembles celestial beings? If this novel were adapted into a drama, it would be impossible to find actors who meet such standards. Another voice chimes in. What is that delightful aroma? Is it barbecue? They are actually having barbecue. Oh dear. My mouth can hardly contain itself. A third voice exclaims. I must eat. I must eat meat. I must eat vegetables. Anything edible, I must devour. Cries another. I'm so hungry. Thankfully, I only had milk tea earlier and resisted the temptation to buy buns. Otherwise, I wouldn't have any room for these skewers, laments another. Gu father, Gu mother, and Gu Jiangyuan share a bewildered expression. What noise is this? The little girl behind our eldest brother hasn't uttered a word. Yet the air is filled with such clamor. What is this talk of a strange novel being adapted into a drama? Having listened attentively, Gu Jiangyu, accustomed to the noise, notices Gu Xizhi's emaciated frame and frowns, saying, You should go inside and eat something first. We can discuss other matters later. Wow, wow, wow. My elder brother truly understands me. He knows to let me fill my stomach before anything else. Elder brother, I adore you. I shall wave a banner in your honor. A smile plays at the corners of Gu Jiangyu's mouth. Having such a noisy sister might not be so bad after all. Thank you, elder brother. Thank you, everyone, Gu Xizhi exclaims, bounding eagerly toward the barbecue grill. Among the Gu family, Gu Jiangyuan is the first to snap back to reality. He skips a few steps, not bothering to walk around the table, and vaults over, landing next to Gu Xizhi. Leaning down, he scrutinizes her face. Mother, come quickly and see her face. She bears an uncanny resemblance to you, as if she were your younger self. Moreover, her eyes are strikingly like father's, as if they were transplanted directly onto her face. Goodness! Have these charlatans become so skilled and professional? They even alter their appearances so naturally. This must have cost a fortune. If they fail to deceive us and are exposed, it would be a tremendous loss. With a mouthful of skewered lamb, Gu Xizhi's cheeks bulge, rendering her speechless. She glares at Gu Jiangyuan with wide eyes. Such a loquacious one must certainly be my fourth brother. While he is indeed handsome, he lacks any charm. Humph! As if I underwent surgery. Which doctor possesses such remarkable skills to make me look this splendid? Besides, if I had the funds for cosmetic surgery, I wouldn't risk seeking you out to become this malicious supporting character. In the original story, this wicked supporting character meets a rather grim fate. She is outsmarted by the protagonist, leading her family to despise her, ultimately sending her abroad, where she faces a lonely and tragic end. If she could manage a decent meal out there, she would prefer to keep her distance from the protagonist. Gu mother nods in agreement. Indeed. Such beauty could not have resulted from the hands of a plastic surgeon. Coincidentally, Gu father shares this sentiment, believing his wife to be the epitome of beauty, one that no surgeon could replicate. Thus, this face must be naturally gifted? Gu Xizhi is utterly famished, having endured a fortnight of wandering, coupled with a week of illness prior to her demise. She has scarcely had her fill. Now, confronted with such delectable barbecue, she finds it impossible to stop. Though others harbor numerous questions, witnessing her ravenous state, they refrain from interrupting. Eat slowly, have a glass of water first, Gu mother urges. Approaching Gu Xizhi with a cup of water, her face etched with concern. How long has it been since you last ate? Suddenly consuming so much barbecue, might it harm your health? If you eat too much, won't your stomach ache? This young girl is clad in tattered clothes, with a gaping hole on her shoulder, her frame so thin that one might fear a gentle squeeze could shatter her wrist. How much suffering must she have endured? For reasons unknown, Gu mother feels a tightness in her chest, as though her heart is being tugged by unseen strings. Wow, 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 is this truly my mother? She is so beautiful. No wonder I turned out so well. It appears I have inherited all her virtues. My mother is so gentle. She expresses concern for me even before confirming my identity. She must be an extraordinarily kind mother. Gu Xizhi shoves another morsel into her mouth. Unable to articulate her gratitude, she can only emit muffled sounds of appreciation, her eyes sparkling as she gazes at Gu mother. Gu mother's eyes crinkle in a smile. Though uncertain why she can hear this child's thoughts, she finds her words truly delightful, a master of flattery. After devouring food voraciously for half an hour, Gu Xizhi feels she could still eat more, but Gu mother, worried for her well-being, insists she take a break. The family reconvenes in the living room to discuss serious matters. Gu Xiro joins them, feeling increasingly sidelined since Gu Xizhi's arrival. From an unseen angle, She steals glances at Gu Xizhi, her eyes first wide with disbelief, then clouded with malice. Chapter 3. Paternity testing. You claim to be my daughter? Gu Xizhi reiterates to the others what she had previously told Gu Jiangyu. If you do not believe me, I suggest we conduct a paternity test. With a satisfied burp, she carelessly rakes her fingers through her hair, dislodging a handful of strands, which she hands to Gu Mother, who is nearest to her. I appear to be anemic and fear the pain, so please refrain from drawing my blood for the test. However, hair samples are readily available. Oh dear. My body is far too frail. I'm only 15. How can I be losing hair? Just a casual tug, and so much falls out. I hope I'm not destined for premature baldness. Gu Jiangyuan nods in agreement. Indeed, her frailty is evident, given how easily her hair sheds. This young girl is truly pitiable. Gu Jiangyu furrowed his brow, pondering how the young girl, despite her tender age, was already experiencing the same predicament as him, losing her hair. He couldn't help but wonder if she would be able to adapt to wearing a wig every day, should her condition worsen. Perhaps it would be prudent to assign someone from the company to research the development of a lightweight wig, one that would allow her comfort even in the sweltering summer heat. Gumu gently took a lock of her hair and, with a heart full of concern, ruffled her head, saying, "My dear child, can't you be a bit gentler? Surely, your scalp must be in pain." A paternity test was undoubtedly necessary, not because they believed Gu Xizhi's words, but rather due to the striking resemblance she bore to her. Moreover, there was an inexplicable sensation that stirred within her heart whenever she beheld Gu Xizhi. Gu Sairu bit her lip, seated at the edge of the gathering, remaining silent. Her hands clutched her skirt tightly, the veins on her hands prominent. Gu Xizhi let out a sigh of relief, feeling as though she had expressed everything she needed to. And now all that remained was to await the results of the paternity test. It was only in this moment of relaxation that she recalled someone she had overlooked, the protagonist of this narrative, whom she had yet to observe closely. Sipping the digestive tea that Gu Mu had offered, she reclined comfortably against the back of the sofa, directing her gaze towards Gu Sairu. So this is the heroine of the story. She truly embodies the essence of a leading lady, beautiful, yet perhaps just a touch less so than myself. Given my resemblance to my mother, once I am well fed and well cared for, I am certain I will surpass her in beauty. This heroine possesses remarkable restraint. She does not exhibit the impatience typical of those White Lotus characters found in other novels. Having been in this household for quite some time, the heroine has yet to utter a single word, nor has she engaged in any actions, aside from casting me several discreet glares. No wonder she qualifies as the heroine. It seems prudent for me to maintain my distance from her henceforth. This family appears quite amiable, and they remain uncertain of my true identity. Despite my appearance resembling that of a beggar, they still allow me to partake in a hearty meal. As long as I can avoid being ensnared by the heroine, I should be able to languish comfortably in this household. Yes, that's the plan. Steer clear of the heroine and focus on my own leisurely existence. The four members of the Gu family grew increasingly perplexed. What was this talk of a heroine? Was she performing in a television drama or merely spinning a tale? However, Gu Jiangyuan found himself agreeing with one particular sentiment expressed by Gu Xizhi, that once she matured, she would undoubtedly outshine Gu Sairu in beauty. Gu Sairu bore no resemblance to her mother, nor did she share the same aura that characterized their family. She was indeed attractive. Yet her demeanor seemed to clash with the family's essence. The thought of Gu Sairu brought forth another question in Gu Jiangyuan's mind. Mom, Dad, you wouldn't happen to be unaware of how many daughters you have, would you? If this little girl is indeed your daughter, then what of Sairu? Surely, she cannot be the result of a mix-up? He merely pondered aloud, curiosity piqued, with no ulterior motives. Yet, he failed to notice that the moment his words left his lips, Gu Sairu shot him a fierce glare. If looks could kill, that glance could have obliterated him. Oh dear, fourth brother is in trouble. He has offended the heroine. How could he utter such words in her presence? Given her sensitive nature, she would surely harbor resentment towards him for this. Wait, I recall that in the original storyline, shortly after I returned home, fourth brother fell victim to the heroine's machinations. If I'm back home earlier, does that mean his misfortune will occur sooner? Could it be that his impending doom is somehow linked to his current remarks? Perhaps I should stick close to fourth brother these days. When I see the heroine serving him milk, I'll swiftly snatch it away for myself, thereby preventing him from suffering a milk allergy that nearly cost him his life. Upon hearing Gu Xizhi's assertion that Gu Jiangyuan would be harmed by Gu Sairu, the family merely regarded it with mild curiosity, not taking it too seriously. They were well aware that within the Gu family, Gu Sairu and Gu Jianyuan shared a close bond due to their similar ages. Moreover, Gu Jianyuan had not uttered anything inappropriate. He was simply expressing his doubts, and such trivial matters would hardly provoke resentment from the understanding Gu Sairu. However, the mention of a near-fatal milk allergy shifted the atmosphere among the four family members to one of gravity. Gu Xizhi had just returned to the Gu household. She could not have had any means of knowing about Gu Jingyuan's allergy. Could it be that she had dreamed it? Was this truly the case? Gu Sairu sensed the peculiar expressions on everyone's faces and felt a surge of anger. Surely, they could not be doubting her identity simply because of an unknown beggar? How dare they deceive her, claiming that this beggar would not survive long? Yet here she stood, vibrant and full of life before her family. She lifted the teacup from the table, took a sip, and, after calming her emotions, gently declared, "If you doubt that I am your daughter, I would be willing to undergo the paternity test as well. Regardless of the outcome, you will always be my beloved family." No wonder in the novels, the Gu family recognizes me as their biological daughter, treating her with more kindness than they do towards me. Just look at how adept she is at feigning understanding and compassion. She was just seething with rage upon hearing fourth brother's words. Yet now she can express such gentle sentiments. But surely she cannot believe that her words will soften their hearts enough to forego the paternity test. No. She needed to devise a plan. A smile crept across Gu Shiji's face as she conceived an idea. Suddenly, she stood and approached Gu Sairu, catching her off guard as she tugged at her hair. Ah! The unexpected action startled Gu Sairu, causing her to wince in pain. She glared at Gu Shiji, unable to mask her fury. "You lunatic! What are you doing?" With a pout and a feigned look of grievance, Gu Shiji held up the hair she had pulled. "I heard them say they would take you for a paternity test, and I was worried it would hurt when they drew your blood. So I thought I would just pull your hair instead. It wouldn't hurt as much. It didn't hurt when I pulled my own hair just now." As she spoke, her voice quivered with a hint of tears, overflowing with guilt. "Did I do something wrong? I'm so sorry, I'm so sorry." Her already pitiable demeanor tugged at the hearts of the Gu family members. Having had her hair pulled and feeling the associated pain, Gu Shiji found herself scolded yet again. Apologizing profusely, Gu father and Gu mother decided that they might as well proceed with the paternity test. Chapter 4. Thank you for your hard work, comrades. While awaiting the paternity test results, Gu father and Gu mother retained Gu Shiji. With her hunger satiated, Gu Shiji felt the weight of sleepiness descend upon her. The original owner had not rested well prior to her demise. She had thought that death would grant her eternal slumber, yet after passing away, she had scarcely slept before finding herself in this new life. Upon arriving, she had immediately begun to beg for the fare to the Gu household and the funds for a refreshing milk tea, summarizing her experience as one devoid of rest. She found a spot on the sofa, lay back, closed her eyes, and drifted into a peaceful sleep. Gu Si, observing her from the side, marveled, "Eldest brother, don't you envy her quality of sleep? It's astonishing. She's even better than a dog. I once saw a live stream where a dog took several seconds to fall asleep. Yet she requires not even a second." Gu Sairu, overhearing this, scoffed internally, thinking, "Isn't she just as lowly as a dog?" Externally, however, she feigned concern for Gu Shiji. "Mom, she has fallen asleep just like that. She might catch a chill. I'll go upstairs to fetch a blanket for her." With that, she stood and made her way upstairs. Before long, she returned not only with a blanket but also with 2 sets of her own clothes. Upon noticing the clothes placed beside her, she offered an embarrassed smile, seeing that her outfit is also soiled, and considering our similar builds, I thought to bring her 2 sets of clothes. This way, when she awakens, she can change into something more comfortable. Gu Jianyuan, upon hearing this, wore a proud expression. Arcieru is truly kind-hearted, thinking of everything so thoroughly. She cast a sidelong glance at the dirty child sprawled on the sofa. Humph. That little one must have been speaking nonsense earlier. Arcieru, being such a benevolent person, would never bring milk to me, knowing very well about my allergy. She would not harbor any resentment over my offhand comment about her not being my biological parent's child. She would never wish me harm. The others in the Gu family also realized how foolish they had been, nearly believing the little girl's unfounded claims and misjudging Sieru. This child had been raised by them since childhood, and her kindness extended even to not squashing an ant. How could she possibly harbor ill intentions? Gu Shiji slept on the Gu family sofa until the following morning. It was Monday. The family had all risen and finished breakfast when Gu Jianyuan, carrying Gu Sierra's backpack, headed towards the door with her. Both were students at Ning City No. 1 high school. One was in her first year, while the other was in her third. Xizhi, still groggy from sleep, waved at them from the sofa with sleepy eyes. Comrades, you've worked hard. The rise of our nation relies on you. Gu Jiangyuan chuckled. Pfft. This little one is quite amusing. Gu Sierra remarked. Are you brainless? Gu mother Lin Manny watched as the two children climbed into the car before returning home. Gu father and Gu Jiangyu had already left for the company, leaving her and Gu Xizhi alone. She personally poured a glass of water and handed it to Gu Xizhi, observing her drink it down. Would you like to take a shower first or have breakfast? Breakfast first, I'm so hungry. Despite her filthy and odorous state, no one seemed to mind. And she certainly did not object to herself. Breakfast took precedence. Gu Xizhi quickly slipped on her shoes and dashed to the dining table. As soon as Gu mother noticed she was awake, she had instructed the servants to prepare her breakfast. It consisted of a sandwich, a fried egg, several stalks of asparagus, a few slices of mushrooms, a sliced kiwi, and a glass of milk. A nutritious and visibly healthy breakfast. Gu Xizhi devoured it in a matter of moments, eating so quickly that she nearly choked. Lin Manny frowned throughout, her heart aching. This child eats so fast. She must have been starved. Looking at her, one would wonder if she had ever had her fill. Though this breakfast is quite healthy, I still crave a burger and fried dough sticks from McDonald's. Or, at the very least, some congee with pickles and fried noodles. Such breakfasts would be far more satisfying. In her previous life as a secret agent, Gu Xizhi often resolved her breakfast dilemmas at McDonald's or KFC. After nights of overtime, she would sometimes grab breakfast from the company cafeteria, a bowl of congee, a serving of pickled vegetables paired with fried noodles, or a basket of soup dumplings, which was simply delightful. Lin Manny's brow furrowed again. Burgers and fried dough sticks were hardly healthy. This child had not eaten well previously, and she needed to improve her diet. Unhealthy foods would no longer be allowed. As for the congee and pickles, what nutrition could they provide? If she enjoyed congee, perhaps the kitchen could whip up some bird's nest congee tomorrow. You can rest at home for a few days. Once your elder brother helps you finalize the paperwork, you can go to school with Sierra. Yesterday, Gu Xizhi had disclosed her entire situation to them. Her parents had passed away, and she had been driven out by relatives, living under a bridge. Regardless of the outcome of the paternity test, whether she was truly their child or not, they would adopt her. They could not simply watch her return to begging. As Gu Xizhi finished the last sip of milk, she nearly spewed it out. Huh, am I really going to school too? With our family circumstances, how can so many children be in school, and I add to the burden? I completely overlooked this detail when I decided to seek my relatives yesterday. At my age, given that money isn't an issue, I should indeed be sent to school. But I absolutely do not wish to attend school again. I barely graduated last time. How could I possibly subject myself to that again? At this moment, I must complain, why am I not transmigrating into a farming novel? Families in those stories are so impoverished that they wouldn't send a daughter to school, even if they had a bit of silver. If I ever transmigrate again, I must remember to book a spot in a farming novel in advance. In her last life? Transmigration? Lin Manny gazed at Gu Xizhi in astonishment. She glanced again at the mushrooms selected by Gu Xizhi. This was the only fungus in the breakfast, and she hadn't consumed it. How could such hallucinations arise? Or perhaps there was something amiss with her mind. Should they take her to the hospital for a checkup? As it turned out, her brain was indeed fine, with no issues detected. Gu Xizhi was also compelled to undergo a full medical examination, the results indicating robust health. Next, they awaited the paternity test results and the processing of her school enrollment. This period marked a brief realization of her life as dreams as Gu Xizhi settled into the Gu household, fully embracing leisure. Just as she contemplated penning a few poetic reflections on her enjoyment, the paternity test results arrived. Chapter 5. Oh, I almost forgot about the system. The results were clear. Gu Xizhi was the biological daughter of the Gu family, while Gu Sierra had no blood relation to them. Viewing the paternity test results, Gu Sierra was filled with rage, wishing she could bite down hard. These incompetent fools had taken so much money from her, yet failed in this matter. They couldn't even manage to discreetly swap her and Gu Xizhi's hair samples. What she did not know was that it was not that they failed to follow her instructions, but rather that Gu Xizhi's malnutrition rendered her hair yellow and split, contrasting starkly with Sierra's dark and lustrous locks. As soon as the samples were swapped, Gu Jiangyu noticed and promptly switched them back. Everyone in the Gu family, with the exception of the second and third children, gathered in the living room. Sigh, just finished eating, and now I feel sleepy. My frail body needs more rest. But can tomorrow's breakfast not include bird's nest congee or sesame paste? Although I'm facing an early balding crisis, I'm still young. As long as I sleep well, my hair will surely return. Look at my face, look at my hands. Eating black sesame and drinking heiress wu soup daily has turned me dark. Lin Manny remarked, feeling sleepy right after meal. This child is indeed frail. We should take her to see a traditional Chinese medicine doctor tomorrow to get her pulse checked and prescribe more herbal medicine for nourishment. Gu Jianyu commented. No wonder her hair appears a bit better. It's because she drinks bird's nest congee and sesame paste every day. I suppose I should start drinking them too. Gu father cleared his throat, attempting to ignore Gu Xiji's thoughts, and said, First, welcome back, Xizhi. From now on, you will also be regarded as a sister to your siblings, and they must take good care of you. Additionally, although Sieru is not your biological sister, she has lived with us for many years, and with her parents gone, your mother and I have discussed it. Sieru will continue to be our child, and will remain in our home. Sieru, from now on, you will be Xiji's older sister. And you must look after her well. Before the paternity test results were revealed, he had already dispatched someone to investigate the circumstances surrounding the two children. Indeed, it appears there has been a mix-up. Gu Xiji's adoptive parents are, in fact, Gu Sio's biological parents. This implies that Gu Sio's true parents are no longer present in this world. Although this revelation was anticipated by Gu Sio, having lived with the Gu family for such an extended period, she understood that they would not simply disregard her once they discovered her lack of blood ties. Yet, she found herself dissatisfied with this outcome. The Gu family can only have one heiress. She did not wish for her legacy to be overshadowed by claims that she is a false daughter. With reddened eyes, she forced a fractured smile and looked up at Father Gu, saying, Father, it's wonderful that you have finally found my sister and reunited with her. However, she swiftly shifted her tone. Everyone knows our family has only one heiress. Now that my sister has returned, I cannot usurp her rightful identity. Otherwise, in ignorance, people may come to believe that she is the false daughter. I know what she is about to say. Indeed, it is predestined. Even if everything has been foreseen, this moment must arrive, albeit earlier than expected. Is she not afraid that my parents will feel guilt towards me and, during the celebrations, compensate by announcing that I am the true heiress of the Gu family while she is the false one? She hastened to voice this before my parents, mentioning how classmates would ridicule her should her identity as a false daughter be exposed. My parents, being soft-hearted, would surely hesitate to reveal her true identity. Thus, I must bear the temporary injustice. Pity me, a true heiress, yet continuously branded as a false daughter until my dying day. Father Gu, strange as it may seem, he does indeed harbor guilt toward Xizhi, wishing to proclaim to the world that she is his child, the true heiress of their family. Truly, she is his own flesh and blood, understanding him so well. Yet, if he were to learn that Sio's identity being revealed would lead to her being mocked by peers, he would undoubtedly be reluctant, for Xizhi is also his daughter, one whom he has cherished for over a decade. Such a considerate person as Xizhi would never intentionally utter these words to put him in a difficult position. He must devise a new plan to ensure that everyone acknowledges Xizhi as his biological daughter while concealing Sio's lack of blood relation. Lin Manny and the eldest and fourth members of the Gu family believed that Gu Xizhi was overthinking. Gu Sio would certainly not speak these words with malicious intent. In the next moment, tears brimmed in Gu Sio's eyes, even though it is certain that once they discover I am a false daughter, they will mock me and accuse me of having usurped everything that rightfully belongs to my sister. But what they say is the truth. I deserve their scorn and ridicule, which I do not mind, as long as they do not look down upon my sister. Though it arrives earlier than expected, how noble her words are. The four members of the Gu family gazed at Gu Sio with a hint of disappointment. This is moral coercion. She is clearly attempting to bind me with her ethics. Let her try. I am not bound by morals, so I wonder what she can truly hold over me. I just wonder if my dashing father and my beautiful mother would fall prey to her charms. It pains me to see her plight, leaving me in a position of unfairness. Father Gu, I am so pleased. My daughter calls me handsome. Lin Manny, my daughter praises my beauty. How shy. Gu Zhongyuan pondered for a moment, deeming her words sensible. This was indeed a roundabout form of moral coercion. Regardless, this endlessly chattering little girl must not be allowed to suffer any injustice. He spoke up directly. Father, Sio is right. We cannot allow anyone to look down upon Xizhi. She has endured hardships. Now that she has finally returned home, We must not let her suffer any further. Gu Xiao instinctively glanced at Gu Jianyuan. Are you not hearing what I said about being mocked? You only seem to hear that Gu Xizhi might be disdained? Ah. I did not expect the fourth brother to be so oblivious to her schemes, yet he is so fond of me. But alas, the fourth brother is in peril. According to the principle of early arrival, he is undoubtedly at risk. She will surely find a way to harm him. Ding, system task triggered. The host must remember that she is the wicked female supporting character and must deliver her lines with a touch of sarcasm. Oh, you are aware that you have usurped my place. In that case, why not leave our family entirely and return my family to me? Gu Xizhi? What? I have a system? Oh, right, I do have a system. I have been so comfortable lately that I nearly forgot about this thing. But what kind of ridiculous system task is this? If I truly say that, my demise on the streets abroad cannot be far off. Lin Manny? Another system? It seems I must inform the grocery servant that we must absolutely avoid mushrooms. If this is inducing hallucinations without consumption, what might happen if we actually ate them? Chapter 6. A meeting where only Gu Xiao suffers injury. Father Gu, a system? What is this? Is Xizhi unwell from wandering outside for too long? I must call the second brother and have him find the world's best psychologist for her. Gu Jiangyu. What is this mysterious system making the little girl say? Why does she claim she is close to dying on the streets abroad? Could it be that she faces danger the moment she steps outside the country? Should we restrict her from going abroad in the future? Gu Jianyuan gazed at Gu Xizhi with bright eyes. What contemporary youth has not read a few web novels? And who among them has not dreamed of possessing a system, leading to a life of extraordinary fortune? Now that my sister has a system, does that not equate to me having one too? Oh, dear system. What rewards await upon task completion? If the rewards are sufficiently generous, I might be persuaded to divulge my thoughts. There are rewards? Indeed. This is the kind of system I have read about in novels. Gu Jianyuan was so excited, it felt as though the rewards were meant for him. Yes. Completing tasks rewards one with comprehensive knowledge of high school subjects. Ah, this reward is rather commendable. I was previously concerned that if I could not resist the urge to retake high school, having forgotten most of what I learned, I would need to start all over again. With this, I am fearless. I will strive for this reward. Could you please reveal what the reward is? If it pertains to high school, can I not use it? I, too, am a high school student. I wish to experience the fearless life of high school as well. Gu Jianyuan listened intently, his ears perked up, but ultimately, this was all he heard? Were it not for the fear of Gu Xizhi discovering he could hear her innermost thoughts and thus refraining from reckless musings in his presence, he would have asked outright. Gu Xiao observed the suddenly silent members of the Gu family and thought they might be acting rather peculiarly. Lowering her head, she blinked furiously to squeeze out tears before lifting her gaze, appearing pitiful and noble as she spoke. Father, the fourth brother is correct. Although my sister has endured hardships, her mental resilience must be greater than mine, yet we must not allow her to suffer any more injustice. As for me, I am fine. I will make every effort to adapt. A single tear fell onto her hand. She lifted her head, bravely displaying a small, exclusive smile akin to a white flower. She felt her performance was perfectly timed, certain everyone would empathize with her. Having finished conversing with the system, it was time for Gu Xizhi to commence her system tasks. She crossed her arms and propped her leg up, surveying Gu Xiao with a gaze that was 3 parts derision, 3 parts disdain, and 4 parts nonchalance. With an exceedingly sarcastic tone, she remarked, "Oh, you are aware of your usurpation. In that case, why not leave our family entirely and return my family to me?" Gu Xiao widened her eyes in surprise. She is so foolish, not even attempting to conceal her disdain for me. Openly speaking such words in front of the Gu family, she felt a sense of relief, knowing that her parents and brothers would undoubtedly disapprove of her. Meanwhile, the Gu family finally unraveled the mystery. It turned out that the so-called system was responsible for Xizhi's peculiar statements. Father Gu remarked, "It seems we must indeed summon a psychologist to examine Xizhi. This system is evidently not a benevolent one." Lin Mani suggested, "Perhaps we should investigate the snacks Xizhi has hidden in her room. The ingredient list may contain some questionable substances." Gu Zhenyu commented, "The way the little girl deliberately feigns villainy is rather endearing." Gu Jianyuan added, TSK, the writer of this system lacks skill. The impact of such words is rather weak. Gu Sairu was anticipating the Gu family's reprimand directed at Gu Xizhi, but after waiting for a considerable time, she observed no reaction from them. To her surprise, Lin Mani even moved the freshly cut watermelon brought in by the servant right in front of Gu Xizhi, encouraging her to eat more fruit and suggesting they take a stroll in the garden after the meeting, warning her that overeating and then sleeping was detrimental to her stomach. When she planned to walk in the garden, she intended to check her snacks in her room. Gu Xiru's expression was on the verge of breaking. Did you not hear her attempt to send me away? I've been by your side for over a decade, your most cherished daughter. Yet, an outsider arrives and tries to expel me, and you say nothing in my defense? Her earlier tears had been feigned, but now genuine feelings of grievance welled up, and tears cascaded down her cheeks. Brother, it seems my sister harbors quite the dislike for me. Perhaps I should take my leave. After Gu Xizhi delivered her lines as the villainous character, she focused on devouring the watermelon. This watermelon is deliciously sweet. I have truly become a part of the audience, reveling in the drama. Indeed, it is clear that within the Gu family, my elder brother dotes on Gu Xiru the most. Fearing that I might continue to harm her, he will forcibly send me abroad. Otherwise, I might not have met a tragic end on foreign streets. Now, as Gu Xiru plays the victim, he will undoubtedly berate me. This was already the second time the Gu family had heard Gu Xizhi mention her potential demise on the streets. Was it really Gu Jiangyu who had forcibly sent her abroad, leading to her tragic fate? They all turned their gazes towards Gu Jiangyu, wishing they could glare at him with enough intensity to make him feel 100 deaths. Gu Jiangyu was utterly bewildered. He had just been contemplating whether to restrict the little girl from going abroad. How had he suddenly become the culprit? Gu Xiru sat beside him, and, noticing his lack of response, tugged at his sleeve. Brother, could you assist me in renting an apartment? Gu Jiangyu snapped back to reality, pulling his sleeve away and retorting. Stop overthinking. Xizhi is merely continuing your line of thought. Was it truly her intent to mislead Gu Xizhi? She was on the brink of insanity. This was not how things used to be. Oh, my brother did not scold me? I feel so drowsy. Indulging in such delicious food only makes me sleepier. As Gu Xizhi began yawning once more, Father Gu decided to conclude what appeared to be a rather pointless family meeting. However, it did yield two decisions. First, the Gu family would host a soiree next Saturday evening to formally introduce Gu Xizhi to everyone. As for Gu Xiru, the family unanimously agreed that concealing the truth was futile, and since the mix-up regarding the children was not her fault, they would speak candidly about it at the event. Second, Gu Xizhi's enrollment procedures had been completed. Starting next Monday, she would attend Ning City No. 1 High School alongside Gu Xiru and Gu Jiangyuan. This meeting had left Gu Xiru as the sole casualty. The days of idleness flew by, and before she knew it, it was Monday morning. Gu Xizhi sat at the dining table, her eyes closed and her head bobbing, completely unaware as Lin Mani fed her a bowl of sesame paste. It wasn't until Gu Jiangyuan called out, "Time to go to school," that she was jolted awake. Chapter 7, Enrollment. When Gu Jiangyu handled Gu Xizhi's enrollment procedures, he initially intended to place her in the same class as Gu Xiru for her convenience. However, since Gu Xiru was in an accelerated class with strict academic requirements, Gu Xizhi did not meet the criteria. Forcing her in with money might incite discontent among her peers. Ultimately, the school could only accommodate Gu Xizhi in Class 3 of the first year, which was only slightly less prestigious than Classes 1 and 2. Upon hearing this, Gu Xizhi promptly ran in the opposite direction. I refuse to go to Class 3. I would rather die than join that class. It sounds excessively competitive, striving to catch up to Classes 1 and 2 while simultaneously fending off the other classes. It is undoubtedly the most cutthroat class in the entire grade, and it does not align with my temperament. Gu Xizhi sprinted so swiftly that Gu Jiangyu and the grade director could not catch up. She dashed to the first floor, where 3 classes 161, 171, and 181 were located, all of which were the least academically inclined, standing on equal footing without hierarchy. Having previously been impoverished, Gu Xizhi ran into Class 181 without hesitation, believing it to have auspicious connotations. Director, brother, I am aware that my abrupt transfer to this school means I will struggle to keep pace with its academic rigor. If I were to join another class, there might be discontent, so this class will suffice. In the lowest performing class, it should be entirely reasonable for me to sleep during lessons, yes? Is it too much to snack a little during class? Gu Jiangyu remarked, this little girl's scheming is likely audible even to our second brother abroad. Fortunately, the Gu family was affluent enough to support her for a lifetime. Gu Xizhi was merely experiencing school life. Her academic performance was of little consequence. After discussing with the director, Gu Jiangyu secured Gu Xizhi's place in Class 181, transferred her 100,000 yuan for living expenses, and left after offering a few reminders. Gu Jiangyu, with his broad shoulders, narrow waist, and long legs clad in a suit, resembled a character straight out of a novel, garnering considerable attention upon his arrival at the school. He had previously attended parent-teacher meetings for Gu Jiangyuan and Gu Sairu, so several students recognized him. When the bell rang for class change, a few of Gu Sairu's friends, who were close to her, gathered around her. "Sairu, we heard your brother came to school today and brought a transfer student with him. Who is that transfer student to your family?" Gu Sairu seethed inwardly. With so many high schools in Ning City, why did they have to send that wretched girl to their school? Ultimately, it was fine. That foolish girl was academically challenged, and remaining at their school would only serve to highlight her own excellence. As for the question posed by her classmates, she lowered her head, her eyes quickly reddening. When she lifted her gaze again, her face bore a facade of false strength. With a smile, she said, "Oh, she is my sister. Technically, she may not even be my sister." Something felt amiss. Many things were spiraling out of her control. Father had mentioned clarifying their identities at the weekend soiree, and that was undoubtedly going to happen. Even if she wished to conceal it now, it was impossible. In fact, the deception could lead to her being humiliated when the truth eventually surfaced. She smiled, yet tears began to flow. Her classmates grew anxious. "Sairu, what is wrong? Why are you crying?" "Please don't cry. Did your sister bully you?" One classmate handed Gu Sairu a tissue, which she took to dab at her eyes. Still, she struggled to maintain a smile, which appeared even more pitiful than her tears. "It's nothing. I'm not crying, just a bit of sand got in my eyes. Moreover, my sister, she truly hasn't bullied me. It's all my fault. If I had been more sensible when I was born, we wouldn't have been switched at birth." With that, her tears flowed even more profusely. "She is currently angry with me and wants to drive me away. And I cannot deny that I deserve it." When she uttered this piece of news, the entire room erupted. Yet, this is not the time for discussion. Gu Sairu continued to speak, her voice trembling, "But my biological parents worked themselves to the bone to raise her and ultimately perished. Now, I am left without any family. My father and mother have cared for me for so many years, treating me as their own daughter, and they would never wish to let me go." Wiping her nose with a tissue, her expression transformed into one of unwavering determination. "After some time, once I come of age, and my parents have adjusted to the reality that I am not their biological child, I will leave without delay. I will return them to my sister. I confide in you as friends, so please do not share this with anyone, nor blame my sister. You all should return to your classes." Gu Sairu lowered her head and opened her book, signaling her unwillingness to discuss further. The others began to bristle with indignation on her behalf. "How can this be your fault? You were merely an infant at the time. Surely, you wouldn't have wished to be misplaced. Your own biological parents sacrificed their lives caring for her, yet she has the heart to cast you away? Even if she is the true daughter of the Gu family, it is you who has spent all these years by their side. And your bond with the Gu family is undoubtedly the deepest. She is utterly selfish and unreasonable. How can she justify her actions to your deceased parents? She has already caused the death of your biological parents. She owes you, and she should not return to snatch your parents away." In class 18 of the first year, Gu Xizhi was called to the podium for her self-introduction. "I am Gu Xizhi, 15 years old, female. Although we are not yet familiar, the weather is so warm that we will soon become acquainted." A chuckle rippled through the classroom as many students, previously napping, stirred at the entrance of a new student, a rather attractive girl. Gu Xizhi, stifling a yawn, did not share in the laughter. After her introduction, she noticed 2 vacant seats in the far corner of the classroom, promptly walked over and claimed one, throwing her backpack onto the desk, resting her head down, and immediately succumbing to slumber. Time passed, and the pangs of hunger roused her from her slumber. Gu Xizhi sat up, stretched, and sensed an odd gaze fixed upon her. Turning her head in confusion, she suddenly yelled, "A ghost!" while simultaneously swinging her hand in a slap. The sound echoed throughout the classroom. Those who had been sleeping or sneaking snacks turned to look in their direction. "You're asking for it." Zhang Qi had not anticipated that the person occupying his seat would dare to strike him. Chapter 8. She is terrifying. I can't provoke her. "Ah. So, you are not a ghost. I apologize for the misunderstanding. Why don't you hit me back?" Gu Xizhi believed herself to be a person capable of admitting her mistakes. Since she had struck the wrong person, she fairly turned her cheek toward Zhang Qi. "Humph. I am a gentleman. I do not strike women, Zhang Qi replied, a proud expression on his face as he disdainfully pushed her away. Oh, thank goodness. No hitting women means I want to feel pain. However, she felt the need to clarify her actions to prevent her new desk mate from thinking she had struck him intentionally. I was genuinely startled just now. You know how it is upon waking, my mind was still foggy and well, your attire is rather unique. Your hair is a myriad of colors, your eyes are shadowed, and your face bears bruises. At first glance, you resembled a ghost, which was quite frightening. Zhang Qi's fists cracked as he contemplated retracting his previous words. This little girl was indeed asking for a beating. Xizhi felt that hitting someone was quite inappropriate. She ought to do something else instead. How about this? Tomorrow, I'll bring you some foundation. It has excellent coverage and can conceal those bruises on your face. That way, the next time you get pummeled into a pulp, you won't frighten anyone. She remembered seeing that foundation while reading a novel. Zhang Qi replied, what kind of manners are those? He gritted his teeth. Next time, I will absolutely not be beaten into a pulp. I refuse. He quickly corrected himself. Next time, I will definitely not be beaten. Oh, I hope your wish comes true. Xizhi glanced at the clock beside the blackboard. It was 10:20. There was still nearly an hour until the morning classes concluded. I have to endure hunger for another hour. Hey, classmate, look, we've been sitting by the window, roasting in the sun for so long. Could you spare me a bag of chips? The girl with twin ponytails had been munching on chips since earlier, and Xizhi had noticed. This girl, named Li Shuangshuang, was among the many struggling students in the class. She was gossipy, yet timid and easily embarrassed. The reason she kept eating chips was to mask her eavesdropping on Xizhi and Zhang Qi's conversation. When Xizhi tapped her shoulder, her face flushed crimson, and she quickly retreated to her desk, stuffing the chips into her drawer and closing her eyes tightly. Xizhi's hand lingered where she had just tapped her shoulder. All right, I understand. Like me, it's not easy to save up for snacks, so I want to compete with you. Having once been a beggar, she could empathize with others. Just like herself, returning to the Gu family, which lacked nothing, made it even harder to save up for snacks. She decided to continue sleeping. If she fell asleep, she wouldn't feel hungry. And just like that, she fell asleep almost immediately. Zhang Qi, left with a face marked by bruises and a slap, was furious at the sight of someone sprawled across one of his seats. How infuriating! He had just returned from a fight only to find someone resting on his seat. He glared for a long while, pondering how to wake her without losing his cool. However, not only did she remain undisturbed, but he also received a slap before he could utter a word, not even having the chance to inquire about her identity. This person had fallen asleep again. How could she sleep so soundly, unbothered by the idea of sleeping too much in life and then being unable to sleep in death? Forget it, when you wake up, I'll toss you out, he thought, who said he wasn't a gentleman. The other students in the class quietly observed them but dared not approach or say anything. Not a single person spoke up. Although Zhang Qi bore visible bruises, he was known as the school bully. Anyone wishing to survive in this school would prefer to avoid provoking him. Now, they had added another name to their list of those to avoid, Xizhi, who had dared to strike Zhang Qi, who now appeared utterly helpless against her. Impressive. She truly was remarkable. As the bell rang for the end of class, Xizhi immediately sat up. Oh my, you startled me. I almost thought you had risen from the dead. Zhang Qi, still in pain and unable to sleep, resorted to playing games on his phone. Just as he began, Xizhi's sudden movement startled him, and in a moment of distraction, he was swiftly defeated in the game. It seemed that being near a woman would only bring trouble. Xizhi's thoughts were consumed by the idea of food, completely oblivious to what she had just said. Li Shuangshuang had been pondering for an entire class, considering that Xizhi had dared to hit Zhang Qi. She worried that by not acknowledging her earlier, Xizhi might think she disliked her. With her head bowed, clutching the hem of her shirt to the point of nearly tearing it, she finally lifted her flushed face and called out, Xizhi, my name is Li Shuangshuang. Let me take you to the school cafeteria for a meal. Sure. It was her first day at school, and she was indeed at a loss as to how to find the cafeteria. She cheerfully approached, linking arms with Li Shuangshuang. In her eyes, Li Shuangshuang was no longer a person but rather a delectable morsel, a feast, something truly delightful. By the time they arrived at the cafeteria, a queue had already formed. Li Shuangshuang still felt a bit dizzy. When it was their turn, only one chicken leg remained. Li Shuangshuang willingly offered the chicken leg to Xizhi. Her face still flushed as if it could bleed. Our school's chicken legs are incredibly tasty. You simply must try one. Gazing at the enticing sheen of the braised chicken leg, Gu Xizhi sensed she understood. The cafeteria had only a few vacant seats left, tucked away in a corner. Gu Xizhi and Li Shuangshuang carried their trays and sat down. Gu Sairu and Su Jing first purchased a cup of milk tea from the window before joining the queue for food. Gu Sairu had just spotted Gu Xizhi and observed her as she settled down, a smirk playing on her lips. Once the others had finished ordering, she looked around awkwardly, then pointed in the direction of Gu Xizhi and her companions. It seems there are a few spots over there, but my sister is sitting with her classmates. I'm afraid she might not want to see me. Should we look for another place? The first class had spent the entire morning discussing Gu Xizhi, growing increasingly agitated. Among them, Su Jing and Gu Sairu were the closest, and their anger flared most fiercely. Su Jing immediately grabbed Gu Sairu's hand, intending to drag her over. What are we afraid of? This school isn't hers. If she doesn't tea like you, I certainly don't like her either. The four of them approached. Su Jing led the way, her distaste palpable as she observed Gu Xizhi, who was bent over her food with her yellow hair. As she drew within a meter of Gu Xizhi, she raised her hand, holding the milk tea high. Her foot caught on a chair, and with a startled cry, she leaned forward, causing the milk tea to spill entirely onto Gu Xizhi's tray, thoroughly soaking the last, supposedly delicious chicken leg. Gu Xizhi? Chapter 9. What Gu Xizhi lost was an entire chicken leg. Su Jing steadied herself against the table, offering a half-hearted apology. I'm sorry. I didn't see the path while carrying my food and tripped over a chair. Gu Sairu frowned, feeling that Su Jing had been ineffectual. How could the milk tea only splash onto Gu Xizhi's tray and not onto her? On the surface, she worriedly spoke up for Su Jing. Sister, please don't be angry. It was truly unintentional. How about I give you my meal, and I'll buy another one? Gu Sairu was also here? What a coincidence. Host, as the malevolent supporting character of this narrative, how can you not have any means of retaliation against such deliberate targeting? Please pour the contents of your tray onto Gu Sairu's face and then apologize, claiming it was an accident. Completing this task will reward you with a speed boost of 100 and a strength increase of 500. TSK, the system is quite biased. It was someone else who spilled milk tea onto her tray, yet Gu Sairu must bear the brunt of it all. However, Gu Xizhi narrowed her eyes. The host had stated it was intentional. Su Jing did not know her, so she couldn't have acted with malice without cause. Therefore, it must be Gu Sairu pulling the strings behind the scenes. Without a moment's hesitation, Gu Xizhi grasped the now considerably heavier tray filled with milk tea and walked up to Gu Sairu, pouring it over her face. It wasn't he about seeking the system's rewards. She was genuinely infuriated. The legendary delicious chicken leg, now reduced to a mere memory, had been ruined by Gu Sairu. Ah! Gu Xizhi, what are you doing? Have you lost your mind? Gu Sairu was truly on the brink of insanity. The contents of the tray were greasy and filthy. Utterly disgusting. How dare Gu Xizhi treat her so brazenly in front of so many people? It was revolting. Gu Xizhi clapped her hands, standing next to Su Jing, and then stomped on Su Jing's foot with vigor. Subsequently, she feigned an astonished expression that surpassed even Gu Sairu's, covering her mouth in mock surprise. Her voice trembling. How could I accidentally trip and spill food on your face? Taking a deep breath as if making a momentous decision, she continued. Since it's like this, you need not give me your food. Let us consider it even. With that, she disregarded Gu Sairu's reaction and turned to get more food. Though I have avenged myself, I am still furious. I wanted to save the chicken leg for last. How could she ruin it? Why is Gu Sairu so annoying? If she wants to play the innocent victim, can't she pick another time? Why must it be during mealtime? So infuriating. When dinner comes around, I will definitely seize that chicken leg. Gu Jianyuan, is that the sister your family just found? As Gu Jianyuan was dishing up food, he overheard Gu Xizhi's inner thoughts and was searching for her when someone nearby called out to him. He followed their gesture and saw Gu Xizhi, her face a picture of indignation. This newly found sister is quite unimpressive. She pales in comparison to Sairu. Sairu's classmate merely tripped and spilled milk tea onto her tray. But what about her? TSK, how malicious to dump an entire tray of food mixed with milk tea onto Sairu's face. Such petty-mindedness is utterly repulsive. Gu Jingyuan's expression gradually turned cold. Sairu had merely been splattered with food and milk tea, while Xizhi had lost an entire chicken leg. There was simply no comparison. Does a certain student wish to hear the words that come from your mouth? Furthermore, Xizhi is my sister. If my sister is not a good person, then what could I possibly be? I believe we need not pursue a friendship any further. The scene unfolding in the cafeteria was recorded and posted on the school forum. Wow. I had heard the new transfer student was the true daughter of the Gu family. I even felt sympathy for her. But I never expected her character to be so lacking. It's clear she deliberately targeted Xizhi, yet what fault does Xizhi bear? When she was swapped at birth, she was just a child. Xizhi has worked so hard to adapt to being the Gu family's daughter, always in class or attending various tutoring sessions, honing her talents and learning etiquette. Meanwhile, the newcomer has been frolicking freely, leaving Xizhi to bear the burden for so long, and instead of gratitude, she bullies Xizhi. Gu Xizhi lacks decency. She is unworthy of being the true daughter of the Gu family. Xizhi is the best daughter of the Gu family, and we must protect the finest Xizhi. In mere hours, Gu Xizhi became a sensation at Ning City No. 1 High School, with her notoriety even spilling out into the streets. At an internet cafe adjacent to Ning City No. 3 High School, only a street away from Ning City No. 1, Fan Jiang opened the link Su Jing had shared with him, forcefully stubbing out his cigarette in the ashtray. He quickly exited and opened his top WeChat contacts. Xizhi, does your face hurt? Do you need me to bring you some medicine? Never mind. Let us skip class and go see a doctor. Gu Xizhi had already washed her face, changed her clothes, and returned to class, accepting the comfort of her peers. Upon seeing the message, she pondered for a moment before replying. I'm fine. My face is still a bit red and hurts a little. Please don't blame my sister. She's young and doesn't understand. It's not the first time she has done this to me. I've grown accustomed to it. Fan Jiang repeatedly scrutinized the two messages. His tongue pressed against the roof of his mouth as he scoffed. Huh? Gu Xizhi, is it? Very well. You are in for it. After lunch, it was time for an afternoon nap. Gu Xizhi, being a day student, rested in the classroom. She dozed off, sleeping through 2 entire classes. Zhang Qi, standing by, wished to shoo others away, yet upon seeing her slumbering like a pig, reassured himself that he could wait a little longer. He was a man, a gentleman. He would endure. But wait, what was that? He noticed a boy from their class holding a crimson card, intending to toss it onto Gu Xizhi's desk. Quick as a flash, Zhang Qi intercepted the card. A red warning card? From Fan Jiang? Huh, how audacious of him to issue a warning on his territory. And to arrange a meeting in the alley behind the school? Surely, he did not intend to avenge that white lotus, Gu Xizhi? How foolishly blind he must be. Gu Xizhi, having awakened with a sore neck, lingered in her drowsiness, reluctant to move. Suddenly, she overheard someone discussing her and mentioning Gu Xizhi, prompting her to lift her head in curiosity. Were Gu Xizhi's delusional fans back to hurl insults at her? Chapter 10. A beautiful rescue for the hero. Gu Xizhi was doomed. Those who received a red card from Fan Jiang rarely lasted a week in school. Alas, she had hoped their class would gain another beauty, only to find it a fleeting moment. Even if she were unafraid of Zhang Qi and daring enough to usurp his position, she had witnessed how Fan Jiang had beaten him mercilessly. Gu Xizhi was undoubtedly no match for Fan Jiang. TSK. What a miracle it was for Gu Xizhi to receive a red card warning from Fan Jiang on her very first day at school. Truly unprecedented. Gu Xizhi blinked in disbelief. A little red card? And they believed she wouldn't last a week in school? Had they all watched the same idol drama? She caught snippets of conversation among her classmates, revealing another crucial piece of information. Enlightened, she turned to Zhang Qi. So it was he who had been beaten up by that fellow named Fan Jiang. Zhang Qi? Was this how he grasped the essence of the matter? To preserve the facade of some possibly non-existent dignity before Gu Xizhi, he thumped his chest with confidence, declaring, Fear not, with me around, they will not dare to harm you. I shall confront them shortly. Gu Xizhi's eyes brimmed with skepticism. If he were to take another beating, he might end up in the hospital. For now, it was merely superficial injuries, but another blow could easily escalate to internal trauma. Zhang Qi's expression froze, and he glared at Gu Xizhi, retorting, Just wait and see. Soon you shall witness my true prowess. Fearing Gu Xizhi might doubt his words, he added, Humph. I merely refrained from fighting him out of disdain. I was being magnanimous. Oh, then I shall trust you. She thought to herself that as an older sister, she ought not to belittle her younger brother. Nevertheless, she extended her hand, soothingly patting Zhang Qi's head as one would a small puppy. Be good, little one. Fighting is not for children. After school, you must return home immediately. Today was her first day at school. Her beautiful mother would undoubtedly have prepared a feast at home for her return. Moreover, she had missed out on the chicken leg from the cafeteria during lunch. She needed to dash to the cafeteria to grab a chicken leg before heading straight home. The system had rewarded her with doubled speed. She would surely outpace her competitors and snatch a few more chicken legs. Zhang Qi glared at the hand resting atop his head, suppressing the urge to chop it off. Gritting his teeth, he demanded, "Retract your hand." He was a gentleman, and could not hold a grudge against a young girl. Xizhi, however, was not inclined to heed him. Instead, she expressed her mild disdain. "How much hair gel have you slathered in your hair? My hand is nearly poisoned." The peculiar hobbies of young boys these days were quite baffling. Zhang Qi. He was a gentleman. He would endure. The other classmates, shocked by Xizhi's audacious gesture of ruffling Zhang Qi's hair, burst into laughter. The bell rang, signaling the end of class. For Zhang Qi, it marked the time to meet Fan Jiang in the alley behind the school, as agreed. "You needn't worry, I'm here with you." Zhang Qi, feeling like the school's leader, considered Xizhi someone under his protection. He felt it necessary to offer her some comfort in hopes of preventing her from being frightened. Before he could finish his sentence, a gust of wind rushed past him, and Xizhi's figure vanished from sight. Tsk. She truly was frightened. She had sprinted away with the speed of a superhero. How naive she was to think that merely appearing on time would spare her from Fan Jiang's wrath. Zhang Qi sighed, slinging his backpack over his shoulder, no longer delaying. After school, while a portion of the students returned home, others chose to engage in sports on the playground or spend time in the library. The cafeteria was relatively empty. Xizhi ran swiftly, successfully purchasing 4 chicken legs. Balancing one in hand while carrying 2 more, she strolled leisurely toward the school gate. The Gu family's car awaited her there. Gu Jianyuan planned to play basketball after school, and Gu Sairu intended to stay for evening study sessions to uphold her image as a top student. Thus, she was the only one returning home alone. As she approached, the driver promptly opened the car door for her. Xizhi lifted a foot to enter the vehicle when she heard Li Shuangshuang's voice from behind. "Xizhi, what are you doing here?" Recalling how Li Shuangshuang had generously offered her the last chicken leg at lunchtime, Xizhi, now a wealthy heiress with 4 chicken legs, frowned and reluctantly extended one to her. No, I didn't mean to take your chicken leg. I was merely curious. Fan Jiang invited you to meet in the alley behind the school, and everyone assumed you went. Zhang Qi also followed to find you. So Xizhi took a hearty bite of one of the chicken legs. "Driver uncle, please wait here for me. I shall return shortly." The younger boys today were truly disobedient. Despite her admonitions that children should not fight, how rebellious they were. "I'll go with you," Li Shuangshuang blurted out, regretting her words immediately. Xizhi was just a frail girl like herself, defenseless. If she went, she would surely be beaten. It would be better to head home. She felt compelled to follow. If a fight did occur, she would try her best to shield her and find an opportunity for her to escape. In the alley, Fan Jiang had already skipped class to wait with his crew. Upon seeing only Zhang Qi approach, he pressed his tongue against the roof of his mouth, sneering, "Ha! I underestimated Xizhi. She managed to get you to stand up for her." He spat out the gum from his mouth. "If that's the case, let's deal with you first, so she has nowhere to hide." Growing impatient, he thought, just a petty girl, and he had to personally intervene. How dare she seek help? Zhang Qi, looking bewildered, asked, "Are you saying Xizhi hasn't arrived yet? Where could she have run off to in such haste?" Never mind. This worked out better than if she had come alone and been terrified. With both sides' main players in position and the formalities concluded, a great battle was imminent. At that moment, a gust of wind swept through. Zhang Qi felt as though he had been lifted by a strong wind, floating in the air. By the time he regained his senses, his face was flushed, and even his ears burned crimson. He shouted, "Put me down, let me down quickly." "Not a chance. You can't take them on, and I can't let you return to get beaten up." Xizhi, cradling Zhang Qi in a princess carry, ran faster than a world champion. Her breath steady, her demeanor calm. If she were just a tad late returning home, she worried about potential traffic. If there were a delay, would the delectable feast her beautiful mother had prepared be cold? Would she miss out on savoring the food at its best? In her arms, Zhang Qi felt utterly humiliated, struggling to break free. Smack. Xizhi, irritated, playfully slapped his backside. "Stop squirming. We need to get away from them quickly and return home." Zhang Qi was dumbfounded. "Who am I? Where am I? I can't believe my desk mate just slapped my butt." Chapter 11. The weather has turned cold. The following day, until the completion of the 3rd class in the morning, Xizhi awoke to enjoy her morning tea, yet Zhang Qi was conspicuously absent. Li Shuangshuang had initially intended to accompany Xizhi, hoping to share in her burdens during the confrontation. However, Gu Shiji had advised her to hide behind the large tree at the alley's entrance while she ventured forth alone. Thus, she could only observe from a distance as Gu Shiji effortlessly lifted Zhangqi and led the group in the opposite direction. Witnessing Gu Shiji's remarkable strength and speed, breaking records as she carried Zhangqi, she had now become her idol. Blushing, she presented the milk tea she had hurriedly purchased after the previous class. "Thank you," Gu Shiji replied, savoring the spicy snack that was making her mouth feel parched. "Look, Zhangqi is here." Indeed, his injuries had not worsened, which confirmed that the video from yesterday was genuine. He had truly been rescued by the beauty. "I watched that video too." Gu Shiji ran like the wind.
Li Xuanshuan exclaimed.
"Her strength is astonishing. I can hardly lift a girl who weighs over 80 pounds, yet she carried Zhangqi so swiftly." Some girls would undoubtedly envy Zhangqi. They had never experienced being princess carried, while he, a boy, had been. Unfortunately for Zhangqi, upon entering the classroom, he overheard their chatter. He sighed, feigning nonchalance as he made his way to his seat, regretting his decision to attend school. He should have stood firm against coming, worried that Fan Zhang's associates might seek out Gu Shiji, and who had filmed that video yesterday. He hoped he would not encounter the culprit, otherwise, he would be grinding his teeth in anger. It was all Gu Shiji's fault. Ever since her arrival, he had encountered nothing but misfortune. She even had the audacity to spank him. If he did not avenge the slight, his face would be as red as blood. Humph! Upon sitting down, he turned his head haughtily away from Gu Shiji. Gu Shiji took a sip of her milk tea and a bite of her spicy snack, thoroughly enjoying herself. Humph! As Zhangqi turned his head away, he grew increasingly irritated at the memory of being spanked last night. They say there's a generational gap every 3 years. In her past life, she had already graduated from university and been working for 2 to 3 years, which must entail at least 3 generational gaps. Gu Shiji found it perplexing that this young boy was throwing a tantrum. However, it mattered little. She was an adult and had no obligation to understand why a child was upset. After another sip of her milk tea to soothe her throat, she remarked, "It is wrong for children to skip class, so you must not do it again." She spoke with the tone of an elder, reminiscent of how she had chastised him the night before. "You are the child. Your entire family is composed of children." Fan Jiang was equally incensed.
"So,
it's Gu Shiji, is it? How audacious to ignore me and take someone away without even a greeting. I will remember you." Initially, he had merely intended to teach Gu Shiji a small lesson, prompting her to apologize to Gu Sairu and cease causing trouble for her. But now she was finished. Not only would she be unable to remain at school, but he would ensure she could not stay in the Gu household either. "Brother Fan, look at this video. Isn't Gu Shiji a bit extraordinary? How does she possess such strength? Zhangqi is much taller and stronger than her, yet she carried him without breaking a sweat. And did you see how fast she ran yesterday? We couldn't even catch up to them without taking anything." One of his companions pointed out. Look at the comments below. A professional athlete claims her speed surpasses that of Olympic champions. Fan Jiang scoffed disdainfully. She merely activated her potential out of fear. "This only proves she is a coward. I merely had to show my face to intimidate her. If I truly confronted her, I would scare her to death. With such a lack of courage, how dare she bully Sairu? She is truly overestimating herself." His phone vibrated, and he opened it to find a message from Gu Sairu. "Sairu, my sister behaves like this at home too. She is rather arrogant and inconsiderate. That is simply her nature. She doesn't intentionally target you. I hope you won't be angry with her." The anger on his face softened, but upon reading the entire message, it was tinged with coldness once more. Humph. Does she usually treat Sairu so rudely? The weather was turning cold, and Gu Shiji was about to face the consequences. Ning City No. 1 High School, Class 6. Senior Year. Wow, Gu Jianyuan, your sister is incredible. If she joins our school's track team, we would undoubtedly be unbeatable. Join the track team? With her strength, she should join the weightlifting team. To carry someone and run so fast, her strength must be immense. Gu Jianyuan paid little attention to Gu Shiji's speed or strength. He was solely focused on the fact that Gu Shiji had princess carried a boy, finding him far too weak to warrant such treatment. This boy was simply inadequate. At that moment, his phone vibrated again. Glancing down, he saw a message from the family group chat. Noting that the once quiet group had new activity, he suddenly recalled that Gu Shiji had been home for over a week and had yet to join their chat. He opened the chat, intending to invite her. He saw a recent message from Xizhi containing a link titled, "Transfer student Xizhi fights on her first day of school, ends up fleeing." He recognized that title. It was the same as the video they had just watched. Did Xizhi, like him, believe that Zhangqi was unworthy of their Xizhi? And want the family to take note? He patiently awaited Xizhi's response, curious if she shared his thoughts. After about 2 minutes, Xizhi's message arrived. I sent this by mistake. I can't retract it now. Everyone, please don't misunderstand. My sister is very well behaved at school. She hasn't caused any trouble. She just happens to be in the same class as the bully and may have gotten along well with him. It's not as it appears in the video. Gu Jianyuan was perplexed. What did Xizhi mean by this? Something felt amiss. Forget it. He wouldn't pull Xizhi into the group just yet. After contemplating, he messaged Xizhi. Could it be that Fan Jiang has misunderstood something and is trying to defend you, which is why he sought out Xizhi? He recalled hearing the mention of Fan Jiang and the little red card when watching the video. As a high school student with little ambition and a focus solely on the world outside, he was still quite aware of what Fan Jiang and the little red card signified. He also knew that Fan Jiang had a close relationship with Xizhi, often delivering items to her at school. The class bell rang without any response from Xizhi. Gu Jianyuan decided to wait no longer. It was just Fan Jiang. He would confront him soon enough. Class 1, Year 1. Xizhi clenched her phone in anger. How infuriating. Is my brother implying that it's my fault Fan Jiang is causing trouble for Xizhi? Is he defending Xizhi? Why can't he see that this is clearly Xizhi's fault? What kind of good student would go to an alley after school to cause a ruckus? What kind of good student would argue with someone to the point of fleeing while carrying them? Xizhi, your belongings. After the second class in the afternoon, Zhangqi, with a stern expression, went to fetch water for Xizhi, while a student from the adjacent class entered class 18. Chapter 12. This is bad. This is bad. It's all over. Another little red card. Xizhi had once again broken a record, receiving 2 little red cards all on her own. This is truly bad. Xizhi was definitely in for it this time. She lay her head on the desk, lazily shoving the red card into her drawer. The surrounding classmates, upon witnessing her demeanor, perceived it as a manifestation of her resignation to fate. Some had already begun to feel sympathy towards her. Li Shuangshuang, wringing her hands, gazed at Xizhi with concern. After a moment of contemplation, she could no longer restrain herself and spoke in a hushed tone. I heard you are the sister of Xizhi. Perhaps you should consider seeking her out? She might persuade Fan Jiang to leave you be. He holds affection for Xizhi, and surely he would heed her words. Xizhi's face, now slightly fuller, bore a pair of misty peach blossom eyes, still clouded from recent slumber. She blinked, appearing to listen intently to Li Shuangshuang's suggestion, but inadvertently yawned, revealing her lingering fatigue. Observing the worry etched on Li Shuangshuang's face, she tenderly retrieved a piece of chocolate from her drawer, a treat she had been reluctant to consume, and offered it to her. Gently patting her head, she reassured her in a manner akin to soothing a child. Be a good girl and enjoy the chocolate. I shall play with you once I've had my rest. Li Shuangshuang clutched the chocolate that Xizhi had presented, feeling the warmth radiating from above. Her cheeks flushed a deep crimson, as if they might ignite. In that moment, she forgot all else she had intended to say. After Xizhi finished speaking, she laid down once more to sleep. By the time Zhangqi returned with water, Xizhi had already succumbed to slumber again. News of Xizhi receiving a red card swiftly circulated on the school forum. Xizhi, it seems Xizhi's arrogance can only last so long. She surely cannot remain at school after this. Someone like her, who repays kindness with ingratitude, shows no appreciation for the pressures you have endured on her behalf within the Gu family. She deserves this fate. Xizhi, you must not intervene with Fan Jiang on her behalf, for she will only grow bolder in her bullying of you. In class 1 of the first year, as soon as the bell rang, everyone flocked around Xizhi. Her expression was one of distress. But she is my sister. Wouldn't it be inappropriate to intervene? Perhaps I should counsel Fan Jiang instead? Su Jing, exasperated, snatched her phone away. You are just too kind-hearted. To prevent you from doing anything foolish, I shall take custody of your phone. Xizhi still harbored some concern, yet her demeanor suggested resignation. As the class bell rang, the students dispersed. With her head bowed, a slight smile graced her lips. Even if matters were spiraling out of control, it ultimately made little difference. The conclusion awaiting Xizhi would remain unchanged. The bell rang. Xizhi sprang up as if resurrected, stretching widely. After sprinting to the cafeteria for a chicken leg, she now found her appetite waning. Her beautiful mother had informed her that she would be baking a cake at home for her to enjoy upon her return. She was eager to rush home for the cake. Xizhi, slow down a moment, wait for me. Zhang Qi had just slung his backpack over his shoulder when Xizhi had already reached the staircase. He promptly pursued her, his mind racing with curiosity. Was she even human? Yesterday, she had fled in terror, but that could be attributed to the fright that had ignited her latent potential. After all, humans often display remarkable feats in dire situations. Yet today, with no threats looming, she was running at an alarming speed, which felt decidedly peculiar. Panting, he finally caught up to her at the school gate, only to find Xizhi had halted, leading him to believe she was intentionally waiting for him. You, running off so swiftly on your own. Surely you haven't forgotten what Fan Jiang said about waiting for you here after school? Before he could finish his sentence, he stood upright, breathless, eyes aflame with indignation. Fan Jiang, have you truly come? Are you even a man? Time and again, targeting a young girl like this. I find myself embarrassed on your behalf. If someone were to hear of this, they might think Xizhi had wronged your entire family. Xizhi, thwarted in her haste to return home for cake, frowned as she was compelled to scrutinize Fan Jiang. She had barely noticed him yesterday when he had whisked Zhang Qi away, but now his appearance was clear. Clad in a school uniform, tall and lanky, with striking blonde hair and sharp features, he exuded an air of aloofness. He was undeniably handsome, fitting the archetype of a school heartthrob. No wonder he was one of the sycophants in the novels who actively pursued Xizhi. According to the plot of the original story, the protagonist had been retrieved by the Gu family after 6 months and enrolled in school. However, due to Xizhi's various manipulations, the family had not placed her in Ning City No. 1 High School, but rather in Ning City No. 3 High School, where she would attend the same institution as Fan Jiang. Owing to Xizhi's influence, she had endured an entire semester of bullying from Fan Jiang, which ultimately led to the emergence of depressive symptoms. In her sleep, she would unconsciously entertain thoughts of jumping from heights, engage in self-harm, and occasionally burst into manic laughter, resembling madness. Fearing for their reputation, the school had advised her to take a leave of absence. Under Xizhi's machinations, her family remained oblivious to the true reasons behind her transformation, believing her issues stemmed from her own indiscretions and chaotic relationships with classmates.
Consequently,
the Gu family's disappointment in her only deepened. Having suffered so greatly at the hands of Fan Jiang, it was only natural for her to harbor a fierce desire for vengeance against him. Yes, that was the appropriate course of action. Yet, in reality, the protagonist had yet to encounter Fan Jiang in this lifetime. Her demise bore no connection to him. If she were to exact revenge on him prematurely, it would seem unjustifiable. A different notion began to take root in her mind. Why didn't I think of this yesterday? I truly am foolish to have prolonged my stay at school for another day. Gu Jiangyuan, having seen the post on the school forum regarding Fan Jiang's intent to wait for Xizhi after school, hurried over. As he approached, he could hear Xizhi's inner thoughts. Curiosity piqued. He wondered what was on her mind. Was it something positive? In the story, Fan Jiang had bullied me to the point of suspension. If I feigned being psychologically troubled due to his harassment, wouldn't I be able to secure an earlier leave of absence? Although life in class is quite liberating, no one minds if I sleep all day. Yet lying on the desk incessantly cannot be good for my neck. Xizhi rubbed the back of her neck. I fear I may end up with a hunchback from all this slumber. Indeed, the art of lounging like a fish should ideally be practiced in the comfort of a bed. Moreover, if I resign myself to being a mere fish, Xizhi will surely harbor less animosity towards me and will not disrupt my comfort at home. What? In her previous life, Fan Jiang had bullied her to the point of suspension? That detestable Fan Jiang was courting disaster. Gu Jiangyuan regarded Fan Jiang with a gaze that could only be described as one reserved for the deceased. Oh, my fourth brother has arrived as well? Surely he isn't here to assist me? Chapter 13. It became apparent that the fourth brother harbored disdain for Xizhi. Xizhi spotted Gu Jiangyuan, her heart racing with trepidation. Oh no, I sincerely hope he isn't here to help me. He resembles the devoted sycophant described in the novel. Wholly oblivious to my existence. Perhaps I am overthinking. He is undoubtedly not here to assist me. He likely still believes Xizhi is the finest sister in the world. Regardless, as long as he doesn't impede my ability to avoid bullying or disrupt my plans for a leave of absence to enjoy a leisurely life at home, I shall be content. This was not the first instance Gu Jianyuan had heard Gu Xizhi speak of novels or stories. He vaguely suspected they might be living within the confines of a narrative. However, he chose not to dwell on that matter at this moment. Hearing her mention being bullied to the point of mental distress? Excellent. Once he procured a few bags, Fan Jiang would be finished. Let me ponder for a moment. Typically, in television dramas, how do the protagonists respond when confronted by delinquents? I have it. I know precisely what to do now. Although there are no sacks available at the moment, Gu Jianyuan is eager to take action and teach Fan Jiang a lesson. To let him know that Xizhi has protection. Upon hearing this, he decides to wait a moment longer, curious to observe what Xizhi intends to do. Gu Xizhi clutches Zhang Qi's arm, retreating behind him, trembling uncontrollably, resembling a frightened little rabbit. He is truly terrifying, and I am utterly terrified. Fan Jiang, who has yet to utter a single word but has already been scolded by Zhang Qi, gazes at Gu Xizhi in confusion, wondering if she is genuinely that timid. He begins to question whether issuing 2 red cards to someone so fearful was an overreaction. With such a disposition, it appears that merely scaring her would suffice to make her comply. Zhang Qi pauses momentarily, only to feel a surge of frustration arise within him. Is it possible that Fan Jiang, who has said and done nothing, is perceived as even more intimidating in Xizhi's eyes? Can he truly not compete with Fan Jiang? Damn that Fan Jiang, always resorting to red cards to instill fear. Perhaps he should create his own assortment of red, yellow, and green cards to appear more formidable. However, this is not the time for such musings. He must seize this opportunity. If she fears Fan Jiang, then if he manages to subdue Fan Jiang now, he will be seen as the stronger one in her eyes. Fear not, for I am here. I shall protect you. Zhang Qi rolls up his sleeves and takes a step forward. It is time for him to shine. He takes a step and then another, but no. He can only take one. Let go of me. I will go and deal with him. Gu Xizhi holds onto his arm with such strength that he cannot move an inch. It is as if she has not heard his words. Her grip unwavering as she buries her face behind him, daring only to steal glances at Fan Jiang. No, please don't go. He is terrifying. He will hit me. I am so scared. I might be traumatized. I am terrified. My acting skills are truly exceptional. I hope someone captures this moment on video. That way, my beautiful mother will see the dreadful things I endure upon starting school. She will undoubtedly feel immense pity and let me stay home to recuperate, thus sparing me the time wasted in school. Oh dear, during this time, I must frequent the cafeteria and indulge in more chicken legs, otherwise, if I no longer have to attend school, I will miss out on the cafeteria's chicken legs. Gu Jianyuan twitched the corners of his mouth. Surely, she must be thinking that even her mother at home could hear her scheming? As for the performance, he turned to glance at the video his companion was recording. His expression was somewhat complicated. Send me that video. Surely, he would share it in the family group chat later. Gu Jianyuan, your sister is terrified. And you're not going to help? His friend paused the video, perplexed. During lunch yesterday, he had not said anything, yet Gu Jianyuan had maintained a stern demeanor, insisting that they need not intervene. Now, witnessing such a ruckus, he remained unmoved. Someone had begun live-streaming the scene at the school gate on the forum. Fan Jiang had truly arrived. Gu Xizhi was doomed this time. TSK, I thought Gu Xizhi might be formidable, but it appears she is quite timid. Fan Jiang has yet to do anything, and she seems utterly petrified. Ha, this is utterly hilarious. To be so frightened, she is simply useless. How can she even think of bullying anyone with such a disposition? Gu Sairu and Su Jing strolled towards the music building, which was closer to the school gate. As Su Jing walked, she scrolled through her phone and continued to voice her disdain. Can psychological trauma really manifest? It's truly something that would happen to Gu Xizhi. It seems the situation remains manageable. Oh, your fourth brother is also at the school gate. Could he be rushing over to assist Gu Xizhi? Gu Sairu abruptly snatched Su Jing's phone. The person filming was not far from Gu Jianyuan, and the camera inadvertently captured Gu Jianyuan's face, along with his dialogue. Gu Jianyuan, your sister is terrified. Are you not going to help? Gu Jianyuan looked at Gu Xizhi with no trace of concern, responding nonchalantly no. Gu Sairu's heart, which had been racing, suddenly relaxed. If her fourth brother saw Gu Xizhi being bullied and chose not to help, it was evident that he did not care for her. She is my sister. I cannot ignore her. We must go to the school gate. Returning the phone to Su Jing, Gu Sairu turned and headed towards the entrance. At the school gate, Hearing Gu Jingyuan's resolute refusal to assist, his friends questioned if they had misheard. Is this truly something a brother would do? If I saw my sister being bullied at the school gate, I would not merely stand by eating popcorn. I would intervene. Once home, my parents would certainly give me a thorough reprimanding. Gu Jianyuan nodded. Indeed, that is certain. If Xizhi is to act, then I cannot intervene, otherwise her performance will be ruined. Besides, he believes Xizhi's perspective is quite valid. School is utterly pointless. It is far better to be lazy at home. He regretted not having thought of this sooner, otherwise, he could have feigned illness and lounged at home. Zhang Qi was on the brink of madness. I have told you, with me here, he cannot harm you. Let go of me so I can teach him a lesson. With her holding on like this, he had no opportunity to showcase his resolve. Should anyone think he was afraid to confront Fan Jiang, it would be a significant blow to his pride. Please, let go. Let go. Gu Xizhi remained motionless. He resorted to prying her fingers away. Yet, she remained unyielding, and he could not budge a single finger. I am so scared. So terrified. This delicate little beauty is utterly frightened. Zhang Qi began to question his own life choices. With such strength, you consider yourself delicate? He exerted every ounce of strength, yet it was of no use against her. Wake up. With your strength, I believe you could easily subdue him with a single finger. Chapter 14. The Delicate and Helpless Gu Xizhi. Fourth brother. Is Xizhi being bullied? As soon as Gu Sairu exited the school, she walked straight to Gu Jingyuan's side. Feigning ignorance. After observing for a moment, she spoke with concern. Fourth brother, I must go help Xizhi. She is still so young. She must be terrified. Though she was only a few days older than Gu Xizhi, she bravely stepped forward to protect her. Surely, her fourth brother would think her kind and courageous. The surrounding onlookers, upon hearing their conversation, began to discuss among themselves. Gu Sairu is truly remarkable. Yesterday, Gu Xizhi bullied her in the cafeteria. Yet she still worries about Gu Xizhi being frightened. The world owes me a sister, like Gu Sairu. I am on the verge of tears. How could Gu Sairu be so kind, claiming that Gu Xizhi is too young to be scared? Has she forgotten that she is still a child herself? Hearing these remarks, Gu Sairu's lips curved into a subtle smile. No need. Zhang Qi helping her? We can simply watch from the sidelines. Gu Jianyuan, momentarily lost in observing Gu Xizhi's performance, did not notice Gu Sairu's arrival. Upon hearing her insistence to assist Gu Xizhi, he hurriedly grabbed her. Does no one realize that Fan Jiang is targeting her precisely because of you? If you truly intervene, and Fan Jiang agrees not to bully her, then how will Xizhi continue her act? Gu Sairu felt even more triumphant, realizing her fourth brother indeed cherished her the most. He feared that she might be mistakenly harmed by Fan Jiang in the past, thus preventing her from approaching to assist Gu Xizhi. Even if Gu Xizhi returned early, even if she truly was the legitimate daughter of the Gu family, what difference would it make? She remains the cherished darling of the Gu family. Yet, a hint of concern lingered on her face. What if Zhang Qi fails to protect Xizhi? If he cannot protect her, then so be it. After observing the scene for quite some time, he had already discerned that Zhang Qi was immobilized by Xizhi's grip. Xizhi must be afraid that Zhang Qi would genuinely confront Fan Jiang, thus disrupting the performance. If Zhang Qi were unable to protect her, it would only enhance her portrayal of vulnerability. As for whether Xizhi would be harmed, he harbored not a single worry. There Xizhi was a person endowed with a system, akin to the protagonist of a novel. How could such a fortunate child ever truly be in danger? Meanwhile, Gu Sairu found herself more amused, as it appeared that the fourth brother had an evident disdain for Gu Xizhi. She bit her lip and decided, I shall wait here for a while. If Fan Jiang dares to bully Xizhi, I will step in to shield her. Gu Jianyuan cast her a glance, disinterested, thinking it was sufficient as long as she did not charge forward at that moment. On Gu Xizhi's side, regardless of Zhang Qi's protests, she refused to let go, incessantly expressing her fear. Fan Jiang, standing opposite them, suddenly felt somewhat foolish in his current demeanor. What had possessed him to think of engaging in a life-and-death struggle with such a timid soul? Forget it. As long as you promise not to bully Sairu again, I shall temporarily let you off the hook. It would be embarrassing to admit that he had scared a cowardly individual who could easily be frightened to the point of losing control. With that thought, he turned to call his companions to leave. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Zhang Qi, halting his steps and shaking his head in disdain. Zhang Qi, how disappointing. I never imagined you would prove to be so ineffectual. You know you are no match for me, yet you refuse to acknowledge it. pretending to be restrained. TSK, TSK. With a wave of his hand, he led his friends away, departing as unobtrusively as he had arrived, leaving everything unchanged. Both Gu Xizhi and Zhang Qi were left in a state of bewilderment. Zhang Qi thought, "What on earth? Can you refrain from speaking so recklessly when you know nothing? I, Zhang Qi, would fear you? Am I not your match? Had it not been for her holding me back, I assure you, you would not see the light of day tomorrow." He was infuriated, truly enraged, knowing that he would be misunderstood. Gu Xizhi, on the other hand, was left speechless. "But wait, weren't you supposed to confront me? At least make an effort before you leave. You've been here for so long and have only stood over there, scarcely uttering a threatening word. You're going to leave me short on material. What if my beautiful mother doesn't believe that I suffer in school? Then this performance would be for naught. And what is wrong with you? Can't you see your goddess has approached? Why not make a proper impression in front of her? No wonder you can only remain a devoted admirer, unable to advance. It's utterly unprofessional." She had a strong premonition that today's performance would not grant her the opportunity to remain home and rest as she had hoped.
No.
I am the master of my own fate. She had to seize the moment. Gritting her teeth, she released Zhang Qi and dashed toward Fan Jiang, positioning herself protectively before him, before he could react. She was barely 10 centimeters away from Fan Jiang, and from a distance, it appeared as though they were already in contact. At that moment, she feigned a collapse to the side, looking genuinely frail. Her face painted with an expression of utter fear, tears welling in her eyes. She even lay on the ground, refusing to rise, pitifully exclaiming, "Whoa, how terrifying. I thought you were leaving, only to realize it was a ruse to lull me into complacency. The moment I let my guard down, you struck. Yes, so frightening. Will I accidentally be killed when I come to school again? Oh, I have to live in constant fear every day. I'm bound to go mad soon. I'm so scared. Will I end up taking my own life to escape school? If I die, my beautiful mother and brother will surely be heartbroken. But I see no other way. Unless my mother forbids me from attending school, I can't escape the constant threat of being beaten." Gu Jiangyuan sighed. "This is too much. The performance is overdone." The others were left dumbfounded. Had they truly witnessed Gu Xizhi voluntarily stepping in front of Fan Jiang? And how'd she manage to conjure such an elaborate narrative in an instant? Surely, she had a side career as a novelist apart from being a student. Fan Jiang's forehead throbbed with veins as he clenched his fists, filled with murderous intent. "What nonsense are you spouting? I haven't laid a finger on you. And as a man of integrity, I have never killed anyone. Though I am currently inclined to do so, I would never follow through.
So,
you need not harbor such fears. Leave. If you don't, I fear I may lose control and truly harm you." In the family group chat, Gu Jiangyu, Lin Manny, and a few others opened the video Gu Jiangyuan had just shared. Chapter 15. Then let us not watch. Gu Jiangyuan and Gu Sairu had already exited the school gates and decided to ride home together with Gu Xizhi. In the vehicle, Gu Xizhi felt quite anxious. Fortunately, after confirming with Gu Jiangyuan that someone had indeed recorded the video, and he had inadvertently shared it with their parents, she felt slightly reassured. As for Gu Sairu, she regarded her with the incredulity reserved for the foolish. How brainless. After embarrassing herself at the school gate, she still fears no one will preserve her disgraceful history. Didn't you see that the fourth brother is already disgusted by how embarrassing you are, sharing that video in the family group chat? The afternoon dismissal coincided with the peak of rush hour, causing the roads to be congested, and the school was quite a distance from the Gu family villa. Farther than the distance from the Gu company to their home. By the time Gu Xizhi and the others arrived home, Gu father and Gu Jiangyu were already seated in the living room. "Father, mother, big brother, I'm back." Upon entering and greeting her family, who were seated orderly on the sofa, Gu Xizhi suddenly felt a wave of despondency wash over her, her eyes reddening. She sulkily made her way to a corner of the sofa, hugging a cushion, and fell silent, a stark contrast to her usual self, who would immediately search for food upon returning home. In this atmosphere, even a blind person could sense the low pressure emanating from her. What's wrong with Xizhi? Lin Manny, who had been worried after watching the video, felt even more anxious now.
Sigh.
The fourth brother mentioned he accidentally shared the video with our parents, but they seem unresponsive. Perhaps they haven't had time to view it. I understand, I completely understand. Our esteemed parents are busy. They haven't the time to watch. I'll remind them to take a look. If I continue to feign such distress, my beautiful mother, being soft-hearted, might spare me from going to school once she learns I've been bullied. Oh, Happiness arrives so swiftly, I'm almost taken aback. Lin Manny thought she might have been overly concerned for the child and felt grateful she hadn't inquired about the video. Gu father commented, had I known, I would have worked a bit longer. I shouldn't have rushed back early out of concern for her. Gu Jianyu's eyes brightened slightly. The young girl's acting seems to be quite commendable, surpassing the talents of the two recent signings from their company. Yet, has even the notoriously underperforming Class 18 begun to compete? Otherwise, what could possibly be the reason for this girl's reluctance to attend school? I must make a call to the school authorities shortly to inquire. Why has my beautiful mother ceased her inquiries? And what of my father and elder brother? Why do they not ask me if anything has transpired at school? With such indifference. How am I to remind you to take my experiences of being bullied at school seriously? No, I must gather my resolve. Sighing once more, she removed her shoes, lifted her legs onto the sofa, hugged her knees, tilted her body to one side, and buried her head, beginning to sob. I am truly too fragile. My tears come so easily. I am simply remarkable. Now that I am in such a state, surely you must take notice? But it matters not. Proactive children receive rewards. Even if you remain indifferent, as long as I am sufficiently assertive, you will have no choice but to pay attention. For a mere morsel of food, she would traverse great distances to seek familial connection, viewing this as a trivial matter. Without waiting for anyone to inquire, she continued to sob intermittently. I am utterly useless. I failed to protect myself and allowed them to record a video that you all have seen. You are all so busy, yet I have burdened you with this video, and I know you must worry about me. I am so unfilial. I was scared to the point of nearly soiling myself, yet now my concern is not for my own well-being, but for wasting your time with my troubles. Look how understanding and considerate I am. You must feel even more pity for me. This way, you will be even less inclined to send me to school, where I might be bullied. Oh yes, I am truly clever. The Gu family members, you are quite resourceful in your attempts to avoid school. The observing system felt a sense of satisfaction. The host's cleverness was indeed commendable. Essential for her to play the role of a malicious supporting character and fulfill her mission effectively. Gu Jianyu was the first to react, suppressing a smile that threatened to break through his serious facade. With utmost gravity, he remarked, "Oh, you mean the video that the fourth brother inadvertently sent us? No worries. I have been too occupied today to watch it. Since you are so concerned that we might worry upon seeing it and feel you are unfilial, then I shall refrain from watching." Gu father, genuinely serious, pondered how to guide his daughter, who seemed overly cunning. He nodded in agreement. Since you are so averse to us viewing this video, then I shall not watch it either. Nor shall your mother. If it is a video that brings you distress, it must not hold great significance. Now go wash your face and join us for dinner. It has grown dark after all the commotion at the school gate and the traffic delay, Lin Manny said, turning to head to the dining room to prepare dinner with the housekeeper and chef. Tss. Wait. Why is everyone displaying such a peculiar attitude? Is there not supposed to be mutual concern among family? How can you be so heartless? That video pertains to the misery I endure at school. If you do not watch it, was my performance all in vain? With your current disposition, I genuinely fear I will remain in school for the full 3 years. Gu Xizhi felt bewildered, a sense of panic washing over her, leaving her at a loss. Could it be that my tears are not sufficiently dramatic? Should I weep more sorrowfully? If this restrained crying proves ineffective, perhaps I should indulge in loud sobs. I just remembered I have a video conference to attend. I shall go ahead and begin. No need to wait for me for dinner. Before Gu Xizhi could commence her loud weeping, Gu Jianyu departed. Gu father also stood, saying, I believe old Wang was in a hurry to discuss something with me when I left work. I will return his call. Even Gu Jianyuan sought an excuse to ascend the stairs. As Gu Xizhi was on the verge of tears, preparing for a heartfelt outburst, she noticed that only Gu Sairu remained in the living room. Without hesitation, she discarded the pillow she had been clutching. No more tears. What is the point of crying when there is no audience? It is no wonder the original owner endured such a miserable existence. This family is truly heartless. Gu Sairu burst into laughter, unabashedly amused. Indeed, Gu Xizhi remained as uncherished as ever within the Gu household. The Gu family exhibited little concern for her. Chapter 16. A method must be found to motivate her. Gu Sairu initially believed she would have to resort to scheming against Gu Xizhi to provoke disdain from the family. However, it seemed that they were already indifferent towards her without any effort on her part. This realization brought a brighter smile to her face. During meals, the Gu family did not adhere to the custom of eating in silence. Instead, they shared anecdotes about their lives or work, fostering familial bonds. The atmosphere was considerably more amiable compared to typical affluent households. While the others were engaged in sharing their stories, Xizhi merely wished to eat her meal in peace. Alas, you do not care one bit about my experiences at school. Perhaps I should feign a psychological breakdown from the fright I've endured. Once you notice my newfound silence, you will realize something is genuinely amiss. With such a state, I find it hard to believe you would still send me to school. I aspire to achieve great things, thus I shall not relinquish my efforts easily. As long as I cannot enjoy a leisurely life at home, I will persist in my endeavors. As Lin Manny exited the dining room, she felt a pang of regret. She worried that Xizhi might misconstrue her lack of concern as indifference, creating a rift between them. However, upon hearing Xizhi's inner thoughts, her heart was set at ease. Simultaneously, she resolved to be more cautious in the future, ensuring she would not fall for the child's tricks so easily. This young girl, at such a tender age, ought to strive for improvement rather than merely seeking comfort. What if she truly lay about all day and rendered herself incapable? She had been home for nearly half a month now, and it seemed she was adapting well. Perhaps this weekend could be an opportunity to arrange some extracurricular activities for her, encouraging her to learn more and be less idle. Gu's father shared the same thoughts as Lin Manny. Come the weekend, he would take the child to his company for a bit of work, allowing her a glimpse into the world of employment. Young people ought to be more active. The more they engage, the less they will yearn for a life of leisure. Gu Jianyu contemplated whether there were tasks within his company suitable for Xizhi. After all, her attendance at school was more about participation than performance. Thus, it would be beneficial for her to be active in other areas rather than yearning for idleness. Why is everyone looking at me with such strange expressions? Have they already discerned that my mental state is amiss? Observing the silence and scrutiny directed at her, Xizhi felt a flicker of joy within. Gu Jianyu, realizing that if he continued to listen to Xizhi's thoughts, he would inevitably be unable to suppress his laughter, decided to shift the topic. Tomorrow, I plan to sign a contract with Xizhi, the popular streamer from a certain video app. If any of you are fans, you may visit the company this weekend. I'll arrange for you to meet him. Xizhi, a young man in his 20s, had gained fame through a series of dance videos online and had become an idol for many middle and high school students. Gu Jianyu looked at the several teenagers in his family, believing that they might also be fans of Xizhi, hoping to bring them some joy. Gu Jianyuan curled his lips in disdain, expressing his disinterest. I don't like him. That guy merely knows how to throw a few flirtatious glances. He isn't even as handsome as I am, nor does he dance as gracefully. What a trash. As a strikingly handsome man, Gu Jianyuan held an equal disdain for all men who garnered more popularity than himself. Gu Jianyu turned his gaze towards Xizhi and Sairu. What about the two of you? If any of your classmates have a crush on him, you could bring them along. This would help strengthen your relationships with your classmates. As for Xizhi, Sairu recalled that name and let out a cold laugh inwardly. What a worthless individual. She remembered that it was her elder brother who had brought Xizhi back that day, and they seemed to get along quite well afterward. Although her brother appeared indifferent towards Xizhi now, the kindness he had shown her in the past still lingered. It's nothing. I'm not particularly fond of him either. Since that was the case, she decided not to mention it to her brother, letting him experience a bit of headache. When the situation inevitably spiraled out of control, she would step in to assist him, thus earning his greater appreciation and solidifying her standing in his heart. Further relegating Xizhi's position. Xizhi shook her head decisively. I don't know him, I don't like him, and I'm not interested. I simply wish to relax, to lay flat, and leave the pursuit of idols to the energetic youth. Xizhi counted. She had just uttered 10 words. For someone who was already psychologically distressed, such an expression seemed rather excessive.
No, she needed to speak less.
I should act like I don't enjoy talking lately. Should I perhaps learn some sign language? Wouldn't that make me seem more authentic? Gu Jianyu twitched at the corner of his mouth. He yearned to tell Xizhi that if she truly learned sign language, no one would suspect her mental state. Instead, they might wonder if she had become deaf or mute. Had it not been for hearing her inner thoughts, her family might have sent her to a school for the hearing impaired. No, learning sign language is too exhausting. If I were to express myself more, my hands would be in constant motion. Wouldn't that mean I'd be exercising all day? No, I absolutely cannot learn sign language. It would interfere with my relaxation. Lin Manny's eyes suddenly sparkled. This seemed quite promising. If Xizhi were to learn sign language, she wouldn't be able to lay flat anymore. Young people should be more active for their health. She wondered if there was a form of foot language. Perhaps Xizhi could learn that as well. Otherwise, if she only learned sign language, it would result in developed hand muscles, which wouldn't be ideal. Tomorrow, after Xizhi goes to school, she would inquire about the best sign language schools nearby. Unbeknownst to Xizhi, she had inadvertently diminished her chances of relaxation as she savored a piece of tender, braised beef brisket. Suddenly, she lifted her head to gaze at Gu Jiangyu. Did you just say the artist you want to sign is named Xizhi? Gu Jiangyu assumed she had finally realized that Xizhi was her idol and nodded. Yes, if you want to meet him, I can arrange that for you this weekend. Oh no, my brother is doomed. But why is this plot advancing so quickly? Wasn't this supposed to happen 6 months later? I remember that it was Xizhi who stepped in to help my brother when his company was on the brink of collapse, stabilizing it. After that, my brother trusted Xizhi even more and harbored a deeper resentment towards me. If this event occurs earlier, will my brother, due to his increased trust in Xizhi, send me abroad sooner? What disaster? What on earth is happening? Chapter 17. Only Xizhi is hurt. You need to clarify. Gu Jiangyu was getting anxious. Had it not been for the need to keep Gu Xizhi unaware of his ability to hear her thoughts, he would have directly asked. Unable to hold back, he rephrased his question. Xizhi, your expression seems rather peculiar. Is something troubling you? Nothing. Gu Xizhi lowered her head, continuing to maintain her facade of disinterest. Let me think. If I were sent abroad ahead of time, I would be all alone and no one would supervise me. Could I finally relax properly? The members of the Gu family, excluding Xizhi, collectively thought, don't dream, we would never send you abroad. But that seems unfeasible. If I'm alone abroad, how would I manage meals unless they assign a chef to me? Surviving on takeout Western food every day? No way. Eating Western cuisine occasionally is fine, but daily consumption would drive me insane. The Gu family members, it's a relief that you realize there's an issue with eating alone abroad. The system also breathed a sigh of relief. It had to remind Gu Xizhi, host, you should not entertain thoughts of going abroad for now. Please remember that you are bound to a villainous female supporting system. Only by staying close to the female lead can you complete your tasks. Alright then, since even the system doesn't support my immediate departure abroad, I shall postpone my relaxation for now. In that case, should I address the matter concerning Xizhi sooner? To prevent Xizhi from stealing the limelight later on, although I don't harbor much animosity towards her, given that I've just crossed over and many events have yet to unfold. But if she excels too much, could it affect my relaxation here? Following this, Gu Xizhi remained absorbed in contemplating this issue, leaving no room for other thoughts. Consequently, Gu Jiangyu's curiosity about Xizhi went unheard. It wasn't until they were nearly finished with their meal that Gu Jiangyu failed to catch any further thoughts from Gu Xizhi. He glanced at her helplessly and said, I just realized there are still matters to discuss regarding Xizhi. Let us hold off on the signing for now. After saying this, he perked up his ears, prepared to receive Gu Xizhi's thoughts. Gu Xizhi indeed regained her focus.
Oh.
My brother is actually postponing the signing with Xizhi? Has he perhaps sensed something amiss with Xizhi? In truth, Xizhi doesn't seem to have major issues. He is also a victim in this scenario, rather pitiable. Speaking of pity, my own situation is the most tragic. The original owner of this body starved to death, which is how I ended up here. Before I crossed over, I was equally unfortunate, working overtime to the point of collapsing. The other members of the Gu family, also seeking answers, were left in shock. They had previously heard Gu Xizhi mention novels and time travel, but this was the first time they encountered such a complete version of the story. Lin Manny lowered her head, weeping. It turned out that her biological daughter had starved to death, and the soul inhabiting her daughter's body was that of another, a girl who had worked herself to death. She found an excuse to stand and walked towards the restroom. Gu father shared the same sentiment. As a man, he felt equally distressed. Gu Jiangyu and Gu Jiangyuan, the two young men, also found their eyes subtly glistening. After contemplating the situation, Gu Xizhi, who was still engrossed in her persona, remained oblivious to the sudden shift in atmosphere at the dining table. When Lin Manny returned, she placed an entire plate of cola chicken wings in front of Gu Xizhi. Since she knew Gu Xizhi enjoyed them, she had instructed the kitchen to prepare them, though cola wasn't the healthiest option. And she had only permitted Gu Xizhi to eat two. No more than that. With a particularly affectionate tone, she said, Xizhi, since you like these wings, go ahead and finish them. She had resolved that regardless of the soul within her daughter's body, she would cherish her as her own daughter and care for her well. Given that Xizhi had previously endured such hardship that it led to her demise from starvation, It is only fitting that she now be provided with an abundance of food, ensuring she never again experiences the pangs of hunger. Just moments ago, Gu's father had intended for Gu Xizhi to join him at the company over the weekend for extra work, but he has since had a change of heart. The child has suffered enough in her past life, working herself to the point of collapse. In this life, she could languish at home every day, as long as she remains healthy and alive. Upon his return to the company tomorrow, he will certainly speak with the management about reducing the overtime demands on the younger employees. The youth ought to relish life more, rather than squander their time on excessive work. Xizhi, have you completed your homework today? If not, why don't you leave it to fourth brother? He can help you with it later. He empathized with her, recalling his own late-night struggles with homework, feeling as though he might collapse from exhaustion. He must ensure Xizhi is well cared for. Gu Xizhi was utterly bewildered. It felt as if everyone around her had undergone a transformation of spirit. But as long as her leisurely lifestyle remains unaffected, she welcomes the change. She promptly transferred all the chicken wings from her plate to her bowl and then hurriedly handed her backpack to Gu Jiangyuan. Gu Xizhi smirked with satisfaction. It was evident that nobody truly cared for Gu Xizhi, allowing her to indulge in such unhealthy delights as cola chicken wings. Fourth brother even deliberately mentioned in front of their parents that he would assist her with her homework, implying she was too lazy to do it herself, which would only add to their disapproval of her. With a gentle smile, she chimed in, "Fourth brother is in his senior year now and has a heavier study load. Perhaps Xizhi's assignments should be entrusted to me. After all, I am also in my first year of high school and our assignments should be quite similar. It would be beneficial for me to review them." Though she too was a first-year student, she insisted on completing her assignments independently. By saying this, their parents would surely become upset, potentially reprimanding Gu Xizhi directly. Gu's father nodded in agreement, acknowledging Xiro's reasoning. Xiro is correct. Fourth, you may give Xizhi's homework to her. In the future, if Xizhi wishes to avoid doing her assignments, she can always turn to Xiro for assistance. She loves learning and will surely enjoy writing more. As for Xizhi, he instructed her to take a stroll in the yard after dinner before retiring to her room for rest. You are at an important stage of growth. Do not overexert yourself. Yes, Xizhi, in the future, just let your sister handle your homework. You're still young and need ample sleep. Their affluent family saw no need for the children to toil over assignments. Even if their grades were mediocre, it was the participation that mattered most. Xiro's smile faltered. What was happening? Shouldn't they be reprimanding Gu Xizhi? How did she end up becoming a mere tool for assisting Gu Xizhi with her homework? Gu Xizhi was the one being coddled for her youth, her growth, and her need for rest. Did that mean Xiro, who was only a few hours older, did not require the same consideration? To ensure Gu Xizhi rested well, Gu Jiangyu decided against inquiring about Ji Zeifeng's matters through Gu Xizhi. He was already aware that Ji Zeifeng had issues and would arrange for someone to investigate shortly. Chapter 18. The system has issued a new task. After dinner, Gu Xizhi took a leisurely stroll in the yard, marveling at the beauty of the night sky. The stars were numerous, and the moon shone brightly. Meanwhile, Gu Xiro carried Gu Xizhi's backpack upstairs. Her window faced the yard, allowing her to observe Gu Xizhi. She was beginning to question her life choices. It was inevitable that her family would dismiss Gu Xizhi's situation. Otherwise, they would not be so indifferent to her studies. Nor would they expect her to complete Gu Xizhi's assignments. However, they had not asked her to serve as a mere tool. Rather, they intended for her to review the material multiple times as the most favored daughter of the Gu family, with hopes that her parents and brothers would eventually entrust the family legacy to her. This was their way of expressing high expectations, urging her to take on more responsibility. After dinner, the Gu family would typically gather in the living room for about half an hour to an hour, watching the news, analyzing it together, or continuing discussions on topics that had not been finished during dinner. Gu Xiro glanced at the freshly retrieved math paper on the table, the prominent red score of 96 catching her eye. Scoring 96 out of a possible 100 on a first-year math exam was indeed a rare achievement. A satisfied smile crept across her lips as she picked up the paper and grabbed a pen to head downstairs. Mom, this is the test paper from today's class. The teacher requires a parent-s signature. Could you please sign it for me? Lin Man and I had just gone to the yard to call Gu Xizhi back for fruit and had only just sat down. Glancing at the paper Gu Xiro offered, she accepted the pen. Signing while speaking, she remarked, "Well done. What reward would you like, Xiro?" In the past, whenever Gu Xiro excelled in her exams, her family would reward her. Though they were aware that Gu Xiro was not their biological daughter, they still treated her as such, especially since her parents had also cared for Gu Xizhi. Moreover, with her parents no longer present, Lin Man and I and the rest of the Gu family had agreed to continue treating Xizhi as their own daughter. As expected, Gu Xizhi felt a swell of pride inside, her face adorned with a sweet smile as she replied, "No need for a reward.
Besides,
I am not entirely satisfied with this score. I misread one question, leading to a 4-point deduction. I must rewrite that question 10 times later to remind myself not to make such mistakes again." High achievers are expected to hold themselves to rigorous standards. Whenever she expressed such sentiments in the past, her parents and brothers would praise her while also feeling a pang of sympathy. Gu Xizhi had not seen such a math paper in quite some time, and it happened to be placed right in front of her. She casually glanced at it and quickly spotted the question that Gu Xizhi had answered incorrectly. Having received system rewards and mastered knowledge across all high school subjects, she found these problems to be as simple as basic arithmetic. After Gu Xizhi finished speaking, she nodded. Indeed, such a simple question could be answered incorrectly. It is wise to rewrite it several times to reinforce your memory. Her comment was not aimed at anyone in particular, she was merely stating a fact. The rest of the Gu family did not hear Gu Xizhi's inner thoughts, indicating that what she said truly reflected her feelings. However, Gu Xizhi felt a surge of anger mixed with amusement. Was her sister, who dozed off in class, being emboldened by a singer surnamed Liang to look down on her own accomplishments? She managed to suppress her irritation and replied, "You are right, sister. By the way, I heard the teacher mention that you also took this test today. I assume you did well on that question. May I borrow your answers for reference?" Gu Xizhi speared a piece of watermelon with her fork, cheeks puffed out like a pufferfish, and shook her head. "Is that a no? Did you not bring the paper back? It's all right. If I can't see it tonight, I can come to your classroom tomorrow morning to retrieve it." Gu Xizhi shook her head again, having stuffed a large piece of watermelon into her mouth, making it difficult to speak. Gu Xizhi thought to herself that Gu Xizhi must have performed poorly on the test and was embarrassed to reveal it, which is why she kept refusing. But she was determined to expose her. "Why not? Did you not just say that question was easy? If it's that simple, you should have been able to answer it effortlessly. So, what is the harm in letting me take a look?" Finally, Gu Xizhi swallowed the entire piece of watermelon and was able to speak. She sighed. "You misunderstand. I am not saying no. I am merely stating that I am completely unaware of the testing situation. In class, I often find myself dozing off, and no one ever calls my name. I remain oblivious to what transpires during lessons. I speak with an air of unwarranted confidence, as if slumbering in class is an entirely acceptable behavior for a student." Lin Manny has already signed her name and returned the paper to Gu Xizhi, remarking, "All right, since Xizhi has said so, you needn't make things difficult for her any further." She glanced up at the wall clock, which indicated it was nearly 8 o'clock. If she didn't finish her fruit soon, it would interfere with her early bedtime. Gu Xizhi was taken aback. She had not anticipated such a response. She had envisioned a scenario wherein she would confront Gu Xizhi, making her family acutely aware of the disparity between them. Yet, Gu Xizhi had nonchalantly delivered a slap to her own face. Not only had she failed to complete the test paper, but she had slept through it entirely, unaware that it even existed. Could such a situation be articulated with such casualness? Even more astonishing was the fact that, under these circumstances, her mother had not scolded her. She quickly surveyed the other students, who appeared to have ignored Gu Xizhi's earlier proclamation, showing no reaction whatsoever. Of course, they must have long since given up on Gu Xizhi, hence their indifference to her actions at school. A system task was triggered, requesting the host to ask Gu Xizhi for tutoring, followed by a fit of jealousy over Gu Xizhi's excellent grades, leading to the destruction of the notes gifted to her by a senior from the prestigious university. While Gu Xizhi savored her second slice of watermelon, the dormant system unexpectedly revived. She nearly choked, gasping for breath. "Wait, system, could you not give me a heads up before issuing a task? You always arrive so abruptly. Do you seek to frighten me into switching hosts? And this task you've devised is rather juvenile, don't you think? As a high school student, why would I tear up someone else's notes out of jealousy? Who would believe that my actions stem from jealousy? Surely they would assume I have lost my mind." The Gu family, who had turned their attention back to the news, suddenly perked up at Gu Xizhi's inner thoughts. They all discreetly leaned in, intrigued. Was the system issuing yet another task, urging Xizhi to destroy someone else's notes? Indeed, it seemed rather childish. Gu Jiangyuan, however, was less concerned with the task's immaturity and more intrigued by the potential rewards for completing it. Ideally, he hoped the rewards would be advantageous to him, providing a reason to borrow them from Xizhi. Chapter 19. Please tutor me. Gu Xizhi, too, was curious about the reward. The system responded, completion of the task grants 300 points of combat power. 300% increase in combat power? I currently possess no combat power. So what does that even mean? If I were to obtain this reward and face off against Wang Daoshi from the popular drama under one person, would I stand a chance? So, it was an increase in combat power? Lin Manny frowned. This system did not appear benevolent. Xizhi was still a child, and such violence was inappropriate. The other men in the Gu family, including Gu father, grew excited. An increase in combat power was indeed promising. Gu Jianyuan and Gu Jiangyu were both aware of the recent hit series and eagerly awaited the system's response. The system cautioned, "Host, please remain rational. Reality is not a drama, and you cannot compete with those possessing supernatural abilities. System, your assertion is flawed. Now that I possess a system, why can't I have supernatural powers? It seems you are simply too weak, which is why your combat power is being augmented so significantly. And yet you still cannot defeat Wang Daoshi. TSK. The men of the Gu family were now aware of the answer. Gu Jianyuan felt a twinge of regret. Gu Xizhi picked up a bunch of grapes, munching on them while watching Gu Xiao. Once Gu Xiao finished signing her paper, her intention to confront Gu Xizhi fell flat. And she felt no reason to linger. With someone like Gu Xizhi, she could afford to ignore her. Xizhi would likely self-sabotage. However, the way Gu Xizhi looked at her stirred a flicker of unease within her. Sister, what's wrong? Is there something on my face? Gu Xizhi shook her head, saying, No, I simply wish to ask you for tutoring.
Let us go up right now.
Gu Xiao was left speechless. Had she truly heard that correctly? A person who slept through class to the extent of being unaware of a quiz, and who openly requested assistance with homework in front of their parents, was asking her for tutoring? In contrast to Gu Xiao's shock, the other Gu family members maintained their composure. Gu father even encouraged Gu Xiao to assist Gu Xizhi. Thus, 5 minutes later, Gu Xizhi, who had intended to finish her snack and then retire for the night, found herself sitting in Gu Xiao's room. This marked the first time the two of them had been alone since Gu Xizhi returned to the Gu household. In such a setting, it would be convenient for Gu Xiao to enact her schemes. Recalling a similar scenario from her previous life, Gu Xiao remembered how she had brought Gu Xizhi into her room under the pretense of tutoring, only to tear up the notes she had obtained from her senior in front of her. After shredding the pages, she had exited the room with reddened eyes. The other family members had approached her, inquiring about what had transpired, and she hesitantly claimed that Gu Xizhi had torn up the senior's notes out of jealousy over her superior grades. No one had doubted her, and they began to reprimand Gu Xizhi. That incident had made Gu Xizhi's existence in the Gu family all the more arduous.
Now,
as she observed Gu Xizhi and reflected on the recent events, she thought it best to keep the notes for her own use. Sister, I heard you possess the study notes of a top student. Could I borrow them? Just as she dismissed the idea, Gu Xizhi spoke up. Here you go. Fine. Look all you want. You won't understand anyway. Gu Xiao, feeling somewhat impatient, pulled the thick notebook from beneath a stack of books on her desk. Take your time. I need to get started on my homework. In addition to completing her own assignments, she also had to assist Gu Xizhi, which was becoming increasingly irksome. In the future, she decided it would be best to avoid topics relating to Gu Xizhi, lest she inadvertently dig a pit for herself. Gu Xizhi received the notebook, casually flipping through it, confirming that it was indeed the notes of a top student. Suddenly, she stood up and walked toward the door. Hey, where are you going?
Didn't you say you wanted tutoring?
Gu Xiao felt conflicted. Would Gu Xizhi leave to tell everyone that she was unwilling to tutor her, thereby tarnishing her reputation? Ignoring her, Gu Xizhi opened the door and dashed out, swiftly positioning herself at the balcony on the second floor, gazing down into the living room. Raising the notebook, she proclaimed, the reason Gu Xiao excels academically is precisely because of this notebook. I'm going to tear it up, ha 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 ha. And indeed, she began to rip the pages one by one. The Gu family members were rendered speechless. The silence was deafening. Had they not heard Gu Xizhi's inner thoughts, they might have deemed her actions as malicious and indicative of a need for medication. System, aren't I quite the performer? Does this count as an exceptional display of talent? Shouldn't I receive additional rewards for this? Oh, omnipotent system, perhaps you could grant me extra funds. Once I have money, I may not feel the need to stay in this household. What? Was she implying that with enough money, she would consider leaving home? Surely. The system wouldn't actually grant her any funds? If the system were capable of rolling its eyes, it would surely do so to the point of them nearly falling out. Host, cease your fanciful musings. This system shall not bestow upon you the reward of wealth. Even if such notions were entertained previously, they are now firmly banished. What a jest it would be, should she acquire riches and move out. It would utterly undermine her role as the malicious female antagonist. System, you have truly disappointed me. It seems that direct monetary assistance is out of the question. The members of the Gu family collectively exhaled in relief, each contemplating the impossibility of providing her with money in the future. Gu Xiru, anxious that Gu Xizhi might tarnish her reputation before the Gu family, felt compelled to follow suit. She positioned herself as the closest observer of this unfolding drama. After a moment of shock, she swiftly regained her composure, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she rushed downstairs to Lin Manny's side. Mother, I genuinely wish to tutor my sister, but why does she behave thus? Does she harbor a dislike for me? Although she was perplexed by Gu Xizhi's erratic behavior, she recognized the opportunity presented. Lin Manny, taken aback by the sudden embrace from her daughter whom she had raised, felt a pang of empathy. She gently stroked her head and reassured her, "Dear, do not overthink it. Xizhi has merely expressed that she tore your notes out of envy for your academic success. She never indicated any animosity towards you." Gu Xiru exclaimed, "Are you in your right mind? Do you truly believe your words carry weight?" Tears streamed down her cheeks, rendering her a pitiful sight. Does my sister think I have come home to usurp our parents and brothers, hence her displeasure? Perhaps I ought to leave the household? It mattered not. If she merely feigned greater obedience, it would only serve to highlight Gu Xizhi's malice in stark contrast. Why not consider a temporary departure? Chapter 20. I am berating myself. In recent days, Lin Manny had been diligently absorbing knowledge from various novels. She had come to understand that Gu Xizhi's dialogues with the system might not stem from a state of delirium, but rather indicate the system's existence. If Xiru were present in the house, it was possible that the system would not serve her interests well. Would it corrupt Xizhi? But perhaps as long as Xiru was absent, all would be well. Xiru, we possess several properties near your school. Gu Xiru abruptly lifted her head, the tears she had been brimming with forgotten in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Manny. Mother, what did you just say? She felt certain she must have misheard. How could her mother, so tender towards her, suggest that she move away? Given her recent display of thoughtfulness, surely her mother would feel even more compassion. Before Lin Manny could finish her sentence, she noticed Gu Xiru's expression and realized she may have misinterpreted her daughter's intent. It seemed that her words were not genuinely meant to suggest a departure. Sighing, she abandoned the topic. Gu's father glanced at the time, his brow furrowing slightly. Xizhi, it is getting late. Return to your room and prepare for bed. While Lin Manny handed Gu Xiru a few tissues, she nodded in agreement. Indeed, it is late. If you wish for Xiru to tutor you again, it would be wise to commence earlier, no later than 8:30. Gu Xiru, taken aback, thought, despite Gu Xizhi's blatant hostility towards me, they have not uttered a single word of reproach? Father, mother, I understand. Although my sister has torn my notebook, I bear her no ill will. I will return earlier tomorrow to provide her with tutoring. In her previous life, the Gu family had doted on her to the point of sending Gu Xizhi abroad to fend for herself. At this moment, she was certain they did not act out of affection for Gu Xizhi. Perhaps they had abandoned her entirely, unwilling to be involved in her affairs. She resolved to appear even more benevolent and understanding, subtly reminding them just how intolerable Gu Xizhi had been. After conveying this sentiment, she excused herself under the pretense of needing to complete her homework. My parents seem rather kind. They haven't scolded me at all. System, do you think if I were to sell some of the antiques in our home for money, they would be angry with me? Gu father, they would certainly not scold you. They would simply wish to give you a good thrashing. It appears the butler must ensure the antiques are well guarded. Gu Jianyuan, indeed, my parents possess remarkable patience. Even with Xizhi's blatant antagonism towards Xiru, they do not chastise her. If I were to incite their ire, perhaps I could enlist Xizhi to take the blame, allowing me to escape unscathed? He resolved to strengthen his relationship with Xizhi moving forward. Last night, at the dinner table, he had endeavored to craft a persona of someone traumatized by bullying at school. However, Gu Xizhi was summoned early the next morning, unceremoniously ushered into a vehicle and taken to school. She spent the day dozing in class, sipping on 2 cups of milk tea, one gifted by Li Shuangshuang and the other begrudgingly offered by Zhang Qi. Zhang Qi glared at her. If Fan Zhang brings anyone to bully you again, I will absolutely act as if I see nothing. Anyone who helps you is a fool. After returning home last night, he had perused the school forum. To his dismay, he was indeed misunderstood. Many claimed he was afraid of Fan Jiang, feigning being pulled by Gu Xizhi. He registered numerous accounts to defend himself, but no one believed him. He nearly resorted to using his saved allowance to hire a group of internet trolls to vindicate him. Gu Xizhi, savoring her tapioca pearls, nodded in agreement. Yes, you mustn't be a dog. If anyone bullies me, simply pretend not to see. It would save me the effort of dragging you along. It's exhausting. Zhang Qi, if it weren't for my principle of never striking a woman, I'd have taken action. In class 1 of year 1, Su Jing asked Gu Sairu to borrow the senior's notes. With reddened eyes, Gu Sairu shook her head. Jing, I'm terribly sorry, but I would love to lend you my notes. However, my sister tore them to shreds last night. Tore them?
What?
Gu Xizhi ripped up the notes from senior Lin Hao. Several students who overheard quickly gathered around. Before long, a new post appeared on the school forum. Gu Xizhi from year 1, class 18, is utterly complacent, spending her days sleeping, and has now torn up the notes borrowed from senior Lin Hao. The comments below were rife with vitriol directed at Gu Xizhi, branding her as a poor student, envious, petty, and malicious, among other insults. Gu Xizhi. Is what they say true? Did you really tear up senior Lin Hao's notes? During lunch in the cafeteria, Li Shuangshuang glanced at her phone and then at Gu Xizhi. Unable to suppress her curiosity, Gu Xizhi, lollipop in mouth, tilted her head in contemplation. If that reputedly impressive senior is indeed named Lin Hao, then yes. She peered at Li Shuangshuang's phone, noticing more insults directed at her. Li Shuangshuang nodded with concern. Gu Xizhi felt a surge of excitement. Quick, show me. I want to see if their insults are sufficiently harsh. Being berated by a crowd on the school forum would surely shatter her fragile psyche. TSK. These individuals are simply inadequate. Are they all mere bookworms? Their insults lack the sting to evoke tears. In fact, I find it rather amusing. Such mild rebukes would hardly convince my parents that I was truly distressed. It seems I must take matters into my own hands. You should help me register a few accounts, and I'll teach you how to insult me. Li Shuangshuang. She worried that Gu Xizhi would be hurt by the multitude of insults on the forum, yet here she was, contemplating registering accounts to berate herself. Gu Xizhi was determined to avoid school, diligently tapping away on her phone even during meals. Gu Xizhi, as an individual, finds herself burdened by the weight of her unsatisfactory academic performance, unable to uphold the prestigious reputation of being a scion of the Gu family. While Gu Sairu is willing to make sacrifices, Xizhi repays kindness with malice. Has she outfitted herself with a GPS? Is she aware of her own position? A mediocre student ought to remain in their place, yet here she is, daring to envy the top achievers. Her audacity is truly remarkable. As if she could encompass the vastness of mountains and rivers. Perhaps she should bask in the sun more often. Once she tans, no one will call her a fool. To encapsulate her essence in a single phrase, where has that visage gone? Is that adornment around your neck meant to enhance your stature? Does she believe that tearing up Sairu's notes will miraculously transform her into a top student? The eyes are the windows to the soul. Yet hers seem to have been smeared with ink. Li Shuangshuang, observing Gu Xizhi's relentless beratement, was left speechless, taken aback by the tirade. She felt an urge to remind Xizhi that in essence, she was chastising herself, and such severity was unnecessary. Chapter 21. Indeed, I am here to stir up trouble. With Gu Xizhi's initiation, it seemed as though a floodgate had opened, and an unending stream of insults began to flow, each more sophisticated than the last. Any sane individual would surely retaliate under such relentless scrutiny. However, Gu Xizhi was not that individual. She perused the comments on the forum. Her spirits buoyed as she polished off an enormous bowl of rice, followed by 3 chicken legs. Time invariably flies during slumber, and in the blink of an eye, it was already the afternoon dismissal. Li Shuangshuang, an avid fan, eagerly anticipated the release of her idol's new merchandise at a boutique down a narrow alley behind the school. As soon as the bell rang, she dashed out, fearing that if she lagged, the items would be snatched away. Gu Xizhi followed suit, albeit towards the school cafeteria. Given the extent of her recent scolding, the prospect of her dropping out and languishing at home loomed ever closer. She intended to savor as many school chicken legs as possible before her official withdrawal. Hurry! The commotion in the alley is calling. Fan Jiang is once again delivering retribution. It is rumored that this time, a girl from class 18 of the first year is the target.
Oh.
ISNT that girl in the same class as Gu Xizhi? What is it with her classmates, each seemingly eager to provoke Fan Jiang? With 2 chicken legs in hand, Gu Xizhi exited the cafeteria. Upon hearing her name mentioned, she perked up her ears to eavesdrop on the gossip. Isn't Fan Zhang a student from Sanzhong? What brings him here? Why, isn't he looking for me? We are old acquaintances, after all. A little bullying wouldn't he hurt? When I eventually drop out and stay home, I will certainly express my gratitude to him. As seniors still had evening study sessions, Gu Jiangyuan arrived at the cafeteria with a few classmates. His ears pricked up at the snippets of conversation. His lips twitched slightly. Xizhi is quite tenacious about this notion of dropping out. His gaze scanned the entrance of the cafeteria until it landed on Gu Xizhi. Her lips smeared with grease from the chicken legs. She remained oblivious to him, absorbed in her gossip.
Ah.
It seems the girl who was reprimanded by Fan Zhang is named Li Shuangshuang, the one who has been dining with Gu Xizhi recently. But hold on. I know Li Shuangshuang. She appears rather meek and timid. Surely, she wouldn't dare to provoke Fan Zhang. If it were only her, she likely wouldn't have done anything to offend him. But she is familiar with Gu Xizhi, who has certainly crossed Fan Zhang. It is said that Fan Zhang, concerned that he might frighten her, intended to target those around her first, coercing her into voluntarily withdrawing from school and distancing herself from Gu Sairu. Li Shuangshuang?
Who is that?
Gu Xizhi paused for a moment. Oh, I remember now. The little girl who accompanied me for lunch these past few days. She even offered me her chicken leg on the first day. Gu Jianyuan chuckled. What exactly is Xizhi doing at school? After sharing a few meals with this new classmate, she took so long to remember her name. Gu Xizhi glanced at the chicken legs in her hands, initially intending to head towards the school gate, but then changed direction towards the back wall. Gu Jiangyuan, the cafeteria is over there. Where are you going? The rear wall of the school lacked a gate. Typically, one would need to exit through the side gate to reach the alley behind. As Gu Jiangyuan hastily chased after her, he caught sight of her silhouette perched on the wall. Before he could call out for her to wait, she disappeared again. His eyes brightened. His sister is truly impressive, scaling walls with such speed and audacity, leaping from such a height without hesitation. In the alley, Li Shuangshuang cowered against the wall, trembling as she faced Fan Jiang and his entourage. I only have this much money. If it's not enough, I'll bring more tomorrow. This was her first experience of being cornered alone, and having witnessed similar scenarios on television, she expected their intentions to involve robbery. She complied, immediately presenting the scant 300 yuan she had saved over the past month, meant for purchasing her idol's merchandise. Fan Jiang, irate, swatted the money from her hand. Don't insult me with your petty cash. I had no intention of dealing with someone as unremarkable as you. It would be too shameful to be associated with you. But you just had to be Gu Xizhi's friend, so blame her. He flicked the ash from a cigarette and beckoned his companions get him. He had brought 3 individuals, each sporting flamboyant hair colors and a rebellious demeanor. Bystanders, frightened, dared only to watch from a distance, none willing to intervene. As his words fell, he stepped back, and his 3 accomplices advanced from different angles. Li Shuangshuang quivered at the sight of them, pressing her body against the wall as she slid down, bracing for the impact of their fists. She instinctively shut her eyes. Who dares to throw a bone at me? Are you seeking death? Which scoundrel dares to throw a bone at me? Step forward. The trio halted simultaneously, scanning their surroundings. Before them lay a chicken bone, gnawed clean. It's me, Gu Xizhi, not some scoundrel. Approximately 20 meters away, Gu Xizhi sauntered over, leisurely savoring her last chicken leg. Upon hearing her voice, Li Shuangshuang's eyes flew open. Gu Xizhi, run. They won't spare you. Their target is you. They won't harm me. You must flee. I'll hold them back. Li Shuangshuang, usually a lackluster student, had seen enough dramas and read enough novels to know how to play the supportive side character. Sacrifice oneself to protect a friend. Just moments ago trembling in fear, she dashed forward, clutching the nearest blonde. Fearing that standing would not suffice, she dropped to the ground, grasping his foot, her voice hoarse. Gu Xizhi, hurry and go. Don't worry about me. If something unfortunate were to befall me, once you grow strong, avenge me. This is too theatrical. The moment Fan Jiang laid eyes on Gu Xizhi, his anger surged, veins bulging on his forehead, and witnessing Li Shuangshuang's antics only intensified his fury. Gu Xizhi took a bite of the remaining morsel on her chicken leg, glancing at the bare bone, feeling somewhat unsatisfied. With Li Shuangshuang finally silent, Fan Jiang turned his gaze to Gu Xizhi. What brings you here? Chapter 22. It's haunted. Let us raise a scapegoat. Gu Xizhi answered his question with action, flipping the bone in her hand, exerting a slight force, sending the bone flying. The speed was astonishing, and amidst a fleeting moment of silence, One could still hear a sharp whoosh followed by the anguished cry of Fan Jiang. Struck in the abdomen by a bone, Fan Jiang doubled over in pain, baring his teeth as he uttered each word with deliberate intensity. Gu Xizhi, you're seeking death. Indeed, I have come to confront you, you wretched being. If previously Fan Jiang had bullied Gu Xizhi merely to vent his frustrations on Gu Sairu, now he genuinely harbored a deep-seated animosity towards her, wishing fervently to reduce her to dust.
Wait.
Gu Xizhi interrupted him. She approached Li Shuangshuang, bent down, and helped her to her feet, asserting that grievances should be settled on the spot, and there was no need to wait for another occasion. Li Shuangshuang lowered her gaze at the fingers tugging at her sleeve, seriously suspecting that Gu Xizhi had come over solely to use her clothing to wipe her greasy hands. She responded with a dazed On the other side, Fan Jiang had regained a modicum of composure, standing upright and adjusting his already short sleeves. Gu Xizhi, you're finished. Wait, Gu Xizhi interrupted him once more, glancing at the crowd of onlookers in the distance, many of whom were filming with their phones. Let us speak over there. She led the way towards the end of the alley, where a house with an antiquated exterior, its walls cloaked in moss, awaited. There was a corner that appeared devoid of any onlookers. Fan Jiang gritted his teeth. You fine, let us go. By the way, Gu Xizhi turned back. Arrange for someone to block them. Don't let them follow us. Fan Jiang felt as though he might shatter his teeth with rage. You go, block them. Don't let them follow. In order to teach Gu Xizhi a lesson promptly, he endured. 2 minutes later, Gu Jianyuan arrived. Where is Gu Xizhi? Where is she? I warn you, if even a single strand of her hair is harmed, I will not spare you. Someone recognized him and sought to answer his inquiry. At the end of the alley, Fan Jiang emerged, staggering, with a battered and bruised face. 2 of his companions who had followed him and were in even worse shape. The crowd was bewildered. What happened? Wasn't Fan Jiang supposed to teach Gu Xizhi a lesson? Why does he look like he has been taught a lesson himself? Goodness. They were in there for less than half a minute. How could things have turned out like this so quickly? Could there be traps in there? Where is Gu Xizhi? If they are in such a state, she must be even worse off, right? Isn't that house rumored to be haunted? Could it be that they were attacked by ghosts? The mere suggestion sent shivers through the crowd. Has Xizhi been attacked by ghosts? Gu Jianyuan dashed forward. But halfway there, he suddenly halted. Gu Xizhi emerged leisurely, her face pristine, her clothes immaculate, and her gait entirely normal, just as it had been when she entered. Except for one detail. Fourth brother, you've come to rescue me. Haven to you? How wonderful. Without you, I would have been bullied to death. I was so frightened just now. Sob, sob, sob. They were too terrifying. Fan Jiang and his companions exclaimed, Clarify yourself. Who exactly is terrifying? The others murmured in shock. The haunted house behind the school is indeed haunted, and it seems to be inhabited by ghosts that favor boys over girls, only attacking the males. Shortly after Gu Jianyuan departed with Gu Xizhi, a new post on the school forum began to gain traction. I can attest this is true. I was there. I personally saw Gu Xizhi walk in with Fan Jiang and the others, and in the end, it was the boys who emerged battered and bruised. While Gu Xizhi had nothing wrong with her. I was present. Those ghosts were particularly formidable, able to injure someone in less than half a minute. It was utterly terrifying. I advise everyone to avoid that alley. Who knows when those ghosts might decide to take a stroll. Seated in the Gu family car, Gu Xizhi opened the forum on her phone, chuckling. She did not choose to remain anonymous, but rather commented directly using her main account. I can also attest. It was truly terrifying. Thankfully, I am a beloved beauty, and they couldn't bear to lay a hand on me. I narrowly escaped a calamity. Everyone browsing the forum accepted Gu Xizhi's words as truth. After all, this was the most rational explanation. Far more palatable than the notion that it was Gu Xizhi who had attacked them. I never expected that somewhat dimly lit house was indeed a haunted house. It conveniently allows me to shift the blame. Not bad, not bad. Gu Jianyuan, also perusing the forum, bore an expression that indicated, I knew it. The fighting prowess bestowed upon Xizhi by her system rewards was truly remarkable, capable of leaving several individuals in such a state in such a short span of time.
Stop the car.
Gu Xizhi suddenly commanded, exiting the vehicle. Moments later, she returned cradling a small yellow puppy, no more than 2 to 3 months old. Fourth brother, let us adopt a dog. Gu Sairu seems rather dim-witted. She even got 2 questions wrong on the homework she helped me with. If I continue to let her assist me with my assignments, won't others suspect that I wrote them myself? That would be utterly embarrassing. Once we bring the little yellow one home, I can simply avoid doing my homework and blame it on the puppy, saying it tore my work apart. Gu Jianyuan had yet to grasp how Gu Shiji's train of thought had leaped to adopting a dog. Now, hearing her reasoning, he found it quite ingenious. With a scapegoat dog at home, should he accidentally damage something, he'd have someone to take the blame. The little yellow puppy had been wandering outside for some time and was rather filthy. They took the dog for a bath and a health checkup before bringing it home. It would need to stay at home for a week, and only if it remained healthy could they take it for vaccinations. Time flew by and the weekend arrived. As the sun began to set, Gu Shiji was still walking the dog in the neighborhood when Gu Jianyuan dragged her back. The whole family is dressed and ready. Just waiting for you. Grandparents are urging mom and dad to hurry and take you over. Today marked the occasion of a banquet hosted by the Gu family, held at their ancestral home. After being dragged back, Gu Shiji was promptly dressed and adorned in a lovely pink princess gown. After staying with the Gu family for half a month, her complexion had improved, her figure had filled out, and her features had become more refined. After a careful grooming, she truly resembled a little princess from a prestigious family. However, why on earth are you bringing the little yellow puppy to such a chaotic affair filled with so many people? Gu Sairu pondered, staring at the little yellow dog nestled in Gu Shiji's arms, her mind swirling with questions. Let us hope it doesn't cause any trouble for the family. Chapter 23. The old lady is astutely clever. Gu Shiji, Gu Sairu, Gu Jianyuan, and Gu Jiangyu were all in the same car. Upon hearing Gu Sairu's words, both Gu Jianyuan and Gu Jiangyu turned to look at her. Am I going to tell you that I brought the little yellow one along to serve as a scapegoat? Gu Shiji mused, stroking the puppy's head, her gaze gentle as she replied, I just felt uneasy leaving such a small creature alone at home. Gu Jianyuan and Gu Jiangyu exchanged glances, sensing a contradiction in her words. Since the banquet date was set the previous week, Lin Manny had arranged for invitations to be sent out. Today, nearly everyone in the city who had business dealings with the Gu family was in attendance. Naturally, all the other relatives of the Gu family residing in the city were also present for the event. Their vehicle arrived relatively late, and as Gu Shiji entered the banquet hall cradling the yellow puppy, she followed closely behind Gu Jianyuan and Gu Jiangyu. The hall was already bustling with numerous guests, and all eyes quickly turned toward her. Is that the biological daughter that Gu Shurching recently found? She truly resembles Lin Manny. My daughter attends the same school as Gu Shurching's biological daughter. I've heard that this biological daughter is not a good student at all, completely overshadowed by Gu Sairu. It is said that before returning to the Gu family, she was reduced to the status of a beggar. How could such a person possibly be regarded as the daughter of the Gu family? The dog she embraces appears to be a mutt, quite unattractive, much like her own rustic appearance. In the corner, whispers about Gu Shiji circulate among the onlookers, who are too distant for Gu Jianyuan and Gu Jiangyu to overhear. However, Gu Shiji, who has received several rewards from the system, hears everything clearly. She recalls the descriptions of this banquet from the novel. The original character experienced a similar fate upon her entrance. Despite being the true daughter of the Gu family, she had lived in the most despised circles. Having been cast out for so long, for over 6 months, she had been a beggar, someone whom these self-styled members of high society shunned. There were even numerous sycophants of Gu Sairu who, in their zeal to defend her, committed egregious acts against Gu Shiji. Xizhi, come here quickly. This is your grandfather. And this is your grandmother. Call them. Lin Manny's voice interrupted Gu Shiji's thoughts. They had already stepped into a small room adjacent to the banquet hall, where the Gu family members congregated. Seated at the front, the 2 elderly figures that Lin Manny urged her to greet appeared quite amiable. They were Gu Shiji's biological grandparents, among the few members of the Gu family depicted in the book as being somewhat kind to her. Grandfather, grandmother. She obediently called out. The elderly lady, her face etched with noticeable wrinkles, smiled broadly, her eyes crinkling. Come here, and let your grandmother have a look at you. You're so thin. You must have endured much hardship outside. But now, you're back, and that is what matters. The old lady grasped her hand tenderly, stroking it while removing a jade bracelet from her wrist and slipping it onto Gu Shiji's wrist. Oh, my grandmother is truly wonderful, gifting me such a fine bracelet on our first meeting. She mused, if I were to sell this bracelet, it would suffice to ensure my comfort for a lifetime. Does that mean I could leave the Gu family? She had initially returned to the Gu family out of financial necessity, risking everything. Yet the presence of the female protagonist weighed heavily upon her. Protagonists often possess an aura of privilege, and being a mere supporting character in her vicinity could lead to her eventual demise, as per the original plot. Gu Sairu's eyes were fixed intently on the jade bracelet adorning Gu Shiji's wrist. This was a cherished heirloom of the old lady, rumored to be worth at least 200 million if sold. Despite spending considerable time with the old lady, she had never been bestowed such a gift, and now, upon only the first meeting with Gu Shiji, she witnessed this. The old lady paused for a moment before suddenly removing the bracelet, exclaiming, "Look at me. Such an old fool. You're still a child. How could I allow you to wear such an antiquated piece?" Grandmother, Gu Shiji was taken aback. How could the gift slip away so easily? She gazed earnestly at the old lady. "Do not be deceived by my youthful appearance. My mental age is already 50. I truly appreciate such bracelets." The old lady chuckled awkwardly, patting Gu Shiji's hand. "You're quite the jokester, my dear." Gu Shiji's eyes widened with sincerity. "I am not jesting." Yet the old lady chose to disregard her. "Indeed, the narrative in the book indicates that while the grandmother is somewhat kind to me, she never gifted me a bracelet. It seems to remain consistent." The old lady scrutinized Gu Shiji for a while, pondering if she truly understood the child's sentiments. Thankfully, she had the wisdom to reclaim the bracelet. Otherwise, this child might have sold it and run away from home. What on earth is the plot of this book? Lin Manny and the others breathed a sigh of relief. Retrieving the bracelet was wise. It was indeed too old-fashioned to suit a young girl like Xizhi. "Grandmother, I spoke with the family steward a few days ago, and she mentioned you've been experiencing some headaches. May I help you with a massage?"
Gu Sairu,
clad in a light purple gown, approached the old lady, her face adorned with an air of aristocratic elegance, as she lifted her skirt with a gentle smile. She had overthought it. How could the grandmother truly bestow the bracelet upon Gu Shiji? In her previous life, though the grandmother had been relatively kind to Gu Shiji, in her eyes, Gu Sairu was her most beloved granddaughter. She recalled that in her past life, the grandmother had fainted unexpectedly after a week of meeting Gu Shiji, only to be diagnosed with a myocardial infarction afterward. "Grandmother, how about I bring my sister to visit you every day after school?" Gu Sairu nestled close to the old lady, gently massaging her temples. The old lady beamed, nodding eagerly. "Yes, yes. Grandmother will await your visits daily. I shall instruct the chef to prepare delightful dishes for you." Gu Shiji remembered reading that the cooks in the ancestral home had been royal chefs for generations, all due to the kindness bestowed upon them by the old patriarch's father. As she read in the novel, she had been salivating at the thought. Now the prospect of dining there daily seemed delightful, and she found herself viewing Gu Sairu in a more favorable light. "Grandfather, as this is our first meeting, do you not have a gift for me?" With Gu Sairu monopolizing the old lady's attention, she seized the opportunity to approach her grandfather in search of funds for her potential escape. The old man, with a stern expression, replied curtly, "None." Gu Sairu managed a sly smile. It appeared her grandfather was even less fond of Gu Shiji than in her previous life. Disappointment washed over Gu Shiji. She glanced around at the relatives of the Gu family standing nearby, sharing a knowing smile. They were all her elders, previously briefed, and prepared gifts awaited her. Though the old man's and old lady's intentions remained ambiguous, they still presented Gu Shiji with gifts. As she made her way around, she found herself standing in front of a young, strikingly handsome man who could elicit gasps from onlookers. Following Lin Manny's introduction, she called out, "Uncle." In the next moment, her eyes widened in astonishment. Chapter 24. The male protagonist appears. Uncle? Could he possibly be Gu Yijing, the male lead of this novel? He was the adopted son of the Gu family patriarch, only 20 years old, yet already graduated from university and serving as a department manager at Gu Corporation. The original character's hardships within the Gu family were largely attributable to him. After the original character met her tragic end abroad, Gu Sairu was unwilling to merely remain a cherished adopted daughter and later aligned herself with Gu Yijing. Truly, he is the quintessential male protagonist of a novel. His looks, his aura, he bears a striking resemblance to my unfortunate brother. According to the book's descriptions, he had quietly established his entertainment company 6 months prior to her return, leveraging his connection with her brother to uncover secrets about several first-tier artists, using these secrets to blackmail them into joining his company. It was his machinations that ultimately led to Xizhi's downfall. Thus, this is likely when he established his company? Gu Jingyu suddenly cast a sharp gaze at Gu Yijing. Could he have used his connections to poach artists from his own company? The patriarch of the Gu family also scrutinized Gu Yijing's face, his eyes narrowing dangerously. Gu Yijing was not particularly fond of such lively gatherings, yet as an elder, he felt compelled to attend. Upon noticing Gu Shiji approach him and call out, He maintained a stoic expression as he pulled out his phone and opened WeChat. Add me on WeChat, and I'll send you a red envelope as a greeting gift. He was too busy to bother preparing a gift for a girl he had never met before. All right away. Xizhi swiftly retrieved her phone, adding him on WeChat and completing the transaction seamlessly. Upon seeing the transfer amount of 1 million, she beamed, truly. The male protagonist of the novel was both wealthy and generous. She looked up at him with a bright smile and said, "Dear uncle, allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Xizhi. I am 15 years old, and aside from eating and sleeping, my greatest passion lies in accumulating wealth. Thus, I am quite easy to please. Simply offer me money, and I will willingly engage in any lawful endeavor. Should there be any aspect of my behavior that displeases you, rest assured that with a little financial incentive, I shall swiftly remove myself from your presence. Please refrain from employing any of the cruel tactics depicted in novels to deal with me. That would be an utter waste." Having stated my position so candidly, I trust my life will be somewhat more comfortable from here on out. Lin Manny, who had the ability to hear thoughts, felt a mix of exasperation and sympathy, tinged with anger. In the original narrative, what exactly had Xizhi done to Xizhi that compelled her to take such precautions upon their first meeting? The other members of the Gu family could not help but laugh. Some found it amusing that someone would so unabashedly express their avarice, while others scoffed, deeming her a true child of poverty. Xizhi rolled her eyes, noting how this incarnation of Xizhi was even more brazen than in her previous life. Xizhi's expression darkened, as if a thin layer of ice had crept down his throat. "Keep your distance from me." Very well. The kinship event concluded. Xizhi received a plethora of gifts, including a generous sum of 1 million as a welcoming gift. She reveled in her good fortune for less than 10 minutes before Lin Manny approached her. "Xizhi, you are still young and unable to manage such wealth on your own. You should entrust everything to your mother, including the red envelope your uncle just gave you. When you grow up, I shall return it to you." Xizhi was taken aback. At 15 years old, a daughter of a prominent family, she found herself ensnared in the farce of having her mother safeguard her red envelope. It wasn't just Lin Manny. Even her grandmother, whom she had just met, along with her father and brothers, echoed the sentiment. With a heavy heart, she reluctantly surrendered her newfound fortune, still warm from her grasp. It seemed her parents truly disliked her, unwilling to allow her even a morsel of the Gu family's wealth, insisting on reclaiming what little they had bestowed upon her. Xizhi recalled the pocket money her family had encouraged her to save over the years, accumulating over 10 million. A sense of pride welled within her. "All right, everyone, let us not keep our guests waiting." The elderly patriarch of the Gu family straightened his back, clasped his hands behind him, and led the way outside, where many guests awaited the banquet. At the event, the patriarch delivered a speech, formally introducing Xizhi and clarifying that Xizhi was the adopted daughter of the Gu family, even though many had already heard whispers of this news. When the patriarch himself revealed it, many were taken aback. They had not anticipated that Xizhi, the most esteemed young lady in the city, was a false scion. Yet her demeanor bore a striking resemblance to that of a true Ning family member. "My daughter informs me that although Xizhi is aware of her status as a false scion, she has not succumbed to despair. Rather, she has dedicated herself more fervently to her studies at school. Xizhi is truly a commendable child, perhaps the most pitiable of all, having been so young and unaware of her true circumstances when she was mistakenly swapped. Now, with the appearance of the true heiress, not only does she learn she is not a biological child of the Gu family, but she also discovers that her real parents have passed away." TSK. Most attendees felt a pang of sympathy for Xizhi. In contrast, the return of Xizhi, who had endured hardship as a beggar, elicited no such compassion. Many deemed her unworthy of such magnificent wealth. The adults quietly discussed these matters, presenting their own children to engage with Xizhi, encouraging them to entertain her. Suddenly, Xizhi found herself surrounded by 7 or 8 youths of similar age, both boys and girls. Xizhi and Su Jing were among them. Su Jing spoke up. "Xizhi, let us play by the pool. It's less crowded there." Xizhi cradled her little yellow pet and affectionately patted its head, nodding in agreement. "Although I am aware of your intentions in bringing me to the poolside, I shall comply nonetheless. Soon, our little yellow will serve its purpose." Among the attendees were classmates of Gu Jianyuan, as well as childhood friends. He sat on the couch by the window, conversing with them, occasionally glancing towards Xizhi, worried that she might find this gathering overwhelming. Upon hearing her thoughts, he quickly suggested, Shall we sit by the pool for a while?
Oh,
If little yellow is to be put to use, it surely indicates some amusement ahead. As Gu Xizhi and her companions approached the pool, Gu Yijing, engaged in conversation while holding a glass, looked over. Su Jing, with a starry-eyed expression, remarked, "Siru, is that your uncle? He is exceedingly handsome. Far more so than in the pictures. Does he have a girlfriend?" Chapter 25. The Moment of Little Yellow's Hunt. The narrative describes Gu Siru as precocious. Since the age of 10, she had harbored feelings for the then 15-year-old Gu Yijing. With her protagonist's aura, she successfully captured his attention. Gu Yijing, who appeared emotionally detached from the Gu family, exhibited a stark contrast in his demeanor towards Gu Siru. Gu Xizhi surmised that Gu Siru would blush and reply to Su Jing, "He must have someone he likes." To her astonishment, the next moment brought a cold retort from Gu Siru, "I don't know. If you're interested in him, you might as well pursue him, but I cannot assist you. Our relationship isn't very close." Huh? Why would Gu Siru respond this way? Isn't she fond of Gu Yijing? How could she be so petty as to prevent Su Jing from pursuing him? Something is amiss, very amiss. An increasing number of events diverged from the original storyline. Never mind, I shall focus on saving money. If all else fails, I can use my savings to flee and ensure my survival. I hope that in the future, when someone transfers money to me, they do so discreetly without my mother's knowledge. Gu Jianyuan remarked, "I must have a serious talk with my mother," urging her to regularly check Xizhi's mobile payment records. She must not be allowed to possess too much money. Gu Yijing, unbeknownst to him, had already approached them. Standing across from Gu Siru with a serious expression, "You claim our relationship is not close?" Gu Siru frowned, a flicker of resentment flashing in her eyes. Yet her voice remained gentle. "Uncle, is there something you wish to discuss with me?" Gu Xizhi produced a handful of sunflower seeds from somewhere, squatting down. Not only did she enjoy them herself, but she also shared a few with her little yellow pet. To be honest, the love story of the main characters is quite delightful. Especially the experience of enjoying the drama live is rather enjoyable. Previously, Gu Jianyuan had only perceived that his uncle treated Gu Siru differently due to her being a girl. Listening to Gu Xizhi's thoughts now revealed the underlying truth. Alas, do you have any sunflower seeds to spare? Sharing in the gossip about one's uncle and sister was unexpectedly thrilling. Sui rolled his eyes. Who carry such common snacks around? Sunflower seeds are hardly appetizing. Gu Jianyuan felt increasingly disappointed in his friends and decided to approach Gu Xizhi to request some. Returning to the group, he shared in the sunflower seeds with them. Watching Gu Jianyuan relish the seeds, Sui snatched a few, and they were surprisingly delightful. Gu Yijing lifted Gu Siru's chin, his dark eyes deepening, seemingly unfathomable. As he leaned closer, "Did you just say our relationship is not close?" Despite being merely a 20-year-old youth, he exuded an air reminiscent of an overbearing CEO. His presence both formidable and intimidating. I truly fail to comprehend what allure such frosty, tyrannical figures possess in novels. They are genuinely terrifying, are they not? Aside from his striking looks and wealth, his demeanor is utterly appalling. With a temperament as frigid as an iceberg, does he desire to freeze those around him to death? Gu Jianyuan nodded repeatedly. Yes, indeed, a person like his uncle, who is cold and aloof to everyone, is hardly endearing. The girls in class who swoon at the sight of his uncle's photograph are all quite peculiar. According to him, it is the sunny, handsome young men who are truly likable. Gu Siru suppressed the impulse to swat Gu Yijing's hand away, feeling vexed, and smiled. "Uncle, I was merely joking with my classmates. You are my uncle. How could I possibly have a poor relationship with you? If it weren't for the potential future reliance on him." She would be eager to sever ties with him right then and there. Gu Yijing released her hand, gently caressing Gu Siru's cheek, the chill emanating from him diminishing somewhat. "I do not wish to hear such jokes again." With that, he let go of Gu Siru and turned to leave. Gu Siru visibly exhaled in relief, though her eyes, cast towards Gu Yijing's retreating figure, were tinged with an intense, unyielding hatred. How strange. Why does Gu Siru seem to harbor such animosity towards Gu Yijing? Did not the novel portray her as being hopelessly in love with him? Amidst countless admirers, she singularly devoted herself to him. Observant Gu Xizhi, engrossed in the unfolding drama, did not miss the glint in Gu Siru's eyes. Anyone with a modicum of sense could discern that an unspeakable connection existed between Gu Siru and Gu Yijing. Su Jing also ceased her insistence on pursuing Gu Yijing. Gu Xizhi, previously a mere spectator, suddenly found herself in the spotlight. A chorus of voices surrounded her. Xizhi, today is such a festive occasion. Why not indulge in some games? How about we play blind man's bluff? Before Xizhi could respond, others eagerly chimed in, all agreeing enthusiastically. One could hardly suppress an eye roll. Are these individuals merely children, playing such childish games at someone else's gathering? How foolish Xizhi must have been to fall for such a juvenile trick, to be pushed into the water without a hint of suspicion, believing it was merely an accident during the game. In the end, she naively thanked them for rescuing her. In such gatherings, the majority typically dictates the course of action. Xizhi, stifling her internal complaints, did not harbor any thoughts of exceptional treatment. She consented to join them, simultaneously releasing the leash on Xiao Huang. Smiling, she addressed them. Xiao Huang is still a little pup, akin to a human child. Upon witnessing us engage in such childish games, he wishes to join in as well. Surely no one would mind? The group's primary objective was simply to have Xizhi partake in their games. The addition of an unappealing little dog was a minor inconvenience. In fact, they might even find amusement in the prospect of tossing the pup into the water as well. Envisioning Xizhi and the dog splashing in the same pool was even more repugnant. Soon, the game commenced. Xizhi was designated as the first blindfolded player tasked with catching the others. Her eyes were covered. Gu Jiangyuan and the older students refrained from participating, standing aside to observe. He remained prepared to intervene should Xizhi require rescuing. Recently, she had taken to feigning victimhood, attempting to evade school by playing the role of the oppressed. This scenario was undeniably the perfect stage for her theatrics. He worried that even if she was not pushed into the pool, she might willingly leap in herself. 2 minutes later. Do not chase me. Stay away from me.
Splash.
Do not come closer. Do not come closer. Quick, save me. Xizhi, come save me. Help, help. Who will assist me in removing this vicious dog?
Splash. Splash.
Splash. Chapter 26. With her eyes covered, how could she hear? Gu Jiangyuan stood dumbfounded as Xiao Huang, who moments ago had driven everyone into the water like a shepherd's ferocious dog, now approached Xizhi, head bowed in a pitiful manner. Xizhi removed the scarf from her eyes and embraced Xiao Huang, looking innocently at the disheveled group in the pool. Oh, were we not playing blind man's bluff? Have you all suddenly decided to play a diving game instead? But how could you not inform me in advance? I understand now. You must feel disdain for me because I once lived as a beggar, thinking I am dirty, and do not wish to share a pool with me. She clutched Xiao Huang tightly, feigning hurt. Very well. Since you all find me so repugnant, I shall not force you to play with me any longer. Let's go. But it was your dog that drove us down. Su Jing seethed, accusing Xizhi of being the one to cast blame first. Uft, Gu Jiangyuan remarked. Your sister is quite shameless. Those people were screaming just moments ago, and I refuse to believe she did not hear a thing. She must know everything, and is merely pretending. Truly impressive. Su Yi, engrossed in his sunflower seeds, had become quite addicted, oblivious to the fact that he had gone to fetch another handful, munching away with zeal. Gu Jiangyuan crammed the remaining seeds into his hands, exasperatedly declaring, Are you blind? Did you not see that my sister had her eyes covered? How could she hear anything? With that, he hurried after Xizhi. Xizhi, wait for me. If they do not wish to play with you, I will play with you. Su Yi, do you not wish to reflect on what you just said? Her eyes are covered. What does that have to do with her hearing? Lin Manny had set a curfew for Xizhi, insisting she return home by 9 o'clock. Thus, as the clock struck 8, even amidst the lively conversations at the banquet, she excused herself to the elders, taking Xizhi home. The once celebrated guest of the evening now became the focal point of discussion for leaving prematurely. The Gu family was the wealthiest in the city, and their recognition of the long-lost true daughter had already made headlines. Online discussions swirled about the event. Gu Madam's early departure with Xizhi, long before 8, was surely due to her belief that Xizhi remaining at the banquet would bring shame upon the family. If we were to acknowledge such a disgraceful sister, I too would feel embarrassed. Should she still carry the stench of refuse, she would surely offend the guests, and that would be even more mortifying. TSK. The Gu family places far too much emphasis on blood ties. Were it me, I would simply give her a sum of money and instruct her to seek a remote place to live incognito, leaving it all behind. I heard this true daughter even tossed Gu Sairu and her friends into the pool tonight. How petty to possess such a small-mindedness while holding the title of true daughter, truly disgusting. Lin Manny sat in the back seat with Xizhi, observing her devouring the leftover cake from the banquet with fervor. She furrowed her brow, feeling a pang of sympathy. This child must have endured severe hunger during her time as a beggar, and now she is yet to recover. Seeing food, she is compelled to fill her stomach. Let's go to 22 cake. Since she enjoys cake so much, we shall buy her plenty. A swarm of reporters followed them, capturing their visit to the cake shop. Once the images circulated online, they only solidified the notion that Xizhi was not favored within the Gu family. It appeared they feared she would embarrass them at the banquet, preventing her from eating there, yet worried she might starve. They only took her out to buy food after leaving the gathering. Ha ha ha, could this possibly be the most unfortunate heiress I have ever encountered? The online uproar is deafening. Xizhi is blissfully indulging in cake, simultaneously claiming the rewards bestowed by the system.
Tonight.
Gathering all those individuals by the pool is also one of the system's tasks. Task reward: world-class traditional Chinese medicine skills, already dispensed. Xizhi? I am the one who wishes to let things slide. Will this not affect my desire to do so in the future? To be on the safe side, this matter must remain confidential. Otherwise, if a horde of random people seeks me out later, it could become quite troublesome. Lin Manny cast a glance at Xizhi. It appears that the system has rewarded her again, but what could it possibly be? I wonder if it will affect her routine of going to bed early tonight. Regardless of what it is, since she wishes to keep it a secret, I shall assist her. The following day, still a weekend, Xizhi rose at 9 o'clock. Upon entering the living room, she observed the faces of the Gu family members, all looking rather grim. Elder brother, the comments from those online trolls are utterly excessive. They have completely distorted our intentions. Your company specializes in public relations. Hurry and have them clarify the situation. Xizhi made her way to the dining room, enjoying the heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lin Manny. As she listened with curiosity to their conversation, she took out her phone to accompany her meal. After all, not checking one's phone during a meal diminishes even the taste of dragon meat by a third. Upon unlocking the screen, she was met with an array of headlines regarding the Gu family banquet from the previous night. She casually tapped on one and burst into laughter.
Oh.
These comments are quite astute. Aren't they precisely what a cannon fodder female supporting character in a novel ought to endure? If I am portrayed as so miserable in their eyes, surely if the protagonists truly possess some halo, they would be too apathetic to deal with me further upon seeing my plight? Sigh. I can't shake the feeling that these people's insults are insufficient. If they were to be more ruthless, wouldn't the credibility of my psychological distress be elevated even further? It seems I must take matters into my own hands. As she savored the nourishing black sesame paste, Xizhi commenced berating herself online. Gu Jianyuan soon noticed a particularly scathing new comment. Its tone bore a striking resemblance to the style of insults directed at Xizhi on the school forum. It was immediately evident who had penned it. Elder brother. Should we not just let this go? They have their mouths. They can say whatever they please. It seems that Xizhi is not particularly affected. Not merely unaffected. She appeared rather pleased. Just as Gu Jianyu was about to mobilize the public relations team to issue a clarification, he nodded in agreement. Yes, let us refrain for now. We'll address this when the little girl no longer finds it amusing. The moment the little girl mentioned the protagonist Halo, he scoffed. Whether protagonist or author, none shall harm her. After Xizhi finished her breakfast, she returned upstairs to tackle her homework. Yet, seated at her desk, her thoughts strayed from her studies as she scrolled through various posts. By the time lunch arrived, the Gu family had taken no action to address the online comments, allowing her to relax. Subsequently, she opened a search application and entered a name. Chapter 27, the leading figure in contemporary traditional Chinese medicine, contracted. Xizhi typed in the name, Fang Mianji, the foremost figure in contemporary traditional medicine, currently the honorary dean of the Capital Medical University, and a guiding teacher for the National Academic Inheritance of Traditional Chinese Medicine. A renowned master of traditional Chinese medicine, a representative inheritor of National Intangible Cultural Heritage traditional medicine projects, among other accolades. With his remarkable acupuncture techniques and adept use of herbal medicine, he has cured numerous perplexing ailments that confounded other doctors. Even a wealthy individual diagnosed with a terminal illness in its late stages, condemned to death by all physicians, was brought back from the brink by him. To this day, that wealthy individual has thrived for 8 additional years, even welcoming 3 more children into the world. Healthier than most, hailed as a miracle. This series of titles conveys a crucial message. He is the individual that the affluent seek to curry favor with the most. As long as one lives, the possibility of illness exists, Cultivating a relationship with an accomplished physician signifies an added layer of security for one's life. In her previous life, she was solely focused on obtaining the love and wealth of the Gu family, showing little interest in such matters. However, in this lifetime, she must develop herself from other avenues. She must become a disciple of Fang Nianji. According to the plot of her past life, Fang Nianji will secretly visit Ning City next month to participate in a medical consultation. It is only after he departs that everyone will realize he had come, and the wealthy in Ning City wishing to forge connections with him will have missed their opportunity. This is precisely her chance. Monday arrived. Once again unable to successfully transfer out of school, Xizhi was compelled to return. As soon as she appeared on campus, she was met with a cacophony of whispers and pointed fingers. Look at her. She seems like she hasn't woken up. Perhaps she has been too busy working at home to get any sleep. I used to envy her, thinking it was fortunate to be the daughter of a billionaire, but now I no longer feel that way. What does a good background matter if she doesn't deserve such a life? I visited Xizhi's home once. The Gu family seemed quite nice. After I went, Xizhi's mother was exceptionally kind to me, so it's clear they don't deliberately mistreat Xizhi. If she is not doing well in the Gu household, it can only be said that her behavior must be truly outrageous. Even the kindest person would struggle to tolerate someone like her. Did you not see the video of her pushing a crowd into the water last night? How thick-skinned must she be to come to school so nonchalantly? Upon hearing these comments, Xizhi pondered for a moment and pinched her own cheek. She still bore a bit of baby fat. There was quite a bit of flesh on her face, and truth be told, her skin was indeed rather thick. Upon entering classroom 18 of the first year, there was still some uncertainty among her classmates regarding whether she or Zhang Qi was the more formidable. Thus, no one dared to openly discuss her. The din around her quieted considerably. The moment Li Shuangshuang spotted her, she quickly offered her a cup of milk tea. Blushing, she lowered her eyes and, with her back facing Xizhi, said, "Regardless, I believe in you." Xizhi accepted the milk tea and affectionately ruffled Li Shuangshuang's hair as if she were petting a puppy. "Believing in me is the right choice. You shall gain the experience of being let down 9 times over 3 days. Li Shuangshuang, should I continue to believe in you then?" Zhang Qi's family had also been invited to the Gu family banquet, yet he did not attend. On the night of the banquet, he and a group of friends went to explore the haunted house behind the school. They spent the entire night there, ultimately falling asleep, and nothing transpired. He now bore a look of discontent. Upon seeing Xizhi enter, he too offered her a cup of milk tea.
Xizhi.
That day you were with Fan Jiang and the others by the haunted house. Quickly tell me how the ghosts emerged to teach Fan Jiang a lesson. Did they mention when they would come out again? Xizhi glanced at Zhang Qi's milk tea, which was laden with sugar, and frowned as she handed it over to Li Shuangshuang. They simply gave Fan Jiang a good thrashing. Afterward, they told him they were once the landlords of that area. One day, a band of bandits came and stole their belongings, and to make matters worse, they slaughtered their entire family. After their deaths, their souls became trapped in that house. They have been waiting there ever since, until UVME 50. On Thursday, I'll take you to hear their revenge plans. Zhang Qi, who had never been so attentive in class, gazed intently at Xizhi like a well-behaved child, absorbing her words only to find himself outwitted. At Gu's entertainment, on Gu Jianyu's desk lay the documents his subordinates had gathered for investigation. He promptly dialed his assistant. "Have Xizifeng come to my office immediately." Although Xizifeng had yet to sign a contract with Gu's entertainment, his live streaming app was indeed under its banner. A swift call from Xizifeng's assistant soon brought him to Gu Jianyu's office. Without preamble, Gu Jianyu inquired, "Do you know him how? He had previously been my manager, but circumstances compelled me to dismiss him." Gu Jianyu pulled out an A4 sheet. "Is this the reason?" Xizifeng glanced at it, his complexion paling as he nodded awkwardly. The paper revealed that his ex-girlfriend had been entangled with his former manager. "Take a look at these," Gu Jianyu continued, sliding several more sheets forward. They contained chat logs between Wang Hao and Xizifeng's ex-girlfriend, detailing their scheme to ruin him once he gained fame. Both were individuals Xizifeng had once trusted implicitly, and their intentions to destroy him seemed effortlessly achievable. For instance, Xizifeng's ex-girlfriend conspired with Wang Hao to leak information that Gu's entertainment coerced Xizifeng into breaking up with his girlfriend to avoid losing her fanbase, even pressuring the already pregnant girlfriend to abort. Furthermore, the manager had planned to fabricate chat logs of Xizifeng's alleged misdeeds. Although these documents were mere forgeries, their close ties to Xizifeng meant that once revealed, no one would doubt their veracity. The repercussions would not only jeopardize Xizhi's career, but also severely damage Gu's entertainment. Gu Zhengyu narrowed his eyes. If this was merely a conflict between Xizhi, his former manager, and his ex-girlfriend, it should not implicate Gu's entertainment. During the investigation, he unearthed some intriguing details. Is it Jingxi Entertainment? Xizhi, now fully aware, expressed his remorse. I understand. I will not sign with your esteemed company to avoid dragging you down. Gu Zhengyu tapped his fingers on the desk. The contract remains, but... Chapter 28. Mathematics Homework. Over the weekend, every teacher assigned homework. During the morning reading session, while other classes collected assignments. Class 18 of the first year was somewhat different. They were busy copying their homework, especially for mathematics. Failing to submit the assignment could lead to a call from the teacher to their parents, unlike other subjects where only a reprimand was likely. Unfortunately, the class representative's homework had already been borrowed by another student. Adhering to the principle that 3 heads are better than 1, Li Shuangshuang and her peers decided to rely on each other and collaborate. Last week's math assignment hadn't involved any tests, only 5 significant problems from the textbook. In their corner, there happened to be 5 students, including Gu Xizhi, who had not completed their homework. The 6th member, the math representative who had lent out their homework, had been excluded from their small group. Ever since they acquired Xiao Huang, a tool capable of tearing apart assignments, Gu Xizhi had no need for Gu Sairu, who had previously been her homework ghostwriter. Many assignments had been neglected. Listening to Zhang Qi and Li Shuangshuang discuss their copying plans as if they were plotting something monumental left her feeling quite exasperated. You tackle this problem. Li Shuangshuang allocated a task to Gu Xizhi with only 8 minutes remaining until assignment collection. The others had already embarked on their respective tasks. Gu Xizhi glanced at the problem assigned to her, then observed her peers fervently scribbling away. Though she didn't fully comprehend their methods, she respected them, especially admiring their camaraderie. Her own homework had been entirely surrendered to Xiao Huang's den, awaiting its destruction at any moment. At that moment, there was not even a notebook on her desk. She noticed Li Shuangshuang still pondering her assigned question. The expression on her face seemed painfully contorted, as if the problem were attempting to consume her. Gu Xizhi sighed, took Li Shuangshuang's notebook, and swiftly began solving the problem. It was a single question, and she finished it in no time. When she returned the notebook, Li Shuangshuang was still deep in thought, so Gu Xizhi decided to leave them to their own devices. Fortunately, Gu Xizhi's handwriting was quite average, as was Li Shuangshuang's, so there were no glaring discrepancies. As the time for submission approached, Li Shuangshuang remained at a loss, resorting to copying a haphazard array of formulas to make it appear somewhat legitimate. Once she finished, the others completed their tasks, and they began the final phase of consolidating their work. Typically, there is only one correct answer. However, the errors of those struggling with their studies varied widely. Thus, as they copied, they amended certain parts, resulting in 5 different answers from their collective efforts. Li Shuangshuang only realized that Gu Xizhi, who had contributed to one problem, had already succumbed to sleep. She nudged her shoulder and handed over her notebook. The assignments will be collected soon. Hurry and copy. Gu Xizhi lazily lifted her eyelids and responded nonchalantly. My homework was shredded by my dog. Li Shuangshuang. Zhang Qi. Li Shuangshuang offered. I'll give you another notebook. Let me help you copy a version. Gu Xizhi calmly declined. No need. I did my homework. It's just that my dog is a bit mischievous. The teacher won't hold it against me. After all, to the teacher, it merely meant one less student as homework was submitted, while she had lost all her assignments, which would surely elicit sympathy. Zhang Qi smirked. If the teacher truly believes your tale, I'll adopt a husky after school today. This way, I'll avoid the daily hassle of copying homework. Gu Xizhi yawned languidly, also taking the opportunity to educate Zhang Qi. Adopt, don't shop. If you wish to have a dog, I suggest you rescue a stray. That way, you'll have a canine that can chew on your homework, and another unfortunate soul will find a home. Enemy forces will arrive in 5 seconds. Prepare for battle. All troops advance. Once the homework was copied, Zhang Qi promptly resumed his game. It was unclear how loud his voice was, even with headphones on, as the sound still leaked out. Zhang Qi became engrossed in his game, arguing with someone. Come on, dude, it's you again? After this match, I'm done playing with you. You're such a cheat. We agreed on $5 a star, yet you only sent $3 in the last round. You're not sticking to the deal? Forget it. I'll return that $3 later. Just wait for your stars to drop this round. With that, Zhang Qi maneuvered his character in the game right into the enemy's line of fire, standing still to await defeat. The sounds of the opponent's curses filled his headphones. Gu Xizhi didn't catch the specifics, but her eyes sparkled like stars in the night sky. In her previous life, whenever she had free time, she would indulge in gaming. Coincidentally, Zhang Qi played a game she was also quite proficient at. She could serve as a gaming coach to earn some money. Seeing her pull out her phone and open the game, Li Shuangshuang realized her attempts at persuasion had failed and quietly took the other students' notebooks to submit the assignments. In the mathematics department's office, Zhang Yang surveyed the freshly collected homework from Class 1 and Class 18, two stacks placed side by side. Without hesitation, he opted to grade Class 1 first, as just the thought of Class 18's crew gave him a headache. Class 1's academic pace was notably quicker than that of Class 18. The assignments assigned to them differ significantly, often exceeding those given to Class 18 by a substantial margin. However, due to their high accuracy, neat handwriting, and clear steps in problem-solving, the grading process is swift and enjoyable. While marking, he finds himself occasionally tuning into the conversation between two colleagues across from him. They mention that the newly opened Huangmen chicken rice on the food street is exceptionally authentic. Currently, with the grand opening, patrons receive complimentary drinks and eggs. They propose to go together for lunch. Although the school cafeteria offers meals, the teachers occasionally yearn for a change in palate. The two female teachers also plan to indulge in bubble tea after lunch. Zhang Yang smirks inwardly, recalling the woman at home who, in recent years, has taken to the trend of drinking the first bubble tea of autumn, making it seem as if one could not survive the season without it. She's always engaging in peculiar rituals. The thought of the woman he has known for over a decade fills him with irritation. As luck would have it, he has already completed the grading for Class 1 and is now tackling the assignments from Class 18. Upon observing the chaotic responses from Class 18, his agitation intensifies. They truly resemble a bunch of fools. Chapter 29. Zhang Yang furrows his brow, certain that he will not be coming. He had briefly reviewed the assignments he assigned, aware of their difficulty level. One particular question was initially intended for Class 1, but he later realized it was too simple for the top students there. Consequently, he assigned it to Class 18 to fill the quota, fully prepared for the prospect that none of them would manage to solve it. After grading 20 assignments, he found that while other questions occasionally yielded correct answers, that one question was universally answered incorrectly, precisely as he had anticipated. This illustrates the disparity between individuals. What is trivial for Class 1 poses insurmountable challenges for the underachievers of Class 18. They seem utterly clueless about the formulas they should employ, scribbling down nonsensical answers that are entirely erroneous. He continues to mark with relentless cross marks. As he reaches for another assignment book, instinctively preparing to mark it, he suddenly pauses. Remarkably, someone has answered correctly. He flips open the cover to find the name, Li Shuangshuang. His expression darkens. Her math scores upon entering the school were nearly as dismal as Zhang Qi's, ranking among the lowest in the class. Her previous submissions had been utterly abysmal. Gu Xizhi has spent the entire morning gaming, netting a profit of 35 yuan. Staring at the solitary sum in her WeChat wallet, she calculates, 35 yuan in half a day translates to 70 yuan in a full day. If she were to work without a break for an entire month, she could earn 100 yuan, totaling 25,000 yuan in a year. The cheapest down payment for a house in Ning City hovers around 300,000 yuan. At this rate, it would take her over a decade of practice to accrue that amount.
Sigh.
Enough of this, it's time to eat. With such a meager income, how long would it take for her to live a life of leisure independently? It would be better too. When Gu Xizhi first entered the practice industry, she had no clients of her own, all of whom were assigned to her by Zhang Qi. Consequently, while she guided clients through their games, she often teamed up with Zhang Qi. This forged a bond of camaraderie over a morning of gaming. During lunch, Zhang Qi effortlessly joined them. Gu Xizhi turned to Zhang Qi. Please share Fan Zhang's contact information with me. With his hands in his pockets, Zhang Qi's face bore the remnants of bruises, giving him a somewhat rebellious charm. Standing at 1.8 meters tall, he towered over Gu Xizhi, who had previously struggled to reach 1.5 meters. With his head lowered in confusion, he asked, "Aren't you afraid of him? Why do you want his contact information?" Gu Xizhi kicked a small stone on the ground, feigning nonchalance. "Oh, it's nothing much. I just wanted to come over and bully me a little. Making money and running away from home seems a bit difficult. I can only settle for second best and hasten my decision to drop out of school. I am indeed as clever as ever." Gu Xizhi, you're not feeling feverish, are you? Zhang Qi inquired, reaching out to feel her forehead, only for her to swat his hand away. Get away. You just came from the bathroom without washing your hands. Don't touch me with those dirty hands. Whoa, Gu Xizhi, you're quite the pervert. Did you secretly sneak into the boys' restroom to spy on me? How else would you know whether I washed my hands? Li Shuang, who had been silent, was taken aback. Even the classmates passing by them were astonished. Gu Jianyuan, walking from the senior high teaching building and coincidentally behind the first-year students, was equally shocked. What? My sister is a pervert who sneaks into the boys' restroom? Su Yi regarded Gu Jianyuan with a teasing expression. Who would have thought? Your sister not only lacks shame at home, but also behaves quite liberally at school. Shut it. My sister's behavior is not about being liberated. She's simply curious about the world and wants to explore the boys' restroom. Su Yi, sisters can truly diminish a brother's intelligence. Gu Xizhi shot a glare at Zhang Qi. You must have forgotten that the girls' restroom is directly opposite the boys' restroom, right? I just came out of the girls' restroom and happened to bump into you. Your hands are completely dry, not a drop of water on them, clearly indicating you didn't wash your hands. The bystanders felt a tinge of regret. It seemed the gossip was unripe. Gu Jianyuan sighed in relief, knowing that their adorable Xizhi could never engage in such perverse acts. Enough chatter, give me Fanjiang's contact information. Fine, I'll give it to you. But I doubt Fanjiang will come. Last time at the school gate, you were so timid you looked like a ghost. It's no fun bullying someone so cowardly. If I were in your shoes, I wouldn't find it enjoyable either. Don't get your hopes up. With that, he shared Fanjiang's contact card with Gu Xizhi. At that moment, aside from the onlookers Gu Jianyuan and Su Yi, the others had shifted their attention elsewhere. Unaware of Gu Xizhi's bold maneuver to seek Fanjiang's contact information to invite him to bully her. Gu Jianyuan, has your sister ever taken an IQ test? Is there something off about her intelligence? This is the first time I've seen someone actively invite others to bully them. If all else fails, let us accompany her this weekend to get her IQ tested. Gu Jianyuan sighed, regarding Su Yi with pity, shaking his head. God bestowed wisdom upon the world, but gave you an umbrella. What a pity. Su Yi, brother, I'm just concerned about your sister. Why are you snapping at me? During lunch, Gu Xizhi successfully added Fanjiang and clearly communicated her request. Zhang Qi steadfastly believed that Fanjiang would not come just because Gu Xizhi asked him to bully her. He wouldn't unless he had lost his mind. The afternoon included an English class followed by a Chinese class. During Chinese class, the teacher screened an early film from the brothers' career. The film was quite engaging, and Gu Xizhi found herself wide awake, spiritedly munching on snacks and bubble tea provided by Li Shuang and Zhang Qi, while attentively watching the projection screen. The final period was physical education. By late September, the weather in Ning City remained warm, the sun scorching the earth and generating waves of heat, making the already reluctant participants even lazier. If it weren't for the necessity of breathing, Gu Xizhi would hardly want to expend even a modicum of energy on inhaling and exhaling. She informed the teacher that her period had arrived and settled herself beneath a large tree. Zhang Qi, engaged in a basketball game, glanced her way and sighed. I'm not playing anymore. You all carry on. He quietly stepped aside and took out his phone. Hey, haven't you always found me displeasing? Why don't you come to our school later and hit me? I assure you, I won to retaliate. Chapter 30. What is there to think? It's utterly perplexing. However, this is the only time. After today, it will be quite difficult for you to lay a finger on me again. He must be out of his mind to send such a message to Fanjiang on behalf of Gu Xizhi. He tugged at his hair in exasperation. After anxiously staring at his phone for a while, he awaited Fanjiang's reply with both fear and anticipation. After about 3 or 4 minutes, his phone remained silent. Instead, the commotion not far away grew louder. Wang Hua dashed over, urgently tugging at his sleeve, pulling him to run in a certain direction. Hurry, Chiga, come quick. Fanjiang is bullying people from our school right here. Zhang Qi abruptly halted, gripping Wang Hua's clothing. What? Are you saying Fanjiang has actually come? Never mind. I'll see for myself. The largest crowd gathered beneath the shade of the tree where Gu Xizhi was leaning, clearly indicating that Fanjiang was there. He sprinted over. Goodness, how embarrassing was what he just did. He worried that Fanjiang wouldn't show up, which would leave Gu Xizhi disappointed, prompting him to send those humiliating messages. Yet, not only did Fanjiang come, but she even had the audacity to flaunt her presence within their school while they were still in class, doing Gu Xizhi a favor. He couldn't help but wonder how Gu Xizhi had offended Fanjiang to incite such intense animosity. Gu Xizhi, you'd best pray not to encounter me around school in the future. Otherwise, your luck today won't hold, and I'll hit you every time I see you. As Zhang Qi rushed over in an attempt to help, he happened to hear Fan Zhang utter these words. It seemed he had climbed the wall into the school just to say that. After delivering her message, she ran off without waiting for their PE teacher to chase her. Departing in a rather ungraceful manner, Gu Xizhi, who had never been touched by Fan Zhang, curled up her legs and buried her head in them.
What?
I'm so scared. I'm terrified. I was just staying at school. I didn't do anything, yet Fan Zhang came in to berate me.
What?
If I go back to school obediently, will I run into her again? Will she really hit me? I'm utterly terrified.
What?
I don't dare to come to school anymore. I never want to come back. After school, I still have to go to the old house with Xizhi for delicious food. I don't have time to be bullied by Fan Zhang. Fortunately, this period is PE class. It's convenient to climb in from outside to the playground. Perfect. Gu Jianyuan, a cultural subject underperformer, is a sports specialty student at the school. At this moment, he was training on the playground. Hearing about Fan Zhang bullying someone, he tossed the basketball aside and rushed over. Listening to Gu Xizhi's inner thoughts, his lips twitched. Was Fan Zhang really so useless as to cooperate with their little Xi? The time and place were all determined by their little Xi herself. Was she still haunted by the shadow of being beaten last time? Gu Jianyuan, would you like me to accompany you to teach Fan Zhang a lesson? This Fan Zhang clearly has no respect for us. How dare she come to school to bully our sister? However, he hadn't bullied Xi. He merely came to discuss when and where to meet next. After saying this, Gu Jianyuan turned back and sprinted towards the basketball court. Sui? Are you out of your mind, or do you think I'm easy to fool? If it weren't for your habitual attempts to encounter that girl, I would almost suspect you had a grudge against her. Right now, Gu Jianyuan, the brother, isn't even worried about Gu Xizhi. Sui sighed and followed suit. The scene of Fan Zhang deliberately climbing over the wall into the school to deliver a threatening message to Gu Xizhi was recorded. The video was soon posted on the school forum. As soon as the class bell rang, Su Jing handed her phone to Gu Xizhi. Look how cowardly she is. She looks truly unattractive like this. I bet she'll soon be too scared to return to school. That's a good thing. She won't be able to discuss you at school anymore. Gu Xizhi watched the video of Fan Zhang defending her. Recalling what Gu Yijing had done to her in her previous life, a slight warmth surged within her heart. She pulled out her phone, found Fan Zhang in her WeChat contacts, and composed a message. I heard about what happened on the playground. Thank you. Fan Zhang, sporting a face akin to Zhang Qi's a few days prior, emerged from the wall of the first high school. Looking rather disgruntled, he led his friends to get milk tea. Brother Zhang, do you think the administration of the first high school will call your dad to inform him about this?
Let them.
I'm my father's only son. He wouldn't dare to hit me. Unlike that little demon, her punches hurt like hell. I wonder how such a petite figure can hit so swiftly, fiercely, and painfully. His underling, sipping his favorite large cup of fully sweetened milk tea, thought it best to advise Brother Zhang against being so infatuated. Brother Zhang, I really think you don't need to go this far for Gu Xizhi. Running into their school to threaten her sister. That's a bit excessive. Moreover, Gu Xizhi is a fake heiress. She's been living luxuriously in the Gu family for so many years, while the real heiress is out there struggling to survive. Isn't it normal for the real heiress to have some grievances against her? Perhaps we should just ignore their sisterly issues. If we really force Gu Xizhi to drop out, it wouldn't reflect well on us. We're all men. And being so petty as to drive a girl who has suffered so much to the point of not being able to stay in school is quite disgraceful. I fear that once I enter college, this dark history might resurface and hinder my pursuit of women. Several days had passed since the last beating, and Fan Zhang's mouth still ached, forcing him to sip a glass of lemon water filled with ice to alleviate the pain. Grumpily, he remarked, "You think I want to let her off? It's clearly her who won't let me go." Another brother took his phone to pay for the milk tea. Excitedly running back to him, Gu Xizhi sent you a message.
Oh.
Fan Zhang casually opened his phone, glancing at Gu Xizhi's thank you message, feeling utterly perplexed. What could she be thanking him for? Never mind, I don't want to reply. If it weren't for her, he wouldn't be tormented by Gu Xizhi. Now, just seeing her name was somewhat vexing. Gu Xizhi noticed her message had been sent, but Fan Zhang didn't respond as quickly as before. She thought he must be busy, and after a moment's contemplation, she sent a sticker depicting a chibi girl pouting, pretending to blow a kiss. After the kiss, the words thank you popped up. Chapter 31. Confessing to the little uncle. She often sent such stickers to Fan Zhang and other boys. Each time she sent one, not only did the boys reply instantly, but they also became exceedingly attentive. If possible, she even believed they might pluck the moon from the sky for her. While she looked down on them, she also relished their treatment. Fan Jiang watched as Xizhi sent another message. The girl in her profile picture was as cute as Xizhi's little demon. He was so startled, he nearly tossed his phone away. Xizhi had yet to receive a response from Fan Jiang by the time she exited the school gates, which puzzled her. Xizhi walked toward the school gates alongside Li Shuangshuang and Zhang Qi. She kept her head down, typing. The earlier performance was quite commendable. Let us keep it up next time. In an effort to stimulate Fan Jiang's enthusiasm, she even sent him money for a cup of milk tea, encouraging him to indulge without feeling indebted to her. Startled by Xizhi's expression, Fan Jiang tossed his phone to his lackey beside him. Upon noticing the message was from Xizhi, the lackey contemplated that his boss was in a rather foul mood and had no desire to see messages from Xizhi, let alone from Xizhi. He prepared to stash the phone away. Who sent the message? Fan Jiang casually inquired. It's from Xizhi, the lackey replied. Quick, hand me the phone. In the blink of an eye, Fan Jiang snatched the phone back, glancing at the message while typing a response with fervor. Suddenly, he found himself confused about whether he was a sycophant for Xizhi or Xizhi. The Gu family's vehicle was already waiting outside. After picking up Xizhi and Xizhi, it made its way directly to the Gu family's ancestral home. The elderly matriarch, anticipating the arrival of her two granddaughters, had been in the kitchen since 3 in the afternoon, carefully preparing an array of delectable delights favored by children. Fried chicken wings, fried drumsticks, fried rice cakes, and more. The fare sold outside was mere junk food. The delicacies prepared by the family as skilled chefs were of an entirely different caliber, akin to unhealthy gourmet indulgences. Upon disembarking, Xizhi was immediately enveloped by the enticing aroma of the food and rushed over to embrace her grandmother, planting a kiss on her cheek. If not for the matriarch chasing her, she would have hardly bothered to wash her hands before diving into the feast. Grandma, I've finally seen you. Do you have any idea how I counted down the minutes at school, eagerly anticipating this moment? I was practically ticking down the seconds for morning, she exclaimed. This chicken leg is simply divine, and the wings are extraordinary. Everything fried by a culinary expert is just incomparable. I knew that arriving at the ancestral home would mean indulging in such exquisite cuisine. It was absolutely worth the anticipation and the countdown, Xizhi continued, her expression one of sheer ecstasy as she lavished attention on her grandmother. I can hardly wait to see my beautiful and adorable grandma again. With such a wonderful grandmother waiting for me at home, I can hardly bear to waste time at school. The matriarch raised an eyebrow, her expression tinged with displeasure as she acknowledged Xizhi's statement. All right, go on, and do your homework. Xizhi, with her mouth full of food, nodded vigorously, and once she swallowed, she added with great seriousness, yes, I don't enjoy homework. I'll stay here and eat with grandma. Though Xizhi's comment was somewhat pointed, it must be said that she had a keen understanding of her sister. The matriarch, with a slight frown, pondered the weight of Xizhi's words. If I hadn't heard your thoughts, I might have believed you truly spent the entire day thinking of me, she mused. The family's elders had toiled for years, striving to afford the younger generation the luxury of choice when it came to homework. A child like Xizhi, who eschewed such tasks, was merely exhibiting the vitality of youth. The system's mission triggered, as the protagonist in the narrative often found herself at odds with the female lead. Thus, it was customary for the protagonist to express her fondness for the male lead, Xizhi. The requirement was for the protagonist to gaze tenderly at him and proclaim, "Uncle, I like you very much." Coughing slightly, Xizhi, having consumed an abundance of meat, nearly choked on a spoonful of chicken soup fed to her by the matriarch. System, are you serious about this task? You want me to confess to Xizhi? Are you trying to get me killed? Given Xizhi's icy demeanor, I worry that after my confession, he might make a call and declare, in 30 minutes, I want Xizhi to vanish from this world. The matriarch's eyes widened. System? What system? Does my granddaughter have a system that assigns her tasks? Having been a full-time housewife for the past 20 years, with household chores managed by servants, she occupied her time reading novels and watching dramas. Familiar with many stories involving systems, she quickly pieced together the premise. Typically, completing a mission would yield rewards. Though this particular task seemed somewhat peculiar, it was merely a task and not overly concerning. She glanced at her wristwatch. Your uncle called to say he would return for dinner, which should be around this time. Uncle is coming back? No wonder the system issued a task related to him. It's because he is returning. But why did Grandma happen to mention him just now? The matriarch's heart raced. Had she inadvertently revealed something she shouldn't have? If Xizhi realized she could hear her thoughts, would she no longer be able to think freely in the matriarch's presence? I understand now, Grandma. It seems we truly share a connection. Perhaps it's the legendary bond between generations. Relieved? The matriarch urged Xizhi to finish her soup before it cooled. System. Task completed. Reward. World-class chess skills. While this reward is rather mediocre, it might prove lucrative in the future. I accept the task. Mom, I'm home. Chapter 32. At that moment, a significant event unfolded within the Gu household. Xizhi, sipping chicken soup with grease glistening on her lips, looked up in astonishment at the entrance of the dining room. Xizhi stood there, exuding an aura of authority. Clad in black trousers and a white shirt with the top button undone. One hand rested casually in his pocket while the other handed off his black tailored jacket to a servant. He was strikingly handsome, exuding an allure that was undeniable. Truly, he is the male lead. Were I not the unfortunate female antagonist destined to be harmed by him, I might genuinely find myself attracted to his striking appearance. Confessing to such a handsome man doesn't seem like a loss. After all, I could receive a reward from the system as well. How delightful. Initially, the matriarch had merely nodded at Xizhi with indifference, but her gaze sharpened now, narrowing in displeasure. Xizhi was merely a female antagonist? Would Xizhi truly harm her? The thought that Xizhi might genuinely develop feelings for him based on his looks was akin to courting disaster. Hello, uncle. Xizhi recalled that she would soon need to leverage him for her task and greeted him sweetly. Xizhi glanced at her, responding with a cold, disinterested hm. Before swiftly diverting his attention elsewhere. Indeed, to a male lead, only the female lead holds significance. All other women are met with disdain. No, that's too mild. He outright despises other women. Given his current disdain for me, if I were to confess my feelings to him now, would he resort to physical violence? Perhaps I should declare my affections here, in front of my grandmother. Even if he were to strike me, he would likely refrain from doing so out of respect for her presence. Grandmother Gu instinctively nodded in agreement. Yes, if one is to undertake such a task, it should be done in her sight, allowing her to remain actively engaged in the unfolding drama and to express concern for her beloved granddaughter. The novels depict Xizhi as exceedingly busy, akin to an ancient emperor besieged by endless affairs of state. Each time he returns home, he merely greets his parents before retreating to his chamber to work, seldom emerging until mealtime, and sometimes even foregoing meals altogether. This moment may well be the only opportunity for me to see him during this visit. Xizhi seized a golden brown fried chicken leg and took a generous bite. As Xizhi turned to leave, she called out, "Uncle, wait." Xizhi furrowed his brow. Is there something you need? Yes, uncle, I like you. Realizing that her initial phrasing did not align with the task at hand, she rephrased, Uncle, I truly like you. And I must gaze at him with affection. Glancing at the fried chicken leg in her hand, and then back at Xizhi, she attempted to imbue her gaze with longing, almost as if he were the chicken leg itself. She repeated, Uncle, I truly like you. Task accomplished, rewards duly dispensed. Finally, the task is complete. I can now focus on enjoying my meal. Witnessing the entire confession, Grandmother Gu felt a sigh of relief. Fortunately, Xizhi did not genuinely harbor feelings for Xizhi. Otherwise, such a perfunctory declaration, even if he had some interest in her, would likely deter him. Xizhi's expression darkened. After she spoke, he lowered his head to resume eating, acting as though she had not just confessed her feelings. He felt as though she were mocking him. With a scowl, he turned on his heel and ascended the stairs without a backward glance. Xizhi had been engaged in her homework for a while and, feeling parched, called for a servant. After a lengthy wait with no servant in sight, she decided to descend the stairs to fetch water herself. As she stood at the corner of the staircase, she greeted Xizhi with her head down. Hello, uncle. Upon seeing Xizhi's mood lightened slightly, momentarily lifting the cloud of gloom that Xizhi had cast upon him. From their current angle, grandmother and the others could not see them. He looked down at Xizhi with gentle eyes. Is there anything you don't understand in today as homework? Would you like me to help? Xizhi awkwardly avoided his gaze. No, the teacher covered today as problems in class, so I can manage. She hesitated before adding, Uncle, I'm a bit thirsty. I'd like to get some water. Xizhi's expression darkened further. In the past, Xizhi had always greeted him with warmth and would often feign difficulty with simple problems, seeking his assistance. It was rare for her to be so distant. Go ahead, he replied, watching her retreating figure. His mind was flooded with the image of Xizhi, her face glistening with grease from indulging in food. Xizhi had devoured nearly 10 pieces of fried chicken and wings combined, prompting grandmother's concern about her appetite for dinner, thus preventing her from continuing to eat. Reluctantly, she exited the dining area, only to lift her gaze and find Xizhi standing at the top of the staircase. Noticing her gaze, he looked up to meet her eyes. With a smirk, she displayed the respect due to a task-oriented role. Fool, he silently mouthed, his icy demeanor slipping as he expressed his disdain for Xizhi's current antics before turning away to return to his room, ignoring Xizhi entirely. With a sigh of relief, Xizhi felt the oppressive gaze behind her dissipate. As she passed by Xizhi, she called out, "Was what you just said true?" In her previous life, Xizhi had indeed harbored feelings for her uncle. However, this life had altered many circumstances. Nevertheless, if Xizhi still had affections for him, she would not hesitate to lend a helping hand. After all, it was a treacherous pit, a vast abyss, and she would gladly let Xizhi leap into it. Xizhi rolled her eyes. "What do you think?" "If you ask me, I'll answer honestly, but wouldn't that make me look foolish?" "Wait. I feel like I've forgotten something." "What did you forget?" "One should not consume too many snacks before a meal, but fruit is permissible and even beneficial for digestion." In addition to an array of fried delicacies, grandmother had prepared a generous selection of cut fruits. Xizhi cradled a bowl of watermelon as she made her way to the living room sofa. I remember now. The book contained a similar plotline. The original character, which is to say, she, had fallen in love with Xizhi at first sight shortly after returning to the Gu household. Subsequently, she concocted various excuses to visit the ancestral home, all to catch a glimpse of Xizhi. A week or so after a banquet, Xizhi had informed the original character that Xizhi also liked her, urging her to confess her feelings. At the time, she had scoffed at this narrative. Why should Xizhi like her and expect her, a girl, to confess first? Even if Xizhi's words were true, if he lacked the courage to profess his feelings, what right did he have to like her? Only the original character, in her naivete, would believe such nonsense. The original character had eagerly approached him, but just then, a significant event transpired within the Gu family. A significant event? Within the Gu family? Grandmother hurriedly carried a bowl of cantaloupe into the living room. Chapter 33. The elderly gentleman plays chess. Children should not interfere. She aimed to be a competent spectator, engrossed in Xizhi's inner thoughts while savoring her family's gossip. Though Xizhi is the adopted son of the Gu family and not my biological uncle, he is still, in a sense, a member of the family. When I confessed to him, my grandmother overheard. Later, she advised me that a relationship with Xizhi was implausible, yet I stubbornly refused to listen. In a fit of anger, she had even shouted at her grandmother, insisting she would be with Xizhi, declaring that if they opposed her, she would choose to perish. It was during this tumultuous moment that her grandmother fainted from anger, leading to a diagnosis of myocardial infarction. Within months, her grandmother had passed away. Grandmother Gu? Here I am, indulging in gossip only to find it relates to my own fate, and I even experienced an early demise? With this thought, Xizhi abruptly raised her head to stare at her grandmother. "Oh no, I just confessed to Xizhi in front of grandmother, didn't I? This mirrors the plot I've witnessed. Surely, grandmother would not be driven to distress? Grandmother, do you feel your heart racing or a bit dizzy?" Xizhi waved her hand in front of her grandmother. She was even prepared for the possibility of giving her grandmother emergency aid. Grandmother Gu took a couple of pieces of cantaloupe to steady her nerves. Shaking her head, she reassured, I'm fine. Seeing you brings me comfort. And I don't feel dizzy or have an elevated heart rate. My blood pressure is normal too. It's fortunate that I can hear this child's thoughts, knowing she is merely performing a task and is not truly like Xizhi. Otherwise, I might have indeed succumbed to a heart attack, as Xizhi feared. Did you hear what you just said about liking your uncle? What kind of affection is this? She broached the subject, concerned Xizhi might hesitate to complete similar tasks in the future out of worry for her health. Though you have only recently returned to the Gu family, you should be aware that your uncle was adopted by your grandfather from outside the family. Initially, he was meant to be a son for your uncles. But then your third cousin was born, and they were overwhelmed. Your second uncle hadn't even married, so it was inappropriate for him to raise a son. Your family already had enough children. Embrace him once more, and your mother shall surely weep. Ultimately, it is just your grandfather and I who will nurture you, as the youngest brother of your father and his siblings. However, his identity was not a secret that could be concealed for long. Gu Xizhi, with a mouthful of watermelon, found herself perplexed by the elderly lady's sudden disclosure of such matters. The old woman, taking a tissue, dabbed at the juice threatening to dribble from Gu Xizhi's mouth, and continued, "What I am saying is simply to inform you that if you truly harbor affection for your uncle, it is of no consequence. Everyone is aware that there is no blood relation between you two. Should your uncle feel the same, upon your graduation, the family will arrange a wedding for you both." It was merely a casual remark. She had listened to Xizhi's innermost thoughts and was well aware of her disdain for Gu Yijing. Gu Xizhi's eyes widened in disbelief. How can my grandmother be saying such things? This is entirely different from the novels I read. In that case, if Tongzi issues similar melodramatic tasks in the future, can I proceed with confidence? Although she did not comprehend why the elderly lady's words deviated from the original narrative, it did not hinder her delight. Rest assured, Grandma, if I ever find myself genuinely fond of my uncle, I shall certainly consult you first. I would seek your approval. Otherwise, I would never act recklessly. As for the times I acted without your consent, it was merely a reflection of my immaturity, so do not take it to heart. Just consider it a youthful folly. Knowing Tongzi as I do, there will undoubtedly be many more such tasks in the future. I shall give Grandma a heads up. Perhaps she might lend me a hand when faced with more challenging tasks. School dismissed at 5 o'clock, and she returned to the Gu family estate by 5:30. After a light snack, it was barely 6, and the sky had yet to darken. Having consumed so much, she feared she would not be able to eat dinner. There was a park behind the old estate that she had yet to explore, and the elderly lady arranged for a servant to accompany her for a stroll, hoping to aid her digestion. Your grandfather should be in the park playing chess. If you see him, call him back. This old man, oblivious to the time, seemed unmindful of his return home. All right, once I see Grandpa, I shall tug on his ear and drag him home. He truly lacks awareness. Gu Xizhi responded obediently, bounding outside. Indeed, after such a hearty meal, a stroll invigorated her spirit. The area encompassing the Gu family estate was the most affluent part of the city, with few residents, and the small park was meticulously maintained. Only those residing in the vicinity were permitted entry, rendering it essentially the private garden for the wealthy. Thus, the expansive park was largely deserted, with only a handful of people visible from afar. The scenery was exquisite and spacious. She could only imagine how joyful Xiao Huang would be if brought here. "Miss, the old master usually plays chess over there in that pavilion. Shall we go find him now?" The servant guided Gu Xizhi to the pavilion. In stark contrast to the desolation she had encountered on her way, the pavilion was bustling with a group of elderly gentlemen, clad in Zhongshan suits, comfortable Tai Chi attire, or neatly tailored suits, their hair impeccably groomed, exuding an air of affluence and sophistication. "Old Gu, it would be wise to concede. You've been pondering your next move for far too long. If you continue, it will be dark before you know it. Indeed, old Gu, just surrender. The outcome is evidently predetermined." Among the crowd, Elder Gu was engaged in a match against another elderly gentleman with a head of white hair. The latter, wearing a smug expression, remarked, Old Gu, you've lost all afternoon. What else one more defeat? Admit it. We know you well enough that your pride won't let you. But we only jest with you in good humor." Elder Gu's beard quivered with indignation. "Alas, my grandfather is embroiled in a chess match. Let me take a look." Elder Gu's expression darkened upon seeing her. Why was this girl intruding on his game? "Away with you. Hurry back. Do not interrupt your grandfather." Having lost 7 or 8 consecutive games, Elder Gu was in a foul mood, waving his hand dismissively. In the novels she had read, Elder Gu was not as swayed by Gu Sairu as the other family members were. However, he had never shown her much warmth either, often appearing indifferent. Chapter 34. Go on, continue your thoughts. Never mind, pursuing a fruitless endeavor is not worth my time. Besides, what if I am met with disdain? I shall take my leave. Gu Xizhi was quite obedient and turned to depart. Elder Gu interjected, "You are the one who speaks nonsense. Even if I were to pass gas, my gas would be fragrant. What a splendid day it is, and how delightful the chicken drumsticks are. If only my grandfather had played better. Victory was within reach. Oh, dear, I seem to have walked a few steps and now feel somewhat peckish." Elder Gu, overhearing Gu Xizhi humming a nonsensical tune, was about to urge her to hasten her departure, wishing not to hear her thoughts any longer when suddenly, he perked up. Did he still have a chance to win that game? Just how? Do continue your thoughts. Come back. I intend to return shortly after this match. Gu Xizhi was called back. These old men are truly inscrutable, difficult to fathom. Just moments ago, he urged me to leave, and now he beckons me back. My sweet, kind, and benevolent grandmother has endured him for so many years. That is undoubtedly true love. Elder Gu regretted calling her back, realizing she held no fond thoughts of him. Let her continue her fanciful musings. He wondered when she might return to the chess match. Elder Gu redirected the conversation. Old Zhang, your earlier comment was premature. Who said I shall lose this game? Just wait and see. Indeed, who said my grandfather would lose this game? Xizhi, tell me, what should I do to turn the tide? Elder Gu, having taught her so diligently at home, did not wait for her to respond to his thoughts but rather encouraged her to take the initiative. Ridiculous. His granddaughter was not a helpless infant. He need not rely solely on her thoughts. Besides, should she indeed take the stage and triumph over old Zhang, it would surely vex the old man. If she were to lose, it would simply reflect a child's level of competence. Who would stoop so low as to mock a child?
Huh.
Why is my grandfather putting me on the spot? Moreover, are you not fabricating tales? Surely no one here is unaware that I am the legitimate granddaughter recently reclaimed by the Gu family. I have scarcely spent a few days here, and this is only our second meeting. What have you taught me? They are not fools. It would be absurd for them to believe you. Elder Gu felt a pang of embarrassment. In his haste to speak untruths, he had overlooked this detail. To prevent his old companions from realizing he was fabricating stories, he could only urge Gu Xizhi to act swiftly. As he observed her preparing to take her turn, he too felt uncertain. This child had endured such hardship. Had she ever encountered a chessboard? Surely, she did not know how to play chess? As the other elderly gentlemen began to comprehend the situation, it was particularly old Zhang, seated opposite old Gu, who reacted most vigorously. Old Gu, are you jesting? Your granddaughter is still so young. Even if she had been studying chess since infancy, she would have only a mere 15 years of experience. You have been playing for over 20 years, and have yet to best me. How could she possibly prevail? Another chimed in. Indeed, old Gu. Your granddaughter has only recently returned to you. Are you claiming to have taught her for long? Do you think we are so easily deceived in our old age? Surely, you are not so unable to bear defeat that you would deliberately send your granddaughter to disrupt the game? How troublesome these old men were, quickly unraveling his ruse. While old Gu pondered how to salvage his dignity, old Zhang spoke again. No, it cannot be. Have you truly managed to break my formation? Old Gu, puzzled, gazed at the chessboard, where the dynamics had shifted dramatically. Just moments ago, old Zhang appeared to be on the verge of victory, but now the tables had turned entirely. It was evident that no amount of desperate struggle from old Zhang could alter the outcome. This transformation was solely due to Gu Xizhi's deft maneuver, which placed old Gu's knight in a commanding position, directly threatening old Zhang's king. With 2 points of attack, the opponent could not defend against both. Victory was assured. Grandfather, let us depart, Gu Xizhi declared, the outcome of the match beyond any doubt. Hurry, or I fear that Grandma will emerge and tug your ears to bring you back home. I must inform you, when I left, Grandma specifically instructed me not to let go of your ears. Gu Xizhi skipped ahead, her excitement palpable. The old house's cook manages to prepare fried chicken wings and legs so delectably. I wonder how delightful the actual meal will be later. I am so hungry. Just thinking of the food makes my stomach growl. Old Gu had intended to showcase his prowess before his old comrades, but upon hearing Gu Xizhi's incessant chatter, he realized he must hurry back to prevent her from truly tugging at his ears in hunger. He hastily abandoned his companions, trailing after Gu Xizhi towards home. Old Gu, Xizhi, come back. We can play another match. It is still light outside. What do you mean by dinner? Old Zhang, having just lost to a child, was eager to redeem himself with a rematch, but by then, the duo had already walked 100 meters away. Do you think old Gu's granddaughter is truly skilled, or is it merely luck? The old men debated under the setting sun, but after a brief discussion, they each received calls urging them to return home for dinner and gradually made their exits. Gu Xizhi and old Gu had reached the threshold of the Gu family residence. Along the way, old Gu had inquired about how long Gu Xizhi had been studying chess. To his astonishment, she replied, I have never studied it. He was momentarily taken aback. How could someone who had never learned chess turn a game that had eluded him for decades into a triumph? Was it truly just luck? Grandfather, you're back? Gu Sairu, having spent some time on her homework upstairs, spotted Gu Xizhi and old Gu returning from the park. She hastened her steps to greet them at the door. Gu Sairu was both clever and sweet-tongued, capable of charming those around her. Old Gu was fond of her and nodded in acknowledgement. Ah, Sairu, you are here as well. Gu Sairu affectionately linked her arm with Old Gu's. A gesture she had often done before. Although he was not accustomed to such familiarity, he had never declined it either, leading her to believe he enjoyed it. Continuing her endearing demeanor, she said, Grandma mentioned that my sister had eaten too much and should wait a bit longer for dinner. So, I thought I would accompany grandfather for a game of chess. Is that all right? Chapter 35. Are those around me truly so disrespectful of the elderly? The teacher has enrolled me in the National Youth Chess Competition in November, and I would like grandfather to offer me some guidance. Old Gu cherished chess, and Gu Sairu, seeking to win his favor, had enrolled in chess tutoring since the age of 6, studying for nearly a decade. Her intelligence and dedication had resulted in her surpassing both her peers and those of her generation in the Gu family. Whenever Old Gu found himself without a companion for chess, he would often engage with Gu Sairu for a few matches. Hearing her words brought a smile to his face. Sairu, you are remarkable. Competing in the National Youth Chess Tournament already. Then let us play a bit, he agreed. Feeling it only appropriate to guide a child of the Gu family. The chessboard was situated in the tea room, adjacent to the dining area. As they made their way, Old Gu caught sight of Gu Xizhi, heading toward the dining room. Knowing she had been murmuring about food all the way home, he surmised she intended to sneak a bite. The elderly lady had expressed concern over her eating too much, fearing she would not digest properly. And now she was off to indulge in more unwholesome food. Would it not be excessive to allow her to overindulge before dinner? Xizhi, come here and take a look, he called, hoping to keep her by his side, both to prevent her from sneaking food and to ascertain her true chess skills. Gu Xizhi thought to herself. I can clearly see the leftover fried chicken wings and legs still on the dining table. Perhaps Grandma forgot to have them removed. I was merely hoping to sneak a few while I had the chance. What is grandfather up to? Why would he want me to watch him play chess with Gu Sairu? It is hardly of interest to me. Old Gu noticed her intent to sneak food and frowned. What are you still doing there? Come here, at once. This gluttonous girl would require constant supervision. Gu Sairu stifled a laugh. Grandfather seemed to disapprove of Gu Xizhi even more than before. Even her fondness for fried food was intolerable to him. While she believed there was no need for her to intervene, as Gu Xizhi would likely dig her own grave, she thought that a few light-hearted remarks might further endear her to grandfather. Grandfather, my sister has never learned to play chess. She knows nothing of it and does not care for it. If you ask her to come watch, she will surely refuse. Perhaps you should let her stay in the living room to watch cartoons instead. The show she loves should be starting soon, and she has always been punctual for it. Even more so than for her morning classes. In her previous life, Gu Xizhi had never played chess. Later, upon realizing Old Gu's passion for the game, she had beseeched her mother to allow her to learn alongside him. She often played the victim, claiming that Gu Xizhi bullied her at home, thus prompting the chess instructors and classmates to target Gu Xizhi, leading to her reluctance to discuss chess thereafter. In this lifetime, the image of Gu Xizhi's nonchalant demeanor lingered in her mind, and she believed that such an occurrence would never transpire again. Thus, she would be forever unable to win her grandfather's affection. Alas, truly, there are moments when I feel Gu Xizhi possesses an extraordinary kindness. She always articulates the thoughts residing in my heart. At present, I find myself utterly disinterested in watching them play chess. At this hour, I cannot indulge in food, nor is it mealtime. How delightful it would be to watch animated shows instead. Given how much grandfather dotes on Gu Xizhi, he would undoubtedly heed her counsel, right? Then I shall simply retreat to the living room to watch cartoons. Gu Xizhi immediately perked up, turning towards the living room. The old gentleman, somewhat displeased with Gu Xizhi, chose not to respond to her words. He refrained from exchanging further pleasantries with Gu Xizhi, instead striding over to seize her by the collar and directing her towards the tea room. Gu Xizhi, having previously struggled with insufficient nourishment, was petite and slender. The old man, who maintained a fitness routine and was well-muscled, effortlessly lifted her. He grumbled, I asked you to come along and you did. If you continue to be disobedient, I shall deny you vegetables at dinner. This little one had been obsessing over the evening's dishes. If she were merely allowed to watch without partaking, she would surely go mad. Even now, simply listening, Gu Xizhi felt on the verge of insanity. Oh, grandfather, do exercise some sense. Your obedient granddaughter has already advised you against my presence while you engage in chess, yet you refuse to listen. At this rate, you shall inevitably lose such a dutiful granddaughter. She remains the protagonist of this narrative. Should you provoke her displeasure, she will retaliate. And even the heavens would stand by her side. There would be no escape for you. Gu Xiao and the old gentleman had already commenced their game. Gu Xizhi cast a glance, utterly uninterested, and could only sigh in boredom. Speaking of which, it seems my grandfather won't be around much longer, right? In the book, he seems to perish even before I do. Recalling her previous readings, Gu Xizhi remembered that prior to being sent abroad, both elders of the Gu family had already passed away. Had they still been alive, perhaps the original protagonist would not have been dispatched overseas. By the way, the novel never explicitly stated my grandfather's true cause of death. Could it be that he was indeed harmed by Gu Xiao? Gu Xiao's chess skills might be considered commendable among the younger generation, yet in the eyes of the old gentleman, they paled in comparison to those of his old friends. He deftly managed her moves while also taking in Gu Xizhi's inner musings. Initially, he felt a twinge of irritation. How dare this little one accuse him of lacking wisdom and of being disrespectful to his elders? However, this was soon followed by confusion. The little one spoke of a protagonist? Were they characters from a novel? And so, what if they were? Even if they were figures from a book? His fate was his own to command, and he remained unfazed, indifferent to any notions of a female lead. Eventually, his feelings shifted to anger. This little one truly lacked respect for her elders, even suggesting he might die prematurely. Wait a moment. Did she imply he could have been harmed by Xiao? Another who showed no regard for her elders? Chapter 36. Li Shuangshuang wept bitterly. The old gentleman's gaze towards Gu Xiao turned perilous. Enough of this. Go to the kitchen and urge them to hasten the preparation of dinner. These ungrateful granddaughters were a source of headache for him. He swiftly rose from the tea room. If what the little one said held any truth, he might indeed be in danger of being harmed by Gu Xiao, and thus he needed to take preemptive measures. Nevertheless, he brushed it aside. He had consumed more salt than Gu Xiao had rice. Did she truly believe she could bring about his demise? What a fanciful delusion. Gu Xizhi savored a truly delectable dinner at the old residence, even more exquisite than she had anticipated. Her spirit soared, and she found herself viewing Gu Xiao and Gu Yijing in a more favorable light. Dinner concluded before 7, and grandmother Gu arranged for a vehicle to escort them back to the Gu family estate. The following day, having feasted on the old residence's chef's culinary delights, Gu Xizhi awoke consumed by thoughts of them. The more she pondered, the hungrier she became, feeling akin to a lovesick individual yearning for unfulfilled desires. To distract herself from the torment of cravings, she slept particularly soundly during class. Had it not been for the urgent need to relieve herself, she could have slumbered through until lunchtime. After the third period, she groggily awoke to the sound of soft weeping. Students, under immense pressure, often cried over the inability to solve a few problems, which seemed quite normal to her. She paid little heed to it. However, when she patted Li Shuangshuang's back and inquired if she wished to accompany her to the restroom, she discovered the sound was emanating from Li Shuangshuang herself.
She sighed.
Now somewhat concerned. Here, stop crying and tell me who has bullied you. I shall assist you in teaching them a lesson. With her current prowess, she was confident that no one in the entire campus could rival her in a one-on-one confrontation. Aiding Li Shuangshuang in avenging her grievances would be a trivial endeavor. Li Shuangshuang accepted the chocolate Gu Xizhi offered, vigorously wiping her eyes, shaking her head. No one has bullied me. Look at my eyes. Do they seem blind to you? Clearly, she was not inclined to deceive her. I will give you 2 minutes to contemplate whether you wish to confide in me. After 2 minutes, I shall ask you again. She was too hasty. Having uttered those words, she vanished like the wind. When she returned, it was already 3 minutes later. Li Shuangshuang had ceased her tears, her head bowed as she busily memorized English vocabulary, not daring to glance in Gu Xizhi's direction. It was evident she had no intention of speaking. Gu Xizhi felt a surge of annoyance. Glancing at the water on the table, whether it was brought back by Li Shuangshuang or Zhang Qi, she tipped her head back to drink. Upon lowering her gaze, a timid, bespectacled boy stood before her. Gu Xizhi, the math teacher just said you need to submit your math homework. If you don't submit it soon, he will request your parents to come and explain. Gu Xizhi instinctively glanced at the course schedule in the lower right corner of the blackboard and realized it had indeed just been math class. No wonder she had slept so soundly. She acknowledged him with an "oh," and after a moment's thought, added, I shall return home today and tell my dog that if it chews up my homework, it will have its parents come speak to the teacher. Math class representative. Soon, Gu Xizhi, having settled back down to rest, found herself rising again, feeling somewhat irritable. Staying in that position for too long had indeed caused discomfort in her neck. Moreover, Some teachers lacked understanding. Her homework had been chewed up by Little Yellow, and despite her experiencing such distressing circumstances, they still pressured her to submit her work. It was clear she needed to take a break from school. During lunch, Li Shuangshuang's mood appeared to have completely lifted. After procuring their meals in the cafeteria, she led Gu Xizhi to a secluded corner. While Zhang Qi was still away purchasing drinks, she discreetly whispered to Gu Xizhi, "Sister Xi, I know your secret." Sister Xi? The term startled Gu Xizhi momentarily. It sounded as though she had suddenly become quite formidable. Intrigued by what secret Li Shuangshuang had uncovered, she inquired in a hushed tone. "What do you know?" Li Shuangshuang glanced around, ensuring no one was eavesdropping, and confidently declared, "I know you are actually a top student. You merely wish to remain low profile, so you intentionally pretend to be a slacker. If you wanted to, you could score full marks in every subject, outshining even the top student in our grade." Having read countless novels, she was all too familiar with such tropes. After the mathematics teacher distributed the assignments and reprimanded her thoroughly, she recalled the problem allocated to Gu Xizhi during the assignment distribution, and everything fell into place. Immediately, she conjured up an entire narrative akin to a web novel. Gu Xizhi gazed at Li Shuangshuang in astonishment, surprised that she even knew about this. She nodded, then shook her head vehemently. "No, it cannot be. Perhaps I truly am an academic prodigy, yet I did not intentionally masquerade as a slacker. There is no merit in feigning ignorance, as it would not grant me an immediate escape into a life of leisure." In truth, her laziness was so profound that she could not even be bothered to pretend.
Huh?
Li Shuangshuang did not comprehend. Could she be a genius yet not feigning ignorance? Yet, her current demeanor certainly suggested otherwise. If it were not an act, then did that not imply she was genuinely a slacker? How could she simultaneously claim to be an academic star? As for that problem, was it merely a stroke of luck? Was this not a tale of a web novel, but rather a fortuitous narrative? As the days flowed by, Thursday arrived. And in just 2 days, the National Day holiday would commence. The temperature had slightly cooled compared to before, the essence of autumn growing more pronounced. For the lethargic, spring slumber, summer fatigue, and autumn drowsiness prevailed, and Gu Xizhi felt increasingly drowsy these days, perpetually yearning for slumber. However, lying down all day had taken a toll on her neck. Zhang Qi, too, was suffering from a similar affliction. The upcoming classes were art and music, held in the arts building. Even if someone decided to skip class, the teacher would be none the wiser, so I planned to sneak out and indulge in Crazy Thursday. Would you like to join me? Gu Xizhi's eyes sparkled as she nodded enthusiastically. Yes, let us go together. The best way to embrace a laid-back lifestyle is through food and sleep. Food takes precedence over sleep. Only in circumstances where eating is inconvenient or when finances are tight would she begrudgingly choose sleep. The thought of Crazy Thursday, with its enticing discounts and generous portions, was perfect for someone like her, a financially constrained individual wishing to treat others. Before heading downstairs, she sent a message to Fan Zhang. "Let us meet at KFC outside our school, it's on me." In order to enjoy her time off school and indulge in leisure, she would frequently seek Fan Zhang's assistance. And treating him to a meal was a courtesy she owed him. There was only one KFC near Ning City No. 1 High School, and soon Fan Zhang arrived with his entourage. It wasn't he solely for the fried chicken. He feared that not eating would lead to retribution, for he lacked the means to retaliate. Chapter 37 Gusio, I've invited Fan Zhang. Today, Crazy Thursday features promotions on Colonel S chicken nuggets, Orland's chicken wings, and egg tarts. Gu Xizhi, with her meager pocket money, ordered 3 servings and a few combo meals, sharing the drinks with Fan Zhang and his companions. Since she had invited them, it was only fitting that she foot the bill. Zhang Qi's portion was not included in her treat, and he would have to pay for himself. After all, her appetite was substantial, and her family constantly curtailed her allowance. She could scarcely afford to treat another person. "What are you doing here?" Fan Zhang asked, sipping the sugary drink Gu Xizhi had provided, casting a wary glance at Zhang Qi. He had assumed Gu Xizhi had only called him out. Zhang Qi's expression towards Fan Zhang was equally unwelcoming. "I haven't even asked why you're here. Don't tell me you're just taking a stroll around our school." Gu Xizhi had not informed him of her message to Fan Zhang, and it was only when Fan Zhang arrived with his entourage and greeted her that he realized they had come to find them. Humph. Fan Zhang had no intention of responding to Zhang Qi, whom he considered a defeated opponent. Zhang Qi, irritated, pushed the items he had purchased towards Gu Xizhi while he consumed the promotional items she had bought. Unable to drink the beverage she had treated him to, He pretended that the snacks were her special offering to him, which provided him with a slight sense of balance. In the vast expanse of number 1 high school, the students skipping class were not limited to just Xizhi and Zhangqi. On Thursday afternoons, many would conveniently drop by KFC. Zhangqi had always been quite popular, and Xizhi had recently gained notoriety, with her rising status seemingly eclipsing his. Upon entering, students immediately recognized them. Everyone knew that Xizhi and Zhangqi were in the same class and often had lunch together, so their absence from class was hardly surprising. As they glanced over, they initially intended to shift their gaze towards ordering, but soon, they could not maintain their composure. Someone began to secretly take photos, which quickly found their way onto the school forum. Shockingly, while I could accept that Xizhi and Zhangqi were dining together on Crazy Thursday, how did Xizhi, Zhangqi, and Fanjiang come to be in the same company? The individual snapping the photos utilized the latest Pear phone, capturing images with astounding clarity. It was evident at a mere glance that the 3 individuals were indeed those mentioned in the title. There was no possibility of mistaken identity. The forum buzzed with excitement. My goodness, this is surreal. Wasn't he Fanjiang specifically warning Xizhi by sneaking into our school? Wouldn't he and Zhangqi typically clash upon meeting? How did they manage to sit together amicably? I've always known about the prowess of KFC as Crazy Thursday, prevalent in various memes. But I never imagined it could serve as a lubricant for these 3 individuals. Had I not witnessed Fanjiang as bullying of Xizhi firsthand, I would question whether their apparent discord was merely a performance. It was evident that many students were not serious about their studies. The comments surged, numbering in the hundreds. In the senior year, Gu Jianyuan, prompted by Su Yi, also browsed the forum. Upon encountering comments questioning whether they were acting, he felt a twitch in his lips, yearning to reply that he had uncovered the truth. Simultaneously, he felt a surge of excitement. Oh dear. Photos of Xizhi dining amicably with Fanjiang had surfaced online. I wonder how she would maintain the charade with Fanjiang moving forward? If the bullying act could no longer continue, what strategies would she employ to achieve her aim of taking a break from school and lounging about? He also pondered whether he could learn from her. In class 1 of the first year, where all the top students were enrolled, no one played on their phones during class. Gu Xiao only entered the forum during a break and stumbled upon this post. Su Jing approached her. Xiao, what is going on? Doesn't he Fanjiang know that Xizhi is being bullied at home? How can he appear so friendly with her? Does he still consider you a friend? Gu Xiao furrowed her brow. She believed that the content depicted in the photo must be fabricated. Indeed, Xizhi must have deceived Fanjiang, just as in their previous lives, where Xizhi, fearing Fanjiang's bullying, attempted to manipulate him under the guise of her sister, promising to assist him in pursuing her if he ceased his harassment. Fanjiang, not the brightest, had believed her at the time. Fortunately, she had caught on early, leading Fanjiang to become even more brutal in his dealings with Xizhi thereafter. With this thought, she smirked. Xizhi was, as always, just as foolish as in their past lives. After contemplating, she messaged Fanjiang. Fanjiang, it's been ages since we've dined together. After school, could you come to our school? I'd like to treat you to a meal in our cafeteria. She decided not to expose her just yet. She would wait until her performance escalated, ensuring that the retribution would be even greater. For now, she simply wished to make it clear that, for Fanjiang, as long as she beckoned, he would eagerly come running, tail wagging, even if he were with Xizhi. Su Jing, having finished browsing the forum, turned to Gu Xiao. Xiao, are you attending evening study tonight? If so, let us go to the cafeteria together for dinner. Gu Xiao gently replied, recently, when I accompanied my sister to our grandmother's house, she seemed overly excited, perhaps because she seldom plays in such a luxurious residence. It was quite noisy, making it difficult for me to study, so I told Grandma that I wouldn't be going today. However, I may not be able to join you for dinner. Fanjiang will be coming to our school shortly, as he invited me to the cafeteria for a meal. She was well aware that Fanjiang would never decline her invitation. As for who initiated the meeting, Fanjiang would keep that to himself. No one would ever know. A hint of hesitation crossed her face. He has helped me so many times. It would be ungracious to refuse him. Very well then, since he is quite fierce. He likely wouldn't appreciate me dining with you all, so I shall refrain from joining. After speaking with Su Jing, Gu Xiao lowered her gaze to her phone. Fanjiang was probably still at KFC, enjoying his meal while engrossed in his phone. He couldn't possibly have missed her message. Yet, he had not responded for quite some time. Once school ended, she would ensure that he waited a little longer at the cafeteria entrance. as she intended to finish her homework before leisurely making her way over. Gu Xiro's assumptions were correct. Fan Jiang was indeed still at KFC with Gu Xizhi, indulging in food while playing Do Diju.
Bomb. King Bomb.
Chapter 38. Did you forget to drink the Mengpa soup after being reborn as a duck? As the landlord who had just lost a hand, Fan Jiang was idly playing on his phone. Upon seeing Gu Xiro's message, a wave of irritation washed over him. They had yet to finish their meal at KFC, and he simply had no appetite. Fan Ge, it's your turn again. Gu Xizhi's bomb ended the round prematurely, and Fan Jiang re-entered the fray, this time as a farmer alongside Gu Xizhi. They emerged victorious. 10 minutes later, he was eliminated once more. Remembering the unanswered message, he opened WeChat and replied, "Sorry, I have evening self-study tonight, so I won't be able to come to your school. We'll reschedule for another day." After editing, he hit send and instantly felt a sense of relief. His phone vibrated, and despite being in class, Gu Xiro discreetly pulled out her phone. It was indeed a message from Fan Jiang, but her triumphant smile froze as she read his words. She bit her lip, gripping her phone tightly. Fan Jiang had deceived her. He was nearby yet refused to come and share a meal with her, even fabricating such a far-fetched excuse. Gu Xizhi and the others played several rounds of Do Diju, with her winning every hand, devoid of any genuine thrill. After the final round concluded, she had no intention of playing further. After sharing a meal at KFC and engaging in numerous rounds of Do Diju, Zhang Qi and Fan Jiang seemed to have thawed their previous animosity. They even agreed to head to an internet cafe together afterward. Gu Xizhi had dinner plans at the old residence, showing little interest in their subsequent activities. The group decided to linger a while longer at KFC, finishing the food they had ordered before parting ways. A figure, completely wrapped up and obscured from head to toe, approached their table. From their confused gazes, the person sat down, calmly taking a piece of fried chicken from their table, pulling down a specially cut section of their mask to stuff the chicken inside. "Hey, who are you?" Zhang Qi shouted, standing up with a furious demeanor, leaning in to snatch the chicken from the stranger's hands. "This food is ours. Did we invite you to eat?" In his attempt to take the chicken leg, he barely touched the individual. However, the person suddenly toppled to the side, shouting in a voice that was both grating and hoarse, "You have such a wicked heart, striking me right in the chest. Am I having a heart attack?" Zhang Qi glanced at Gu Xizhi and then at Fan Jiang, veins throbbing on his forehead, his fists cracking ominously. "You duck spirit. Did you forget to drink the Mengpa soup upon reincarnation? You dare to con me? If I don't show you some color, do you truly think I'm just a Hello Kitty?" Fan Jiang leisurely sipped the drink Gu Xizhi had offered him, seemingly enjoying the spectacle. Nonchalantly, he remarked, "If you show him some color, he might just take you for a pallet." Zhang Qi immediately aimed his fist at Fan Jiang. "Damn it. It seems we can never be friends." The person, still wrapped tightly, nodded in agreement. "Yes, show me some color, and I shall regard you as a pallet." "Come on. Can you at least be a bit more professional at conning?" Zhang Qi was exasperated. How could one start telling jokes in the middle of a con? After being reminded, the hoarse voice cried out again. "Ah, it hurts. My whole body aches. I'm on the brink of death. Please, let me have a few bites of fried chicken to fulfill my last wish. Otherwise, I shall return as a vengeful spirit to haunt you." Gu Xizhi, suppressing a burp, realized she couldn't eat any more if she wanted to save room for the grand dinner awaiting her at the old residence. She looked at the figure on the ground, desperately seeking a few bites of food, and felt an inexplicable sense of familiarity, as if recognizing a kindred spirit. She pushed the portion of snacks she had bought toward him.
"Here, eat this.
You can die after finishing it." With her words, neither Zhang Qi nor Fan Jiang objected. Watching the figure devour the food ravenously, completely concealed, Gu Xizhi curiously asked, "Are you so afraid of retribution from those you have conned that you wrap yourself up so tightly? Isn't that obvious?" Zhang Qi replied with certainty. "But what a sad existence, resorting to conning even for a mere meal at KFC on a Thursday. Moreover, your conning skills leave much to be desired. How about you pay me some tuition, and I will teach you the proper and efficient ways to con?" Listening to Zhang Qi's disdainful yet confident remarks, Gu Xizhi remained silent for a moment before sliding the last Orlean grilled wing on the table toward him. "Tuition, teach me. I need money." Seeing this, the person with a hoarse voice brightened, hesitatingly pushing forward the piece of original flavored chicken he had just bitten into. "I want to learn." Fan Jiang, with a mocking expression, remarked, "Your so-called humorous conning is aimed at your father, right? I've heard he's preparing to take you for a paternity test." If it turns out you're not his biological son, he'll put out a global manhunt for you. With all this, you're still willing to learn from him? Gu Xizhi retrieved the Orlean chicken wing she had pushed toward Zhang Qi and unhesitatingly offered it to the person with the hoarse voice. Without hesitation, he accepted it and began to gnaw on the original chicken. You are afflicted with a severe case of vocal cord, muscular weakness, and polyps, which is why your voice sounds like that of a duck. After finishing off all the remaining food on the table, the hoarse voice began to engage in conversation more frequently. Despite having no medical experience, Gu Xizhi could discern the issue from his voice. As soon as she finished speaking, the hoarse voice fell silent, even ceasing to eat the fried chicken. Wait, did I guess correctly? Gu Xizhi pondered. But even if she was correct, it was no great ailment. A simple operation could resolve it. Even if the surgery failed, it would at most result in a slightly unpleasant voice. Zhang Qi and the others exchanged puzzled glances at the hoarse voice's reaction. Gu Xizhi, equally bewildered, commented, honestly, having a slightly unpleasant voice isn't all that bad. Look at how you've wrapped yourself up. No one knows what you look like, but everyone will remember your awful voice. One day, when we meet in the world, we'll recognize you by your voice alone. The person with the hoarse voice did not find comfort in her words. Thank you for allowing me to enjoy a hearty meal. I must take my leave. With that, he stood up, dejected, leaving behind a solitary figure. Zhang Qi stared at his retreating back for a while. Do you all think he is quite strange? I possess an identical outfit to the one he is wearing, which cost me over 30,000 at the time of purchase. It is unmistakably genuine, yet he has fallen so low as to resort to deceiving us for the scraps of our leftovers. In a courtyard somewhere in the capital, Fang Mianji received a phone call. What is it? Any news from Roshan? Chapter 39. I declined his invitation to visit the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Listening to the words on the other end of the line, Fang Mianji furrowed her brow. Understood. I shall personally visit Ning City tomorrow. After hanging up, she sighed, feeling as though she had aged several years in an instant. Inside a KFC, Gu Xizhi parted ways with Gu Zhi and Zhang Qi. There was still some time before the driver arrived to take her to the old residence for dinner. Passing by an ice cream shop, she entered and purchased 2 ice creams within her budget. Holding one in each hand, she indulged joyfully. Suddenly, a waft of traditional Chinese medicinal aroma reached her senses. My ice cream has been tainted. She felt as if the very ice cream she was enjoying was now infused with the essence of Chinese medicine. Raising her gaze, she cast a resentful look towards the Fang family's TCM clinic nearby. To preserve the dwindling purity of her ice cream, she opened her mouth wide and stuffed one of the ice creams inside. The coldness caused her to shiver momentarily, yet she soon wore a satisfied expression as she gulped it down. She repeated the process with the other ice cream. By the way, system, I have acquired world-class traditional Chinese medicinal skills, so shouldn't you present me with a set of silver needles? She suddenly realized that if the elderly lady were to fall ill and pass away, what excuse would she have to dine at the old residence? It would be far better for the elderly lady to live a long life so that she could rightfully enjoy her meals there. And her TCM skills could certainly be put to discreet use. System. This system does not possess silver needles. If the host requires them, please find a way to procure them yourself. System. I feel you are being rather stingy. Gu Xizhi expressed her disappointment, feeling let down that the system, given their camaraderie, was unwilling to gift her even a pair of silver needles. Buying them myself is the only option, I suppose. If sewing needles are so inexpensive, silver needles can't be that costly. A few dollars were certainly within her means. She turned and walked towards the nearby TCM clinic. Hello, do you have silver needles? You know, the kind used for acupuncture? This particular clinic happened to be the largest TCM establishment in Ning City, and indeed, they did have silver needles. Though labeled as silver needles, they were not entirely made of silver. There were disposable ones and reusable ones, with the latter of superior quality, and thus more expensive, which was not even within Gu Xizhi's consideration. As for the disposable acupuncture silver needles, the cheapest option in the store was 30. Just as Gu Xizhi was about to empty her wallet to purchase a box of silver needles, she stood in the store and opened an online shopping app to search for the item. Upon seeing the top listing for acupuncture needles priced at $11.99, she scoffed, "No. Thank you. I have found a more economical option. Only a fool with too much money would buy this overpriced item." As she entered the TCM clinic, a finely dressed young girl followed her inside. Standing beside her, she witnessed Gu Xizhi checking the prices online. With a sneer, she remarked, "How pitiful. Unable to afford even a $30 acupuncture needle. So impoverished, yet she aspires to learn traditional Chinese medicine? When Xizhi turned around, she overheard the girl's words and smiled smugly. Humph, trying to provoke me into spending that extra $10 or so. Not a chance. I, Xizhi, am not the type to sacrifice money for the sake of pride. The staff member at the Fong family's TCM clinic, having just put away the needles, stood up straight and respectfully greeted the girl. Mississippi Fong were watching nodded coolly in response. At Ning City No. 1 High School, the bell rang signaling the end of classes. Su Jing, arm in arm with another girl, approached Gu Xiao. Xiao, are you coming to the cafeteria with us? ISN, T Fanjiang waiting for you at the entrance? Gu Xiao, engrossed in her exam paper, looked up at the sound of their voices and replied, I told him I would finish my homework before heading over. So I'll be a bit late. You all go ahead. All right, I'll see you later. Su Jing said with a laugh as she left. As the classmates gradually departed, only 5 or 6 remained. Gu Xiao took out her phone to reread the message Fanjiang had sent her earlier. She gripped her pencil tightly, and with a sharp crack, it broke in two. The sound drew the attention of the remaining students, who turned to look in her direction. Gu Xiao nonchalantly discarded the broken pencil and picked up another, pretending to focus on her exam paper. She stayed in the classroom until 6 o'clock. Typically, everyone would return from dinner around this time. If she didn't leave soon, Su Jing and the others would be back. Her eyes darkened as she tightened her grip on her phone, standing up. Dining in the cafeteria posed a risk of encountering other classmates, and when she had spoken with Su Jing, her voice had been rather loud, thus everyone knew she had plans to eat with Fanjiang. They even assumed that his presence near the school was solely to find Gu Xiao, while his visit to KFC with Zhang Qi was merely coincidental. Gu Xiao walked directly outside the school. Beyond the gates lay a food street, where she chose a relatively quiet restaurant. Seating herself in a corner with her back to the entrance, she ordered a small hot pot for one. Menu, that 3-pointer you made earlier was incredibly impressive. Without it, our team would have, hey look, ISNT that Gu Xiao? 5 boys clad in the school's uniform entered the restaurant. I remember that Su Jing said she was meeting Fanjiang for dinner after school, so why is she sitting here alone? Is Fanjiang nearby? The boys scanned the area but failed to spot Fanjiang. Someone suggested they go greet Gu Xiao, as they were all in the same class. However,
Minyu stopped them.
Although they were also first-year students, their grades were at the bottom of the class, and their family circumstances were not particularly favorable. Gu Xiao had always treated them coldly, and Minyu was not keen on engaging with her either. After entering the restaurant, they settled into a corner farthest from Gu Xiao, sitting at a diagonal. Gu Xiao remained oblivious to their presence and left the hot pot restaurant without noticing her classmates had come. As evening study sessions were about to commence, she leisurely entered the classroom, holding a cup of milk tea. Upon seeing her, Su Jing approached eagerly. So, how was it? Did you have a delightful dinner with Fanjiang? Did he finally confess his feelings to you? Girls at the age of 15 or 16 were particularly fond of gossip regarding romantic matters, especially with someone like Fanjiang, who seemed akin to a young lord of the underworld. The narrative between him and Gu Xiao resembled that of a rebellious heir and a studious girl, a quintessential plot of a sweet romance novel. The girls in the class quickly gathered around, filled with curiosity. Really? Did Fanjiang finally confess his feelings to you? Xiao, did you accept? I've always said Fanjiang must like you. Otherwise, how could someone like him treat others so well? Oh my, how romantic. A flicker of irritation crossed Gu Xiao's face, her gaze towards Su Jing momentarily sharp as a blade. However, she quickly donned her characteristic gentle and demure smile, blushing slightly as she replied, What are you all saying? Fanjiang and I are still just high school students. How could I possibly agree to date him? We merely shared an ordinary meal. Just then, someone approached the classroom. Minyu. Chapter 40. The Lies Unveiled. Do you know Fong Roshan? Minyu inquired. Let us go together after evening study. Just then, Minyu and his group of friends entered the classroom. Upon hearing Gu Xiao's words, they were momentarily taken aback. The boy conversing with Minyu, rather simplistic in nature, bluntly raised a question. Hey Gu Xiao, hold on a second. We just saw you at dinner, dining alone with a small hot pot. I waited quite a while, yet I did not see Fanjiang show up. Minyu and the other boys attempted to intervene, but they were too late. The classroom fell into an immediate hush, followed by murmurs of skepticism. What's going on? Could it be that Gu Xiao is lying? Didn't she claim earlier that Fanjiang had asked her out for dinner? The implication of her statement was that Fanjiang indeed confessed to her during their meal. But if he never dined with her, then the confession is surely a fabrication. Gu Xiao's complexion drained of color, and she discreetly clenched her fist, inhaling deeply to regain her composure. Adopting a serene and gentle demeanor once again, she smiled and explained, perhaps he was slightly upset after I declined his invitation, and thus left before you all arrived. As she continued, an air of regret surfaced on her face. This situation might be quite a blow to his pride, so I hope you all will keep this matter to yourselves. Although we cannot be in a romantic relationship at present, I have always regarded him as a good friend. Fan Jiang, notorious for being difficult to deal with and from another school, was someone these boys would not dare to confront for verification. After her statement, she lowered her gaze and pulled out papers from her desk, spreading them out before her, engrossed in her work. Observing her earnestness and reflecting on her earlier words, the murmurs of doubt dissipated. Were it me who faced rejection, I too would likely not feel embarrassed enough to leave first. The goddess indeed lives up to her title, remaining unperturbed in the face of a confession from a paragon like Fan Jiang. How benevolent she is, even concerned about potentially hurting him, in joining us to assist in keeping his secret. Listening to the surrounding chatter, Gu Xiao exhaled slowly, a subtle smile creeping onto her lips. What a bunch of fools. So easily deceived. The boy beside Minyu scratched his head in confusion. So, when we arrived, Fan Jiang had already left? Minyu furrowed his brows. He had actually noticed Gu Xiao before anyone else. He had witnessed her entering the restaurant alone, entirely contradicting her claim that Fan Jiang had departed prior to their arrival. The bell for evening study rang, prompting everyone to return to their seats. Gu Xizhi joyfully sat at the dining table in the old residence, savoring the chicken leg that her grandmother had placed in her bowl. With her eyes narrowed in delight, she resembled a little mouse. My grandmother is truly wonderful. She always watches the kitchen every afternoon to prepare my favorite dishes. Such an amazing grandmother must live a long life. Just give me 2 more days, and I'll ensure my grandmother lives to a ripe old age. Grandfather Gu was also at the table, chewing on a dish prepared by a royal chef. Yet it tasted as bland as chewing wax. No, it should be said it was as sour as vinegar. The little girl had previously claimed that he was ultimately harmed by Gu Xiao, yet she had never considered helping him to live longer. Now, however, she was intent on ensuring the old lady's longevity. Wasn't he the one she cherished most in her heart? Wait a moment. What did she mean by 2 more days? What could this little rascal be plotting? Here, have some chicken soup. It's specially made by Grandma, sweet and nourishing. You're so thin. You must drink more. The old lady felt her heart swell with warmth, becoming even more diligent in serving Gu Xizhi. During this time, she cast a pointed glance at Grandfather Gu, who was oblivious to her affectionate thoughts, surely unaware of how much she loved him, enough to wish for his long life. But why 2 more days? Could it be that she was contemplating eliminating Xiao to remove any future concerns? She recalled the last time when the little one had mentioned that her fainting episodes were related to Xiao. Oh dear. Upon this realization, the old lady's face turned pale. Sweetheart, promise me you won't engage in anything forbidden by the law, alright? No matter what happens, you must remain a law-abiding child. Gu Xizhi, perplexed, thought, What's up with my grandmother? I'm just having a meal, and now she's giving me a lesson on the law? Yet her words reminded her. Wasn't she in dire need of money? Perhaps she could acquire a copy of the criminal law and see which offense would yield the quickest return? I'm truly clever. After swallowing a mouthful of chicken leg, Gu Xizhi nodded. Yes, I will certainly be a good child and listen to my grandmother. Both the old lady and Grandfather Gu felt a weight lift from their chests. The old lady thought, goodness, has my darling developed such terrifying thoughts? It seems I must have Manny keep a closer eye on her, lest she truly decides to purchase a criminal law to study. Grandfather Gu remarked, This old woman is something else. We're just having a meal, and she brings up the law, awakening such dreadful thoughts in the child. After dinner, Gu Xizhi lounged on the sofa in the living room, enjoying the fruits prepared by her grandmother. Watching a variety show, she suddenly remembered something and picked up her phone, which she had carelessly tossed aside. Upon checking, she saw that the logistics information indicated her order had been shipped, and she breathed a sigh of relief. Given the current speed of logistics, the acupuncture needles should certainly arrive in 2 days. Tomorrow is Friday, the last day of the month, and after attending class, a splendid 7-day National Day holiday awaits. The next day, with the thought of indulging for 7 days ahead, Gu Xizhi, unusually, did not linger in bed when Lin Manny came to wake her. She bit into the crepe that Gu Jiangyuan had bought for her and walked into the classroom. As she was happily chatting with her female classmates, Li Shuangshuang turned to her and asked, Sister Ji, do you know Feng Rushan? The money for the crepe had come from her pampering fourth brother, so Gu Xizhi didn't hold back, adding a generous amount of fillings: ham sausage, pork tenderloin, chicken fillet, bacon, and shredded meat. Taking a large bite, the entire sausage was pulled out, but she pouted her cheeks and managed to suck it back in, saving it from falling to the ground. Shaking her head, she replied, "I don't know him. I'm unfamiliar with him." All she knew was that today's crepe was incredibly delicious, a true delight. Fong Ruoshan is the hottest singer right now. We've all been talking about his concert, and wanted to ask if you'd like to join us. Chapter 41. Is this too bold? A girl beside Li Shuang sighed. Let's not get our hopes up. Tickets for his concert are nearly impossible to obtain.
Even quite good.
And even scalpers don't have any available. I've been saving up since this year's new year for this concert, accumulating over 10,000 yuan, planning to spend it all on a ticket. Yet it seems I can't even spend that money. Gu Xizhi took another bite of the pork tenderloin. Her cheeks puffed out like a little pufferfish. Hearing someone mention spending 10,000 yuan on a scalped ticket, her eyes widened in shock. I can't possibly be acquainted with such a person. I'm too poor. Being neglected at home, and required to turn in any red envelopes she received. She could hardly afford to chase after stars. The first class of the morning was mathematics. Having had a heartfelt breakfast prepared by Lin Manny and then devoured a crepe loaded with fillings, Gu Xizhi felt a bit stuffed. Lying down pressed against her stomach felt uncomfortable, and unusually, she did not doze off. Lazily lounging in her seat, Gu Xizhi openly retrieved a novel from her bag and placed it on the desk to read. When Zhang Yang, the mathematics teacher and head of the grade, entered the classroom, his gaze unintentionally flickered towards her. At first sight of Gu Xizhi's unfamiliar visage, he mistook her for a new transfer student. It took a moment for him to recall that this was indeed Gu Xizhi's designated seat, and he realized with a start that it was she. The thought struck him that Gu Xizhi had been at their school for nearly half a month, and despite having served as her mathematics teacher during that time, this was the first instance he had seen her awake and alert. Upon finally discerning her appearance, Zhang Yang felt a surge of irritation. It was class time, and although he was vexed, he had to suppress his feelings for the moment. Yesterday, he had assigned a test for the students to complete at home, and today's mathematics lesson was primarily dedicated to discussing that very test. Even the tests designed for high school freshmen at their institution were not trivial. One of the major questions had been adapted from a fill-in-the-blank question from the previous year's college entrance examination. Li Shuang, please come up to the board and solve this problem, Zhang Yang commanded, directing his attention towards Li Shuang, urging her to tackle the significant question. With a troubled expression, Li Shuang approached the board, chalk in hand, and wrote down a solution along with a colon. She then bit her lip, standing there, repeatedly glancing at the problem, yet unable to produce a single word of answer. After standing there for approximately 2 or 3 minutes, Zhang Yang's patience waned, and he said, "You may sit down. Even if you had copied someone else's answer, you are still utterly incompetent, unable to solve such a simple problem. I truly do not understand how you managed to gain admission to this school. One might think you cheated during your entrance examination." Class 18 was comprised of students whom Zhang Yang deemed academically inferior, and he always spoke to them with unvarnished candor. After all, apart from himself, there were no other teachers willing to take on this class. Gu Xizhi was engrossed in a supernatural novel, which cautioned readers to be wary of ghosts lurking beneath beds or unclean elements within used air conditioners when renting a place to stay. She envisioned herself successfully running away from home and renting an apartment alone. Just as she was deeply absorbed in her reading, she was jolted by the sound of the teacher calling Li Shuang's name and glanced up momentarily, though she paid little heed. As she resumed her reading, Zhang Yang's voice echoed once again. The atmosphere of suspense essential to her supernatural tale had been repeatedly shattered, causing Gu Xizhi to furrow her brows. Zhang Yang's words, despite her efforts to block them out, permeated her ears. Even if you had copied someone else's answers, you are still utterly incompetent. And I believe you cheated during your entrance examination. Her frown deepened further. Upon raising her head, she noticed Li Shuang returning with her head bowed and eyes reddened. This reminded her of a few days prior, when she had awakened from a nap during the break to find Li Shuang in tears, having just concluded a mathematics class. During lunchtime, Li Shuang had questioned her about whether she had concealed her identity as a top student.
Gu Xizhi sighed.
Irritated, she ran her fingers through her hair and spoke up. If you are referring to that question on Li Shuang's homework, that answer was penned by me. It has nothing to do with Li Shuang. If you must vent your frustration, direct it toward me.
If it comes to that,
feel free to expel me from the school as well. While this situation would bring Li Shuangshuang to tears, it would merely serve to fortify Gu Shiji's resolve to drop out. Zhang Yang was taken aback, having never anticipated that the answer on Li Shuangshuang's assignment was written by Gu Shiji. She hadn't even submitted her own homework, yet had taken the time to assist another. Without Gu Shiji needing to offer an explanation, he surmised that she had undoubtedly copied the answer from the internet. Ah, how splendid! So, it is you who has resorted to deceit. Since your enrollment, you have yet to submit any assignments, and you spend your time either sleeping or dozing off, presenting no semblance of a diligent student. You only know how to stir up trouble at school, bringing disgrace upon our institution. Zhang Yang slammed his hand on the desk, his expression stern. This afternoon, I will summon your parents. If not, you need not return to school tomorrow. Gu Shiji's eyes sparkled with excitement. Could happiness arrive so swiftly?
Well,
She nodded in agreement. You are absolutely right. I do not resemble a student at all. I am indeed unworthy of remaining at this school. So please expel me directly without waiting for my parents to arrive. Before Zhang Yang could interject, she continued. However, prior to expelling me, shouldn't you apologize to Li Shuangshuang? As a teacher, what is your role? It is to impart knowledge without bias, to guide and enlighten, and to treat each student equally. Even if Li Shuangshuang did copy the answer, as her teacher, you should not declare her to be utterly incompetent. In the absence of evidence, you ought not to malign her by suggesting she cheated during her entrance examination. Moreover, to claim she cheated is not merely slandering her and tarnishing her reputation, it also reflects poorly on our country's examination system. Do you truly believe that those responsible for the entrance examinations are so inept that they would allow a cheating student to smoothly enter high school? Gu Shiji shook her head and clicked her tongue. If what you just said were to spread, I fear your career would come to an abrupt end. She was on the verge of dropping out and embracing a carefree life, yet she felt compelled to shine one last time and seek justice for Li Shuangshuang. Typically, Gu Shiji was either sleeping or eating, with minimal interaction with her classmates. Many believed she had genuine psychological issues, yet upon hearing her speak so boldly, they were left in astonishment and admiration. How audacious! Gu Shiji. This was the first instance Zhang Yang had been confronted by a student, especially in front of so many witnesses. His face turned a shade of green with fury. Gu Shiji yawned and replied, Teacher, I'm fine. There's no need to call my name. Simply apologize to Li Shuangshuang. She was a child capable of recognizing her mistakes, although assisting someone with their homework, even if it was just one question, might not be a grave offense, it still seemed improper. If the teacher intended to expel her, she was fully prepared to accept it. Furthermore, she added, Teacher, you truly need not apologize to me. And look, while I may appear to acknowledge my mistakes, if you do not expel me promptly, I will continue to assist others with their homework, and I will do so even more excessively. Chapter 42. The Dangers of Imagination. Ultimately, Gu Shiji earned herself an opportunity to have her parents summoned, and it was executed with remarkable efficiency. Each student was required to provide the school with a file upon enrollment, which included their parents' contact information. In a fit of rage, Zhang Yang directly called Lin Manny. During the break, Li Shuangshuang's eyes were still red. She went to fetch some water for Gu Shiji, concerned that it might be too hot, and carefully placed the cup on Gu Shiji's desk corner. With a face full of guilt, she said, Sister Xi, you shouldn't have helped me just now. Zhang Yang wasn't entirely wrong. I truly am incompetent. I listen attentively in every class, yet I still cannot grasp anything. I was fortunate to have gotten into this school. Even my brother doubted whether I had cheated during the exam. It's only natural for the teacher to say such things. She lowered her head, tugging at her clothes, filled with worry. You shouldn't have stood up for me against the teacher. You've already faced enough challenges returning to the Gu family, constantly overshadowed by Gu Sairu. Life there is difficult enough, and now you've angered Zhang Yang. He is notoriously petty, and is said to be a relative of the principal. If he truly expels you from school, your life in the Gu family will become even more arduous. Since the recognition banquet, there had been rampant speculation online that the Gu family did not favor Gu Shiji. At the banquet, fearing she might embarrass them, they had not allowed her to eat her fill, and despite being the main character, they had hurried her away. Having known Gu Shiji for nearly half a month, she discovered that Gu was even more impoverished than herself, meticulously comparing prices across several shops for even the most trivial purchases. This was hardly befitting of a child from the wealthiest family in the city. It was evidently true that Gu Shiji was not favored within the Gu household. Zhang Qi glanced at Gu Shiji, sighed, and retrieved a packet of spicy snacks from his drawer, a tribute from his younger associates, offering it to her. Here, take it all. Eat up, for you may not have the chance again. The look in his eyes and the tone of his voice could lead one to believe he was insinuating that Xizhi might not have much longer to live. You were indeed a tad impulsive just now. Zhang Yang is merely a sycophant. Had you received even a modicum of affection within the Gu family, he wouldn't dare to retaliate, no matter how harshly you scolded him in class. Alas, forget it. When I return home tonight, I'll speak to my father and see if he can assist you. Xizhi took the spicy snacks, but shook her head. No, please. Do not involve your father on my behalf. I wouldn't he wanted to interfere with my plans to be lazy at home. The desks at school cannot compare to the comfort of my bed. She tore open the snack bag and offered some to Li Shuangshuang, who declined. Thus, she indulged herself. Taking a bite, she observed Li Shuangshuang, who seemed to be on the verge of being overwhelmed by guilt, self-reproach, and worry. Blinking her eyes, she thought, I am truly quite happy. I have no desire to attend this wretched school for even a single day. Li Shuangshuang, initially merely teary-eyed, suddenly burst into tears, rushing to embrace Xizhi from behind unexpectedly. Oh, Xizhi, you are simply too wonderful, too kind. You not only defended me against Zhang Yang, but also pretended not to want to go to school to spare me from feeling guilty. I promise I will find a way to protect you from expulsion. If the school truly intends to expel you, they will have to step over my dead body first. Xizhi was left bewildered.
What?
I want to drop out and be lazy, and you expect them to step over your corpse? Do I harbor some deep-seated grudge against you? Zhang Qi, raking his fingers through his hair with mild irritation, replied, All right, I will call my father now. If he does not resolve this matter for you, he should be prepared to collect my remains. He, Zhang Qi, aspired to be the king of the campus and could not allow himself to be outshone by a mere girl. Xizhi felt the spicy snacks lose their appeal. There is truly no need for this. You must not intervene. Before she could finish her sentence, Li Shuangshuang released her and dashed out of the classroom. Zhang Qi stood and followed her. Xizhi was left perplexed. Goodness, overthinking truly leads to trouble. Until the class bell rang, neither Li Shuangshuang nor Zhang Qi returned. After finishing the snacks, Xizhi slumped onto her desk and began to slack off once more. She must have dozed off for only a short while when she heard someone calling her name, lifting her drowsy head. The English teacher at the podium continued, Xizhi, Teacher Zhang wants you to come to his office.
Oh.
Rubbing her eyes, she noticed the water Li Shuangshuang had brought her earlier was no longer warm. She took a couple of sips, capped the bottle, and stood up, strolling leisurely towards the administrative building. Within the office of the first-year teachers, a designated meeting room was set aside. Besides Zhang Yang and Lin Manny, the room also housed Li Shuangshuang, Zhang Qi, and two middle-aged men. One was clad in a suit, his hair neatly combed, exuding an air of accomplishment. The other wore jeans and a gray polo shirt, with a sun-kissed complexion and a simple demeanor. Upon spotting Xizhi enter, Zhang Qi immediately proclaimed with an air of pride, This is my father. I brought him along to help you. With him here, you are sure to be fine. Xizhi widened her eyes. Didn't I ask you not to involve your father? Li Shuangshuang, with her head bowed, nervously introduced, This is my dad. Though he may not seem as formidable as Zhang Qi's father, he is quite strong from working on construction sites. Xizhi's eyes widened even further. Didn't you just say you wanted the teacher to step over your corpse? Why does it sound as if you wish to step over the teacher's corpse instead?
Ah.
I am going to lose my mind. I finally found a quick way to drop out, and yet everyone is so eager to help. Lin Manny, having just scheduled an appointment at a beauty salon, received a call from the school. Throughout her journey there, she felt increasingly anxious, worrying about what might have transpired with Xizhi at school. Upon arriving and discovering that two other students' parents were also present, her apprehension heightened, fearing Xizhi had been involved in a fight requiring parental intervention. However, upon hearing their words and perceiving Xizhi's sentiments, she felt utterly relieved. Yet a sense of gratitude and pride welled within her. Her daughter, Xizhi, was indeed a good child, having been at the school for less than half a month. Her classmates already held her in such high regard that they brought their own parents to safeguard her from potential bullying by teachers.
Zhang Qi, Li Shuangshuang.
You two should take your fathers and leave. Do not cause any more trouble. Zhang Yang felt overwhelmed. Having summoned Xizhi's parents, he found the others' presence unnecessary. We want to leave. You can say whatever you wish to Gu's mother. We will sit quietly beside you, I promise. Zhang Qi plopped onto a nearby sofa nonchalantly. His father, accustomed to his son's antics, said nothing and sat beside him. Li Shuangshuang's father, mirroring his daughter's shy demeanor, sat with his head bowed next to Zhang Qi and the others, indicating clearly that he had no intention of leaving. Chapter 43. Resuming old business. Yet, looking at it from another perspective, perhaps this is not entirely a bad thing. Here I am, causing a stir at school, not only getting myself summoned, but also prompting others to bring their parents along voluntarily. I clearly am a troublemaker. My mother must be furious. Perhaps she will take me home directly and forbid me from attending school. Zhang Yang is bound to be even angrier and will certainly want to expel me from school. Lin Manny, you are quite adept at self-comforting. She had been seated in the office for some time, and having grasped the situation, she spoke up. Teacher Zhang, you called me here to discuss Gu Xizhi's failure to submit assignments and her tendency to sleep during class, correct? Yes, regarding Gu Xizhi. Unable to dismiss the students, Zhang Yang chose to address Gu Xizhi's issues with Lin Manny, outlining several grievances regarding her behavior since enrolling in the school, including her confrontations with him in class. However, before he could elaborate, Lin Manny interrupted. These issues stem from my shortcomings as a mother. I have been preoccupied at home and should have managed our dog better. I should not have allowed it to repeatedly tear apart Gu Xizhi's assignments, nor should I have let it bark incessantly at night, disturbing her sleep and leaving her exhausted for school. Sighing, she added, I apologize to her as a mother. My dog is truly unfortunate. Not only do I make it the scapegoat, but now my mother is spreading rumors about it. But how can my mother do this? It is my own lack of diligence that led to this situation. I am so unambitious that I have caused you to lie on my behalf. You must be angry. Please take me home right away. Zhang Yang was momentarily taken aback. Was it true that a dog had indeed shredded her assignments? Did this not seem more like a mere excuse for Gu Xizhi's reluctance to submit her work? Zhang Qi's eyes lit up. If even Gu Xizhi's mother spoke of such an occurrence, it seemed that the method of blaming the dog for torn assignments was quite effective. Lin Manny did not linger on the topic. Glancing out the window, she casually remarked, I shall donate a new experimental building to the school. Before the school bell rang for the next class, Gu Xizhi, Li Shuangshuang, and Zhang Qi were already seated in the classroom. Li Shuangshuang relaxed completely. Sister Xi, how wonderful. You won't be expelled from school after all. Gu Xizhi raised her gaze at a 45-degree angle towards the blue sky outside the window, her heart weeping. I don't feel good at all. The prospect of returning to her laid-back, carefree life at home seemed indefinitely distant. Gu Xizhi, your mother is quite peculiar. Isn't she? She casually donates a building for experiments to the school but is unwilling to provide you with more living expenses. Zhang Qi recalled how when he wanted to invite Gu Xizhi to KFC, she was so stingy that she wouldn't even treat him to a drink. Your mother even allows your dog to chew on your homework. Her donation of that building must be for Gu Xizhi to have a more comfortable time at school. Yet you also reap the benefits. Because of your mother's donation, as long as you don't act out too much at school, they surely won't expel you. Zhang Qi leaned back in his chair, casually crossing his legs, confidently analyzing the situation for Gu Xizhi. Why not pretend to get along well with Gu Xizhi from now on? That way, you might find yourself benefiting more in the future.
He sighed.
Even my dad's visit today didn't help much. He really is quite useless. Gu Xizhi was a person of gratitude and wouldn't forsake repaying kindness just because someone didn't assist her. She earnestly told Li Shuangshuang and Zhang Qi, if your fathers ever fall ill with something that ordinary hospitals can't treat, just bring them to me. I'll take care of them. Zhang Qi and Li Shuangshuang exchanged bewildered glances. Wait, our dad specifically took time off work to help you. And you're cursing them to suffer from ailments that even hospitals can't cure? Lin Manny's admission of having her dog chew on Gu Xizhi's homework and her donation of a building to the school for Gu Xizhi soon spread like wildfire. Gu Xizhi once again became the center of attention at school, while Gu Xizhi found herself the subject of ridicule. Finally, the National Day holiday arrived. For the residents of Ning City, this year's National Day was unlike any other, coinciding with the A-Continent Games being held in Ning City. Except for Gu Xizhi, who had arranged to go out early with a third member of the Gu family to film a variety show, the rest of the family stayed in Ning City. Gu Xizhi's father and eldest brother, Gu Jiangyu, were busy with business matters. Lin Manny took Gu Xizhi and Gu Jiangyuan to watch the athletic events. On the 11th, they attended a track and field competition. By the time the shot put event began, Gu Xizhi was already yawning repeatedly. Mom, I need to go to the restroom. One of the athletes throwing the shot put was the niece of Lin Manny's high school classmate who couldn't attend the event in person. She had promised to record a video of the competition to send to her. Enthusiastically filming, she didn't hear Gu Xizhi's words.
Gu Jianyuan.
Uninterested in the shot put, was engrossed in a game with classmates and also didn't he hear. Gu Xizhi skipped merrily towards the restroom. There was quite a line at the restroom. She stood at the back of the line, engrossed in her phone. Look at this. These people are discussing ways to make money outside the stadium during the games. I can't believe it. Just handing water to those athletes from D country earns them so much in tips. Oh my gosh, if I bought a few cases of water to hand out, wouldn't I be able to go home after the games and buy a house and a car?
What?
Gu Xizhi quickly tiptoed to see what they were looking at. Goodness, I'm going to become a tour guide in Ning City. It's unbelievable. The D country athletes gave a guide 60,000 in tips. 60,000 in tips. Gu Xizhi recognized the app they were using and hurriedly opened it on her phone to search for related videos. In the video, just taking photos for the D country athletes earned 4,000 in tips. The driver who brought them to the games received a stack of US dollars as a tip. She opened the comments. I just walked by and said hello, and they gave me a stack of cash. Another one read. I overheard them looking for a charger and took them to rent a power bank and got 10,000 in tips. I was so tired I sat down for a moment and a group of D country athletes passed by and I ended up with $20,000. Once it was her turn at the restroom, after finishing, Gu Xizhi checked her WeChat balance. Instead of heading toward the audience seats, she walked toward the exit. During the National Day holiday, with the games ongoing, the entire sports village was bustling with people. Fortunately, the weather wasn't too hot today, and Gu Xizhi found a prime spot where many D country athletes were likely to pass by. As she walked over, she passed a flower bed that had presumably been watered not long ago, with the soil still quite damp. Chapter 44. The Missing Sister. In the audience, Gu Jianyuan had just finished a game. He looked up at the field, where they were still throwing the shot put. Lin Manny was video calling someone, live streaming the scene at the venue. Concerned that Gu Xizhi might be bored, he turned to her. Sister, want to play a game with me? Before he could finish his sentence, he noticed the seat where Gu Xizhi should have been was now empty, leaving him momentarily stunned. Mom, where's Xizhi? Wasn't she just here? Lin Manny turned around, puzzled. Hey, wasn't Xizhi right here? Didn't I tell you to keep an eye on her? Gu Jianyuan dialed Gu Xizhi's number. Lin Manny ended the video call. Outside the competition venue, amidst the throng of people, a grimy little girl sat on the ground. Her face and clothes smeared with something unknown, rolling her eyes. In front of her lay a stainless steel bowl that seemed to have been mistreated, and a piece of cardboard with 2 lines of writing. One line in Chinese read, I am blind, please help me. The other in English said, I'm blind, I need help. To perform better, she had silenced her phone. Many people were live streaming with selfie sticks. Suddenly, a beggar appeared outside the competition venue, drawn by the cardboard on the ground. Let me see what this cardboard says.
Wow.
Are beggars getting so professional these days? This begging script even has an English translation? Haha, you're right. There are mostly foreigners here. Without the English translation, those foreign athletes might not understand. You're saying this beggar is wearing clothes from L brand? The young live streamer's attention was focused on the cardboard, oblivious to Gu Xizhi, until reminded by the comments. They turned the camera toward Gu Xizhi, beginning to scrutinize her. It really does look like L brand clothes. I recognize those shoes too. They're limited edition L brand shoes. I wanted to buy them last year, but couldn't save up enough money. The streamer wasn't a celebrity. Only 200 or 300 people were watching the live stream. Previously, those viewers had been silent, merely following the streamer's camera to observe everything happening at the venue, like a bunch of zombies. Now, however, many of those zombies had come to life. Indeed. I'm living worse than a beggar. Even beggars wear L brand clothes and shoes, while I can't even afford to wear warrior shoes. I might as well start begging too. It's just a bit embarrassing to do it alone. Anyone want to team up with me? I can play the role of a seriously ill person lying nearby, who says only studying can change one's life. Clearly, begging can also lead to wealth. Gu Xizhi couldn't see the comments. She was currently in distress. Her clothes and shoes had been prepared for her by Lin Manny. She wasn't so foolish as to not recognize L brand clothing and shoes. She had made a spontaneous decision to take on this job, leaving no time to bring her previous work attire. Uncertain if it would affect her business today, she rummaged through her belongings and retrieved a pen she had borrowed from the event staff, intending to return it later. Leaning over the cardboard, she began to write swiftly. I am grateful to a certain benefactor for the clothing gifted to me. Although my eyes cannot see, I am unaware of the brand, yet I must say, this garment is exceptionally comfortable. In my lifetime, I have never worn anything so pleasant. Even in death, I shall insist on having this attire accompany me to my grave. Having completed the message in Chinese, she promptly translated it into English. The stream host and his audience were left utterly astonished. Unable to contain his amusement, the host remarked to the viewers, "It seems I may have overstated her professionalism. How could this blind girl write so fluently?" However, he glanced around and noted that the much-talked-about affluent athletes from D country had yet to appear. So it was unlikely they would unmask the little blind girl as a fraud anytime soon. The online viewers erupted with laughter at his words, the barrage of comments flowing in as if there were thousands in the chat. Haha, it's the hostess' fault. If he and T recognized the brand of her clothing so quickly, her eyes might not have healed so soon. The clothing seemed to reply, "You can perish. But there is no need to drag me down with you." Was I the only one to notice that this little blind girl had quite a command of English? She translated such a lengthy passage into English swiftly and, upon review, her translation was remarkably accurate, devoid of any errors. With this revelation, I pondered that as a college student who had just completed the Level 6 examination, I would require time to translate such a sentence. And perhaps I could not do so as well as she had. This little blind girl's English was quite impressive. I was just about to purchase a ticket to join her as a colleague, but with the comments made, I, who could barely recall the 23 letters of the alphabet, would surely lack the qualifications to beg in that setting. To the person above, I sincerely believe your English is rather poor. The chat room buzzed with activity, and more onlookers entered to observe. In just a few minutes, the viewer count surged from under 300 to 3,000, continuing to rise. Having penned the last word, Xizhi heard the host's comments and raised her gaze to wave at him. Was the little blind girl beckoning the host over? Surely. She wasn't angry at him for revealing her pretense of blindness and poverty, intending to confront him? Host, go on. She is so petite. She wouldn't stand a chance against you. Even if she did take a swing, it would feel like a mere tickle. Xizhi appeared even smaller than she did through the phone lens, yet the host remained unperturbed, curious about what she might want. He approached her. When he crouched down with his phone to see what Xizhi was up to, she leaned in closer to observe his screen. Your live stream is quite lively. And the audience is growing rapidly. You all came in here to see me, didn't you? Xizhi greeted the viewers. They were not expecting her boldness. And the comments flooded in even more enthusiastically. Indeed, I was about to leave, but upon seeing you, I became curious and stayed. I also entered out of curiosity regarding the live stream cover. Some answered Xizhi's questions earnestly, while others were more interested in gossiping about her income. Once Xizhi confirmed that the viewers were indeed there to see her, she urged the host to check the comments. With her arms crossed and a serious expression, she looked at him and said, "You see, they all entered your live stream for me. Therefore, if you wish to continue filming, you ought to pay me an appearance fee. After all, I am not particularly famous, just an ordinary person. A mere 5,000 for half an hour will suffice." Chapter 45. Meeting again, no wonder you seem so familiar. Host? Viewer? The host pondered for a moment and nodded. I understand your point. I won't film you any longer. I shall take my leave. Xizhi? Wait, are you sure you understood me? I merely wanted to earn an appearance fee. Why are you leaving? Some found the scene amusing and recorded it, sharing it online. The host truly walked away, leaving Xizhi momentarily bewildered. She rolled her eyes and resumed her primary task. People came and went, many stopping to see what she was writing on the cardboard. For now, it seemed that most spectators were her compatriots, fellow citizens of Hua country. Modern Hua citizens, even those depicted in novels, share a common trait. They venture out without money. Contemporary beggars will often set up a payment code at their stalls. Time was of the essence, and Xizhi was unprepared. She could only feign blindness while discreetly surveying for any D country individuals carrying ample cash. Little girl, you cannot beg here. You must leave immediately. The wealthy D country athletes did not arrive, and Xizhi found herself in a standoff with the security guard. At that moment, she deeply empathized with the feelings of street vendors when faced with eviction by city management. Resolutely, she decided to take action. She pointed to her ears, shaking her head and waving her hands. The security guard understood immediately. However, a new question arose. Are you saying you're deaf? Yet your cardboard states you are blind. How then do you know I am here and speaking to you? Your gaze aligns perfectly with mine. Xizhi. The security guard did not dismiss her. Instead, he apprehended her and took her to the security room. He called for her family to come and pick her up, disrupting the order of the sports event. The security personnel had the authority to remove those who could not be sent away after one attempt. Gu Shiji's plans to earn money had faltered. As she took out her phone to call Lin Manny, she noticed dozens of missed calls. She quickly returned the call, informing Lin Manny and the others of her situation. Putting her phone away, she raised her eyes in shock. Gong Yisheng, what are you doing here? In another corner, she spotted the boy she had encountered at KFC. Wrapped up tightly, his voice hoarse and duck-like. She hurried over, feeling a sense of joy at meeting an acquaintance in a foreign land. Gong Yisheng recognized the voice and turned, his gaze landing on the muddy little figure. From her face, he could vaguely discern her features. You're that little one from KFC, aren't you? Yes. Are you here just like me, begging and getting caught? When encountering a familiar face in a foreign land, conversation flows naturally. Gong Yisheng had been there for quite some time, unable to connect with the security guard and feeling bored. Suddenly meeting someone he recognized prompted him to chat a bit more with Gu Xizhi. He had also seen the videos and comments online, leading him to come over in hopes of collecting some money. Their thoughts aligned remarkably, while everyone else opted to deliver water to the D country athletes. Serving as their drivers and guides, they simply wished to engage in a harmless venture as beggars. I had just set up my stall, pretending to be a paralyzed person when someone brought the security guard over. I thought, am I not already paralyzed? When the guard came to shoo me away, I didn't leave. Who knew $100 bill would suddenly blow my way? I jumped up to grab it and that's how I got caught. At this point, Gu Xizhi felt a pang of sympathy for Gong Yisheng. How long have you been here? Are you also waiting for your family to pick you up? I have been sitting here for over 2 hours, waiting for them to have lunch. They mentioned that if my family does not come to pick me up before noon, they would provide me with a meal. Gu Xizhi harbored serious doubts about his intentions, suspecting he was merely there for a free meal. No wonder she felt a sense of familiarity when she saw him the other day. It resonated with her past experiences, which had been equally dismal. Soon, my mother and brother will arrive to take me for lunch. Would you like to join us? It's nearly lunchtime, and when my mother and brother arrive, they will undoubtedly head straight for a meal. The raspy voice brightened, nodding vigorously. The two leaned closer together, engaging in lively chatter. You're wearing the same outfit I saw you in the other day. You haven't changed clothes for several days, have you? Just smell yourself. You've developed quite an odor. Haven't you been home at all? Raising his arm to take a whiff, the face concealed by the mask contorted in distaste. By the way, you haven't run away from home, have you? Gu Xizhi, who had often fantasized about running away, was particularly astute in this regard. The raspy voice, feeling like a child, thought it harmless to be truthful and nodded in admission. Gu Xizhi shook her head disapprovingly. That's not acceptable. Just look at how you've turned out since you ran away. It's evident you weren't prepared beforehand. At the very least, you should have brought more money. Running away without funds is merely self-torture. Actually, I did bring money, the raspy voice replied, sounding somewhat dejected. I took my phone and a substantial amount of cash. Just to be safe, I even brought several bank cards. I packed all these into one bag, but the rest of the sentence trailed off. And Gu Xizhi guessed the conclusion. It had been stolen. Such was the fate of those lacking physical prowess when attempting to flee from home. Fortunately, her own agility spared her from such troubles. Then, why did you run away? Gu Xizhi, feeling bored and curious, inquired. I never mind, don't worry about it. Everyone has their privacy, and I respect yours. The raspy voice had barely begun to speak when Gu Xizhi interrupted, finding the sound unbearable. A system task was triggered, to conquer Feng Ruishan and have him become one of the host's devoted admirers. Task completion reward, proficiency in 8 languages. The system, nearly forgotten, sprang back to life. Feng Ruishan? Gu Xizhi recalled hearing that name mentioned by Li Shuangshuang and others the previous day. Tickets for a concert were selling at exorbitant prices. In addition, she remembered that in the book, Feng Ruishan was one of Gu Xiro's admirers, who had even aided her in gaining 3 million followers overnight by participating in a variety show with her. The system would not issue tasks without reason. Gu Xizhi raised an eyebrow at the raspy voice before her. Feng Ruishan? Chapter 46. Conquering Feng Ruishan and Healing the Elderly. Feng Ruishan's face was entirely concealed by a mask and hat, leaving only his eyes visible, which were now wide with shock. Wait, you can recognize me like this? Lin Manny and Gu Jianyuan arrived, both drenched in sweat on this October day. They escorted Gu Xizhi and Feng Ruishan into the Gu family vehicle. Gu Xiji's face had been cleaned up by Lin Manny, and while sipping on frozen lemon tea that Gu Jianyuan had just bought for her, she chatted with Feng Ruishan. Did your company terminate your contract because your voice is so unpleasant? She asked nonchalantly. The system, somewhat exasperated, responded, Host, Your task is to conquer Fong Ruoshan. Being so direct may aggravate him and increase the difficulty of your task. It doesn't matter. As long as I can speak Chinese, that is sufficient. Chinese is the most powerful language in the world, and I'm not particularly interested in the rewards for this task, the system noted. Gu Jianyuan divided the drinks between Gu Xizhi and Fong Ruoshan before returning to his game. Hearing Gu Shiji's thoughts, he paused and instinctively glanced in her direction.
Oh.
Is there a new system task? Is the reward related to language? However, my sister is right. Chinese is indeed the most formidable language. Knowing Chinese is enough. Lin Manny, having not finished watching the competition, felt relieved after finding Gu Xizhi and began explaining to her old classmate. Upon hearing this, she also looked toward Gu Xizhi. Fong Ruoshan, feeling parched and overheated in his numerous layers, quickly drained half a cup of lemon tea and, bewildered, remarked, "No, they didn't terminate my contract or kick me out. I ran away myself."
Huh?
So you gave up because your throat was ill? Gu Xizhi, taken aback, squinted her eyes. Fong Ruoshan, noticing that her cup contained more ice than his, grinned. "Yes, you noticed last time that my throat is indeed problematic, and due to the sensitive location of the polyp. If I undergo surgery, there's an 80% chance my vocal cords will be permanently damaged. As you know, I'm a singer. With my voice in this state, I can't continue singing." Perhaps due to Gu Shiji's calm and understated tone, he inexplicably felt that there was no need to conceal such matters. Like Gu Xizhi, he spoke casually. The Gu family owned an entertainment company, and several first-tier stars were signed under their label. Lin Manny and Gu Jianyuan showed little interest in Fong Ruoshan. One continued chatting on WeChat while the other played games. Gu Xizhi pondered whether Li Shuangshuang was fond of Fong Ruoshan, and if he were to stop singing, would that make her sad? "Show me your hand." Here. Uncertain of Gu Shiji's intentions, Fong Ruoshan still complied and extended his hand. Gu Xizhi gently grasped his wrist and continued, "Lean closer and open your mouth." Now that they had reached this point, Fong Ruoshan realized what Gu Xizhi was doing. Remembering that she could identify his throat issue upon their first meeting, he curiously leaned in.
Ah.
Gu Xizhi turned on the flashlight on her phone and illuminated his throat. Gu Jianyuan's game character met its demise, and he curiously looked up. "Hey, sister, are you examining him? You can treat people?" Without hesitation, Gu Xizhi shook her head. "No, I'm just curious if his throat structure is the same as mine. I certainly wouldn't let you know that I can treat illnesses, and my traditional Chinese medicine skills are the best in the world. Otherwise, I'd be inundated with people seeking my help. I would be utterly exhausted. When I go out to find a job, I might be in my 20s with over a decade of experience. No, that is too terrifying. Even if such employees were favored by major companies, it wouldn't be feasible." Gu Jianyuan was astonished. "Wait, my sister is a divine doctor? Does that mean I'll have the freedom to be ill in the future?" Lin Manny, who had been only half listening to the conversation, was equally shocked. "My daughter is a divine doctor?" Fong Ruoshan, who had initially expected Gu Xizhi to treat him, felt a tinge of disappointment. "So you're not actually treating me?" Well, it made sense. Gu Xizhi looked younger than him, and even his grandfather, a master of traditional Chinese medicine, was powerless against his ailment. How could Gu Xizhi possibly have a solution? Having completed her examination, Gu Xizhi turned off the flashlight on her phone and opened an online shopping platform. She navigated to her orders and added acupuncture needles, which she had previously purchased, back into her cart, placing another order. "Since you have run away from home, you surely have nowhere else to go these days. Why not stay at her house?" She busily arranged everything for Fong Ruoshan before remembering that she herself was merely a secondary character in her own home, always at risk of being cast out. She quickly sought Lin Manny's opinion. Gu Shiji's clothes were still smeared with the black mud she had applied herself. Fong Ruoshan had gone several days without a bath, and a faint musty odor clung to her. Instead of dining out for lunch, they returned home to eat. Shortly after their meal, the delivery person arrived with a package, which included the acupuncture needles Gu Xizhi had ordered 2 days prior. The needles had arrived, and today was also the nation's birthday. Gu Xizhi expressed her disinterest in the sports events, telling Lin Manny that she wished to visit the old residence to celebrate with her grandparents. Lin Manny, having nothing else to do at home, decided to accompany them. Fong Ruoshan followed closely behind. He sat in the last row of the vehicle with Gu Xizhi, whispering secrets. "I see your family is quite affluent, and your mother treats you well. How did you end up in such a predicament, resorting to beggary?" It's a bit complicated. Let me summarize.
All right.
Fong Ruoshan prepared himself to listen attentively. After a moment, Gu Shiji sighed again. This story is rather lengthy. He continued to lend an ear. Gu Shiji took a sip of her sugary beverage, closed her eyes, and began to doze off. Fong Ruoshan? Wasn't she supposed to summarize? Why had she fallen silent? The vehicle arrived at the old residence. The elder Gu and the matriarch had anticipated Gu Shiji and Gu Jiangyuan's arrival and remained indoors. Upon seeing the matriarch, Gu Shiji rushed over to take her arm. Grandma, I just noticed you have dark circles under your eyes. You surely haven't been napping, have you? I'll take you inside for a rest. My silver needles have arrived. I must hasten to give Grandma a few treatments to clear her blood vessels and ensure she becomes the healthiest matron in the vicinity. However, I cannot let anyone know of my medical skills. I need to take Grandma back to her room, render her unconscious, and then proceed with the treatment. Chapter 47. An accidental demolition of the old residence.
What?
The little girl can practice medicine? She intends to acupuncture the old lady? Elder Gu gazed at Gu Shiji in astonishment. The matriarch appeared equally surprised. As for Lin Manny and Gu Jiangyuan, they had already known in the car that Gu Shiji was proficient in traditional Chinese medicine and particularly skilled, and thus remained calm. Fong Ruoshan, oblivious to everything, had already revealed his identity in front of the Gu family, not bothering to conceal himself, dressed in Gu Jiangyuan's clothing, openly displaying his face. He looked at Gu Shiji with confusion. Did you not say you were coming to accompany your grandparents? Why did you send your grandmother to take a nap instead? Besides, it's nearly 3 in the afternoon. My grandfather said that napping at this hour is detrimental to one's health. What could be harmful? Elder Gu replied sternly. Did you not hear Xizhi say the old lady has dark circles under her eyes? With her condition, she should be resting. Otherwise, people might think we are secretly harboring a national treasure, and we would all end up in prison. Fong Ruoshan, I never expected you to be so humorous at your age. Lin Manny nodded in agreement. Now that you mention it, I have noticed the dark circles are rather pronounced. You should go with Xizhi to take a nap. Gu Jiangyuan echoed. Indeed, sister. Take Grandma for a longer nap. It's fine if you sleep until evening. We can wait to have dinner together. Fong Ruoshan, you all just indulge her. He had initially pondered whether the Gu family's affection for Gu Shiji was merely an illusion. Otherwise, how could she be in such dire straits? Now he found himself once again perplexed. Could it be that someone was so idle as to experience life as a beggar? Gu Shiji led the matriarch into the room, saying, I cannot allow anyone to disturb Grandma's rest, as she locked the door behind them. She then mentioned giving the matriarch a massage. Quietly inserting the silver needle into the acupoint on the matriarch's neck, the one frequently punctured in detective stories. The matriarch promptly fainted. An hour later, Gu Shiji emerged from the room to find several people outside, their eyes wide in surprise. Gu Shiji looked at them in confusion. What are you all doing here? Elder Gu was polishing his reading glasses. My eyesight is failing. As soon as I take off my glasses, everything becomes unclear, and I find myself wandering about in a haze. Gu Jiangyuan supported the elder's arm. Indeed. I saw grandfather moving in circles and realized he must not have his glasses on. Fearing for his safety, I hurried over. Lin Manny held a feather duster. Half of the servants are on holiday today, and no one is cleaning. I noticed the dust accumulating here. So, I came to tidy up. The only honest one, Fong Ruoshan, said, I saw you all gathered here and was curious if something was amiss. So, I came to take a look. By the way, has your grandmother awakened? My grandfather mentioned that napping too long can be harmful, especially for the elderly. Otherwise, they may suffer from insomnia at night. Each person's reasoning was quite sound, and Gu Shiji harbored no doubts. The matriarch had just finished her acupuncture treatment and awoke half an hour later. Upon waking, Elder Gu, Lin Manny, and Gu Jiangyuan surrounded her. Old lady, after your nap, do you feel any differences in your health? Mother, you mentioned having dizziness recently. Do you feel any improvement now?
Grandma,
do you feel as if you've become several years younger? Fong Ruoshan, seated nearby, enjoying afternoon tea and watching a movie with Gu Shiji, was filled with questions. Isn't it just that the old lady took a nap? Why do they all ask questions as if she had undergone a miraculous treatment? Upon awakening, the matriarch noticed her body's changes. She appeared revitalized, her complexion brighter, and she stretched her limbs, saying, I must admit, I do feel significantly lighter. I had a bit of a heaviness in my chest before, but now it's gone. It seems I need to take more afternoon naps. Elder Gu, pleased for the matriarch, cast a somewhat resentful glance at Gu Shiji, saying, You truly have a wonderful granddaughter, always encouraging you to nap. Unlike me, this old man, my dark circles are nearly falling off, yet no one urges me to take a nap. Why is everyone so concerned about my grandmother's condition after her nap? Do they genuinely believe that a single nap can restore one's health?
How naive.
And is my grandfather a giant baby? At his age, feeling sleep-deprived, he still doesn't realize he should take a nap without waiting for someone to prompt him? TSK, TSK. Xizhi reclined on the sofa, listening to their conversation, casting a disdainful glance at Elder Gu. The elder's beard bristled in indignation. You little rascal, who are you calling a giant baby? The matriarch couldn't help but chuckle. Lin Manny stared at her toes, remaining silent. Gu Jianyuan, suppressing laughter so hard his face twitched, silently gave Xizhi a thumbs up. Fong Ruishem? The effects of a mere nap were so significant? Perhaps he should ask his grandfather someday if afternoon naps truly have such benefits. Xizhi. Elder Gu turned to the utterly relaxed Xizhi sprawled on the sofa. The servants at the estate are all on holiday today. You and your brother should help tidy up. She dared to mock him as a giant baby. She should not expect to lounge around idly anymore. Not all the servants had the day off. A few long-serving attendants who had been with the esteemed Gu family for decades, along with their descendants who had grown up within the estate, remained on the premises. Each had their own designated tasks.
Today,
the estate's cleanliness was attended to by the butler and 2 other servants who managed to carve out some time for it. However, with insufficient manpower and the vastness of the estate, many areas were left unattended. Xizhi's eyes widened in disbelief as she was pulled by Gu Jianyuan to fulfill the elder's orders. In the Gu household, the patriarch's words were akin to a decree. No one dared to defy them. The 2 stood outside the courtyard, armed with brooms. You sweep that side, and I'll take this one. Once we're done, we'll clean by the pool together. Gu Jianyuan directed the tasks. Xizhi, feeling rather lethargic, carried her broom to the far side of the garden, where several exquisitely crafted statues stood. Underneath one of the statues lay a few leaves and a trash bag that had drifted in from who knows where. She swiped at the ground with her broom, but pressed too firmly, rendering the leaves and trash bag immobile. After a fleeting moment of contemplation, she discarded the broom and bent down to lift the statue. In a sudden flash of inspiration, Xizhi realized she was attempting to lift a statue of a dog, which, along with its pedestal, stood nearly 2 meters tall. The seated dog was nearly a meter wide, and she had to fully extend her arms to barely grasp it. The butler was reluctant to allow the 2 young ones to clean the garden, but with the elder's insistence, he could only watch anxiously from the sidelines, occasionally seeking opportunities to assist. When he observed Xizhi attempting to lift the stone dog, he initially paid it no mind, as the craftsmanship was so lifelike that the Gu children often embraced it in their youth. Some merely hugged it, while others dreamt of lifting the stone dog. It was clear that they were merely dreams. He thought Xizhi was merely indulging in such fantasies as well. 4th young master, wait for me, he called out. Having noticed Gu Jianyuan trying to climb a tree to retrieve yet another trash bag that had inexplicably landed there, he rushed to stop him. Out of the corner of his eye, he caught sight of Xizhi and was instantly alarmed. Young miss, put that down. Quickly. He must have been seeing things. He couldn't believe his eyes as Xizhi actually lifted the stone dog, an object so heavy that even 3 or 4 adults together would struggle to move it. This little girl was somehow raising it off the ground. Young miss, please set it down. You might hurt your back. Xizhi furrowed her brow after lifting the stone dog, feeling somewhat displeased as it was not as light as she had anticipated. Raising it felt akin to an untrained woman attempting to carry a 30-kilogram sack of rice. Quite the effort. She glanced down at the ground, having completely moved it from its original position, exposing the garbage underneath. Just then, the butler hurried over to assist, but she feared he would hinder her efforts. Without hesitation, she tossed the stone dog aside. A resounding crash echoed through the garden. Was that an earthquake? Why do I hear a sound akin to the heavens collapsing? Gu Jianyuan, abandoning his tree-climbing endeavor, rushed over. Xizhi appeared dazed. She hadn't noticed that not far from the stone dog was another statue, that of a standing man holding a dog leash. The figure was proportionately crafted, standing about 1.7 meters tall, without a pedestal, and appeared significantly shorter than the stone dog. One could easily deduce that this man was the owner of the stone dog. Yet, Xizhi couldn't quite grasp her grandfather's aesthetic in placing a stone dog larger than its frail owner in their garden. Nonetheless, such matters seemed trivial. The pressing issue was that when she had carelessly tossed the stone dog, it had toppled its stone master. The thunderous crash was indeed the sound of the master hitting the ground. What transpired? The commotion in the garden was so loud that the occupants of the mansion could hear. The elder, matriarch, Lin Mani, and the guest Fong Ruishan, who was not required to assist with the cleaning, all rushed out. Gu Shiji looked at the fallen stone dog and its stone owner, earnestly stating, "Those who are not tall and robust should refrain from keeping overly large dogs, otherwise, they risk being knocked over by them." The butler, having witnessed the entire incident, remained speechless, while the others stood in bewilderment. Fong Ruishan, the honest one, blurted out, "While your logic is indeed sound, could you explain why a stone dog could knock over its equally stone master?" Others remained silent, but their clear gazes conveyed that they shared the same question. Gu Shiji did not respond. Her compulsive tendencies lingered. Seeing something fallen compelled her to set it right. Just like now, with the pitiful stone master lying on the ground. The stone dog had taken up a portion of its owner's space when tossed aside, and the fallen master had revealed the trash piled beneath. It was timely, as she needed to sweep that up as well. Gu Shiji propped the stone master up, relocating it to a different spot, then moved the stone dog a little further away. The onlookers in the garden were astounded. Their previous confusion was suddenly dispelled. Fong Ruishan, wide-eyed, exclaimed, "Gu Shiji, how do you possess such strength?" While Gu Shiji harbored a desire to lounge about, she was also a person who, in her past life, would rather have died than leave a task incomplete. How could she completely change just because she had experienced death? Once she began a task, she became earnest. Without turning back, she picked up her broom and resumed sweeping, casually remarking, "Perhaps I consumed too much spinach as a child." Fong Ruishan's face lit up with realization, firmly believing, "Indeed, the notion that Popeye became strong from eating spinach is true. I must eat more spinach from now on." The Gu family members looked at him as if he were a fool. They surmised that this odd reward must have come from the unreliable system linked to Gu Shiji. "Let us return," the elder declared, leading the way back to the mansion, reassured that it was not an earthquake. Fong Ruishan followed suit, planning to check the kitchen to see if spinach had been prepared today. If so, he was eager to indulge. In the garden, soon only the duo tasked with cleaning and the ever-helpful butler remained. Gu Shiji completed the cleanup beneath the two statues, applying the same method to the other statues in the garden. Once she finished that section, she sought out Gu Zhongyuan. Startled by the noise from her side, he had momentarily lost focus, forgetting about the trash in the tree. As Gu Shiji approached, she looked up and saw the trash bag hanging from the tree. Gu Zhongyuan followed her gaze, exclaiming, "Oh, I forgot. I'll climb up right now to get it down." With that, he discarded his broom and rolled up his sleeves. The area they were in was filled with various trees, osmanthus, phoenix trees, and others of unknown species. In early autumn, the ground was adorned with a light carpet of fallen leaves. One of their cleaning objectives was to clear the leaves from the ground. Gu Zhongyuan had already swept a portion, accumulating a small pile of leaves, only for more to fall shortly after. Gu Shiji glanced at the fallen leaves and then back up at those still drifting down. Suddenly, inspiration struck her. "Fourth brother, you needn't climb up. I'll shake them down."
Huh.
Today, being the national holiday, Gu Shiji was in high spirits and patiently explained to Gu Zhongyuan, "I intend to shake all the dead leaves from the trees so we can sweep everything clean at once. No need to worry about new trash falling after we've just cleaned. I'll shake down that trash bag up there as well." Gu Jingyuan's large eyes instantly lit up as if illuminated by a lamp. 10 minutes later, having hurriedly returned to the residence for a drink and a restroom break, the concerned housekeeper Gu observed the garden before him, rubbing his eyes in disbelief. Chapter 49. Fourth brother has knocked someone out. Look over there. The garden he once knew was no longer recognizable. The dozen or so trees that he had attentively watched the gardener care for were now barren, some even missing numerous branches, as if they had just endured a catastrophic natural disaster. Gu Shiji stood nearby, somewhat sheepish. "I apologize. I lost control of my strength. And it ended up like this." She had shaken the tree with such enthusiasm that she hadn't noticed the chaos she had caused. Gu Zhongyuan was too astonished to remind her. The commotion had drawn the occupants of the house outside, and collectively they urged Gu Shiji and Gu Zhongyuan to swiftly clear the debris and fallen leaves. Afterward, the elder Gu returned inside, somewhat disheartened, needing a cup of tea to calm his nerves. Although Gu Shiji and Gu Zhongyuan lacked cleaning experience, their youthfulness and vigor allowed them to clear most of the mess in about half an hour, leaving only scattered leaves blown about by the wind. Some had settled onto the grass. Gu Shiji, broom in hand, approached to sweep away the leaves, when she spotted a peculiar object on the ground that resembled trash, but wouldn't budge. Resolutely, she crouched down and yanked it out. discovering it was attached to a long pipe resembling a water hose. She exerted considerable force, and just as she realized something was amiss and attempted to stop, it was too late. The pipe snapped, and suddenly a torrent of water gushed forth. "What on earth, Xizhi? What have you done?" The elder Gu and the others were once again startled. He sighed, looking at the waterlogged grass. "You might as well stop cleaning. Just go lie down in the living room and continue being a sloth." Gu Xizhi gazed at the disordered garden, her expression innocently perplexed. "It seems the items in my grandfather's garden are rather fragile, not very resilient at all. If I had known that all I had to do was work earnestly for him to relent and let me lounge about, I should have done this long ago." The elder Gu shot her a glare. If it weren't for the fact that he couldn't let her know he could hear her thoughts, he would have punished her thoroughly. This was what they referred to online as avoiding self-blame by blaming others, wasn't he it? Having caused the garden to be in such disarray, she still managed to blame it on the garden itself. Gu Jiangyuan felt he had acquired a new skill. The next time his grandfather asked him to work, he too would employ this tactic. Regardless of the outcome, Gu Xizhi had genuinely put forth effort in cleaning. At dinner that evening, she unabashedly consumed 2 extra bowls of rice. Meanwhile, Feng Ruishan, experiencing the exquisite culinary skills of the family chef for the first time, also indulged in 2 additional bowls. After the meal, he sought out Gu Xizhi. "Sister Xi, I'd like to discuss something with you." As she munched on the watermelon the elderly lady had given her, Gu Xizhi replied, "Do you think I resemble you in any way? We both have 2 eyes,
2 ears, a nose, and a mouth."
Gu Xizhi turned in surprise. "Are you suggesting that since we look so alike, we must be long-lost siblings?" "Exactly. No wonder I felt an instant kinship upon seeing you." Feng Ruishan exclaimed excitedly. "How about we swear brotherhood over this cake? To celebrate the nation's birthday." Gu Xizhi proposed that a servant fetch a cake. The cake was placed on the coffee table. After their oath, he declared, "From now on, I shall be your grandparents' grandson. They are getting older, and as their grandson, I should spend more time with them. I think I'll just stay here." Gu Xizhi? She could only manage to come here for 1 meal a day, and Feng Ruishan wanted to stay and eat 5 meals a day? She decisively refused. No. The law of universal gravitation states that those who resemble each other too closely should not become sworn siblings. Otherwise, sugar will lose its sweetness, and chili will lose its saltiness. Feng Ruishan was left perplexed. Did the law of universal gravitation say such things? And what sugar is spicy? What chili is salty? Hold on, let me do that. He immediately pulled out his tablet to search. Gu Jianyuan, carrying a cup of water, sat nearby, having listened attentively. Suddenly, he felt a surge of confidence in his intellect. It turned out he was quite clever. Lin Manny extravagantly purchased several tickets for various sporting events. The following day, the family of 3, accompanied by Feng Ruishan, continued to watch the competitions. While still in the car, Lin Manny cautioned Gu Xizhi not to beg for food that day. However, she had no intention of doing so. She believed the anecdotes online were undoubtedly fabricated. After portraying herself as so miserable, she had received nothing in return. After 2 consecutive days of watching sports, Gu Xizhi received a delivery of acupuncture needles she had ordered online. "Feng Ruishan, I just remembered I left something in your room. Could you accompany me to look for it?" "What?" Gu Jingyuan's alarm bells went off. "My adorable sister is going to Feng Ruishan's room, alone with a mail?" He turned in shock, only to see Gu Xizhi holding the familiar acupuncture needles. Instantly, he calmed down. Remembering how Gu Xizhi had handled things at the old residence, he knew she likely still wished to keep her medical skills a secret. Much like how Conan concealed his identity as a detective by always putting Muri Kagoro to sleep before taking action, he felt he should adopt a protective older brother demeanor. This preparatory work for healing could be his responsibility. He glanced at the table and noticed a baseball bat he had just taken out to use for baseball. Grabbing it, he swung it with force. Gu Xizhi jumped in surprise. "Fourth brother, why did you knock him out?"
"Huh?
"I just wanted to see if the bat was still usable." "How did it end up hitting him on the head?" Gu Xizhi believed him, but sighed. "I was planning to discreetly tell Feng Ruishan that I could treat his throat issue and ask him to keep it a secret. After all, Feng Ruishan could sell a concert ticket for an exorbitant price. He surely isn't too short on money. I must earn recognition for my good deed and give him the chance to repay me." She glanced at Feng Ruishan, who lay unconscious on the sofa. "Perhaps I should wait until he wakes up to treat him? Otherwise, if he doesn't believe I cured him, I would be at a loss."
Gu Jianyuan,
having thought himself a good older brother, he looked at the baseball bat in his hand and shook his head. Feng Ruishan was simply too weak. He had fainted from just one hit and had been out for such a long time without waking. Thank goodness Xizhi hadn't sworn brotherhood with him, otherwise it would have been embarrassing. I've got it. I'll record a video while treating him later. Xizhi devised a perfect plan. Apart from acupuncture, Feng Ruishan needed to take medication for several days. Xizhi stealthily took Feng Ruishan to a pharmacy and then snuck a rice cooker from the kitchen. The two of them spent several nights in hiding, successfully restoring Feng Ruishan's croaky voice to a melodious one. The National Day holiday came to an end. Xizhi lay on her desk, dozing off when a sudden commotion erupted around her. Quick, look over there. My goodness. Could this be real? Chapter 50. It's not impossible to participate. Sister Xi, wake up quickly and take a look over there. Xizhi, groggy, dreamt she had transformed into a rattledrum, being shaken vigorously. She sleepily lifted her head, only to find the instigator shaking her awake, who, after causing the commotion, had not fled but was rather leaning against the window, gazing outside. Curiosity piqued, Xizhi followed her gaze. It was a little past 10 in the morning, and the sunlight outside was blinding, nearly overwhelming her senses to the point of tears. Stop looking, just tell me what's out there, she said, unwilling to subject her beautiful eyes to such discomfort. Li Shuangshuang chimed in, it's Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang has come to our school. And he's even wearing our school uniform. Could it be that he's transferring here? As she spoke, she settled into her seat. Resting her hands on the back of her chair, worry etched on her face as she looked at Xizhi. He wouldn't be transferring just for Xizhi. Would he? To chase you out of school instead? Zhang Qi, who had been engrossed in his game, looked up and shot Li Shuangshuang an exasperated glance, letting out a scoff that carried an air of significance. Suddenly, Li Shuangshuang recalled an incident that had occurred in a narrow alley. I'll get back to my homework, she said, turning to lean over her desk, diving back into the math problems before her. After a moment, she turned back. Have you heard about the math competition? Xizhi's desk held a cup of water, presumably filled by either Li Shuangshuang or Zhang Qi. She unscrewed the lid and took a sip, shaking her head at the mention of the competition. No. She capped the cup and prepared to return to her slumber, her demeanor suggesting she was intent on recuperating the sleep she had missed in her previous life, utterly disinterested in the math contest. Li Shuangshuang continued. I heard this math competition is national in scope, with a grand prize of 30,000 yuan for the first place. And the top 3 can represent our country in the International Mathematics Olympiad. The rewards for international competitions are even more substantial. If you're talking about money, then I'm wide awake. Xizhi suddenly felt as refreshed as if she had slept for a full 24 hours. Are there any restrictions on signing up?
Li Shuan,
puzzled by Xizhi's inquiry, replied earnestly, for the preliminary round, any high school student can register. Where do I sign up? Is there a form to fill out? Li Shuangshuang responded, you probably just need to inform a teacher. She herself was a poor student destined to be excluded from such competitions, knowing only of the lucrative prize money without much else. Okay, here's some chocolate for you. Xizhi generously retrieved a chocolate bar from her drawer and handed it to Li Shuangshuang, feeling satisfied with the information she had gained. Zhang Qi, frustrated with his gaming companions who kept dying, glanced over and remarked dryly, Li Shuangshuang, do you really think she would participate in this math competition? He felt that his own chances of entering the contest were greater than Xizhi's. Li Shuangshuang defended herself. I merely thought the prize money was enticing and wanted to share it with Xizhi. Xizhi glanced at her WeChat balance and murmured, it's not like I can't participate. What? Zhang Qi was taken aback. Xizhi, are you unaware of your own academic struggles? Li Shuangshuang was equally astonished, thinking Xizhi was jesting. Ignoring their reactions, Xizhi checked the class schedule on the blackboard, noting that math class would not be until the afternoon, meaning she would have to wait to register. The news of Fan Jiang transferring to Ning City No. 1 High School had already spread throughout the campus, with posts circulating on the school forum, generating quite a buzz. Wow, how romantic. Fan Jiang, that little delinquent, has transferred here just to protect Xizhi. She truly is the beloved princess of the group, and he's like a knight coming to her rescue, they gushed. It was common knowledge that Xizhi often bullied Xizhi, and with Fan Jiang now at their school, bets were being placed on how long it would take before Xizhi was driven to transfer out. The students of Class 1 were envious of Xizhi, who had recently filmed a variety show with her older brother during the National Day holiday, receiving high praise from the director and her co-stars, with promises of future collaborations. Feeling in high spirits, She listened to her classmates' conversations and the envious comments on the forum, reflecting that perhaps she could temporarily forgive Fan Jiang for his earlier deception. She pulled out her phone and messaged him. I heard you transferred to our school. Let us have lunch together. In stark contrast to the envious voices in Class 1, the students in Class 18 were worried about Xizhi. Ever since she had audaciously confronted their math teacher the day before the holiday and emerged unscathed, she had become an idol in the eyes of many. Still asleep, they hesitated to disturb Xizhi and instead turned their attention to Zhang Qi, the once dominant figure of their class. Zhang Qi, what do you think we should do? Fan Jiang was already pursuing Xizhi when he wasn't even at our school. Now that he's transferred, does that mean he'll be after her 9 times a day? Xizhi is just a girl. If Fan Jiang really starts bothering her that frequently, she'll surely be driven mad, they lamented. Zhang Qi, you're the top dog in our grade. You must think of something. Zhang Qi, exasperated by his 2 teammates who had caused him to lose repeatedly in the game, waved his hand dismissively.
Get lost.
Don't bother me with this nonsense. Their concerns were wholly unwarranted, he believed. Unfazed, the others left, still in a state of dismay. I've noticed Zhang Qi often takes Xizhi's cup when he goes for water. I thought their relationship was quite close, but now it seems he doesn't intend to get involved at all. What will Xizhi do if even Zhang Qi won't help her? Is she really going to transfer out soon? Not only did they believe Xizhi was on the brink of transferring, but others around the school shared the same sentiment. In the 3rd year, Sui opened the school forum and showed it to Gu Jiangyuan. Should we go talk to your other sister, Gu Xiao? Perhaps she could say a few good words to Fan Jiang on Xizhi's behalf? Or I could accompany you, and we could confront Fan Jiang directly? Chapter 51. Xizhi walked in alongside Fan Jiang. As the lunch bell rang, Gu Xiao took out her phone. In the chat with Fan Jiang, there was only her recent message, waiting for a reply that had yet to come. Could it be that he is still busy with the transfer? Su Jing jogged over, linking arms with her as they headed to the cafeteria. Noticing her gazing at her phone, she curiously asked, Is Fan Jiang inviting you to lunch? Of course. He transferred here for you. He'd likely want to see you first, she said. Gu Xiao quickly turned off her phone screen and smiled. I declined his invitation. There will surely be many eyes on him now, and I don't want to be in the spotlight with him.
Oh.
Soon, 2 more girls joined them, and together they made their way to the cafeteria, chatting along the way about Fan Jiang. Upon learning that he had asked Gu Xiao to join him for lunch only to be turned down, they expressed their understanding. In Class 18, as soon as the dismissal bell rang, Xizhi sat up. She shared some habits of modern youth, such as instinctively checking her phone whenever she wasn't sleeping or engaged in something that required her full attention. She pulled out her phone, noticing unread WeChat messages, and opened them with a furrowed brow, feeling a sense of reluctance. Li Shuangshuang was waiting for her companion to join her for a meal, observing her friend with a hint of confusion. What's wrong? Has something happened? Xizhi, feeling agitated, ran her fingers through her hair. It's nothing really. Fan Jiang just invited me to have dinner together. He's waiting at the classroom door. Instinctively, Li Shuangshuang glanced toward the entrance, momentarily startled to the point of forgetting how to breathe. There, backlit, stood a rebellious-looking youth with a shock of silver hair, casually draped in the school uniform of their prestigious institution. He appeared as though he had stepped straight out of a comic book, so strikingly handsome that it took one's breath away. Yet, it seemed as if an invisible barrier surrounded him. Passing students maintained a respectful distance, daring only to steal furtive glances. Li Shuangshuang could vaguely hear her classmates whispering cautiously amongst themselves. This is bad, really bad. Fan Jiang has come for Xizhi so soon. She is truly in trouble now. Fan Jiang was being exceedingly considerate towards Gu Xiru. He couldn't bear to wait even a moment longer for her. Having just transferred, he was already causing a stir. Did he not fear expulsion from school? What should we do? Should we rush over to protect Xizhi? After all, we are boys. It is only right to defend the girls in our class. Amidst their anxious glances, Xizhi strode confidently toward Fan Jiang, her face betraying evident irritation. Why did you transfer to our school? Fan Jiang, upon seeing Xizhi, wore an apologetic expression. My dad found out that I've been coming to your school repeatedly to look for you, so he pulled some strings to get me transferred here. The other students remained hesitant to approach them. Only the 3 of them caught this exchange. Li Shuangshuang was genuinely taken aback by this revelation. Her mind was swirling with questions. What did Fan Jiang's father mean by this? Was he aware that Fan Jiang was intent on forcing Xizhi to quit school, thus enabling him to bully her? Or did he know that Gu Shiji had secretly dealt Fan Zhang a blow, hoping she would do so again to teach him a lesson? The notorious local bully. Fan Zhang was obedient enough to transfer schools at his father's behest? She dared not inquire which interpretation was true. Gu Shiji, seemingly uninterested in the matter, asked a single question before leading the way. The cafeteria's fried chicken was in high demand, and they could not afford to waste any time. As they departed, what if Fan Zhang intended to lure Gu Shiji into a secluded spot to confront her? Quick, let us capture this moment and post it on the school forum. If anything happens to Gu Shiji, this will serve as evidence. Some students discreetly trailed behind them, while others shared videos online. This wave of information swiftly reached Gu Sairu. Sister, check the school forum. You might as well give in to Fan Zhang. He seems utterly infatuated with you, rushing to our school just to find Gu Shiji. He is determined to clear any obstacles in your path, allowing you to focus on your studies. How thoughtful of him. Gu Sairu opened the school forum, quickly digesting the news. A smile spread across her face, tinged with concern. I've told him several times not to trouble Gu Shiji. She will always be my sister. Even if she doesn't see me as her sister, I want to look out for her. But Fan Zhang genuinely cares for me. I can't stop him. What should I do? A sense of helplessness and guilt washed over her. Su Jing and two other classmates offered her comfort. This is all Gu Shiji's doing. If she and T foolishly harbored jealousy and engaged in such antics, Fan Zhang wouldn't have taken notice. Indeed, this isn't your fault. You are the victim here. Besides, if Fan Zhang is so eager to avenge you, why not let him? Gu Sairu felt conflicted, but ultimately chose to remain silent. As a member of the student council, she was well acquainted with many seniors from the second and third years. Word had spread among them about Fan Zhang's transfer. While on their way to the cafeteria, some seniors approached Gu Sairu to confirm the rumors. Gu Sairu, we heard that Fan Zhang transferred to our school to protect you. Is that true? Gu Sairu did not respond directly, merely nodding shyly. Wow, that is so romantic. How enviable. Especially the senior girls, who wished they could be in Gu Sairu's place, receiving such unwavering protection. The notion that Gu Sairu was the beloved princess of the group was solidified. Before long, her blushing acknowledgement was captured and posted on the school forum. Not long after Gu Sairu and her friends entered the cafeteria, Gu Shiji and Fan Zhang arrived outside. Those who had followed them, anticipating a confrontation that would leave Gu Shiji in tears, were taken aback. Wait. Isn't Fan Zhang supposed to take Gu Shiji to a secluded corner to bully her? Why has he brought her to the cafeteria instead? Surely, one doesn't need a full stomach to engage in bullying? Fan Zhang chatted with Gu Shiji as they approached, having discovered her fondness for the cafeteria's fried chicken. Upon reaching the entrance, he dashed inside to queue up for her. It's Fan Zhang. He's here for a meal. Has he resolved things with Gu Shiji? Gu Sairu and Su Jing, closest to the entrance, stood in line, surrounded by admirers. Upon hearing the commotion at the cafeteria door, they turned their attention. Gu Sairu. Fan Zhang is right there. Has he really sorted things out with Gu Shiji? Gu Sairu, spotting Fan Zhang, thought for a moment and said, I'll go over and greet him and maybe ask a few questions. As she stepped out of the line, she walked toward Fan Zhang's queue. He, oblivious to the attention, excitedly turned to face the entrance. Quick, come over here. His enthusiastic demeanor bore no resemblance to that of a notorious school bully. Instead, he seemed almost endearingly eager. Gu Sairu, puzzled by who he was calling, turned to look as well. The others who had been observing Fan Zhang also turned their gaze toward the cafeteria entrance. Gu Shiji and Li Shuangshuang entered, arm in arm, seemingly engrossed in a light-hearted conversation, appearing carefree and joyful. A few students from class 18 trailed behind them. Is that Gu Shiji? Wasn't she supposed to be taken to task by Fan Zhang? Why does she look completely unbothered? Could it be that Fan Zhang was speaking to Gu Shiji? Among the new arrivals were only Gu Shiji and Li Shuangshuang, while the others from class 18 appeared even more confused, clearly not the individuals Fan Zhang was waiting for. Gu Sairu furrowed her brow, instinctively dismissing that possibility. Given how much Fan Zhang loathed Gu Shiji because of her, it was inconceivable that he would queue for her, speaking to her in such a familiar tone. Gu Shiji, Fan Zhang is already in line. Let us hurry and join him. Li Shuanshuan, feeling the weight of many eyes upon her, grasped Gu Shiji's hand and hurried toward Fan Zhang. Fan Zhang, seemingly unaware of the scrutiny, asked Gu Shiji. There are so many people in line. Should I go and clear them out for you? Gu Shiji shot him a disapproving look. Don't be ridiculous. Just wait your turn. Oh, then come to the front of the line. There's no one behind us, so it wouldn't be considered cutting in line. Fan Jiang obediently relinquished his position. Gu Xizhi did not hesitate to accept it. The students ahead of Fan Jiang in the line trembled with trepidation. Although they shared the same curiosity as their peers and wished to glance back at the rumored school tyrant, they feared being remembered by Fan Jiang and the repercussions of having dared to stand before him in line, potentially facing a beating. As for the thought of abandoning their place and making a hasty retreat, they were equally apprehensive of being recognized. Thus, they remained distant observers, their eyes wide with intrigue. So, he was indeed waiting for Gu Xizhi. Yet, it was not quite as they had imagined. Fan Jiang bore no semblance of someone seeking trouble with Gu Xizhi. Rather, he appeared to be catering to her. When Gu Xizhi instructed him to cue properly, he complied without hesitation, astonishing everyone with his obedience. Gu Xiru stood frozen, bewildered. How could this be? Xiru, what is happening? She questioned. Wasn't Fan Jiang supposed to come to our school to deal with Jiang? Why is he now queuing for Gu Xizhi and laughing with her? Su Jing rushed over, linking her arm with Gu Xiru's, her expression one of confusion. The students in line before Gu Xizhi and her companions dared not dawdle. When it came time to choose their meals, they quickly selected the two closest dishes and hurriedly departed with their plates. Thus, they soon reached Gu Xizhi's group. After they finished purchasing their meals and were searching for a place to sit, Gu Xiru remained rooted in place, her expression one of disbelief. Su Jing continued to hold her arm, while two other girls from Class 1 stood nearby, their gazes toward Fan Jiang akin to that of witnesses to infidelity. Su Jing, emboldened by her close relationship with Gu Xiru and having encountered Fan Jiang a few times before, felt bolder now. As Gu Xizhi and her companions passed by with their trays, she called out to Fan Jiang. Fan Jiang, what are you doing? Don't you know Gu Xizhi bullies Xiru? Why are you eating with her? Only then did Fan Jiang notice Gu Xiru's presence. A hint of annoyance crossed his face as he impatiently replied, I can eat with whomever I please. It's none of your business. Not long ago, he had been cautious around Gu Xiru, concocting lies to spare her feelings. But now, having learned from his father that Gu Xizhi had beaten him, he realized he needed to win her favor to avoid further beatings from his father. As for Gu Xiru, he could not fathom why she now irritated him so. Su Jing felt a surge of anger. With Gu Xiru present, Fan Jiang wouldn't dare act against her. She spoke vehemently, how can you treat Xiru this way? Just recently, you confessed to her, and now you're being so kind to Gu Xizhi behind her back. What do you think of her? I confessed to her? Fan Jiang retorted, bewildered. When did that happen?
Who said that?
If you reveal their identity, I might just beat them for spreading such nonsense.
Su Jing.
Gu Xiru cried out, realizing too late to stop Su Jing. Su Jing, nearly laughing from irritation, continued hastily, Fan Jiang. Haven't you heard the saying, what is done cannot be undone? Even if others are unaware of your confession to Xiru, how could she not know? Are you planning to silence her after being rejected?
Su Jing.
Gu Xiru truly felt as though she might perish from embarrassment. Fan Jiang glared at Gu Xiru with a dangerous glint in his eyes. Are you implying I confess to you? I haven't seen you in ages. What would I confess about? You're spreading rumors that could get me in trouble with my father. He pulled out his phone, genuinely anxious. Realizing that if his father could learn of Gu Xizhi's hidden actions against him, then surely he would uncover Gu Xiru's fabrications too. Let me make this clear one last time, he said, scanning the crowd as he dialed. I have never confessed to her, past or future. He needed to clarify things quickly to avoid punishment.
What? Gu Xiru?
Fan Jiang never confessed to her, yet she told classmates he did? Is she trying to play the part of a popular girl? What audacity to weave such a tale. The onlookers were left in shock. Could it be that her earlier claims of Fan Jiang helping her against Gu Xizhi were also false? Just look at how friendly Fan Jiang was with Gu Xizhi. He hardly resembled someone who would lead a charge against her. Even Su Jing released Gu Xiru's arm. Xiru, what is going on? Chapter 53. Do not embarrass the school. Gu Jinyuan, it seems we need not worry about your sister. Her relationships with Fan Jiang and Zhang Qi are flourishing. She will surely manage well in school. Even after we graduate, for no one would dare bully her. Su Yi, alongside Gu Jianyuan in the cafeteria, watched with satisfaction. Gu Jianyuan chuckled at Gu Xizhi's sentiment. She may not think so. Not far off, students hastily cleared their trays, making way for Gu Xizhi and her friends. Gu Xizhi, chewing on a chicken leg, wore a troubled expression. Oh no, why is Fan Jiang seeking to dine with me? I should have outright refused him earlier. Now, how will I convince him to act with me in the future? My dream of dropping out and loafing at home may be delayed once more. Noticing Gu Shiji's despondent demeanor as she sat down, Fan Jiang inquired with genuine concern, "Is the food not to your liking?" Gu Shiji shook her head, casting a glance at him, wanting to say something but ultimately sighed. "It seems I must devise another plan regarding my desire to drop out."
Gu Sairu,
Unable to finish her meal, abruptly departed. Throughout the entire lunch period, chatter echoed through the school. By afternoon, news spread that she had even skipped class. This was no longer a concern for the students of Class 18. They were now preoccupied with another matter. After the first math class concluded, Gu Shiji approached the teacher at the podium, expressing her intent to sign up for the math competition. Zhang Yang, suspecting he had misheard, confirmed, "Did you just say you want to register for the math competition?" Gu Shiji nodded. "Indeed, I wish to register. I've inquired. And everyone can sign up for the preliminary round. I can certainly participate." "Not so fast," Zhang Yang replied, as if he had heard a joke. "While everyone can sign up, those who do are typically proficient in math. Do you think you are suitable given that you sleep during class and have never completed your assignments?" Gu Shiji continued to assert, "I am suitable. And the registration criteria do not exclude me. If you don't submit my name, you're discriminating against underperformers, which is truly inappropriate." Zhang Yang felt a surge of frustration. She was aware of her status as an underperformer. As he gathered his books, he slammed his hand on the table. "What does it matter? Even if you were to participate, you'd merely lower our school's average score. Stop this nonsense. An underperformer shouldn't even consider entering a math competition. You don't even meet the qualifications to mention it." After saying this, he gathered his books and left, eager to escape the class filled with underperformers. Pausing at the classroom door, he turned back to glance at his classmates. "And you all? This math competition has nothing to do with you. The 3 slots for our class will be allocated to Class 1. With that, he departed. Gu Shiji never anticipated that even the act of registering for a competition would prove so arduous. Upon returning to her seat, Li Shuangshuang and several other classmates approached her with gentle words of consolation. Li Shuangshuang remarked, "Sister Xi, perhaps it would be best if you refrained from entering the competition? Although the prize money is quite substantial, participating does not guarantee success. If you're merely running alongside, it would be a waste of your time." Others chimed in, "Indeed. Gu Shiji, spare yourself from this futile competition. Otherwise, you might find yourself dozing off at the table, and even that would be uncomfortable. Such contests hold no value. I've never participated in anything of the sort." Old Zhang's parting words seemed superfluous. After all, they were not lacking in intellect or reason to join a math competition. Gu Shiji nodded thoughtfully, acknowledging the validity of their arguments. Yet she remained resolute in her decision to compete. "Not only am I determined to enter this contest, but I would also like you all to assist me in seeking out additional competitions with monetary rewards." Her perspective broadened. Age restrictions prevented her from engaging in labor, yet she could still earn money through her knowledge. Sitting at a desk and completing a test for just a few hours could yield tens of thousands. Such an hourly wage was exceedingly lucrative compared to her current gaming endeavors. Her peers regarded her with a mix of disbelief and concern, convinced she had lost her mind. They believed that the further they distanced themselves from such competitions, the better. Just as they relinquished their attempts to dissuade Gu Shiji and began to depart, she spoke up. "The teacher just mentioned that our class has 3 slots for this competition. Is there anyone else who wishes to register? I can sign you up together." The surrounding students stared at Gu Shiji in astonishment. Had she not had enough of her own madness and sought to drag them into it as well? They all shook their heads. Even among the few enthusiastic learners in class, they understood that participating in such a competition was merely a waste of time. "Then, I suppose I shall choose my own teammates. Li Shuangshuang and the math class representative will join me in this competition. Since those 3 slots belong to our class, the teacher cannot allocate them to others." The math class representative hesitated but recalled the teacher's disdainful comments about their class before ultimately agreeing. If even Gu Shiji, who only knew how to nap during lessons, was participating, he, as the top math student in the class, had nothing to fear. As for Li Shuangshuang, although she felt reluctant, it was better to accompany Gu Shiji than to let her face the competition alone. At least they could endure the ridicule together. The next class was English, and Gu Shiji, unusually alert, found herself not listening to the lesson. Before her lay a mathematics textbook, which she diligently flipped through, pausing thoughtfully on each page, her eyes scanning from the first line to the last. After finishing the textbook, she turned her attention to the math exercise book, perusing it with the same intensity. Once she completed the exercise book, she rummaged through her drawer, pulling out a stack of math papers, all of which lacked her name, and reviewed them meticulously. Upon reaching the last question of the final paper, she frowned. Subsequently, she pulled out her phone and sent a message in a recently created group chat titled A Happy Family. Grandma, after school. I will go to a bookstore with my classmates to purchase some study materials. Once I'm done, I will take a taxi home and one to return to the old residence, so please don't send a driver to pick me up. In a bookstore not far from the school gate, Xizhi selected several sets of past competition papers and 2 books on high school Olympiad topics.
Li Xuan, bawildat.
Followed suit, purchasing the same papers and books. Finally, she stood in front of the store's audiovisual section, delighting in the CD she held. Suddenly, someone shoved her aside, exclaiming, "Step aside, Fong Ruoshan's CD is mine." Li Shuangshuang nearly stumbled as she recognized the girl from class 1 who had been with Xizhi at lunch. The girl snatched the CD from Li Shuangshuang's hands. Flustered, Li Shuangshuang protested, "I clearly picked it up first. This album had only just been released, and she had been eager to buy it but had yet to find one. This was the last copy, and she had no time to feel shy or timid." With a smug expression, the girl retorted, "But it's in my hands now, so it belongs to me." After saying this, she beckoned her friends and swayed her hips toward the checkout. After selecting her items, Xizhi wandered over to browse some novels. Hearing the commotion, she approached and observed a group strutting away, along with Li Shuangshuang, whose eyes were red and brimming with indignation. Upon grasping the situation, she sighed and gently ruffled Li Shuangshuang's fluffy short hair. "Come on, let us go check out." Li Shuangshuang nodded, still looking dejected. By the time they reached the register, the girl who had snatched the CD had already opened her phone to pay, waiting for the cashier to scan the QR code. The CD lay on the counter. Xizhi stepped forward, blocking the QR code with one hand while picking up the CD with the other. The girl, Chenmin, stared at Xizhi in disbelief. "What are you doing?" With a languid shake of the CD, Xizhi replied, "I'm sorry, but as you just stated, whatever is in someone else's hands belongs to them. So now it is mine." Li Shuangshuang, "Hurry and pay for it." She handed the CD to Li Shuangshuang, who was still processing what had just happened, and accepted it dazedly. Chenmin, incredulous and furious, shouted, "How dare you?" Xizhi looked at her, bewildered. "I'm about to check out. Isn't that quite clear?" Since Chenmin had only taken the CD, and it had been taken from her, it meant she had no reason to complete the purchase. Xizhi pulled her aside, saying, "If you're not buying anything, don't obstruct others from checking out." The cashier, just a working individual, preferred to avoid unnecessary disputes among customers and began scanning the items Li Shuangshuang had purchased. Xizhi, with considerable strength, held onto the CD, leaving Chenmin unable to reclaim it, driving her to the brink of madness. "Xizhi, let go of me. That CD is mine. I picked it up first." Xizhi pointed towards the monitoring camera in the audiovisual section. "There's a camera right there. It should have recorded what you just did and said. Have you forgotten your own words so quickly? Perhaps you should request the footage from the manager and post it on the school forum to jog your memory?" Chenmin. By this time, Li Shuangshuang had completed her transaction. In a huff, Chenmin stormed off with her friends. Li Shuangshuang remained in a state of shock, and as she finally comprehended what had transpired, she felt an overwhelming urge to embrace Xizhi and shower her with gratitude. "Sister Xi, thank you so much." Xizhi rummaged through her bag for the receipt, calculating how much she had spent on the books. She transferred the funds to Li Shuangshuang and heard her exclaim contentedly, "To be able to buy Fong Ruoshan's CD feels like getting a glimpse of his concert." Xizhi turned to her, pondering, "That seems a bit excessive, doesn't it? As for the concert, it shouldn't be too difficult, right?" After a moment of thought, she opened a WeChat account with a rather juvenile avatar. She and Li Shuangshuang then headed to a nearby snack street for a bite before eventually taking taxis home. Meanwhile, Xizhi did not return home after leaving school. She went to a high-end residential area in the northern suburbs of the city. This was the home of Lin Wenhui, Lin Manny's second brother, whom she had called second uncle since childhood. This second uncle, known for his lack of ambition, was renowned as a local wastrel, yet he inexplicably doted on Xizhi. At his place, Xizhi even had a dedicated room. After Lin Wenhui personally picked her up, he received a call from a friend and went out for drinks, leaving Xizhi alone in the house. Xizhi sat by the bay window, scrolling through the school forum when her phone suddenly chimed with an incoming call. It was an unfamiliar number. Hadn't she made it clear to cease all contact? Her tone was sharp and laden with impatience. A male voice emerged from the other end. "Transfer me another million, or I will expose what you had me do." Gu Xiao's eyes darkened, her grip on the phone tightening, the veins on her hand becoming prominent. Do you dare? In half an hour, if I haven't received the money, you can test my resolve. Gu Xiao took a deep breath. Fine, I will transfer the money shortly, but this is the last time. The caller fell silent and hung up. With a scowl, she retrieved a notebook from the side and opened it. Her fingers danced swiftly across the keyboard, the screen abruptly darkening as a cascade of code appeared. She connected her phone to the laptop. Just then, a new message arrived on her phone, a bank card number. The sender was the same unfamiliar number from before. She copied the number, opened her banking app with one hand, and began the transfer. Simultaneously, her other hand moved even faster across the keyboard, leaving behind only a blur as lines of code flashed across the computer screen. Once all the code ceased, a red began to pulse on the screen. She made a call. I am sending you his location. As long as you deal with him, I will assist you once. Upon receiving a response, a slight smile graced her lips. Thinking you can threaten me? Humph. If I dared to hire someone to eliminate them, I surely have the means to protect myself. The hacking skills she had honed in her previous life to ascend alongside Gu Yijing were now one of her greatest assets. She was now ranked 4th among hackers worldwide. After attending to these tedious matters, Gu Xiao returned to browsing the school forum, where nearly every post slandered her as hypocritical and deceitful. After operating on her computer for a moment, the next instant, all posts that insulted her vanished without a trace. Upon returning home, Gu Xizhi found it was nearly 8 o'clock. Apart from Gu Xiao, the rest of the Gu family had already arrived. Gu Jianyu was seated in the living room, his laptop open before him, still engrossed in work. Hearing Gu Xizhi's return, he greeted her.
Ding.
A system task was triggered. As the adage goes, a sycophant will eventually have it all. As the female supporting character of this narrative, the host must ensure to curry favor with Gu Yijing. The host is also advised to remind Gu Yijing that Gu Jianyu and the others have long been aware of his plans, merely allowing him to fall into a trap that awaits. System, who told you that a sycophant will have everything in the end? Are you certain this person is not trying to harm you? Gu Jianyu abruptly lifted his gaze towards Gu Xizhi. Talking to the system again? Is there another task? Gu Xizhi had previously intended to find a moment to discuss Xizhi with Gu Jianyu, and upon hearing the system's words, she also glanced in his direction. Truly, my elder brother is astute, immediately sensing the trap and devising a counter-strategy. Gu Jianyu smirked with pride. The little one is praising me. Host, this is not the time for flattery. Please complete the task promptly. There is a reward for this mission. Gu Xizhi was taken aback. What? The system offered such rewards? Chapter 55. Am I to betray my elder brother? Gu Xizhi questioned the clarity of her hearing. System, repeat that. You, a malicious supporting character system, can actually help me become the protagonist? Don't you find this exceedingly unreasonable? To ensure Gu Xizhi completed the task thoroughly, the system reiterated. The reward for this task is an opportunity for a lottery, with the prize including the chance to become the protagonist. Once the host becomes the protagonist, there will be no need to fear being harmed by the female lead. Confirming she and T misheard, Gu Xizhi felt a surge of desire for this reward. Once she became the protagonist, there would be no need to run away from home to escape Gu Xiao, nor would she have to live as a child unable to enjoy life. Gu Jianyu appeared equally astonished. The little 1S system was quite impressive, capable of assisting her in becoming the protagonist. System, what is the probability of winning this reward? She was still grounded enough not to let excitement cloud her judgment. Just as not everyone could purchase a lottery ticket with 2 coins and win a grand prize, the crucial factor was the probability of winning and luck. This time, the system took nearly a minute to respond, finally stating, 1 in 10,000. Gu Xizhi. System, you might as well just cease to exist. Host, consider this. The probability is actually quite high. Look at the lottery winning odds, which are even lower. Yet many are willing to take a chance. While the lottery odds may be low, the cost is minimal. You're now asking me to betray my elder brother for a 1 in 10,000 chance. Gu Jianyu, who had been eavesdropping intently, finally heard the answer he sought. So it was only a 1 in 10,000 chance.
But there is still a chance.
Although he did not believe in protagonist halos, nor in the idea that Gu Xiao could genuinely harm Gu Xizhi while under their protection, if becoming the protagonist could ensure Gu Xizhi's smoother path in life, providing her with greater security, then this task must be completed. Xizhi, come home early after school tomorrow. I'll invite your uncle over for dinner.
Plus,
your uncle excelled in his studies. After dinner, he can tutor you. Gu Shiji, struggling to refuse this task from the system, suddenly heard Gu Jiangyu's words. Why is my elder brother suddenly inviting Gu Yijing over for dinner? And asking him to tutor me? I suspect he has a worm in my belly. Knowing that I was just thinking about Gu Yijing. Gu Jingyu shot a knowing glance at Gu Shiji, then pretended to be on the phone with his assistant. Xizhi's contract with the company has been finalized, correct? Excellent, regarding his work arrangements. He prattled on for 5 or 6 minutes, discussing matters related to Xizhi, even detailing how he had set a trap for Gu Yijing during the call. Gu Shiji, initially uninterested, inadvertently listened to everything. Once Gu Jingyu hung up, he turned to Gu Shiji, his expression suddenly wavering. Xizhi, do you think what I just said was too much? He is our uncle. Should I stop the scheme now? Or perhaps inform him in advance, so he can be wary? In truth, if someone in the know were to warn him about these matters, it might ease Gu Jingyu's conscience. Gu Shiji? She no longer doubted whether Gu Jingyu had a worm in her belly, but rather if he had installed a surveillance device on her. It was as if he knew precisely what task the system had assigned her. Of course, such ideas were absurd. There was no way anything so fantastical could be real. Gu Shiji reasoned that her elder brother's thoughts might be slightly askew. She approached him, gently touching his forehead and patting his shoulder. Don't worry, brother. If you ever ruin the company, I will work hard to support you. If Dad gets angry and kicks you out of the company, I will just run away from home with you. Lin Manny called them over for dinner. Gu Shiji had not eaten for nearly an hour since their last meal and felt hungry. She joyfully finished her dinner, indulged in some post-meal fruit, and then ascended the stairs with an armful of materials purchased from the bookstore. By 9 o'clock, which was her usual bedtime, Lin Manny, as was her custom, warmed a cup of milk and brought it upstairs for her. When she pushed open the door and entered the room, Gu Shiji was seated at her desk. With her back to the door, her head bowed, pen in hand, engrossed in her writing. So focused was she that even Lin Manny approached her from behind without eliciting any reaction. It was the first time Lin Manny had seen Gu Shiji like this. She paused momentarily and instinctively slowed her pace. Gently placing the milk on the desk, she left a reminder. Don't stay up too late writing. Before quietly exiting and shutting the door behind her. School's morning self-study began at 7:30, and typically, Lin Manny would wake Gu Shiji at 6. However, today, she waited until 6:40 before going to rouse her. By the time Gu Shiji washed up and changed clothes, coming down the stairs, Lin Manny had prepared breakfast for her to enjoy on the way to school. As Gu Shiji accepted the breakfast and settled into the car, she gazed at Lin Manny, who watched her leave with a face full of affection and concern, and she looked up at the sky, lost in thought. In class 18 of the first year, Li Shuangshuang, somewhat puzzled, asked, Sister Ji, what is this? As she received a notebook handed to her by Gu Shiji. These are some competition questions I organized yesterday. Copy them down first, and once you're done, let the math class representative copy them too. If there's anything you don't understand, feel free to ask me later. Not only was Li Shuangshuang astonished, but even Zhang Qi and the others found it hard to believe. Wait, Gu Shiji, have you lost your mind? You actually took the time to organize competition questions? And you're telling them to come to you, if they don't understand? Do you not know yourself at all? Even though they were aware that Gu Shiji was going to participate in the math competition, Zhang Qi and the others still found it surreal.
Now,
they felt even more incredulous. Gu Shiji paid them no heed. She had spent the previous night working on problems and compiling the competition questions, toiling away until 3 in the morning. Now, she felt utterly exhausted, too tired to continue. After handing in her materials, she couldn't help but lay her head down on the desk and drift off again. She slept through 3 classes, and when the 3rd class ended, she refrained from sleeping further and made her way to the teacher's office building. It was unclear what she did there, but upon her return, the entire grade was shaken by a new piece of news. Chapter 56. The question was incorrect. I just went to the teaching building to collect the papers, and you won't believe what I heard. I actually saw Gu Shiji say she wants to sign up for the math competition. Initially, their class's math teacher was opposed to her participation, believing it to be a waste of a spot. Yet she argued her case in front of all the teachers in the office, and in the end, the principal acquiesced. Once this news broke, the entire grade erupted in disbelief. No way. Does she even know what a math competition is? If she insists on participating, isn't she just dragging our school's average score down? I was also in the teacher's office at the time, and I saw the grade director, who is also their math teacher, turn pale with anger. The students of class 18 were also made aware of this news. Although they had already known since yesterday that Xizhi intended to participate in the math competition and wanted to reclaim their class as competition spot, they were taken aback by how explosively she handled the situation, storming into the teacher's office. In class 1 of the first year, Xizhi returned to class. As soon as she arrived in the classroom that morning, she explained to her classmates the events of yesterday, suggesting that perhaps Fan Zhang had been overly kind to her, leading to some misunderstandings on her part. Upon hearing this, the students of class 1 reflected on Fan Zhang's previous kindness towards Xizhi and concluded that even they could have misunderstood. A group of them began to scold Fan Zhang as a scoundrel and express sympathy for Xizhi. This matter was thus considered resolved. Su Jing approached Xizhi with her phone. Look, Xizhi is also going to participate in the math competition. Xizhi had just heard her classmates discussing it and remarked, perhaps she wants to study hard now? I heard that she came to school today and, as usual, was sleeping. She doesn't seem to have any intention of studying hard at all. I think she's just jealous that you signed up and wants to copy you. But she really should consider her own capabilities, Su Jing scoffed. I doubt she can even solve a quadratic equation. Each class had 3 spots for the Olympiad. Xizhi ranked 6th in math in her class, and if the teacher took all 3 spots from class 18, she could represent the school in the competition.
Now,
because of Xizhi, Su Jing found herself unable to participate. Su Jing harbored intense resentment towards Xizhi. Xizhi understood the source of her anger. But this matter had nothing to do with her, and she was rather pleased that Xizhi had signed up for the Olympiad. This way, she could use her own achievements to overshadow Xizhi, highlighting her own excellence. Back in class 18 of the first year, the next period was math class. Zhang Yang entered the classroom with a dark expression. Upon entering, he shot a glance in Xizhi's direction. Having slept through 3 classes, Xizhi looked much more refreshed and did not doze off during this lesson, instead continuing to review the materials she hadn't finished from the night before. She needed to prepare more for Li Shuangshuang and the others to elevate their competition results. Xizhi, come up and solve this problem. Zhang Yang suddenly called her name. Xizhi glanced at the problem written on the board and immediately recognized that it involved knowledge points from the 3rd year, and Zhang Yang smirked with a sense of superiority. Aren't you going to participate in the Olympiad? This question should be a piece of cake for you. Come up and explain it to everyone. Xizhi had caused a ruckus in the teacher's office, leading to him being reprimanded by the principal, and now 3 students he had high hopes for in class 1 were unable to participate in the competition. He couldn't resist humiliating her, as that was the kind of person he was. Xizhi blinked at the question. What? You can't even handle such a simple problem? And you still want to participate in the Olympiad? Although the saying goes that gold will shine, glass shards will merely reflect light. One must maintain a clear understanding of oneself. Zhang Yang was confident that Xizhi would not be able to solve it, and after venting his frustration,
he felt somewhat relieved.
He intended to give Xizhi a temporary reprieve, magnanimously stating, never mind, if you can't do it, you can still give up your class's spot before the registration deadline for the Olympiad. There's no need for a bunch of glass shards to embarrass themselves. He was prepared to continue his lecture when Xizhi interjected, Teacher, you've written the problem incorrectly. The condition regarding A and B is wrong. If you solve it based on this condition, the problem becomes unsolvable. If you don't believe me, you can try to solve it now and see if you can arrive at an answer. Her tone was calm and unruffled, even punctuated by a yawn. Zhang Yang's previous remarks caused most of the students in class 18 to change their expressions. He had insulted their entire class, and Zhang Qi, who had not been sleeping, was about to slam his hand on the desk to confront him. Hearing Xizhi's words, he tugged at her sleeve. Hey, don't say things carelessly. If you're wrong, you'll just give him another reason to scold you. If I'm going to retaliate, I want to do it with more justification. He believed his grades should be a bit better than Xizhi's, and if he hadn't noticed the mistake, then surely she wouldn't have either. Zhang Yang didn't believe her either. He was amused by Xizhi's confidence. Xizhi, sometimes it's not shameful to admit you can't solve a problem. But to question the teacher's problem when you clearly can't do it? That's what's truly disgusting. Xizhi gently reclaimed her garment from Zhang Qi's grasp. Her gaze steady as she regarded Zhang Yang. Nodding thoughtfully, she acknowledged, indeed, what the teacher asserts holds merit. However, I would appreciate it if you could attempt to solve this problem first. Very well, I shall do it, he declared, determined to substantiate that Xizhi was indulging in nonsense. Should I ultimately prove that you are indeed mistaken, and that this question is devoid of error, you and your 2 classmates shall withdraw from the Olympiad, relinquishing your spots. Xizhi lowered her head in contemplative silence. After a moment, she lifted her gaze.
All right.
But such a wager seems inequitable to me. If it is revealed that the question is indeed erroneous, it would imply that your professional competence is lacking, rendering you unworthy of being our class's mathematics instructor. You should seek the principal's approval to assign us a different mathematics teacher. There are no inherently dull students. If a student struggles, it is invariably a reflection of the teacher's inability to instruct. Perhaps a change of educators would be prudent. Upon uttering these words, the entire class of 18 collectively brightened, their eyes alight with admiration. However, they soon sighed in unison, realizing that Xizhi was, in fact, academically inferior herself. How could she possibly discern whether the question was flawed? The prospect of changing teachers seemed utterly unattainable. Zhang Yang's expression darkened further. How dare a mediocre student question his professional capabilities? Very well, I accept your challenge. He remained convinced that the problem on the board could not possibly be erroneous. Soon, he would ensure that Xizhi regretted her audacity. Turning away, he began to work on the problem. Chapter 57. The Visit from Feng Mianji. 10 minutes passed. Zhang Yang was sweating profusely. 15 minutes elapsed. His back was drenched. With only 2 minutes until class concluded, the students were bewildered, unable to comprehend the situation. Whispers began to circulate. Is this problem truly that difficult? The teacher has been at it for so long? It doesn't seem that warm in here. Yet it feels as though Zhang Yang is enduring a sauna while merely attempting to solve a math problem. Could it be that even the teacher is unable to solve this question? As Zhang Yang turned to tackle the problem, Xizhi once again lowered her head to organize her competition notes. Zhang Qi, for once, had a half-period free from gaming or dozing off. Curiously, he turned to Xizhi. Xizhi, if old Zhang has been unable to solve it for so long, could it be that the question is genuinely flawed? How did you discern that? Xizhi found the surrounding chatter too distracting, so she donned her Bluetooth headphones to listen to music, not hearing Zhang Qi's inquiry. Curious about her activities, he leaned closer, catching a glimpse of her work. While organizing the problems, Xizhi noticed that the accompanying answers were overly simplistic. Fearing that Li Shuangshuang and the others might not comprehend them, she decided to solve the problems herself. When Zhang Qi peeked over, he saw Xizhi working swiftly, her pen gliding effortlessly across the paper, her handwriting elegant, filled with concepts that eluded his understanding. Zhang Qi blinked in disbelief. Was he not keeping pace with Xizhi? He rubbed his eyes, but the scene remained unchanged. He had always perceived himself to be on par with her. Yet now it appeared she had undergone a clandestine transformation without him. Casting a glance at the podium, a daring thought crossed his mind. Could it be? At the podium, Zhang Yang had realized halfway through his calculations that the question was indeed flawed, yet his pride compelled him to explore alternative methods. As the class bell rang, he remained unable to arrive at a solution. This particular class was the last of the morning. Students were eager to head to the cafeteria. The moment the bell sounded, Xizhi sensed the change, removed her headphones, and looked towards the podium. The problem had indeed been miswritten. Zhang Yang finally conceded. Rumors of the 18th class changing mathematics teachers began to circulate throughout the grade. Although some students from the 18th class revealed the underlying reasons, not a single individual believed them. They unanimously deemed the 18th class to be boasting. How could a student like Xizhi, who was academically challenged, discern an error that even Zhang Yang had overlooked? Zhang Yang's rationale to the principal was that he did not wish to teach the 18th class. Feeling incapable of guiding them, other students speculated that it was because the 18th class was so subpar that Zhang Yang looked down upon them, refusing to teach them. In the Feng family's villa in Ningshi, Feng Ruishan, having resolved his vocal issues, concluded his escapade of running away from home and returned. Feng Mianji, delayed by various matters, arrived in Ningshi today and had notified Feng Ruishan in advance to await his return at home. Feng Ruishan refrained from venturing out, opting to remain at home as he awaited Feng Mianji, who then subjected him to an exhaustive examination, including inquiries and a trip to the hospital for an X-ray. Feng Mianji even performed several songs in his presence, ultimately convincing him of the restoration of his voice. Impossible, this cannot be. Even if I personally treated you, I could not achieve complete recovery in such a short time. Previously, due to the proximity of the polyp to his vocal cords, surgical intervention posed over a 70% risk of damaging them, a peril Feng Ruishan, a singer reliant on his voice, could not afford. He had then contemplated employing traditional Chinese medicine for conservative treatment, but that approach was exceedingly slow, requiring over a year for potential recovery. With an upcoming concert, he could not wait and had resigned himself to running away. To expedite the treatment process, he intended to consult with the doctors at Ningxi Hospital, merging Western and traditional methods to devise an optimal plan. To his astonishment, he learned that a young girl had cured him. Upon hearing Feng Ruishan's account, Feng Mianji became increasingly unsettled. Feng Ruishan nodded in affirmation. Gu Xizhi had merely requested that he refrain from disclosing it to others. However, as his grandfather was also a physician, Feng Ruishan believed it would be acceptable to inform him. Feng Mianji summoned his assistant, instructing, "Make arrangements for me. I shall soon pay my respects to them. Call their family to inform them of our visit. We wouldn't want to startle them with an unexpected arrival." Without needing Feng Mianji's reminder, Feng Ruishan intended to notify Gu Xizhi first. He had not anticipated his grandfather's urgency and feared that an unannounced visit might alarm the Gu family and upset Gu Xizhi, jeopardizing future opportunities to dine with them. He hastily sent a message to Gu Xizhi. "My grandfather is aware that you have healed me and is now heading to the Gu family residence to express his gratitude." To alleviate any hesitation on Gu Xizhi's part, he quickly added, "My grandfather is a renowned traditional Chinese medicine master and quite affluent. His token of appreciation will undoubtedly be of significant value." Upon receiving the first message, Gu Xizhi glanced at Li Shuangshuang, already inclined to acquiesce. However, upon reading Feng Ruishan's subsequent message, she responded with remarkable speed, sending back an enthusiastic affirmation. Next, she messaged Grandma Gu. "Grandma, Feng Ruishan will be bringing his grandfather to the old residence for dinner. I will go directly there after school." In class 1 of the first year, Gu Xiao's phone vibrated. It was from the person she had contacted that evening as she sought to gather information on Feng Mianji. "Feng Mianji has arrived in Ningxi." Following that was a location update, indicating Feng Mianji's current whereabouts. At the Gu family residence, Grandma Gu received the message from Gu Xizhi. "Old man, Xizhi mentioned that Xiaoshan will be bringing his grandfather over to dine. Hurry back to engage him in conversation." She promptly called Grandpa Gu, who was out playing chess, and instructed the kitchen to procure ingredients, ensuring that guests would be well taken care of. Anticipating that school would soon conclude, she considered calling Gu Jianyuan to request his return for dinner. After conversing with Gu Jianyuan, she also reached out to Gu Xiao. "These past few days, we haven't seen those children. With guests coming over, it's an opportune moment for everyone to gather.
Xiao.
Later, Xizhi's friend will be bringing his grandfather here for dinner. If you have no plans after school, please return with Xizhi." Upon hearing her grandmother's words, Gu Xiao replied directly, "I have things to attend to after school, so I won't be going back." After hanging up the phone, she pursed her lips in disdain. What kind of decent person could Gu Xizhi's friends be? The old lady actually insisted on having her return for dinner. This was undoubtedly wasting her time. As soon as school was out, she hastily packed her belongings and took a taxi to the location someone had sent her, waiting for Feng Mianji. Chapter 58. Do you mind having an older apprentice? At the Gu family's ancestral home, Feng Ruishan and Feng Mianji had already been there for quite some time. Feng Mianji was in the tea room, engaging in conversation and tea drinking with old Master Gu, while Feng Ruishan was in the courtyard, tossing toys for the little yellow dog. During the National Day holiday, Gu Xizhi had spent an extended period at the old residence, bringing along the little yellow dog, which she hadn't taken back since. Barking joyfully. As soon as Gu Xizhi stepped out of the car, the little yellow dog dashed towards her. After a few paces, it turned back to Feng Ruishan, picked up a toy from the ground, and hurried back to Gu Xizhi. Excitedly wagging its tail, it looked up at her with eager anticipation. Noticing that Gu Xizhi was watching, it turned and began to run, glancing back to wait for her to catch up. Gu Xizhi sprinted after it, snatching the toy from its mouth and tossing it far away. The little yellow dog raced after the toy. As Gu Xizhi approached Feng Ruishan, he was wearing a loose sweatshirt, which had a large pocket in front. He pulled out a stack of paper-like items, estimating there were about a dozen sheets stacked together.
"Thank you."
She briefly glanced at the concert tickets in her hand and casually stuffed them into her clothing pocket. The little yellow dog returned, holding the toy in its mouth, circling around Gu Xizhi with a wagging tail. Gu Xizhi playfully snatched the toy again and tossed it, then bent down to scoop it up after it retrieved the toy, heading into the house. "What did you tell your grandfather?" "I merely mentioned that you were giving me acupuncture and preparing medicine for me. But don't worry, I made him promise to keep it a secret. He certainly won't tell your grandparents." Feng Ruishan followed behind her, recounting his conversation with Feng Mianji. Upon hearing that Gu Xizhi had returned, Feng Mianji had come out of the living room with old Master Gu to wait for her. When he finally saw her, his eyes widened in surprise. Although he had previously heard Feng Ruishan describe Gu Xizhi as merely a child, Witnessing her in person was far more astonishing. Miss Gu, I hear from this little rascal that it's all thanks to you. Gu Xizhi widened her eyes. What are you implying? Can't you see my grandfather is right beside you? You wouldn't want to inadvertently expose my medical skills, would you?
Ah.
I truly don't wish to find myself at 25 with merely a decade of work experience. She regretted whether she should have kept her medical abilities a secret from Feng Ruishan for a bit of remuneration. Old Master Gu shot her a disapproving glare from an angle where she couldn't see him. This little rascal was indeed quite lazy, despite possessing such remarkable medical skills. She was afraid of exhausting herself and hesitated to let them know. Alas, Feng Lao, I have something to attend to. I shall step away for a moment. You can chat with Xizhi for a while. The little girl didn't want him to find out, so he decided to leave for a bit.
Ah?
My grandfather is leaving too? Then my secret one to be exposed? My grandfather is truly a considerate man. Today is another day of loving Grandpa. Old Master Gu turned away, a smile spreading across his face. Let her be lazy. These old folks had worked hard all their lives. Hoping the younger generation wouldn't have to struggle so much. Feng Mianji had spoken only halfway when he realized he almost misspoke. Still pondering how to remedy it, he noticed old Master Gu leaving and sighed with relief. He quickly expressed his gratitude to Gu Xizhi, then continued, Miss Gu, to be candid, I have been treating Ruishan's illness for quite some time, but it has been impossible to achieve complete recovery in such a short period. Though it may be a bit presumptuous, I still wish to seek your guidance. Even though Gu Xizhi was quite young, her medical skills in treating Feng Ruishan surpassed his own, and Feng Mianji was willing to humbly learn from her. Gu Xizhi crossed her arms, tilting her head to observe Feng Mianji. He appeared kind-hearted and righteous, reminiscent of a good old man. Allow me to demonstrate the acupuncture technique I used on him. But I have one condition. I hope that once you learn it, you will carry it forward. Although she wished to be lazy, her medical skills could benefit humanity and should not be wasted in her hands. Furthermore, if more individuals with her caliber of medical expertise emerged, even if her skills were exposed one day, she wouldn't feel overwhelmed. Feng Mianji, really? Miss Gu, are you truly willing to teach me? He had approached her with the intention of seeking knowledge, yet as a master of traditional Chinese medicine, he was aware that many techniques were closely guarded secrets. He had prepared himself for rejection from Gu Xizhi, yet now it seemed. Soon, Feng Mianji glanced at the silver needles inserted in Feng Ruishan's neck and realized that Gu Xizhi was a woman of her word. Feng Ruishan, playing the role of a tool, wore a resentful expression. You both see me as a tool. You think you're so great. This set of acupuncture techniques can treat various difficult ailments. Practice it first, and if you have any questions, feel free to ask me. Gu Xizhi removed all the silver needles from Feng Ruishan. Feng Mianji promptly pulled out his phone to add Gu Xizhi on WeChat. Watching Gu Xizhi demonstrate the technique, he clearly understood that her medical skills far surpassed his own. He took a fleeting moment to ponder before speaking. Miss Gu, I wonder if you would mind having an older apprentice? Gu Xizhi firmly declined. Having an old man older than her grandfather following her around, calling her master, made her fear for her longevity. After all, once a teacher, forever a father, becoming his master meant she would effectively become his parent. No thank you. As time was running short, old lady Gu came to summon them for dinner. Gu Shicheng, Lin Mani, Gu Jiangyuan, and Gu Jiangyu were also present, all gathered around the dining table. Gu Jiangyu looked around and frowned. Where's uncle? Gu Xizhi instinctively looked up, scanning the room. Why is Big Brother asking about Gu Yijing? He mentioned yesterday that he would have Gu Yijing tutor me. He can't be serious, can he? If I see Gu Yijing later, how will I complete my task? Big Brother, please be more thoughtful. Don't force me into a position where I have to betray you. Old Master Gu, Old Lady Gu, and the other members of the Gu family quietly perked up their ears. Was there a new task at hand? Old Master Gu turned to speak with the butler. Give him a call and ask when he will arrive. The little one had a task to complete, and this tool could not be absent. The butler soon returned with news that Gu Yijing was still at the company, tied up with unfinished matters, and would need to wait a while longer. The family did not wait for him and began their meal. Meanwhile, at Lin Wenhui's home in the northern suburbs of Ning City, Gu Sairu had just returned. Irritated, she made a phone call. Didn't you say Feng Mianji would be there? I waited for over an hour, and he hasn't shown up. Chapter 59 Tool. I'll ask him. Feng Mianji left after finishing dinner with Feng Ruishan. After they had been gone for quite some time, Gu Yijing finally returned, having not yet eaten. Gu Jiangyu raised his wrist to check the time. 8:20 p.m., nearly time for the little one to go to bed. He then said, "Uncle, I'll have the kitchen prepare a meal for you. You should go upstairs and tutor Xizhi." Sitting on a small stool by the coffee table, eating watermelon, Gu Xizhi blinked her clear eyes at Gu Jiangyu and sighed. Alas, I was still a bit hesitant, unsure whether to embark on this task for the elusive chance of winning a prize. Yet my elder brother is truly foolish, personally escorting me to Gu Yijing's side. Providing me with an opportunity to betray him, perhaps I should abandon this task altogether. Given his current state, I cannot afford to add insult to injury. Inwardly lamenting her role as a commendable sibling, Gu Jiangyu felt the piercing glares of the other members of the Gu family directed at him. What a dimwit! Delaying Xizhi's mission. Although the task was ultimately forsaken, when Gu Jiangyu suggested that Gu Yijing assist Gu Xizhi with her studies, Gu Yijing had already acquiesced. Consequently, Gu Xizhi found herself ascending the stairs with a platter of watermelon in hand, entering the room. A solitary male and female in a closed chamber. Devoid of any blood relation, with an age difference of less than 10 years, the male strikingly handsome and the female exquisitely beautiful, resembling a tutor-student dynamic. Even this scenario, if portrayed in a novel, would be considered exceptionally romantic, necessitating some significant development. Gu Xizhi pondered what should transpire. Balancing the platter, she indulged in piece after piece of watermelon, her gaze fixed intently on Gu Yijing. Upon entering, Gu Yijing wore a cold expression, irritably loosening his tie. "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you have questions, ask quickly. After that, do not disturb me." Gu Xizhi savored another bite of watermelon, her obsidian eyes sparkling like stars, and nodded in response. After a moment's contemplation, she freed one hand to retrieve her backpack, unzipping it to extract today as homework. She extended it toward him. "There are too many questions. Merely looking at them and explaining will not suffice for time. Just solve them directly. I can review them later when I have time." Today, the math teacher had distributed a test paper before class. She skimmed it briefly. Many questions were somewhat challenging for Li Shuangshuang and the others, yet they encompassed a variety of knowledge points that could potentially enhance their math scores. Initially, she had considered attempting the problems herself and showing them to her peers tomorrow, providing explanations. Now, she took another bite of watermelon, her eyes narrowing in delight. Having a tool to assist her was rather enjoyable. Gu Yijing paused momentarily, casting a frosty glance at Gu Xizhi. Accepting the paper, he rolled up his sleeves and seated himself at the desk, picking up a pen and remaining silent. He needed only to complete the paper, without any unnecessary dialogue. The hostility emanating from him diminished slightly. Gu Xizhi consumed nearly half the platter of watermelon, feeling somewhat full. She set the watermelon down, hugged her backpack closer, and extracted a packet of spicy strips, opening it and munching away, her gaze fixated on Gu Yijing's silhouette. Having already shed his suit jacket, Gu Yijing now wore a crisp white shirt that failed to conceal his broad shoulders and narrow waist, showcasing a physique that was nothing short of perfect. He exuded an aura that commanded distance. She recalled the descriptions of Gu Yijing in novels, portraying him as a figure of remarkable restraint, exceptionally skilled in self-masking. Just as now, despite his evident disdain for her, he had agreed to come upstairs and assist her with her studies, even to help with her homework. "Uncle, apart from this math paper, I am also struggling with the physics paper. Could you assist me with that as well? Otherwise, my brother will certainly find another opportunity to have you tutor me again." After finishing one packet of spicy strips, she opened another and began to eat. Gu Yijing seemed displeased even at the thought of merely helping her with the math paper. Remembering how her somewhat dim-witted elder brother had nearly fallen into Gu Yijing's trap, she felt compelled to provoke him further. Having voiced her request, she pondered for a moment, donned her slippers, and scampered downstairs, calling out, "Elder brother, you need not rush the kitchen to prepare dinner. Uncle has stated he will help me with my math, which will take extra time. Thus, he must continue to maintain his facade." Upon returning, Gu Xizhi discovered that one of her pens had broken. She obediently offered Gu Yijing a handful of pens, approximately 5 or 6, smiling brightly as she said, "Uncle, feel free to use them. Grandma provided me with a whole box, so I need not worry about running out." She shifted aside, allowing Gu Yijing to see the entire box of pens on the floor. The following day, Li Shuangshuang was discussing the test paper distributed the previous day with the class representative for math. Gu Xizhi handed over her paper. True to his role as the male lead, despite his reluctance in completing the paper, the answers he provided were meticulously organized and exceptionally clear. Even those who typically struggled academically could comprehend them to some extent, alleviating Gu Xizhi from having to explain extensively. In Class 1 of Year 1, Gu Sairu sat at her desk, perusing a book related to traditional Chinese medicine. Aspiring to become Fang Mianji's apprentice, she was currently self-studying the subject. Although she had not been able to meet Fang Mianji the previous night, she had learned that he would remain in the city for a while longer. And she intended to wait for him again today. Sairu, did you manage to secure tickets for Fang Ruoshan's concert? Su Jing was chatting with another girl, both glancing towards Gu Sairu. Gu Sairu looked up, a hint of pride on her face. Not yet. But when my third brother and I went to film a variety show, I added a person who is quite familiar with Fang Ruoshan. I can ask him to help see if he can secure some tickets. As she spoke, she pulled out her phone to message that individual. Su Jing and the other girl gazed at her with admiration. Sairu, you are truly remarkable to know a friend of Fang Ruoshan. Sairu, could you also help me get a ticket? I can pay a premium. Upon hearing this news, other girls crowded around, some requesting tickets, others seeking autographs. The news of Gu Sairu's acquaintance with Fang Ruoshan's friend spread rapidly, reaching class 18. Li Shuangshuang and several girls in her class were also discussing the matter. Class 1 is fortunate. I heard Gu Sairu promise to help them ask Fang Ruoshan's friend for tickets and autographs. I really wish I could ask Gu Sairu for help, but she would definitely not assist us. Sai, what to do? I really want to attend Fang Ruoshan's concert. Fang Ruoshan was currently the most popular singer, and among the youth, practically no one was unfamiliar with him. The girls in class 18 were now exceedingly envious of Gu Sairu and those privileged to be in her company. Chapter 60. I can help you get autographs. As the discussions grew animated, Xizhi, who had been leaning over her desk engrossed in a novel, was inadvertently drawn into the conversation. Fang Ruoshan's concert?
That.
She interrupted the throng of girls still enviously discussing Gu Sairu. You need not be so envious of her. Actually, I have quite a few concert tickets on hand. As she spoke, she reached into her clothing pocket, only to retrieve a handful of air. It dawned on her that she had changed clothes the previous night, and her belongings were still in the discarded garments. I don't have them on me right now. I'll bring them next Monday. After explaining, she casually returned to her novel. After their conversation was interrupted, Li Shuangshuang and the others instinctively turned to look at Xizhi. They were not at all surprised that Xizhi had pulled out only a handful of air. After all, if she had truly produced a handful of tickets, it would have been quite shocking. Moreover, there was an underlying sense of gratitude, especially for Li Shuangshuang, who was closer to Xizhi and knew best that she was not favored in the Gu family and lived in even poorer conditions than her. It was unlikely that she could afford even a single face-value ticket, let alone multiple concert tickets. Yet here she was, willing to comfort them with such an obvious fib. Feigning indifference, as if utterly uninterested in Fang Ruoshan's concert, Xizhi remarked, Actually, I was just saying that. I have matters to attend to on the day of the concert, so even if I had tickets, I wouldn't have time to go. Several of the others, who had transitioned from the same middle school as Li Shuangshuang, understood her implication instantly. Nodding in agreement, she said, Indeed, I have piano lessons that day and will be unable to attend the concert. Furthermore, it is the birthday of the eldest son of my grandfather's neighbor, and I must return to my hometown for family dinner, leaving me with no time to spare. As the conversation progressed, they became increasingly absorbed, nearly persuading themselves. Xizhi lifted her gaze and glanced at them, her eyes filled with confusion. Did she appear particularly gullible? In the afternoon, Fang Ruoshan's friend replied to her message. Apologies, but all the concert tickets I had are already distributed. Gu Sairu frowned. Suddenly, another WeChat message arrived. It was from her elder brother. I've arranged for 3 tickets to Fang Ruoshan's concert to be delivered to you. Enjoy it with your classmates. Her furrowed brow immediately relaxed. Brother, have you finished filming? Yes. I wrapped up last night. Just as it happened, someone gifted me 3 tickets, and I thought of you and your classmates who would surely appreciate them. They should arrive this afternoon. It seemed only 3 tickets were sent to him, and he only mentioned her and her classmates, not a word about Xizhi. Gu Sairu bit her lip and typed, Brother, could you possibly procure a few more tickets? I've already promised my classmates I would help them get tickets, and these 3 are just enough for us. But what if my sister also wishes to attend the concert? I would like to reserve a ticket for her. After sending the message, she tightened her fists, her eyes fixed on the chat screen, awaiting a response. After a while, Gu Jiangyan replied, Keep your tickets for yourself. I'll speak with our elder brother to see if he can assist her in obtaining tickets. I must return to filming now, so I cannot chat further. Although Gu Jiangyan owned an entertainment company, their firm was a rival of the one that had signed Fang Ruoshan. Securing concert tickets at this juncture would not be an easy task. It was evident that he did not place much importance on whether Gu Xizhi could attend the concert. A smile crept onto Gu Saira's lips. Gu Jiangyan instructed his assistant to deliver the concert tickets directly to the school. After classes, Gu Sairu called Su Jing to accompany her to the school gate to collect the tickets. Upon seeing the 3 priceless concert tickets, the students of Class 1 went wild. Some took photos of the tickets and posted them on the school forum, while others struggled to obtain even a single ticket. Gu Sairu had effortlessly acquired 3. What a stroke of luck. The comments below were filled with envy. In Class 18, they had math class in the afternoon. Zhang Yang had been somewhat defiant yesterday, or perhaps he finally found a legitimate excuse to avoid teaching math to Class 18. Today, a new math teacher had indeed been assigned to their class. He was a young fellow, around 25, sporting black-rimmed glasses, a cherubic face, dressed in sweatpants and a hoodie, with hair so thick it could incite envy among the other male teachers. Upon entering the classroom, a cacophony of excitement erupted. Gu Xizhi, who had been dozing at her desk, was awakened by the commotion and lost her desire to sleep. Perhaps it was the pleasant timbre of the instructor's voice or his appealing appearance, but Gu Xizhi found herself captivated, listening attentively throughout the entire class. She did not even nap during the break, resting her chin on her hand and staring blankly at the math paper distributed moments earlier. The gentle autumn sunlight bathed her youthful face around 3 o'clock, casting a clear and radiant beauty. In front of her, Li Shuangshuang and several other girls huddled together chatting. Gu Sire managed to get those concert tickets back so quickly, and 3 of them at that. How impressive. I heard it was her elder brother who provided them. Having a brother who is a movie star is truly advantageous. Why do I not have a movie star for a brother? Even if he were merely Feng Ruishan's assistant, that would suffice. As Li Shuangshuang spoke, she suddenly recalled something and turned to glance at Gu Xizhi. When their eyes met, she quickly averted her gaze and subtly shushed the others, gesturing for them to look at Gu Xizhi. Only then did they remember that Gu Sairu's elder brother was also Gu Xizhi's brother. However, the group quickly shifted the topic. Our new math teacher is incredibly handsome. He has such a youthful aura. Indeed, the new math teacher is quite dashing. He resembles the kind of senior I would envision in university. The conversation flowed well, albeit somewhat awkwardly. Gu Xizhi, who had been lost in thought, was startled by their abrupt change in subject matter. Reflecting on their previous discussion, she vaguely recalled that they hadn't spoken ill of her. What did Li Shuangshuang's earlier glance mean? The students in Class 1 mentioned that when Gu Sairu and the others attend the concert, they could try to secure a few autographs for everyone. Should we ask her for help? After classes concluded, as Gu Xizhi was packing her belongings and preparing to leave, she overheard other girls conversing with Li Shuangshuang. Just as Li Shuangshuang was about to agree, she suddenly shook her head. No way. I refuse to ask her for help. It's just a signature, nothing significant. I can do without it. Chapter 61. I have many signed photos. Sister Xi, let us go. I have no interest whatsoever in Feng Ruishan's concert. After finishing her conversation, Li Shuangshuang came over, linking arms with Gu Xizhi and pulling her away. All the while, her small face was puffed up in indignation. Sister Xi, your brother must have simply forgotten about you since he hasn't seen you yet. That's why he didn't think to give you a ticket. When he remembers he has a sister like you, he may very well send tickets your way. Initially intending to console Gu Xizhi, Li Shuangshuang suddenly became agitated. Sister Xi is clearly so wonderful. Why does the Gu family not appreciate her? They are so biased, giving Gu Sairu 3 tickets while leaving you with none. Rest assured, even if your family doesn't cherish you, it matters not. In our eyes, you will always be the best Sister Xi, and we all adore you. Gu Xizhi recalled the look Li Shuangshuang had given her after math class and finally understood its meaning. Li Shuangshuang, why are you only coming now? Hurry up. Just as Gu Xizhi was about to speak to Li Shuangshuang, someone from the crowd rushed out and pulled Li Shuangshuang away. Li Shuangshuang had been holding onto her arm, and as a result, Gu Xizhi was also pulled along. It turned out that after school, Gu Sairu had been cornered by someone asking her to help obtain an autograph from Feng Ruishan. The one who had dragged Li Shuangshuang was a classmate from middle school, now in another class, who was stout and strong, easily pulling both Li Shuangshuang and Gu Xizhi to the front. Excitedly, she said to Gu Sairu, "Could you possibly get me 2 more autographs? They want them too." When Gu Sairu spotted Gu Xizhi, a moment of surprise crossed her face, followed by a flicker of pride in her eyes. She nodded, adopting a very agreeable demeanor, and looked at Gu Xizhi. Sister Xi, do you want an autograph too? Would 2 be sufficient? If not, I can help you request more. Gu Xizhi's phone vibrated momentarily. She picked it up to check her messages and, upon hearing Xizhi's words, realized that they referred to included her. She looked up and replied, "You can exclude me. I have no interest in him. It's not like his signature is on a check or a loan document. It would serve no purpose." After saying this, she returned her attention to her messages. "The most popular male singer. My manager brought a plethora of photos from a recent shoot for me to sign, and I arranged for some to be given to you." Su Jing, standing next to Xizhi, mocked, "You've pushed your way to the front, yet you claim you're not interested in Feng Ruishan's autograph. Who would believe such nonsense?" Feng Ruishan was currently the most sought-after male singer, young, handsome, and with an enchanting voice. In contemporary society, it seems that young people, particularly adolescent girls, possess an unwavering admiration for him. Not only does Su Jing doubt Xizhi's words, but so does Xizhi. With a look of guilt, Xizhi expresses, "I know you wish to attend the concert as well, but my tickets are limited, and I had already promised them to others. Regrettably, I cannot spare one for you. However, I will do my utmost regarding the signed memorabilia." Xizhi had just typed no on her phone, but she deleted those 2 letters and instead composed a message of gratitude, "Thank you," before sending it. Observing Xizhi's earnest expression, she replied, "There's no need to trouble yourself. I already possess numerous signed photographs of him." Li Shuangshuang nodded vigorously, adding, "Exactly. Our Xizhi doesn't even fancy Feng Ruishan. We didn't squeeze our way in. Let us pass. Xizhi and I are leaving." With that, she pulled Xizhi through the crowd. What a master of deceit. She can fabricate any lie, yet cannot guarantee that she will acquire Feng Ruishan's signed photograph, all the while claiming to possess many. Su Jing spat disdainfully as she watched Xizhi's retreating figure. The way she spoke made it seem as if she and Feng Ruishan were old acquaintances. After Li Shuangshuang and Xizhi exited, the former wore a face full of regret, saying, "Xizhi, I apologize. I had no idea she would suddenly drag me in." Xizhi dismissed it with indifference, her gaze returning to her phone as she read a message from her grandmother, inviting them for a barbecue at their home the following day. The elderly lady had mentioned that after a week-long class following the National Day holiday, a relaxing weekend was in order.
Li Xuanshuang nud d'entusiàstic allí.
Zhang Qi had created a group during the National Day holiday, adding those classmates with whom they shared a closer bond. The elderly lady had expressed her desire to engage more with the youth, pretending to be young herself. Upon seeing a new message, Xizhi opened the group chat and typed, "Barbecue at our house tomorrow afternoon. Those interested, please sign up." The next afternoon, Old Master Gu walked his dog, Little Huang, while Feng Minji took his beloved dog, Little Sa, for a stroll in the park behind their residence. Li Shuangshuang, Zhang Qi, Fan Jiang, Wang Hua, and the math class representative Lin Yan gathered in the garden of the old residence. Gu Jiangyuan, Xizhi, and Su Yi were also present. Concerned that their presence would disrupt the children's enjoyment, the elderly lady, Gu Shicheng, and Lin Manny settled on the second-floor terrace, sipping tea, while watching the children frolic below. "Where is Seo?" the elderly lady inquired of Lin Manny. "I informed her. She said she would stay at her uncle's until her homework was completed and would return later." "Very well," the elderly lady replied, no longer concerned for her. Outside a park in Ning City, Gu Seo, dressed in a traditional-style outfit with her hair elegantly pinned up with a wooden hairpin, stood under the sun with a parasol, appearing somewhat impatient as she spoke into her phone. "Did you not say you saw him taking his dog out? Why has he not arrived yet?" This pet-friendly park was conveniently close to Feng Yanji's residence, and he would certainly come here to walk his dog. How peculiar, though it was early autumn. The trees in their yard appeared barren. "Is your gardener incompetent? He cannot even water the plants properly? That patch of grass looks as though it has been overwatered, and many blades seem to have withered." She continued, "Oh, and why is that statue missing a corner?" Among the children from class 18, many were visiting such a grand residence for the first time. Upon entering, they gazed around in awe, their imaginations of opulence now challenged. Xizhi, nonchalantly munching on a meat skewer, remarked, "Perhaps those trees lament the scarcity of greenery in this garden, leading to their own despair. As for the grass, it is not merely water. It is the grass's tears." The statue was designed this way. People tend to remember the unique, imperfect things more than flawless ones. Chapter 62. Backpack. Let third brother be the demise. Silently listening to Xizhi's words, Gu Jiangyuan nearly applauded her insight. Her argument was astute and compelling. Had he not known the circumstances behind their condition, he might have believed her. The other oblivious individuals around them seemed to have an epiphany. The Gu family often indulged in barbecues over weekends, and Gu Zhengyuan had honed his grilling skills to an impressive degree. His skewers, perfectly charred on the outside and succulent within, exuded an irresistible aroma, far superior to those prepared by Zhang Qi and Fan Jiang. Everyone clamored to partake.
Oyi.
Familiar with Gu Zhengyuan, was particularly aggressive in his pursuit. Gu Zhengyuan, annoyed, swatted his hand away, stating, "Let go, this is for Xizhi." He then presented the freshly grilled lamb skewers to Gu Xizhi. On the second floor, the elderly lady, observing the barbecue preparations, instructed the busy butler below. "Please prepare some herbal tea. These children have consumed so much barbecue. We must ensure they do not overheat." Lin Manny added, "And slice up some more fruit. Those young ladies have a penchant for it." Gu Shiqing sipped his tea, suggesting, "Prepare more meat as well. These kids are in their growth phase. We must not let them go hungry." Those who had long assumed Gu Xizhi was neglected within the Gu family were taken aback. Not only were they treating her well, but they also regarded her classmates as their own children. Was this not affection? Zhang Qi even began to question if he had been adopted from a rubbish bin. On Monday, Gu Xiao returned home after the weekend, just in time to witness the elderly lady and Lin Manny beaming as they bid farewell to Gu Xizhi's classmates at the door. This sight left her feeling unsettled. That morning, she had traveled to school with Gu Zhengyuan and Gu Xizhi. Gu Zhengyuan occupied the front passenger seat while Gu Xiao and Gu Xizhi shared the back. Their backpacks were piled together. Gu Xizhi, having stayed up late the previous night, was still drowsy and soon fell asleep in the car. In the front seat, Gu Zhengyuan busied himself with a game. Upon arrival at school, Gu Xiao exited first, claiming she had matters to attend to, and departed. Gu Xizhi and Gu Zhengyuan sauntered slowly toward the school gate, surrounded by other students heading in the same direction. The ticket situation concerning Gu Xiao had been a hot topic on the forum for several days, with the concert fast approaching. Yet she still found herself unable to procure a ticket. Today was yet another day of envy for her regarding Gu Xiao. Me too, she thought. I envy her for having such a caring third brother, someone in the entertainment industry who can secure even the hardest to obtain tickets. Gu Xizhi and Gu Zhengyuan walked just behind them, clearly hearing their conversation. Gu Xizhi raised an eyebrow, reflecting, another mention of third brother?
Right.
Li Shuangshuang and others also mentioned that Gu Xiao's tickets were provided by my elusive third brother. Gu Zhengyuan, however, was entirely disinterested in Feng Ruishan. Upon their first encounter, he found the latter's voice unpleasant, which only deepened his apathy. In their sports class, the boys were rugged and not the type to idolize Feng Ruishan. He had not been paying attention, and none of his classmates had prompted him to follow the ticket saga online. It was surprising to learn that his third brother had taken the time to assist Gu Xiao in acquiring concert tickets. My third brother dotes on Gu Xiao. It's not just about a few concert tickets. No matter how precious the item, if Gu Xiao desires it, he is bound to procure it for her. Oh, right. If this ticket-giving plot connects, then the subsequent events should align as well. Sango is likely about to shoot a martial arts drama. During the filming process, the wire suddenly broke, causing him to fall and fracture his leg, which required him to recuperate in the hospital for over half a year. Even now, long after I have returned home, he has yet to fully recover. How could Sango suffer a leg fracture while filming? He pulled out his phone, located Gu Zhengyan's WeChat, and opened it. Sango, are you about to film a martial arts drama? Speaking of which, Gu Sairu's Sango is also Gu Xizhi's Sango, yet he only provided tickets to Gu Sairu, neglecting Gu Xizhi entirely. Does this not imply that Gu Xizhi is truly unsatisfactory, to the point where even her own brother does not favor her? The discussions among classmates wafted into his ears. Gu Zhengyuan noticed the message he had been crafting to remind Sango and promptly deleted it without hesitation. What nonsense is this? Such blatant favoritism, leading others to misinterpret that Xizhi is inferior to Gu Sairu. He deserves to suffer a fall. My Sanji's behavior is indeed an overt display of bias, and it has caused me to be misunderstood. Should I not remind him about the risk of breaking his leg? After all, I have never even met him. And it was not I who caused his leg to break. A few months in recovery is manageable, and it's not like he will lose a limb. Yet, the manner of his fall does seem rather tragic. Gu Xizhi's face scrunched up in contemplation. Gu Zhengyuan too hesitated. After all, this is Sango, who grew up alongside him. Perhaps he should extend a chance? Utilizing the scant mental faculties he possessed as an athlete, he contemplated. Finally, a spark lit in his eyes. He had an idea. He sent a message to Gu Jiangyan. Sange, could you procure a few more tickets to Feng Ruishan's concert? I wish to present them to Xizhi. Gu Jiangyan had just settled down for a moment of respite when he received the message. After a brief consideration, he replied, I cannot obtain them. Gu Xizhi should focus on her studies. As a student, she should not squander time on idle pursuits. He recalled that Gu Jianyuan had been contacting him more frequently regarding Gu Xizhi lately, seldom mentioning Gu Sairu. He added a few more lines. Although by blood relation, Gu Xizhi is our true sister, Gu Sairu is someone we have watched grow up since childhood. Moreover, she no longer has her biological parents and is in a particularly sensitive phase. You ought to pay her more attention. As for Gu Xizhi, she has reunited with her biological parents and has so many brothers. She is far more fortunate than Sairu. If you continue to be overly kind to her, she might become even more unrestrained in bullying Sairu, which would surely upset Sairu. Gu Jianyuan? What nonsense is this? Let him break his leg. Even if it leads to amputation, it matters not. Without further ado, he blocked him. Xizhi, Sangge has gone too far. You have been home for so long. And he hasn't even considered coming back to see you. I merely requested his assistance in securing a few tickets for you, and he berated both you and me. You should no longer acknowledge him. Sangge has uttered such outrageous words, and Xizhi is still hesitating over whether to remind him. He must make Xizhi aware of his true nature, so she can entirely abandon hope. What? I have never even met him, yet he scolded me? Never mind. Let him face his downfall. Gu Jiangyan sent his thoughts, waited for a response from Gu Jianyuan, and, upon receiving none, assumed he must have taken his words to heart and was contemplating the matter. Thus, he ceased to await any further messages. The first-year teaching building and the third-year teaching building were situated in opposite directions. As they descended the stairs outside the cafeteria, the two parted ways. Chapter 63. Oh. Someone seems to be stirring the pot. Gu Xizhi returned to the classroom, placing her backpack on the desk. Nearby, Zhang Qi was passionately discussing with Wang Hua and the others. Gu Sairu is certainly doing this on purpose. She received the tickets and flaunted them, just 3 tickets. It's not a monumental matter. Yet, she had them posted on the forum, making it clear to everyone that these tickets were given to her by her Sangge. Isn't it evident that Gu Xizhi's brother does not favor her, hence withholding tickets? This led to Gu Xizhi being discussed on the forum for several days. It's as if no one else lacks tickets. Gu Xizhi, let us post our photos on the forum too, so she doesn't hog all the glory. Zhang Qi turned to speak with Gu Xizhi. Just as Gu Xizhi was about to unzip her backpack to retrieve some snacks, her hand paused as she curiously pulled out a few peculiar items. 3 slightly stiff paper tickets came into view, with the words concert tickets emblazoned upon them. She glanced at the seat numbers. Gu Xizhi, can we take photos and post them on the forum? Zhang Qi inquired again when he noticed her silence. No, we cannot. Gu Xizhi immediately shook her head, recalling the 3 tickets she had just seen. Oh, Zhang Qi replied, somewhat dejected, having not noticed the items in Gu Xizhi's hands. However, just as Gu Xizhi would intentionally let Fan Zheng bully her, he often found it challenging to decipher her thoughts. He turned back to continue his conversation with Wang Hua and the others. Sister Xi, here, this is for you, the new silver thread roll from the cafeteria. It's sweet and quite delicious. Li Shuangshuang handed Gu Xizhi a transparent plastic bag containing 2 items resembling buns. Upon seeing Gu Xizhi staring into her backpack, she asked, Sister Xi, what are you looking at? Nothing, Gu Xizhi replied, stuffing the tickets back into her bag. Accepting the silver thread roll from Li Shuangshuang, she took a bite, her eyes narrowing in delight at the taste. It was indeed quite good, reminiscent of a sponge cake. While savoring the silver thread roll, she opened her phone to access the forum, locating Gu Sairu's post about the 3 tickets. Observing the seat numbers, she sighed. Ah, the system. I thought if I quietly played the role of a passive supporting character, the protagonist would refrain from meddling with me. Ultimately, I was too naive. The long silent system suddenly perked up. So, you have finally decided to rise up? To become even more malicious than her? No, I intend to remain even more passive. A moment of passivity brings momentary bliss, while perpetual passivity yields continual joy. While she spoke, Gu Xizhi recalled how Li Shuangshuang had refrained from seeking Gu Sairu's help for an autograph to spare her feelings, as well as Zhang Qi's anger on her behalf just moments ago. She once again withdrew the 3 tickets, opened her phone camera, and snapped a photo. Afterward, she tucked the tickets back into her bag, acting as nonchalantly as usual. After the initial disappointment, the others began discussing matters that could lift their spirits.
Kie.
Let us all get haircuts together before the concert, and buy a new set of clothes to wear. Shall we also do our makeup? I've seen many girls attending concerts all made up and with manicured nails. Wang Hua and the others surrounded Zhang Qi, chattering excitedly. Li Shuangshuang raised her hand to show Gu Xizhi. Sister Ji, do you think I should get some nail art for my nails before the concert? And then peel it off afterward? Let us all go get our makeup done together. My cousin works at a makeup studio, and she is exceptionally talented. People in our area hire her for makeup at weddings. Gu Xizhi found herself reluctantly drawn into their discussion. Her interest piqued. Could she do a zombie bride-esque makeup for me? The system, having witnessed Gu Xizhi discover the tickets in her backpack, saw her take several photos of them, and heard her discussing the concert with her classmates, couldn't help but interject. Host, you realize the female lead is plotting against you. Are you not considering a counterattack? Based on my extensive experience with novels, since the female lead has secretly placed the tickets in your bag, she will undoubtedly seek an opportunity to let everyone know that her tickets went missing, subsequently leading them to suspect you of theft. She herself. Or perhaps she would send others to search your bag, at which point they would inevitably discover those few tickets within, leaving you with no means of justification. It is advisable for the host to take swift action to destroy the tickets and obliterate the evidence. Then, even if she were to bring people to search the host's bag, she would fail to achieve her objective. Gu Xizhi remarked. Indeed, this malicious female antagonist system is quite knowledgeable about the deeds of a treacherous supporting character. However, she has no intention of heeding the advice. Meanwhile, a question arose. Was Gu Sairu in possession of the protagonist's script or that of the nefarious supporting character? Why was she engaging in actions typical of a villainous role? The morning classes proceeded as usual until the end of the third period, whereupon a break of 20 minutes ensued. The forum erupted with excitement.
Oh my...
Gu Sairu's tickets have finally gone missing. Missing? Upon hearing this, someone in the class hastily retrieved their phone to check the forum. Indeed, they had been lost. But one could argue it served her right. After all, her ostentatious display was an open invitation for others to covet her tickets. The students of Class 18 initially reveled in her misfortune. However, their amusement soon waned. How peculiar it was that, instead of seeking the culprit who had stolen Gu Sairu's tickets, they insinuated that Gu Xizhi was responsible. Did they truly hold Gu Xizhi in such high regard? Could she possibly be the industrious type capable of thievery? Certainly not. Had it not been for the necessity of attending to personal matters like using the restroom, Gu Xizhi, in her habitual laziness, would likely have preferred to delegate even that task. Haha, those upstairs truly understand her. Sometimes I think if breathing could be outsourced, she would find someone to assist her with that as well. Overhearing these remarks, Gu Xizhi interjected. Must you discuss such matters openly before me? Couldn't you do so discreetly behind my back? Do you think I have no sense of dignity? Furthermore, what you're engaging in is blatant slander. I merely pondered the absurdity of humanity's need for restrooms. As for breathing, I am quite content to handle that myself. I have no desire to be a lifeless creature incapable of even the simplest acts. Chapter 64. A search of the bag is imminent. Su Jing's behavior was utterly excessive.
Was it not?
Just because Gu Sairu returned home for the weekend and Gu Xizhi resided under the same roof, she was adamant that Gu Xizhi had stolen the tickets? If this were the basis for her suspicion, then with so many individuals in the household, why did she not doubt anyone else? The students of Class 18 were incensed, with some even forgetting to attend to their personal needs. Zhang Qi, unable to contain his frustration, approached Gu Xizhi. Gu Xizhi, just let us post the photos online. If you don't clarify this soon, you'll be vilified. Here, have a lollipop to calm down, Gu Xizhi offered, handing one to him. Zhang Qi slumped down in anger. If I see Gu Sairu and Su Jing, regardless of their gender, I swear I'll confront them. Gu Xizhi opened the forum to view the latest posts. The top thread was indeed Su Jing's, and while it appeared to be logical and well-founded, it was, in fact, utterly unfounded. This incited a wave of indignation among those without tickets, leading many to hurl insults at Gu Xizhi. While Gu Xizhi scrolled through the forum,
Lishung yachet her kloseli.
She feared Gu Xizhi might suddenly exclaim that these people were too weak in their insults. They were hardly scathing enough, and she would take it upon herself to be more direct. Thankfully, Gu Xizhi finished browsing her phone without voicing such sentiments until just before afternoon classes. In Class 1, the thought that the tickets rightfully belonging to her had been pilfered by Gu Xizhi infuriated Su Jing. Approaching Gu Sairu, she exclaimed, Sairu, Gu Xizhi is being utterly unreasonable. Everyone knows she has stolen your tickets, yet she continues to act as though nothing has happened, offering no apology or return of the tickets. Surely, She believed that as long as she did not admit to her actions, we would be unable to find evidence, and this matter would soon be forgotten. Perhaps she would even joyfully attend the concert with those very tickets. Gu Sairu, absorbed in her studies, hesitated at these words. She likely did not intend to steal my tickets. Perhaps she merely wished to glance at them when she arrived at school, but I was asleep at the time. And she refrained from waking me. After reviewing them, she might have mistaken her own bag for mine, leading her to inadvertently place the tickets inside her own. Perhaps you should delete that post from the forum? If this escalates, it may not bode well for her. Su Jing seized upon Gu Sairu's words. You mean to say, she has your tickets in her bag?
Perfect.
I shall gather my friends and search her bag, with irrefutable evidence. She will have no choice but to confess. Gu Sairu had promised to keep one ticket for herself, while the other two were intended for Su Jing and Chen Min. Chen Min joined Su Jing, both storming toward the classroom of Class 18, where many students followed to witness the unfolding drama. As they marched down the hall, curious onlookers from other classes inquired about their destination. Upon learning of their intentions, they joined the throng. Soon, the entrance to Class 18 was bustling with students. Su Jing and Chen Min stood defiantly before Gu Xizhi, demanding, "Produce your bag." Sairu witnessed you stealing her tickets and placing them in your bag. Hand it over for inspection, or we shall report this to the authorities and have them search it. Before Gu Xizhi could respond, Zhang Qi, seething with rage, positioned himself protectively in front of her. How absurd! You make unfounded accusations and demand to search our bags. Should I claim you are a pile of dung? Would you then leap into a cesspool to prove you bear no resemblance to it? Gu Xizhi gently patted his arm, signaling him to remain calm. She did not rise from her seat, merely pushed her chair back slightly, revealing her face as she addressed Su Jing. You claim Gu Sairu told you she saw me pilfering her tickets and placing them in my bag? Su Jing, misinterpreting Gu Xizhi's demeanor as guilt, replied smugly. Indeed, that is what Sairu said. You must believe she was asleep at the time, but she witnessed everything you did. If you do not wish for this to escalate, you should quickly return the tickets and apologize to Sairu. She is magnanimous enough to let this slide. Very well. It appears that Gu Sairu and the lot of you are conspiring to defame me by claiming I stole her tickets. Gu Xizhi then pulled her chair back into place, glancing at Wang Hua, who was recording the encounter from a distance. Zhang Qi blocked her view, leaving Su Jing unable to see her at all. Su Jing, exasperated, retorted, Gu Xizhi, what sort of attitude is this? Sairu witnessed you stealing. Even now you refuse to admit it? I admit nothing, Zhang Qi interjected. But Gu Xizhi interposed her voice once more. Everyone, reveal your tickets for them to inspect. At once, the students of Class 18 comprehended her meaning, and laughter erupted as they promptly displayed their tickets. A total of 17 tickets were produced, all for Feng Ruoshan's concert, with the VIP section clearly marked.
Do you see?
We possess a total of 17 tickets, precisely 17, all of which were procured by Gu Xizhi. Does she truly find any value in the paltry 3 tickets belonging to Gu Xio? Would she go so far as to pilfer them? What a farcical notion. The classmates who accompanied Su Jing also bore witness to this. 17 tickets, can you believe it? They actually have 17 tickets. Weren't the individuals from Class 1 fervently insisting that Gu Xizhi had stolen 3 tickets from Gu Xio? I am utterly perplexed as to how 3 tickets could transform into 17. If theft could lead to such multiplication, I would be tempted to engage in a little thievery myself. It dawned on me that all the evidence is merely their own assertions. One moment they claim Gu Xizhi resides with Gu Xio, thus implicating her, and the next they insist Gu Xio witnessed Gu Xizhi stealing, demanding to search her backpack. If the police were to adjudicate cases in such a manner, I doubt they would ever fail to apprehend criminals, nor would there be any wrongful convictions in this world. Ha ha ha, this is indeed the finest jest I have heard today. The idea that Gu Xizhi, who can casually procure a handful of VIP tickets, would stoop to stealing a mere 3 tickets from a pauper is utterly laughable. Su Jing stared in disbelief at the 17 tickets presented by Class 18, her face reddening as her companion spoke. Chapter 65. Gu Xio reminds third brother. Just as a wealthy individual would never condescend to steal a few coins from a poor person, Gu Xizhi, who can effortlessly produce 17 VIP tickets, would have no interest in Gu Xio's miserly 3. Su Jing and Chen Min deemed it unnecessary to continue searching Gu Xizhi's backpack and slunk back to Class 1 in disgrace. Along the way, many mocked them, pointing out how they had acted without understanding the situation, even confronting Gu Xizhi. Some speculated that their motive stemmed from a desire to claim Gu Shiji's 17 tickets for themselves. Su Jing and Chen Min had always been top students, held in high regard by their peers, and this was their first experience of such humiliation. The more they pondered, the more they felt aggrieved, ultimately laying the blame on Gu Xiao. Upon returning to Class 1, they sought out Gu Xiao to confront her. You cannot even be certain that the tickets were taken by Gu Shiji, can you? That is why you did not accompany us to confront her. Or perhaps you are fully aware that the tickets were not taken by her. Your third brother is her biological sibling. If he managed to secure tickets for you, he would certainly have done the same for Gu Shiji. Thus, you must have known all along that she possessed 17 tickets. You deliberately incited us to cause a ruckus, hoping to make fools of us. Gu Xiao awaited their attempts to gather evidence to solidify the accusation against her for stealing tickets. Struck by an unexpected reprimand, she quickly deduced that something was amiss. Rather than questioning the frenzied Su Jing and Chen Min, she chose to inquire with others who had accompanied them to Class 18. They recounted the events that had transpired there in full detail. Gu Xiao's expression shifted dramatically.
How could this be?
She could not fathom how Gu Shiji could possibly possess tickets, let alone 17 of them. This was inconceivable. She hastily reopened the school forum, where footage of the recent events had already been uploaded, alongside photographs of the 17 tickets. The seat numbers bore no resemblance to those of her 3 tickets. Could it be that third brother secretly gave the tickets to Gu Shiji? Beneath her post, numerous individuals began to berate her, accusing her of deliberately misleading others to misinterpret Gu Shiji's actions. She glanced at some of the derogatory comments directed at her and captured a few screenshots. Opening WeChat, she sent the images to Gu Jiangyan. I do not wish to impose, but I must apologize for the turmoil that my brother's generosity in providing me with concert tickets has inadvertently caused. It has led to such misunderstandings for my sister, though thankfully, the confusion has been resolved. Gu Jiangyan, after finishing a scene, reclined on his lounge chair, accepting the phone handed to him by his assistant. He perused the messages sent by Gu Xiao, including the photos of the 17 concert tickets displayed by their classmate Gu Shiji, furrowing his brow. Where did she procure so many tickets? Gu Xiao exhaled in relief, realizing that her brother was not involved. She replied, I am uncertain. I previously thought she had no tickets and was willing to offer her my own. It was only when they mentioned that the forum was filled with accusations against me that I became aware. Gu Jiangyan then opened another screenshot, revealing comments from the forum. Could Gu Xiao be acting with malice? She appears to have stirred the pot without grasping the full situation, accusing Gu Shiji of theft with such callousness. I wonder if Gu Xiao's face is stinging from the embarrassment? Gu Jiangyan's expression darkened as he sent Gu Xiao a comforting emoji. Do not fret. Third brother knows that this matter does not concern you and will ensure it is resolved. Gu Xiao responded with a cute smiley face. Reflecting on events from her past life, she quickly sent another message. Third brother, are you currently filming a martial arts drama? In her previous life, third brother had faced an unfortunate accident while filming. Though he survived, she believed that if she had warned him in advance, he would have appreciated her foresight and become even more protective of her. Gu Jiangyan simply replied, Then please take care. I dreamt last night that you fell while performing a wire stunt and broke your leg. Henceforth, ensure that your equipment is thoroughly checked before every wire performance. Gu Jiangyan found her adorable as she took her dreams so seriously. Gu Xiao, fearing he might dismiss her concerns, emphasized, Do not take this lightly. If something were to happen to you, I would no longer recognize you as my disobedient brother. All right, I will heed your advice. As luck would have it, the next scene required wire work, and Gu Jiangyan instructed his agent to coordinate with the prop team for a meticulous inspection. He continued lounging, opening Gu Jiangyuan's WeChat profile, intending to request Gu Shiji's contact information so that he could speak with her directly. As soon as he sent the message, a red exclamation mark appeared. He dialed her number. Gu Jianyuan, are you trying to provoke me? Release me from your blacklist at once. The next moment, the call ended abruptly. When he attempted to call again, he was met with a message stating, Sorry, the number you dialed is unavailable. Please try again later. Gu Jiangyan gritted his teeth in frustration. Gu Jianyuan. That insolent brat had actually blocked his number. Borrowing his assistant's phone, he dialed Gu Jingyuan's number once more. Before he could say a word, a staff member's voice came through. Brother Yan, it's time to prepare for the next wire scene. Wires? Gu Jianyuan, who had been about to hang up, froze, urgently exclaiming, Third brother, are you currently filming a martial arts drama? Are you about to perform wire work? Just ensure it doesn't waste my time. Hurry and give me Gu Shiji's WeChat contact and remove my number from the blacklist. All I wished was to commend my sister. She is truly remarkable for predicting that third brother would be involved in wire work, and indeed, you are. Thinking of Gu Jiangyan's reckless behavior. He rolled his eyes at his phone while relaying what he had heard from Gu Xizhi. Third brother, ensure that someone you trust thoroughly inspects the wires. It is imperative that they do not break mid-performance, or else you will be in dire straits. Gu Jiangyan, growing impatient, retorted, Did Xiao tell you to say this? Fine. I understand. But first, remove me from your blacklist and do not forget Gu Shiji's WeChat contact. With that, he hung up abruptly. Gu Jiangyuan stared at his phone, utterly bewildered. What did Gu Xiao say to me? I clearly overheard it from Xizhi. Is third brother's intelligence all concentrated in his face? TSK. Fine. I shall unblock him. After Gu Jiangyuan lifted Gu Jiangyan from the blacklist, he also forwarded Gu Shiji's list to him. In class 18 of the first year, everyone was fervently discussing the recent events. Chapter 66, Gu Xizhi posted on her moments. Dad, what do you think? No wonder you didn't let us post photos before. You were waiting for this. Your tactic is brilliant. By letting them escalate the situation, and once public opinion has fermented enough, you can reveal our pile of tickets, achieving an even better effect now. I begrudgingly admit that your intelligence surpasses mine just a tad. Gu Xizhi felt as though she had received a compliment, yet it seemed somewhat incomplete. However, next time something like this occurs, do inform us of your plans in advance. Otherwise, I might genuinely feel like lashing out. Just as I did earlier. Indeed, seeing those people on the forum unjustly accuse you made me furious. It felt as if I were the one being wronged. It's true, Gu Xizhi worked so hard to retrieve those tickets for us, yet we had to stand by helplessly as she was accused of stealing them. I was practically in a frenzy. Thankfully, I don't have heart disease or high blood pressure. Otherwise, witnessing their insults directed at you could have caused a stroke or heart attack. Everyone appeared to take this matter particularly seriously. As they spoke, Wang Hua and Zhang Qi began to playfully bicker about something. As they laughed together, Gu Xizhi chuckled softly as well. This feeling of being protected by everyone was rather pleasant. However, Gu Xizhi, where did you acquire those tickets? Aren't they all gone from scalpers? That day when they went to the Gu family's old residence for a barbecue, Gu Xizhi handed them a stack of tickets afterward. They had inquired about where she obtained them, but she had remained silent. Now curiosity got the better of everyone once more. Gu Xizhi, sipping the milk tea that Fan Zhang had just bought after climbing the wall, responded, You'll find out next time you come to my house for a barbecue. Grandma is saying that being around young people keeps one youthful, might just be true. She noticed her grandmother seemed quite happy that day and urged her to bring them back more often. During the barbecue, the royal chef at the old residence didn't personally handle the cooking, but he marinated all the ingredients himself. The flavors of the grilled food far exceeded those from outside barbecue restaurants, and anyone who had tasted it was salivating at the thought of returning. In the afternoon after school, Gu Xizhi didn't know where to go, while Gu Jiangyuan was jogging on the playground. Only Gu Xizhi sat alone in the Gu family's car. She bit into the ham sausage that Li Shuangshuang had offered her while opening a game, preparing to play on the way. Suddenly, a new WeChat message popped up. She opened it to find someone had added her, with a note saying, I'm your third brother, please accept. Third brother? Suspended on wires? Gu Xizhi clicked to accept. While pondering how to remind him to be cautious regarding the wires, a message from Gu Jiangyan arrived. I've heard about your situation with Xiru. I know you deliberately concealed the fact that you had so many tickets to embarrass her. Immediately post something to clarify for Xiru. I'll let it slide this time, because of your age. Having encountered many petty individuals in the entertainment industry, like Gu Xizhi, he could see through her ploy at a glance. Only Xiru, being so naive, fell for it and ended up in such a predicament. Gu Xizhi silently deleted the few words she had typed in the input box, not uttering a word. Following that, she promptly blocked him and removed him from her contacts. Gu Jiangyan recalled what his manager had just told him. Fortunately, you had us double-check, or else when filming started, that wire would surely snap, which could have been dangerous. Without Xiru, he might have already been lying in a hospital bed. He sent another message to Gu Xizhi. You previously took advantage of Xiru's parents, who have now passed away. Xiru is now an orphan, and our family owes her. I hope you recognize this and learn to be grateful. After sending the message, he received his second red notification of the day. Gu Xizhi was furious. She needed a sip of her beloved soda to calm her nerves. She grabbed her bag from the side, which still contained the soda she had packed during the barbecue over the weekend. The soda rolled around in the bag, coming to rest between 3 tickets. Seeing those tickets reminded her that there were tasks left unfinished, or else her classmates would have been upset for nothing. She casually posted on her moments, "I was wondering why someone was so adamant about rummaging through my bag. Turns out they were just waiting for me here." The accompanying image featured the 3 tickets lying quietly in her bag. Xizhi had added more than half of her classmates on WeChat. Since she seldom posted on her moments, her rare update drew immediate attention. Wow, so this is all part of a self-scripted performance. Who would have thought that some people who appeared to be goddesses were actually scheming green tea? Scary indeed. The comments on her post began to soar. Zhang Qi even sent her a message asking if he could screenshot her moments to post on the school forum. Xizhi replied with an okay. Her attention returned to the soda. As is well known, opening a bottle of soda that has rolled around in a bag countless times can lead to a catastrophic scene. To prevent such a disaster, Xizhi tapped the sides of the can. After several taps, the bubbles inside would rise and gather at the opening. At that moment, she could safely pull the tab. Xizhi quickly managed to enjoy her soda. The rest of the Gu family also saw Xizhi's moments. Lin Manny promptly created a small group, adding Gu Shirchen, Gu Jianyu, and Gu Jianyuan. Gu Jianyuan, can you explain what is going on? Gu Jianyuan forwarded several links. Clicking them led to posts on their school forum, including one by Su Jing, as well as videos posted by other classmates. Lin Manny and the others quickly finished watching. Gu Shircheng, Dad, what do you think of this matter? Gu Shircheng had just finished a meeting when he opened the link. Upon seeing the first post where everyone was accusing Xizhi of stealing Gu Sairu's concert tickets, his brows furrowed deeply. Clicking on the second link, he noticed the video regarding the 17 concert tickets, which alleviated Xizhi's suspicion of theft, causing his brow to slightly relax. After reviewing Zhang Qi's recent post, he exited and glanced at Xizhi's moments. His expression was icy. After waiting for a while without receiving a response, Gu Jianyuan copied and pasted Lin Manny's recent message. Gu Shircheng, Dad, what do you think of this matter? Asking only Dad was insufficient. He added, Gu Jianyu, Big Brother, what do you think of this matter? Gu Jianyu replied faster than Gu Shircheng, let Saira move out. We should arrange for several servants to take care of her. After giving a thumbs up, Gu Jianyuan added, I agree. Otherwise, if she loses something again, our whole family living with her will be under suspicion. Yet, he quickly felt a pang of sadness. The previous Gu Sairu was quite wonderful. He once thought she was the best sister in the world. But how had things changed so drastically? Lin Manny sighed and said, this is one way to resolve the issue. But Saira might harbor even more resentment toward Xizhi and us because of this. After all, she's a child we've raised for over a decade. It's a bit disheartening. I'll accompany her to live outside. Xizhi can be left at home with you all. Even in gratitude towards Gu Xiao's biological parents for raising Xizhi, she found it difficult to completely harden her heart against Gu Xiao. A moment of silence enveloped the group chat before Gu Shircheng spoke up. There's no need for that. You stay at home to care for Xizhi. I'll have Aunt Luo come over to look after her. Aunt Luo had served the Gu family for over 2 decades, nurturing the family's children as they grew. With her presence, Lin Manny remained silent. Compared to Gu Xiao, Xizhi, who had endured years of hardship and was even forced to beg for a time, needed her more. Gu Xizhi first proceeded to the old residence. During this period in Ning City, Fang Mianji would often visit old Master Gu at any opportunity, under the pretense of walking the dog or playing chess. In truth, he awaited Gu Xizhi's return to teach him medicine and guide him on acupuncture techniques. This endeavor was initially conducted discreetly, but Gu Xizhi realized that, while Fang Mianji prepared for a concert, they required a new assistant to provide more precise guidance on acupuncture points and techniques. Coincidentally, with old Master Gu's advanced age and numerous ailments, bringing him along would serve a dual purpose. Thus, her knowledge of traditional Chinese medicine inadvertently came to light within the Gu family. After observing Fang Mianji administer a round of acupuncture to treat the elderly man's ailments, Gu Xizhi stood by the window, gazing out with a hint of melancholy. System. Am I drifting further away from my dream of being a slacker? What if I open a Chinese medicine academy? Share all that I know? If everyone becomes a master, will there be no place for me? Old Master Gu remarked. Gu Xizhi merely mused over this. After all, she lacked even a medical qualification and was merely 15 years old. What could she possibly teach? Grandpa Fang, my brother is back. I shall head down. She stood by the window and saw Gu Jianyu entering with her favorite cake. She dashed towards the entrance, followed closely by the 2 dogs, Xiao Huang and Fang Mianji's dog, who mistook her sprinting for playtime. As Gu Jianyu entered, he handed the cake to a servant while simultaneously talking on the phone, unfastening his suit jacket. Have the PR issue a statement. Gu Entertainment is officially terminating its contract with Ling Wenin. Gu Xizhi, running down the stairs, was hindered by the two dogs tugging at her pants. She struggled to descend, overhearing the name Ling Wenin. Chapter 67. Has my brother's funeral pyre finally arrived? Ling Wenin? I remember her. I even suspected she was the author's father's murderer. How can someone be so unfortunate? It's as if she has lived through every tragedy imaginable. The tragedies in Les Miserables pale in comparison to her experiences. After finishing his call, Gu Jianyu turned towards Gu Xizhi, surprised that she knew of Ling Wenin. At the same time, he was eager to learn just how unfortunate she truly was. Alas! While Ling Wenin has suffered, my brother's misfortunes are even greater. Ling Wenin's misfortune lasted only 20 years. My brother will endure for decades to come. His remaining years will be fraught with mental torment. Prepared for the unfolding drama, Gu Jianyu wondered, am I tasting my own misfortune? Brother, did you buy this cake for me? Let us forget about such tragic matters and simply enjoy the cake. My brother can be quite pleasant when he is not suffering. Coming home from work and bringing me cake. What a wonderful brother. Today is another day of loving my brother. Although the little girl expressed her affection, Gu Jianyu felt a desire to finish his own cake first. Gu Xizhi took a piece of cake into the living room, seated herself at the coffee table, and turned on the television, selecting a rural variety show. With a glance, she scooped up some cake. Gu Jianyu settled on the sofa with his laptop, working while remaining ready to indulge in the unfolding drama. The rural variety show primarily showcased farming and cooking activities. On the screen, a stunning beauty with flowing waves, clad in a form-fitting red dress, radiated an ethereal glow as she sat in the garden, playfully teasing two small dogs with a blade of grass. In stark contrast, other artists bustled about, either harvesting vegetables, cooking, or sweeping the area. The comments were lively. Is Ling Wenin a leech? Everyone else is working while she lounges about guiltlessly. Even the best actors are laboring, and this 18-line nobody acts more high-profile than them. Does she not realize what show she is on? Dressed like that. Does she think she is in a beauty pageant? Gu Xizhi shoved a generous bite of cake into her mouth, only to look up and see Ling Wenin's name dominating the screen. Oh, what a coincidence. Just heard my brother mention Ling Wenin and here she is.
Wow.
She is breathtaking. No wonder my brother fell for her, leading to a dramatic chase for his wife.
Ah.
Thinking of such a beautiful woman suffering so much makes my heart ache. In moments of sorrow, only food could provide solace. Thus, Gu Xizhi grabbed the remaining half of the cake and indulged. Gu Jianyu's gaze fixated on the stunning figure on screen. The idea of a dramatic chase for his wife involving Ling Wenin? For the first time, he questioned Gu Xizhi's sentiments. He detested women like Ling Wenin, who were scheming, and how could he possibly harbor feelings for her? The premise for such a dramatic chase was fundamentally flawed. After finishing her cake, Gu Xizhi took a swig of soda. On screen, Ling Wenin's grass was snatched away by a dog, while another dog circled her, panting and wagging its tail. She stood to retrieve another blade. As she moved, her figure and poise became more apparent. Sister, kill me. Her figure is phenomenal. She looks breathtaking on camera. How stunning must she be in reality? What grave flaw exists in my brother's taste to have initially despised such a beauty, even pushing her away after she bore his child? My poor little nephew never had a chance to enter this world. No, she needed more healing. Gu Xizhi dashed back to the kitchen for another slice of cake. Gu Jianyu remained in a stupor, his eyes glued to the television screen, fixating on Ling Wenin's abdomen. Was there truly a child there? Just from that one time, she had conceived? It had been 3 months since then. She couldn't he possibly be unaware? Yet why hadn't she mentioned it to him? This was clearly a scheme she had meticulously constructed, wasn't he it? As Gu Xizhi unwrapped the cake, she caught Gu Jianyu's unwavering gaze on Ling Wenin. Curiously, she asked, brother, do you think she is more beautiful than Zhou Yueran? Zhou Yueran, who appeared behind Ling Wenin, looked demure while washing vegetables, her bangs framing her sweet face. Yet, when placed next to Ling Wenin, she paled in comparison, serving merely as a backdrop to the latter's radiance. At this moment, my brother must be utterly captivated by Zhou Yueran's innocent appearance. He believes whatever she says. He must think Zhou Yueran is more beautiful. Oh, my brother's terrible taste truly squanders his lovely peach blossom eyes. With a disdainful roll of her eyes, she dismissed the thought of hearing Gu Jianyu's response, fearing it would only deepen her heartache for the beauty. Gu Jianyu's gaze shifted to Ling Wenin's face. To be frank, Few in the entertainment industry could rival Ling Wennin's beauty. She initially debuted solely on the strength of her stunning visage. Just by showing her face, she garnered an immense following overnight. Had she not engaged in such capricious behavior later on, her looks alone could have propelled her to the echelon of top-tier artists. Ling Wennin was indeed more beautiful. This was an undeniable truth. "Oh, dear brother, you possess a modicum of aesthetic discernment," Xizhi remarked, slightly astonished. On the screen, a dog leapt up, eager to snatch the dogtail grass from Ling Wennin's hand. She playfully dangled the grass high above, eliciting joy from the dog. She herself radiated happiness, her face adorned with a broad smile. When she was not smiling, she was beautiful, but when she smiled, she seemed to shine with an ethereal glow. The barrage of comments that had just been lambasting her fell silent in an instant. Soon, the screen was filled with messages. 666. What a goddess of beauty. This is too stunning. I find myself speechless. What a divine smile. Is it too much to ask for another? I am utterly captivated, overwhelmed by her beauty. I too have been slain. This is truly a celestial visage. I can hardly fathom how fortunate I would be to have such a sister-in-law, to gaze upon such a face every day. I must devise a way to secure such a sister-in-law. If all else fails, I still have 3 other brothers. Gu Jianyu furrowed his brow, feeling a sense of reluctance at the thought of Ling Wennin becoming the sister-in-law of the little girl. However, the prospect of her becoming the 2nd, 3rd, or even 4th sister-in-law. His phone suddenly rang. "Mr. Gu, the matter has been taken care of, and Ling Wennin has already departed from Ning City." Chapter 68. Am I accumulating virtue to change my fate? Volunteering at the traditional Chinese medicine clinic. Gu Jianyu's expression changed abruptly. He turned to Xizhi and inquired of his assistant, "Are you saying Ling Wennin has left Ning City?"
Ah?
She left already? Is that such high efficiency? I recall that in the novel, it mentioned that after Ling Wennin left Ning City, she reflected on her tragic life and, fearing for the child in her womb, promptly sought to terminate the pregnancy. Then doesn't that mean she is about to abort the child soon?
Ah.
This concerns my little nephew. Should I inform my elder brother? But how can I explain that I am aware of this? Xizhi felt a wave of annoyance, rendering even the cake unappetizing. Brother. I suppose I should subtly hint to my brother. He may be a bit dim-witted, but surely he can comprehend my insinuations. Normally, if Xizhi referred to him as dim-witted, Gu Jianyu might have felt a twinge of irritation. Yet now, he had no time to dwell on such trivialities. The little girl had just said that the woman would soon terminate their child. He had to prevent her from doing so. He gestured to Xizhi. Continuing on the phone, find out where she has gone immediately. Once located, bring her back at once. Xizhi, inform Grandma and the others. I have urgent matters to attend to, and must leave. Having finished speaking, Gu Jianyu swiftly donned the suit jacket resting on the sofa and hurried out. Xizhi blinked in confusion. Had she truly not misheard? Was her brother indeed sending someone to find Ling Wennin? She had not even spoken a word yet. Wasn't he her brother currently being completely swayed by Zhou Yuan, believing Ling Wennin to be a scheming vixen? Wouldn't he wish her to vanish as far away as possible? Why was he now so eager to find her? Yet she exhaled in relief. If her brother went to locate her, perhaps he would prevent her from discovering Ling Wennin's pregnancy. Should she call him later to drop another hint? Not long after Gu Jianyu left, Gu Shiqing and Lin Manny arrived. Xizhi was somewhat surprised to see them both. They rarely visited the old residence during weekdays. Gu Jianyuan followed closely behind them. You all have come? I see. It must be due to the situation with Gu Xiao. If it weren't for my fortuitous treatment of Feng Ruishan, with whom I have a slight acquaintance, I wouldn't have been able to procure such a multitude of concert tickets. According to the original plot development, my act of stealing tickets from Gu Xiao would indeed be inexcusable, as if I had jumped into the family pool to wash myself clean. Now that they are all gathered, it seems they have come to drive me away. Lin Manny, listening to Xizhi's thoughts, imagined the scenario. Were it not for her ability to hear Xizhi's inner voice and understand her true self, she might have doubted her intentions, given her long-standing relationship with Xiao. The thought filled her with trepidation. With reddened eyes and a face of guilt, she approached Xizhi and stood before her. Xizhi, I am truly sorry. Though nothing had transpired this time, she still felt remorseful, both for the Xizhi yet to be born and for the Xizhi who lived in her stead. Oh no, my mother is speaking to me in such a tone and with such an expression. Could she still believe in Gu Xiao? Are the 3 of them here collectively to drive me away? Indeed, the halo of the female protagonist is a formidable force. All evidence suggests I am being framed. Yet my parents and brother still do not believe me. If they truly intend to cast me out, then perhaps they could at least share some of their wealth with me. Let's see. I will need a substantial sum to buy a house and a car, and to live a carefree life. 1 million should suffice, after purchasing the car and house. I can simply save the remainder in the bank to earn interest. Gu Jianyuan, having just heard Gu Shiji's thoughts, felt quite melancholic. Unlike Lin Manny, who contemplated various implications, he merely recognized that the Xizhi before him was his sister. She had almost been ensnared in a malicious plot and publicly shamed at school. Just as he was processing this, he heard her calculating how much money she would need to survive after being cast out. It seemed she had arrived at a reasonable estimate. If he too found himself in a similar situation in the future, perhaps he would also request 1 million from their parents to sustain himself. Lin Manny felt a pang of sorrow. This young child must possess an immense lack of security to constantly fear being cast out or to wish to leave home on her own. To prevent her from spiraling into further unsettling thoughts, she composed herself and said, "We are all aware of the concert ticket situation. It was indeed CO's wrongdoing. When she returns, our parents will reprimand her and insist she apologize to you." Gu Shiji breathed a sigh of relief. It seemed the halo of the female protagonist and the fortune of the novel were not entirely unrestrained. We also know she harbors some unfavorable thoughts towards you. To prevent similar occurrences, we will have CO move out. Gu Shiji. Oh, not only are they not expelling me, but they're also sending Gu CO away? Could it be that my virtuous deeds in my past life have earned me this favor in this life, allowing me to effortlessly overcome challenges, effectively eliminating the female protagonist, and becoming the protagonist myself? Mother, is what you said true? Gu Shiji, feeling a twinge of unease, sought further confirmation from Lin Manny. Gu Shicheng and Gu Jianyuan affirmed that this was a collective decision among them. Only then did Gu Shiji feel assured that, for the time being, it was Gu CO who was to be cast out, and not herself. Yet she still bore the burden of the vicious female side character system. Her virtuous deeds had not made the system more sensible nor transformed her into an invincible protagonist system. It indicated she was still a side character and could not afford to be complacent. After all, the female protagonists in novels often seemed as indestructible as cockroaches. By 7 o'clock, it was time for dinner. Grandpa Gu and Fong Mianji descended from upstairs. Just as Grandma Gu took her seat, she glanced around and inquired, "Where's CO? Now that you all are here, why didn't you bring her along?" Lin Manny replied. She said she was doing her homework outside and would come over shortly. She called Gu CO, instructing her to come directly to the ancestral home shortly. It was the first time she had spoken to her in such a grave tone, leaving her no choice but to comply. Fong Mianji, curious, inquired CO, "Is she your other granddaughter? Is she also in Ning City? I've visited your home numerous times, but have yet to meet her." Gu CO stood outside the Fong family's clinic, with Fong watching beside her. "As we agreed, you need only come here every afternoon after school to help," Fong watching said. Gu CO nodded in acknowledgement. Although her search for Fong Mianji had been fruitless, it was not entirely in vain. She realized that this clinic near her school was a branch of the prestigious Fong family clinic in the capital, and it was highly likely that Fong Mianji would visit here after arriving in Ning City. All she had to do was wait. Chapter 69. The Art of Symmetrical Retaliation. An enigmatic woman. Gu CO was merely 15, a minor, and could only volunteer at the Fong family clinic. After finishing her conversation with Fong Ruoqing and exiting the clinic, it was already 8 o'clock. She hailed a taxi outside the traditional medicine clinic to the Gu family's ancestral home, arriving past 8:30. As the vehicle entered the Gu family estate, a black Hongqi car emerged, unfamiliar to Gu CO, prompting her to steal a few glances before averting her gaze. Grandmother Gu had just seen Fong Mianji off and was about to return indoors when she noticed another vehicle approaching and decided to wait a moment longer. Upon seeing Gu CO disembark, Grandmother Gu remarked, "Why have you returned so late? Your grandfather was just asking about you, wondering why he hasn't seen you despite your frequent visits." Gu CO dismissed any concern regarding her grandfather. He was merely one of the retired chess companions of her grandfather. Their influence paled in comparison. "I just finished my homework," she replied. Unaware of the events at school, Grandmother Gu inquired, "Have you eaten? If not, I can have the kitchen prepare something for you." Like every grandmother who merely wishes to pamper her grandchild, she added, "I've already eaten." Gu Shicheng interrupted their seemingly tender exchange, stating, "Let's head inside." 10 minutes later, both grandfather and grandmother Gu were informed of Gu CO's predicament, and silence engulfed the room. Gu Shirching's phone rang, displaying a call from the third brother. Dad, can you put it on speaker? I'd like to speak to everyone. He had just returned to the hotel after filming and had seen the message Gu Xiao sent, which contained a screenshot of Gu Shiji's social media post and a photograph of her walking alone beneath the streetlights, her shadow elongated. Gu Jiangyan felt a surge of sympathy. Knowing that this situation involved Gu Shirching as well, he was eager to hear his brother's perspective. Not only did he put the call on speaker, but he also initiated a video call. In the video, Gu Jiangyan, still in costume, appeared like a refined gentleman, embodying the very essence of elegance. No wonder he excelled in the entertainment industry. His striking looks surpassed those of his elder and younger brothers, possessing an allure that could inspire thoughts of bearing his children. I've heard about CO's situation, Gu Jiangyan stated. I've seen her backpack. It's identical to Gu Shiji's. Thus, she mistakenly took Gu Shiji's bag for her own. This is all quite understandable. Ultimately, it's merely a misunderstanding. There's no need to escalate it. He scanned the video for Gu Shiji, spotting a girl who bore a striking resemblance to their mother, her eyes mirroring those of her brothers. A mere glance was enough to confirm she was their sister, requiring no paternity test. Furrowing his brow, he admonished Gu Shiji, cease your antics. You need to post a clarification on the school forum immediately. Inform everyone that this is merely a misunderstanding, and ensure you foster a good relationship with CO at home. Gu Shircheng, his expression darkening, interrupted. Enough, you should rest. Avoid unnecessary contact with the family moving forward. Gu Jianyuan added, if it's not life-threatening, there's no need for further communication. Perhaps we should simply not let the third brother return, suggested another family member. To prevent Gu Shiji's fate from mirroring that of the novel, the system chimed in, triggering a task, as a villainous supporting character. Please remember your role and utilize your malice to accentuate the protagonist's virtues. Gu Shiji, now accustomed to the system's frequent summoning, retorted, no, system, I understand your directives, but can you be a tad more realistic? Where is the goodness in her that I should highlight? The other members of the Gu family, attuned to the unfolding drama, listened intently. Gu Jianyuan remarked, it's here again, the system with its tempting rewards. Lin Manny glanced at Gu Xiao and sighed. Whenever Xiao is around, the system tends to issue unfavorable tasks to Xizhi. The system instructed, when the protagonist apologizes, exhibit your unreasonable side and slap her without hesitation. Task reward, none. What a ridiculous system, Gu Jianyuan exclaimed, demanding effort without compensation. Well, for the sake of our friendship, I might reluctantly comply, she mused. Though I wonder if this will hasten my demise. Regardless, I've been apathetic, and it seems she has no intention of letting me off the hook. Gu Shiji's gaze towards Gu Xiao was imbued with a sense of urgency. Gu Jianyuan, feeling a thrill of anticipation, was eager to discover the nature of this task that compelled Xizhi to take such a risk without any reward. Grandfather Gu also expressed excitement. The little one was willing to endure such humiliation? Now that everything had been clarified, it was time to resolve the issue. Gu Shircheng suppressed his curiosity regarding Gu Shiji's task and turned seriously to Gu Xiao. Xiao, you were in the wrong this time. You must apologize to Xizhi. Gu Xiao bit her lip, her eyes betraying a hidden defiance. Yet she understood that her parents and brothers loved her dearly. If she showed a moment of vulnerability, they would quickly rally around her, much like the third brother. Sister, she approached Gu Shiji, tears brimming in her eyes. I'm truly sorry. I had no idea our bags were mixed up. I thought I had lost the tickets and was in such a rush. Regardless, it's my fault. I should have prevented this.
Slap.
Just as Gu Xiao nearly convinced herself of her innocence, a hand struck her face before an audience. She stood in disbelief. Had she lost her mind? Tears streamed down her cheeks as she covered one side of her face. Seizing this moment to perform would surely sway her parents back to her side. I know you're angry. If you wish to hit me, then do so. Another slap landed, this time on her unblemished cheek. I'll fulfill your desire, Gu Shiji declared. Strangely enough, this feels quite satisfying. The system's task is indeed to my liking. The rest of the Gu family understood the nature of the task. Yet no one intervened to stop Gu Shiji. Not out of bias, but because if the misunderstanding persisted, it would tarnish her reputation and haunt her for life. Such a fate could ruin an individual. Moreover, Xizhi was notably kind-hearted. Even after being treated this way, she only acted upon the system's instructions. On the train to Sugong City, a woman, bundled up tightly, sat beside the window. Her gaze was fixed outside the window, lost in thought. Beside her, A laborer returned with a steaming bowl of instant noodles and inadvertently bumped into her arm. Instinctively, she covered the spot where she was struck, letting out a soft hiss. Chapter 70. Never to be seen again, Ning City.
Sister.
Xizhi had endured 2 slaps in succession. It was imperative that they not go unpunished. Her complexion was ashen, and she lowered her hand from her face, steadying herself against the nearby sofa, appearing on the verge of collapse. I truly do not know. Smack. I have delivered 3 slaps in total. My hand is sore.
But what does she mean by this?
All the evidence is laid bare before her. Yet she insists on quibbling, feigning such a pitiful demeanor, like a delicate willow swaying in the wind. If I do not strike her, I would be failing my own eyes. Even if you possess the halo of a protagonist, even if I am cowardly, should you tempt me to strike, I shall not hold back. Gu Jiangyuan glanced at Xizhi, unable to suppress a nod of understanding. After witnessing her actions, his confusion deepened. Although Xizhi's apology lacked sincerity, her plea for Xizhi to strike her was surprisingly earnest. The matter of her apology was swiftly concluded, and the focus shifted to Xizhi's impending departure. To everyone's astonishment, when the subject of her moving out was broached again, she readily acquiesced. In truth, Xizhi had been taken aback and found it hard to believe when she first learned of the family's intention to expel her. Based on her knowledge from her previous life, even after Xizhi's return, the family would unconditionally trust and favor her. They had never entertained the thought of sending Xizhi abroad, yet now, however, she was not concerned that moving out would diminish her bond with the Gu family. On the contrary, without Xizhi's interference, it would be easier for her to pursue her own empowerment. Once she became more accomplished, she believed the Gu family would make the right choice between her and Xizhi. After absorbing the entire family meeting's discourse, she mused, I have gone to great lengths to ensure your stay in the Gu family, so you can play the role of the vicious supporting character. Yet the protagonist has turned out to be utterly disappointing. Host, how about you plead for her so she can remain in the family? Xizhi rolled her eyes. Compared to completing tasks, I would prefer to live peacefully and let things be. The Gu family found her thoughts peculiar. Why had the conversation suddenly shifted to tasks? Had the system said something again? No one provided answers to their inquiries. Xizhi was still preoccupied with her nephew's situation. She retrieved her phone and, in front of the Gu family, dialed Gu Jiangyu. Big brother, I just remembered that the artist you mentioned on that variety show seems to be 3 months pregnant, but judging by her complexion, she might not be well. Could you please extend my regards to her? I truly am quite clever. As the most outstanding traditional Chinese medicine master of our time, is it not reasonable for me to discern that Ling Wenin is pregnant at first glance? Big brother knows what he has done. Should I mention Ling Wenin's pregnancy, no matter how much he suspects her personal life, he will inevitably wonder whether the child in her womb belongs to him. Xizhi, having received 3 slaps, had retreated upstairs to apply a facial treatment. The other members of the Gu family remained in the living room, puzzled by Xizhi's phone call, wondering whether she was chasing a celebrity. Upon hearing her thoughts, they could no longer maintain their composure. Lin Manny exclaimed, What? My son got someone pregnant 3 months ago, and he is completely unaware? Could he be a heartless scoundrel? The matriarch of the Gu family gasped, Oh my, I might finally have a great-grandchild, but why does my grandson harbor doubts about his future granddaughter-in-law? This sounds like a tale of chasing after a wife. How thrilling. Little did I expect that after so many years of watching such stories, I could play a supporting role in one. Gu Jianyuan remarked, Goodness, my big brother, who has been single for 27 years, already has a child, yet here I am. So dashing and my girlfriend is still lost. On the other end of the line, Gu Jiangyu responded, Understood, I will go find her immediately and convey your regards. Xizhi hung up with satisfaction. Next, I hope my brother finds her swiftly and successfully prevents her from terminating the pregnancy. Lin Manny and the matriarch's expressions shifted dramatically. Would their grandson and great-grandchild be lost? Gu Shircheng and the old master of the Gu family wore grim faces. What a reckless fool. Gu Jiangyuan looked disdainful. What a scoundrel. Given the stakes concerning the next generation of the Gu family, Gu Shircheng and the old master were unwilling to leave the matter solely in Gu Jiangyu's hands. They both sought excuses to depart and address the issue. Lin Manny and the matriarch were well aware that others could hear Xizhi's thoughts. Thus, they each found similar pretexts to call Gu Shircheng and the old master as assistants, claiming Xizhi was pursuing a celebrity and urgently needed to locate Ling Wenin. Unbeknownst to them, Xizhi was nestled on the sofa, engrossed in the group chat on her phone. Look at this outfit. When we all wear it at the concert, we will undoubtedly be the brightest stars in the audience. Xizhi clicked on the link, revealing a set of fluorescent attire that illuminated only the center, limbs, and head, resembling a comical fluorescent figure. It was indeed vibrant. When they sat in a row, they would all appear as a line of glowing beings.
Buy.
1. 10,086. Such a cool idea, and without question, everyone agreed. Xizhi also contributed her share for the costume. As long as they were not embarrassed, the awkwardness would fall upon others. On the train, the laborer was flustered, hastily apologizing. I'm sorry. Ling Wenyin replied softly, it's all right. It has nothing to do with you. With that, she turned her head back to the window, watching the fleeting scenery, her hand brushing over the spot where she had been bumped. Her phone vibrated incessantly in her bag. She took it out and glanced at the caller ID. Sister Yi. She answered the call. On the other end, Sister Yi, her former manager, persistently urged her, Wenyin, don't go back. This cannot continue. You've endured enough. Sister Yi. Ling Wenyin's voice was hoarse. You needn't concern yourself with this. Thank you. But from now on outside the window lay a vast field, where a young woman carried a child on her back, holding the hand of a little girl of about 3 or 4 years old. The girl, clutching a half-eaten pear, appeared to be chatting with the woman, looking up at her with a beaming smile. Ling Wenyin was momentarily entranced.
Goodbye.
She did not elaborate further, and simply ended the call. Perhaps there would be no future. Perhaps they would never meet again. Never to be seen again. Ning City. Chapter 71. The arrival of the overbearing brother. The light encountered in youth. In this fragmented state, perhaps I truly do not deserve it. Ling Wenyin leaned against the glass, a single, burning tear cascading down her cheek. Suguang City, West City, Horseshoe Alley, named for its resemblance to a horseshoe. This area is notorious for its impoverished conditions, with dilapidated houses crowded together. Sunlight barely penetrated through the narrow gaps between the buildings, sprinkling down in sparse rays within the alley. Even in daylight, the alley remained dim and oppressive. At the end of the alley stood a weathered building, its exterior walls peeling, with a large, precariously hanging sign proclaiming accommodation. Beneath the sign, a narrow storefront housed a hair salon, its door slightly ajar. A woman clad in a white tank top and a black miniskirt, heavily made up, leaned against the doorframe, a cigarette perched between her fingers. Amidst the swirling smoke, her expression appeared somewhat numb. A man emerged from the salon, adjusting his coat. Adjacent to the salon stood the entrance to the building, where the daylight valiantly attempted to penetrate, yet failed to dispel the gloom within the corridor. Ascending the staircase, one would find a door on the left side of the 3rd floor firmly shut. Inside the room, beer bottles, liquor bottles, cigarette butts, and several takeout boxes containing remnants of food were strewn about haphazardly. The amalgamation of the scents of alcohol, smoke, and spoiled food created a pungent atmosphere. A woman, appearing to be in her 50s or 60s, lay sprawled beside the coffee table, her cheeks flushed, her oily, dandruff-laden hair disheveled, her gaze unfocused as she half-opened her eyes. As her hands searched around, finding nothing, she eventually reached for the ashtray on the table and hurled it at Ling Wenyin, who was bent over collecting the trash.
Get out.
I don't want to see you, she exclaimed. Ling Wenyin, head bowed, did not flinch or evade. The ashtray struck her shoulder, causing her to instinctively furrow her brow. Without uttering a word, she continued to toss the debris on the floor into a garbage bag. To the right of the staircase, the door stood wide open, filled with the sounds of mahjong being played. At the card table, someone cast a glance in Ling Wenyin's direction. Didn't that girl just go out a few days ago? She asked back already? One remarked. She must be foolish. Every time she comes back, her mother beats and scolds her. If it were me, I'd leave and never return. Another chimed in. She just takes the beating without resistance. Anyone would think she owes her mother something. Opposite them, a player declared a win. Seems like she does owe her mother. I overheard her mother berating her, saying if it weren't for her, she wouldn't be in such a predicament. It's all her fault. At that moment, the mahjong tiles on the table seemed to pale in comparison to the unfolding drama. The woman who had shared this tidbit had only caught a glimpse of the conversation, her grasp of the situation rather superficial. The others, eager for gossip, continued to play at a brisk pace, their eyes gleaming with curiosity. That girl is undeniably beautiful. With a face like hers, she must have captivated countless men. Indeed, I heard at the market that the owner of that large supermarket nearby was inquiring about her, hoping to take her as his son's stepmother. That supermarket owner looks old enough to be her grandfather. True, but he is wealthy. Isn't he the richest around here? I heard her mother even approved of it. Last time she came back, it seemed like she disagreed with that arrangement, which led to her mother beating her. Just then, another person entered, dragging a chair to sit beside one of the women at the table. After a while, she revealed another piece of information. My granddaughter just returned from out of town. She told me that girl over there is trying to become an artist. Excitement rippled through the group. Is she becoming a star? For these unworldly folks, any mention of artistry equated to celebrity status. I heard that stars can earn 2.08 million a day. Her voice was laced with unabashed envy. The others remained silent, astonished by her revelation. But she's not a star. My granddaughter said she's just a minor player. And from what I gather, many online are criticizing her, urging her to quit. It seems she might not last long. A collective sigh of relief washed over the group. If someone who had always lived worse than they suddenly found themselves living better, it would indeed be a bitter pill to swallow for them. 2 hours later, Ling Wenin finally tidied up the room completely. The woman beside the coffee table had fallen into a deep slumber at some point. In her sleep, her brow furrowed tightly, a stark contrast to her earlier rage. Ling Wenin approached her, gritting her teeth, and managed to drag her onto the sofa. The woman was frail, lacking any substantial weight. And despite the effort, Ling Wenin successfully laid her down. She retreated to her room to fetch a blanket, but as she exited, the corner of the blanket brushed against a photo frame on the table by the door, causing it to topple. She quickly caught it and lifted it up. Inside the frame was a photograph from over a decade ago, featuring 4 individuals, 2 adults, a man and a woman, alongside 2 children, a boy and a girl, who appear to be about 10 years apart in age. Ling Wenin's gaze lingered on the man's face before shifting to the boy's. She stared for a long time before draping the blanket over the sleeping woman. For a brief moment, she allowed herself a moment of respite, but soon could no longer resist leaning against a nearby chair, clutching her stomach and slowly bending down. The train arrived in Sugong City at 6 in the morning. She took a bus home from the station and immediately began tidying up, and by the time she finished, it was just past 10 o'clock. After resting for about an hour, she went to the kitchen to prepare lunch. Once done, she washed and hung the clothes to dry. Glancing at the time, she noted it was 12:45. The appointment was set for 2 o'clock, and if she left now, she would arrive just in time. On the highway from Ning City to Sugong City, a sleek car sped along. Gu Jianyu's handsome face bore no trace of his former calm demeanor. Check every hospital in Sugong City, leave no stone unturned. After discovering that Ling Wenin had gone to Sugong City, he hit the road without hesitation. Hanging up the phone, his gaze remained fixed ahead. At 1:40, Ling Wenin alighted from the bus. She glanced at the address written on the paper, then looked up at the building before her, furrowing her brow. Following the directions, she ventured into a narrow alley. The alley was bustling with people, and upon seeing her bundled up tightly, some exchanged knowing glances. A man with bleached hair whistled as he approached, pointing with a cigarette in hand. The UI hospital is over there. Ling Wenin looked down at the address in her hand, then back at the building the man indicated. Indeed, the UI hospital was right there.
Thank you.
After expressing her gratitude, she took a deep breath and moved forward. As she walked away, the group gathered nearby resumed their conversation. This girl can't possibly be a minor, can she? Did someone get her pregnant? Not even daring to tell her family, she quietly comes to this small clinic for an abortion. Today, us girls really lack self-restraint. It's the child in her womb that suffers. Ending up with such a mother is truly unfortunate. A woman who had just finished her lunch approached with a bowl in hand. Looking around, she conspiratorially whispered, "Have you heard? Last month, a girl went to that small clinic for an abortion and bled out. She didn't make it."
What?
Instantly, the group became more animated. No way, if a death were to occur, why is it so quiet? Surely, the clinic hasn't faced any repercussions? I heard about another small clinic that hadn't had any fatalities either, but after a serious medical incident was reported, it was shut down the very next day. The woman with the bowl waved her hand, urging everyone to lean in closer. Lowering her voice, she continued, "I heard there are powerful connections involved, helping to suppress the incident. Even the girl's family doesn't dare to cause a scene. I was up that night and saw many people outside the clinic. I thought something had happened, so I hurried down to ask a staff member." She cautiously glanced around before covering her mouth with her chopsticks. "You must not let this leak. We don't know what forces are behind this clinic. If they find out we are discussing it, who knows what might happen." The group fell silent, their sunflower seeds suddenly losing their appeal. "Wait, if you're worried this is a matter that could lead to silencing, why are you still feeding us this gossip?" Is it the notion that dying alone would be too solitary, prompting one to seek companionship, perhaps? They swiftly bypassed this topic, pretending to be nonchalant, some munching on sunflower seeds while others focused on their meals. Yet, their eyes could not resist furtively glancing towards the nearby UI hospital. UI Hospital is merely a small clinic situated beneath a residential building, modest in size, encompassing around 50 to 60 square meters, spread over 2 levels. Upon entering, one finds a young nurse at the front desk, clad in uniform. Noticing Ling Wennin's arrival, she lifted her gaze to offer a cursory glance, inquiring indifferently if an appointment had been made. After receiving an affirmative response, her attention shifted to the computer screen before her.
Name? She asked.
Ling Yin was the alias Ling Wennin used. Although her career in the entertainment industry had not flourished, her striking visage had inadvertently offended many, making her a frequent target for paparazzi. To evade their prying eyes, she resorted to seeking out such unorthodox clinics to conceal her identity. Even though she had severed ties with her agency and had no intention of returning to the limelight, this matter still needed to remain under wraps, lest it invite trouble. After checking Ling Wennin's appointment details, the receptionist coldly instructed, "Please change into a gown and proceed to operating room 1.
With that,
She stood up and took her unfinished milk tea with her. Ling Wennin, having changed, made her way to operating room 1. Upon entering, she spotted the same young nurse, now sipping her milk tea. Ling Wennin's gaze lingered a moment longer. The nurse held the milk tea in one hand while the other prepared the oxygen tank, tubing, and medications for the procedure. Noticing Ling Wennin's scrutiny, the nurse's expression soured. "It's just a minor surgery. There's no need for so much fuss. If someone were particular about such things, they wouldn't choose our clinic for this type of operation," she muttered, continuing her preoperative preparations while grumbling about those who create chaos yet shy away from responsibility, even resorting to furtive measures for something as serious as an abortion. Recently, their clinic had faced issues, leading to the resignation of 2 nurses out of fright. Thus, she had been juggling both receptionist and nursing duties, often facing irritated patients questioning the clinic's integrity. Fortunately, the clientele seeking abortions were either discreet young women or those accompanied by their irresponsible boyfriends. After retorting impatiently, the patients dared not voice further complaints. Ling Wennin lay numbly on the operating table. Just as she settled in, the doctor entered. "Ling Wennin, right? I've reviewed your previous test results. Your coagulation and blood counts are normal, so there's no need for re-examination. We can proceed directly to surgery and prepare to administer the anesthetic." With intravenous anesthesia, she would feel its effects in approximately 2 minutes. As her eyelids grew heavier, she slowly withdrew her hand from her abdomen. Uncontrollably, her hand fell to the bedside, and crimson droplets began to trickle from her palm onto the floor. The vivid red on her fingertips, especially her nails, was almost blinding. The nurse, upon witnessing this, regarded Ling Wennin with an expression akin to that reserved for the mentally unstable. Is she unwell? How can she be so stoic as to draw blood from her own palm? Meanwhile, a tall figure clad in a black suit emerged from a vehicle and hurried into UI Hospital. Who was that man? He bore an uncanny resemblance to a celebrity. The car he drove appeared to belong to a wealthy elite, ostensibly capable of purchasing several properties in the vicinity. Could he be the powerful owner behind this hospital? If the owner possessed such wealth, it was little wonder the clinic continued operations despite recent troubles. The urgency with which he bolted inside hinted that the young nurse who had just gone in might have encountered an emergency.
Sure.
The gossiping women outside the hospital were startled by the imposing man's arrival. It was evident that someone of such stature could easily silence them. They tightly sealed their lips, occasionally feigning interest in other directions while glancing back towards UI Hospital. Although the clinic had 2 stories, the upper level housed the director's office and staff lounge, with only 2 operating rooms on the ground floor. Inside operating room 1, a male doctor with gold-rimmed glasses smirked. The individual who had resolved a previous medical mishap had assured him that if this operation went smoothly, a substantial investment would flow into their hospital, allowing him to expand its scale. As he began the procedure, he removed Ling Wennin's mask while simultaneously holding a phone with the camera ready to capture the moment. Suddenly, the door to the operating room was kicked open. Gu Jiangyu instantly recognized the woman on the operating table, even with her mask on. The male doctor turned, wary.
Who are you? What do you want?
Gu Jiangyu's eyes were solely fixated on Ling Wennin as he stormed in, shoving the doctor aside and carefully removing the needle from her arm, lifting her in a protective embrace. As he exited, his expression darkened, instructing his assistant, "Take care of matters here. After a few hurried steps, he paused, investigate the connection between him and Zhou Yuan. He recalled that, the previous night, he had sent someone to locate Ling Wenin and had also requested information on Zhou Yuan. Someone had mentioned that she had referenced UI Hospital in conversation. Initially, it had seemed trivial, but now, with the background of the clinic's front desk emblazoned with those 4 characters, the coincidences felt too pronounced. At 3:20 in the afternoon, during class dismissal, Gu Xizhi hesitated before sending a message to Gu Jiangyu. "Brother, have you checked on Ling Wenin?" Gu Jiangyu glanced at the still examining Ling Wenin before replying. "Yes, I came personally to see her. I've spoken to her. So, is she really pregnant? Is the baby alright?" After sending the message, Gu Xizhi clasped her hands in prayer. "May the Bodhisattva, God, Buddha, Sun Wukong, Zhu Beiji, and the celestial hound bless my dear little nephew. He must be safe." Her feelings towards the unborn child were not particularly profound, but in the original narrative, the successful abortion had been the final straw that broke Ling Wenin. Gu Xizhi had overestimated herself, believing she could continue living with her mother after the loss. Yet, day by day, the guilt over the child would eventually lead her to simply wish to preserve the beauty in the world, unwilling to see another beauty extinguished. Soon, Gu Jiangyu's message returned. "It's all right. There's no need to worry." Gu Xizhi exhaled a long sigh of relief. "Sister Ji, I don't understand this problem again." Li Shuangshuang turned to her with a look of despair, clutching her workbook. This was the 101st time she felt unworthy of participating in the math competition, struggling to even comprehend the questions. Glancing at the problem in Shuangshuang's hands, Gu Xizhi noted that with points M, T, and A being collinear, it was not difficult to deduce that M's trajectory is centered on AB with a real axis length of 2 cos. As she explained, she sketched a diagram to make the explanation more accessible. Nearby, Zhang Qi, who had been gaming unsuccessfully, cast a glance in her direction, suddenly feeling a sense of understanding dawn upon him. Indeed, his desk mate had quietly evolved without bringing him along. As the mathematics class representative, Lin Yan immersed herself in the notes provided by Gu Xizhi, observing her as she explained problems to Li Shuangshuang. Eager to join, she quickly approached, inadvertently pushing Zhang Qi aside. Zhang Qi, in turn, displaced Wang Hua, plopping himself down in Wang Hua's seat. Wang Hua, feeling aggrieved, stood on the side, rubbing his nose and gazing towards Gu Xizhi and the others. "Chico, what are those 3 doing so earnestly? Aren't they afraid we'll misinterpret their seriousness as genuine prowess?" It was quite perplexing to witness 3 underachievers presenting themselves as academic elites. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi resumed his game, oblivious to Wang Hua's words. Wang Hua awkwardly continued the conversation with those nearby. "So, you mean Gu Xiao didn't attend class this afternoon either?" "Indeed. The first floor restroom was overcrowded, so I went to the 5th floor. I overheard someone from her class mention she hasn't returned today. If it were me, I wouldn't want to show my face after such an embarrassing incident yesterday." With just a week left until the preliminary round of the mathematics competition, the mathematics department was engrossed in discussions about it. As the conversation unfolded, they brought up Class 18. "Teacher Jean, perhaps you should give those 3 students in your class some intensive review so they can score as much as possible." "Exactly. Each school will calculate its average score. And with 3 participants from your class, one of whom is Gu Xizhi, rumored to have never submitted an assignment and spends class time sleeping, if she scores 0, it could drag down our school's average." Some well-meaning teachers shared examination tips. "I have some strategies for underachievers to guess answers. Jot them down and pass them on to her. 4 true-false questions. Finish the ones you know first, then alternate your guesses. If you selected true for the first unanswered question, choose false for the next, and so forth. This method increases the chances of getting them right. If there are only a few questions, always select true. There's a 50% chance of being correct. 4 multiple-choice questions. If the options include all of the above or none of the above, choose those." Teacher Jean, who was grading assignments from Class 18, perked up at the mention of tips and listened intently. Then, with a serious tone, he replied, "Teacher Chen, what you mentioned differs from what I've heard. I was taught that for multiple-choice questions, select the shortest when there are 3 long answers and 1 short, and the longest when there are 3 short answers and 1 long. Your advice lacks comprehensiveness." Hearing Teacher Jin's words, Teacher Chen's eyes lit up. "Indeed, these matters are best understood by the youth. Your advice is more detailed. Let me try a few sets of problems to see if it's effective. If it truly works, perhaps our school's average score could rise a few points." Zhang Yang scoffed at their conversation. Those lacking genuine knowledge always resort to such dubious tricks. At Ling Wenyan's side in the First People's Hospital of Suguang City, the effects of the anesthesia had worn off. She slowly opened her eyes, gazing at the white ceiling above and inhaling the scent of disinfectant in the room. She instinctively reached for her abdomen. Gu Jiangyu had been keeping vigil at her bedside and noticed immediately upon her awakening. His gaze, a mix of mockery and coldness, pierced through her. What is this? Suddenly remembering that he is your child and feeling a twinge of compassion? The voice, his. Ling Wenyan turned her head in disbelief. Gu Jiangyu's frosty visage came into view. What are you doing here? Even in her dazed state, she felt a surge of panic. Gu Jiangyu kicked the chair behind him aside, stood, leaned in closely, and grasped her chin. What do you think? Chapter 74. The Long Road to Win Her Back. Attending a concert. Is this woman a fool? How could she possibly choose a clinic without even a proper medical license, where the nurses were sipping milk tea during the procedure? And she was so oblivious to the fact that she was being set up. His assistant had just called, revealing that the male doctor at the clinic had accepted money from Zhou Yuan, intending not only to terminate her pregnancy, but to feign complications during the surgery, leading to excessive bleeding and the removal of her uterus. The mere thought that he might arrive too late, potentially subjecting her to such peril, filled him with an inexplicable dread and fury. His grip tightened around her chin, deforming it slightly. Though pain etched her brow, she remained silent. Gu Jiangyu's gaze held a myriad of emotions that she could not comprehend, or perhaps, emotions she could not believe she would witness in him. Resolutely, she shut her eyes, attempting to assess her situation. Her body bore no pain. The surgery must not have been completed, and the baby within her remained. Did he intervene to prevent the procedure? Was he aware of everything? But wasn't he supposed to despise her? To look down upon her? If he knew she was pregnant, wouldn't he be more determined to eliminate her child? Gu Jiangyu, observing the woman before him, found it audacious that she dared to close her eyes, refusing to meet his gaze. He lifted her chin, insisting she open her eyes and speak. Ling Wenyan complied, her eyes meeting Gu Jiangyu's directly. With her chin still held firmly, her voice, though slightly distorted, remained icy. Thank you, Mr. Gu, for bringing me to the hospital. This hospital was evidently a far cry from the previous clinic. She continued, Mr. Gu, you must be busy with work. Please tend to that instead of wasting your time on me. Regardless of his reasons for being present, they should not have any further connection. Anyone who drew near her only faced misfortune, much like her father, her mother, and her once doting elder brother. Meeting her gaze, which was devoid of any warmth, Gu Jiangyu let out a derisive laugh, exasperated yet amused. Suddenly, he released her chin and turned on his heel, slamming the door behind him as he exited. On October 20th, a Saturday, it was the day of Feng Ruishan's concert. It was only 10 in the morning when Li Shuangshuang's calls began to come in, ringing every 5 minutes with more punctuality than her phone alarm. Xizhi, are you up yet? Xizhi, hurry and get up. There are many people getting their makeup done today and we need to arrive early, or we'll be stuck at the back.
Xizhi.
Don't forget to bring the set of fluorescent outfits we bought together when you come. Xizhi, have you left yet? We're already here.
Groggy.
Gu Xizhi climbed out of bed, hastily washed up, grabbed 2 slices of bread and a bottle of milk, and dashed out. At the Wanhui Mall near the Ning City Sports Center, the crowd was thick, yet it did not hinder Gu Xizhi from spotting Li Shuangshuang and the others immediately. They were a group of 16, all clad in matching attire, making them stand out remarkably in the bustling throng. With Gu Xizhi joining them, they became 17, drawing numerous curious glances. That group of people must be together, right? How impressive that they managed to buy so many tickets at once. No way. Are they connected to some influential figure? How else could they acquire so many tickets for such a difficult-to-obtain event? Have you seen their outfits? They look pretty cool.
Ah.
Why are there so many ticket holders, and why can't I be one of them? As Zhang Qi and Wang Hua walked amidst the envious stares of the crowd, they unconsciously straightened their backs, their outfits and makeup giving them an air of arrogance and mischief. Li Shuangshuang pulled Gu Xizhi away from them, followed closely by a few other girls. I chanced upon Su Jing's moments on social media, where she and Gu Xiro had also arrived today. Lin Yan leaned over to share her gossip with them. On the day the tickets were discarded, I overheard a group claiming that Su Jing and Chenmin had quarreled with Gu Xiro. However, just a couple of days later, when Gu Xiro produced those 3 tickets again, the trio reconciled. Recently, Gu Xiro has been navigating the social scene in Class 1 as if nothing had ever transpired, thriving effortlessly. Gu Xizhi, sipping her milk tea, raised an eyebrow at the revelation. Could this be the infamous allure of the captivating female lead? Engaging in misdeeds, yet remaining unscathed. Does this mean that her nemesis in the narrative will ultimately meet her demise? 2 of those cream puffs, please. Having consumed 2 slices of bread earlier and just devoured a piece of hand-grabbed pancake, Xizhi hurriedly dashed to place her order as she passed by the cream puff stall. After all, she contemplated, she might still end up like the characters in those novels, facing a dire fate. Thus, before that day arrives, she ought to indulge in more delightful treats. She strolled past a cheesecake vendor. 1 cake, please. Passing by a noodle vendor, she added a bowl of noodles, thank you. With several hours remaining until the concert commenced, they had ample time to eat and explore. Initially, Zhang and his companions would purchase snacks upon witnessing Xizhi indulging, but as time progressed, they merely observed her feast. Zhang, watching Xizhi consume her food, found himself in awe. I think I understand why Xizhi is so cherished at home, yet remains so impoverished. With her insatiable appetite, I believe no amount of money could satiate her. He silently resolved never to date someone with such a voracious appetite, for supporting a girlfriend like that might jeopardize his own sustenance. Xizhi, Su Jing, and their companions arrived rather early as well. The trio applied their makeup at the mall before seeking a place to dine. Outside a Hong Kong-style cafe, they spotted a group from Class E, their presence conspicuous. Su Jing scoffed, they make such a spectacle of themselves, as if they've never attended a concert before. Chunmin nodded in agreement, exactly. Seeing them like this makes me feel embarrassed for them. Xizhi cast a casual glance at Xizhi's group before heading in another direction. Let us go. I'll take you to get Fong Ruoshan's autograph later. After volunteering at the Fong family's traditional medicine clinic for a few days, she had uncovered some truths she had been unaware of in her previous life. It turned out that Fong Ruoshan had never divulged that he was the most cherished grandchild of Fong Mianji. In her past life, she was quite familiar with Fong Ruoshan, who had a fondness for her and would grant her every request. Their first encounter had been at his concert. Initially, she thought their close relationship held little significance, as he was merely an artist, and she had not intended to attend this concert. However, her mind had shifted. As evening approached, the concert was nearing its commencement. The crowd surged towards the stadium, eager to enter. Once inside, Xizhi exchanged a few words with Su Jing and the others before heading towards the restroom. In her previous life, Fong Ruoshan, suffering from a throat ailment, had been pressured by his company to lip-sync, which had caused him significant stress. He had concealed his face with a mask and hat, attempting to escape through a small door near the restroom. Just as she exited the restroom, she inadvertently collided with him, leading to an instant attraction. She did not enter the restroom, instead standing outside, scanning for a man clad in a mask and hat. Xizhi settled into a seat in the second row of Area A alongside Zhang and his friends, nearly occupying the entire row. Clad in matching outfits, their animated chatter drew attention. The venue lights were still bright, preventing the glow-in-the-dark effect of their attire from shining through, which would have made them even more eye-catching. Sister Xi, you've eaten so much. Do you want to take a break? Li Shuang remarked, noticing Xizhi munching on a bucket of popcorn, worried she might overindulge. Xizhi, thinking Li Shuang desired a snack too, offered her the popcorn while lowering her gaze to her phone. Most popular male singer. Are you there? Xizhi grabbed a handful of popcorn, replying with a mere 2 words. I'm here. Most popular male singer. I'm coming to find you now. Xizhi took a sip of her milk tea, intending to respond and advise him against coming. Their group was too conspicuous. If Fong Ruoshan appeared among them, he would undoubtedly attract attention. Another message from him arrived. Most popular male singer. I see you all. I'm on my way. Xizhi thought, let him be. If he's unconcerned about being discovered and causing a commotion, that's his business. After all, I'm not the one in the spotlight. Before long, Fong Ruoshan truly approached. Just as she had seen him for the first time in KFC, he wore a long, oversized black coat, concealing his face, with only his eyes visible, resembling someone attempting to withdraw money that wasn't theirs from a bank. Xizhi sat in the middle, with Li Shuang on her left and Lin Yan on her right. Upon arriving, Fong Ruoshan politely asked Lin Yan to temporarily vacate her seat, then engaged Xizhi in conversation. Sister Xi, these are for you. They were just given to me. He placed an entire bag of snacks on Xizhi's lap. Uncertain of which fan had gifted them, he glanced briefly at the contents, which seemed delightful enough that he thought Xizhi would enjoy them. After the concert, will you wait backstage with me and join us for supper? Xizhi replied, no, I need to sleep before 10. Having stayed at the Gu residence for a few days, Fang Ruoshan was aware of Gu Shiji's routine and was not surprised by her response. They exchanged a few more words, but as his phone buzzed continuously and time was running short, he reluctantly took his leave. Once he departed, Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan immediately inquired about Gu Shiji's connection to him. Sister Xi, who was that just now? Gu Shiji, being candid, replied, "Oh, that's Fang Ruoshan. Haha, I didn't expect you to be so humorous, Sister Xi." Li Shuangshuang and the others burst into laughter. The person before Gu Shiji had exhibited some semblance of a love-struck admirer, fetching her snacks and inviting her to supper. How could he possibly be Fang Ruoshan? Gu Shiji mused, "In this day and age, trust between people is scarce. Even when I speak the truth, no one believes me." Zhang Qi and Fan Jiang, seated nearby, had just posted pictures on social media, boasting about attending the concert and sitting in the VIP area. Noticing someone approaching Gu Shiji for a chat, they glanced over. Zhang Qi remarked, "Isn't that the guy in black who tried to scam us at KFC? Has he really become so prominent that he can now come to the concert and approach Gu Shiji?" Fan Jiang also recognized him but was indifferent to the situation. He was receiving the red envelope sent by his father. The tyrant proclaimed, after the concert concludes, "Let us all go for a late-night snack and foster good relations with them." He harbored grave suspicions that the them his father referred to was, in fact, solely Gu Shiji. Were it not for the fact that Gu Shiji bore no resemblance to his father, he might have doubted whether she was, in truth, his father's daughter. The underlying reason, perhaps, was that his father's tolerance had reached its zenith, and he sought to placate Gu Shiji in hopes of her administering a few more beatings to him. Parental discipline is deemed domestic violence, and his father dared not strike him too severely. However, being beaten by classmates, especially by a female classmate, would leave him with no choice but to maintain his dignity, even if it meant suffering in silence. In these times, trust between individuals is scarce, and love between father and son is equally non-existent. As the concert approached, all the spectators had taken their seats, with only a handful of individuals lingering near the restrooms. Gu Sairu furrowed her brow. What could be amiss? Had she perhaps misremembered the location? Fang Ruoshan emerged from the restroom on the opposite side. Su Jing and the others, having noticed her prolonged absence, attempted to reach her, calling her several times. She glanced at the time and then cast a look towards the stage. Biting her lip, she returned to her seat in mild frustration. After the concert, having celebrated the day away, the weekend arrived. For most of the mathematics prodigies, this week held profound significance, as the preliminary round of the mathematics competition was scheduled for Wednesday. The venue for the preliminary round was located within their school. Discussions surrounding the competition had proliferated among students since Monday. Class 18 saw many students devising strategies for Gu Shiji and her companions.
Shiji, Li Shuan.
Why don't you both feign illness and forfeit the competition? I believe it is better to withdraw than to score a few meager points. Besides, there's a whole crowd waiting to mock you. If you do manage to scrape together a few points, they'll taunt you until graduation. Despite having witnessed Gu Shiji and her friends fervently discussing mathematical problems, they still felt there was little hope. Chapter 76. Submitting the paper early. A stunning revelation. In the blink of an eye, the day of the competition arrived. The examination took place in the experimental building. 18 classes of first-year students, with 3 participants from each class, totaled 54 competitors, divided across 2 classrooms. Gu Shiji, Li Shuangshuang, and Lin Yan found themselves in the same room as several academic elites from classes 1 and 2. Representing class 1 were Gu Sairu and 2 male students. Gu Sairu, seemingly oblivious to Gu Shiji's presence, settled in the last row of the middle column with her pencil case and exam permit. Another boy from her class sat 1 seat away. The 3 students from class 2 also positioned themselves towards the back. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan occupied the first 2 rows, while Gu Shiji sat roughly in the center. As the bell rang, the examination commenced. The classroom fell silent, save for the sound of pens scratching against paper. Even the invigilating teacher paced carefully, deliberately moderating their footsteps to avoid disturbing the students. After 15 minutes had passed, Gu Sairu completed the initial fill-in-the-blank and true or false questions. Her gaze instinctively drifted towards Gu Shiji, who was bent over her paper, writing with astonishing speed, as though she required no contemplation whatsoever. Gu Sairu disdainfully curled her lip. How dull. She knew that Gu Shiji had entered the competition and felt compelled to mimic her, without assessing her own capabilities. Ultimately, she would just scribble aimlessly on her paper. Half an hour later, Gu Shiji paused, letting out a slight sigh. Writing the exam had proven exhausting. Having completed the paper in a flurry, her hand ached, and she felt a twinge of hunger. She gathered her pen and exam permit, picked up her paper, and walked to the podium to submit it. Her reputation as a well-known underachiever in the grade meant that her early submission elicited little reaction from her peers. After all, as an underachiever, there was no point in lingering over questions she couldn't even comprehend. However, some students, possessing a sense of collective pride, felt a tinge of irritation at Xizhi's actions. It seemed unfair for someone who knew so little to compete and potentially lower their average score. Meanwhile, those who had opted out of the competition were attending regular classes. Aside from a few students engaged in physical education on the playground, the rest of the campus was notably quiet. Xizhi didn't return to the classroom immediately. Instead, she ventured to the supermarket to purchase a bag of snacks and sought out a grassy area where sunlight was scarce, but a gentle breeze caressed her. She reclined amidst the scenery, nibbling on her snacks. In her previous life, during lectures, she had often contemplated such tranquil vistas outside the classroom. As she had imagined, it was indeed as delightful and comfortable as she had envisioned. Perhaps the toll of her past life, where she had lived as a beggar, had left her vitality depleted. As she lay there, munching contentedly, she drifted off to sleep. By the time she awoke and sauntered back to the classroom, the mathematics competition had long concluded. The campus forum buzzed with discussions about the event, and classmates from Class 18 were already aware that Xizhi had submitted her paper a mere half-hour into the exam. Given her absence post-submission, it was clear she had been affected by the experience. Some approached her to offer consolation. "Congratulations, the dreadful competition has finally ended. You won't have to face those incomprehensible questions ever again." They continued, "We noticed you were diligently working through problem sets every day. You seem to be sleeping less in class lately. Look, you've even developed dark circles under your eyes." They urged her, "Let us not engage in such self-destructive behavior in the future. Refrain from entering competitions like this. After all, you excel in other areas far beyond Xizhi. We must afford her some mercy, lest she lose all hope." Xizhi was taken aback. "You truly possess a talent for consolation." Observing their overly concerned expressions, she replied earnestly, "Do not fret. I completed all the questions on the paper. They were quite simple." Alas! These individuals responsible for crafting such competition papers had truly outdone themselves. They had driven Xizhi to the brink of delusion. Sigh, "It is my fault. As her classmate, I should have dissuaded her when she first expressed a desire to participate in the competition. Now it is too late." Zhang Qi sat at his desk, engrossed in a game. A half-consumed cup of milk tea rested on his desk, while Xizhi's table bore an untouched cup of fruit tea. He glanced at her, noticing the plastic bag she held, which contained snacks. Observing the dark circles under her eyes, he noted a bit of eye gunk on her otherwise fair complexion. He began to suspect that she had perhaps snuck off to sleep somewhere. As for the competition, he recalled the secretive evolution she had undergone. Students from other classes were also discussing the mathematics competition. A student from Class 2, ranked second in mathematics, approached Class 1's door to seek out Xizhi. "Did you manage to solve the final question?" Xizhi shook her head. "No. It seems even you couldn't solve it. I felt that question exceeded the bounds of high school mathematics. I couldn't even comprehend the problem." Xizhi nodded in agreement. In the teacher's office, educators were also reviewing the competition papers. The difficulty of this year's exam was indeed formidable. It seemed unlikely that scores across the city would be particularly high, especially the final question. None of them could solve it. "These truly are competition problems. They are beyond the capabilities of an average student," remarked one teacher. Zhang Yang glanced at Jin Zhaosheng, who was methodically grading assignments, and said, "In truth, a more challenging paper isn't necessarily a bad thing. If the exam is tough, everyone's scores will likely reflect this. Thus, the average score at our school shall not be significantly diminished. Mr. Jin, wouldn't you agree?" As Mr. Jin reviewed Li Shuangshuang's assignment, he observed the meticulously detailed and accurate problem-solving processes on the exercise sheet, and a look of affirmation graced his countenance. He was scarcely paying heed to the other teachers' discussions when he heard Zhang Yang call out to him, his expression one of utter bewilderment. "Huh, why are you calling me?" Zhang Yang rolled his eyes, responding with irritation, "It's nothing." The topic of the math competition was momentarily set aside for the afternoon. During recess, Wang Hua slumped over his desk engrossed in his phone. Suddenly, he shot upright, exclaiming, "Holy cow!" Zhang Qi's character in the game, having just sustained critical damage, was about to teleport back to town. Startled by the outburst, he faltered, forgetting his next move, and was promptly eliminated. His expression darkened. Wang Hua, are you out of your mind? No, Chigo, you must see this. We're trending. We've made it to the hot search. In this exhilarating moment, he felt it necessary to rally the others as well. What on earth? We're not celebrities. Why are we trending? Chapter 77. Finally, a glimpse of Feng Nianji. Zhang Qi seized Wang Hua's phone. Before his eyes lay a striking photograph, a row of individuals clad in luminous skeleton costumes swaying in the darkness. The trending topic read, Feng Ruishan's concert features a dazzling lineup of glow-in-the-dark attendees, electrifying the audience. Zhang Qi, having attended the concert, instantly grasped the situation. However, what they could not comprehend was how the photos, taken days prior at the concert, were only surfacing now. This raised a knowledge gap that no one could elucidate. Everyone retrieved their phones to continue perusing this belated trending topic. At that concert, the row of glowing figures had been so conspicuous that Feng Ruishan had even invited them to dance, and the entire venue had erupted in cheers for them, making it feel as though it were their concert. They had thoroughly indulged in the thrill of being in the limelight. In retrospect, they felt a surge of excitement. Scanning the comments below, they read, haha, they're utterly adorable. Were they there to enjoy the concert or to put on a show themselves? I couldn't tear my gaze from them. Ah, this is so cool. Please share the link. Next time I attend a concert, I must wear something like that. Others from different classes also stumbled upon this trending topic. Oh my isn't that the group from class 18? Do they really know how to have fun?
EMNVS.
Why wasn't I in class 18? Then I could partake in such stylish and cool escapades. No way, they're too cool. I must go find Zhang Qi and shake his hand. Instantly, a crowd gathered at the entrance of class 18. As the school bell rang, most of the day students dashed toward the school gates like pets released from their cages. Gu Xiro was also packing her belongings. Su Jing asked, Xiro, aren't you walking with us today? No, I have something else to attend to. As per her usual routine, she headed to the Feng family clinic nearby to volunteer. Surrounding number 1 high school were various residential complexes built near kindergartens, primary schools, and middle schools. Where there are children, there are inevitably elders. And in a place bustling with children, there are bound to be even more seniors. Most elderly individuals tend to appreciate traditional Chinese medicine. The Feng family clinic, being the finest in the city, enjoyed a flourishing business. When Gu Xiro arrived, she found several elderly patients waiting to be seen. Some had just picked up their children from kindergarten or primary school and brought them along. A doctor at the clinic was taking the pulse of a woman in her 60s when he noticed Gu Xiro's arrival and called, We're short on hands for preparing the herbal medicine. Please lend a hand. The clinic also offered a service for preparing herbal medicine. Though most visitors were retired seniors, traditional Chinese medicine often required a duration of 10 days to 2 weeks, and many elderly patients preferred not to brew the medicine themselves daily. The inconvenience was one aspect. Brewing the herbal concoction at home filled the air with its pungent aroma, often leading to complaints from younger family members, potentially igniting domestic discord. While brewing medicine posed no technical challenges, its simplicity meant almost anyone could do it. Upon hearing that she was once again tasked with preparing the medicine, Gu Xiro frowned. It was hardly an opportunity for learning, and would leave her reeking of the unpleasant scent of herbs. Feng Ruoqing was in the clinic's backyard, absorbed in her phone. Gu Xiro entered the backyard, observing her for a moment before retrieving a beautifully packaged box from her bag. Approaching her, she greeted, Sister Ruoqing, and sat beside her. Without lifting her gaze from her phone, Feng Ruoqing was engrossed in a video of a handsome man. Gu Xiro's expression grew increasingly sinister. Maintaining her gentle tone, she said, Sister Ruoqing, this necklace is a new release from T brand. When I saw it, I immediately thought of you. It truly compliments you. So, I wanted to buy it for you. What do you think? Hearing that there was a gift for her, especially the latest necklace from T brand, Feng Ruoqing finally looked up at the box in Gu Xiro's hands. It looks quite nice. You're thoughtful, she remarked, taking the box and stowing it in her bag. You've been here for several days now. Haven to you?
Gu Xiro nodded. Yes.
I've been helping with the herbal preparations. Feng Ruoqing pondered for a moment. Then today, why don't you assist with the herb gathering? It will give you a chance to familiarize yourself with traditional Chinese medicine. When the doctors aren't too busy, I'll have them teach you how to attend to patients. Gathering herbs involves following the prescriptions provided by the doctors and poses no significant difficulty. However, it is certainly more pleasant than brewing medicine and allows for further acquaintance with the herbs. Gu Xizhi set off to work. Upon entering the clinic's main hall, she noticed a child crouched beneath a chair, struggling to retrieve something that had fallen inside. She pretended not to notice and walked past the child, who suddenly plopped down on the floor, causing a white rabbit-shaped backpack to tumble out from her back and land directly in Gu Xizhi's path. Gu Xizhi glanced at it, not bothering to evade the small bag, and stepped on it as she proceeded to the counter to gather herbs. Sir, welcome. Please, come in. Just as Gu Xizhi received a prescription from the doctor, she saw him suddenly dash toward the entrance. Curiously, she looked up to see who had arrived. The face of Feng Mianji unexpectedly came into view. In her previous life, she often encountered news about Feng Mianji and, in this life, had searched for numerous photos of him to draw closer to him. She recognized him instantly. Stunned, the prescription slipped from her hand and fell onto the counter. After searching for him so long, had she finally found him? Hearing the commotion, Feng Ruoqing rushed out from the backyard. Granduncle, you should have given me a heads up before coming. I would have gone to meet you. Feng Mianji addressed the doctor and Feng Ruoqing. I was just passing by, and thought I'd drop in. Having said that, his gaze fell upon Gu Xizhi's face. Gu Xizhi had been intently watching Feng Mianji, contemplating how to capture his attention and subsequently become his apprentice. When she realized he was also looking at her, a surge of exhilaration coursed through her. In her previous life, she had always been fortunate, with those around her drawn to her. It seemed this luck persisted into her current life, as Feng Mianji noticed her the very first time they met. She pushed open the small door beside the counter and stepped outside to stand before Feng Mianji. Greetings, Grandfather Feng. I am Gu Xizhi, a member of the Gu family from Ning City, currently a first-year student at Ning City No. 1 High School. Having harbored a passion for traditional Chinese medicine since childhood, I aspire to volunteer at the Feng Clinic during my after-school hours to acquire knowledge in this field. Chapter 78. Uncomprehending, yet respectful. My grandfather has unleashed his potential. A member of the Ning family, you say? Feng Mianji recalled that an old friend had a granddaughter named Xizhi. Could it possibly be the very individual before him? Though perplexed by Gu Xizhi's choice to seek knowledge at their clinic instead of consulting the esteemed Gu Xizhi, he opted to respect her decision, nodding affirmatively as he remarked, "Study diligently." Subsequently, he turned to observe the physician attending to patients. As he watched the consultations, he briefly conversed with his assistant, who promptly departed to assist the young girl who had been searching for something on the ground, helping her tidy her little rabbit-shaped bag. Gu Xizhi remained oblivious to these occurrences. After Feng Mianji attended to another patient, she returned to the counter to retrieve the prescription she had inadvertently dropped. Measuring out the herbs according to the names and weights listed, the physician who had first greeted Feng Mianji now stood beside Gu Xizhi, whispering, "The master is deeply engrossed in his medical studies, possessing a rather aloof disposition and a disinclination for social interaction. Yet, he just nodded at you and encouraged you to learn well, which signifies his high regard for you. You must not disappoint him." With a confident smile gracing her face, Gu Xizhi replied, "I will strive to do my best." At the Gu family estate, upon her return, Gu Xizhi first engaged in play with the small dog, Xiao Huang, before enjoying the snacks prepared by the royal chef for her by the matriarch. After finishing her meal, she was dispatched by her grandmother for a leisurely stroll, taking Xiao Huang to the park she had visited previously. Her grandfather was still at the same pavilion, engaged in a game of chess with others. Hearing the sounds of Gu Xizhi and Xiao Huang playing, he called her over. "What could my grandfather possibly want me for while he plays chess with others? There isn't even a handsome young man around. Is he not concerned that I might linger too long with these elderly gentlemen, thus warping my aesthetic preferences to only favor older men?" Gu Xizhi stood obediently beside him, yet her mind was rife with musings. Young girls who seek relationships with older men must have their own peculiar reasons, perhaps simply enamored by their scent of age.
Alas,
My grandfather truly does not love me, Gu Xizhi's grandfather mused, pondering the chaotic thoughts swirling in her mind. Should she dare to develop an affection for these older gentlemen at such a tender age, he would not hesitate to break her legs. If any of these elderly gentlemen dared to entertain improper thoughts about his beloved granddaughter, he would ensure they met their end. He suddenly cast a glance at the other elderly gentleman across from him. The elder Zhang and the elder Zheng both inexplicably felt a chill. Elder Zhang remarked, "How peculiar. It's 27 degrees today, yet it feels somewhat cold." Elder Zheng concurred, "I, too, feel a bit chilly. Could it be that a temperature drop is imminent?" After the walk, Gu Xizhi, having worked up a slight sweat, waved her hand to fan herself. These old gentlemen truly are not in good health, even in this heat. They complain of feeling cold. I cannot fathom what those young girls dating older men are thinking. Do they truly find the scent of age appealing? When the time comes for me to date, I shall choose my younger brother. He has both physique and looks. How delightful. Unconsciously, Xizhi's grandfather nodded in agreement. Yes, older men are not viable options. They are frail and, apart from their scent of age, offer nothing of value. Wait a moment, I am also an older man. He glared sharply at Xizhi. Is this little one making indiscriminate attacks, suggesting that even I, as her grandfather, am lacking? Could it be that I, indeed, emit the scent of age? He tugged at his collar, inhaling deeply. The only scent was that of laundry detergent, rather pleasant, in fact. Reassured, he concluded that her remarks could not possibly pertain to him. However, wait, she mentioned that if she were to date, she would choose her younger brother. She is merely 15. If she were to date her brother, would that not mean courting someone underage? Moreover, how could a girl so young be preoccupied with thoughts of romance? Having never laid a hand on a child in his life, Xizhi's grandfather felt an overwhelming urge to take her home and give her a proper scolding. Xizhi, observing her grandfather sniffing his own scent, widened her eyes in astonishment. Goodness, could my grandfather possess some peculiar fetish? Is he particularly fond of his own scent? Unable to resist it? Xizhi's grandfather thought, perhaps I should not wait until we return home to discipline her. I might as well do it here. Old Gu, what are you doing? It's your turn. Currently, Xizhi's grandfather was engaged in a chess match with Elder Zhang, controlling the red pieces while Elder Zhang had just made a move with the black pieces. He momentarily shifted his focus, granting Xizhi a reprieve. With a few elderly gentlemen surrounding them, Xizhi edged closer, idly observing the game. This position appears somewhat unfavorable for my grandfather. Elder Zhang has just moved his cannon from 3 to 5. Given my grandfather's demeanor, he likely intends to move his rook from 8 to 6 to capture the black rook. Should he proceed with that move, his king's position will be fully exposed, allowing several methods for the black pieces to capture him. Xizhi's grandfather placed his hand on the red rook, about to make a move, only to withdraw it at once. Reflecting on Xizhi's words, he realized he indeed planned to move the rook to 6, which would present an opportunity for Elder Zhang. He stroked his chin, contemplating how to proceed to defeat Elder Zhang. Simultaneously, he could not help but think, this little one certainly possesses a talent for chess, and her skills appear quite formidable. After merely watching for a short while, she had identified a trap I could not discern. Elder Zhang, on the other hand, assumed he had the game secured, impatiently remarking, Old Gu, are you incapable of making a move without such prolonged contemplation? It would be quite simple for my grandfather to win this game. He could first move the rook to 3, forcing a defensive action, thereby revealing the weakness. Then, with a cannon to 6, he would checkmate the opponent. A spark of realization illuminated Xizhi's grandfather's face. How had he overlooked such a move? Promptly, he executed the rook move to 3. Elder Zhang, recognizing that he needed to obstruct the impending check, hastily made a move to defend against the attack. Unbeknownst to him, this left his previous defenses vulnerable, allowing Xizhi's grandfather to advance with a cannon to 6, placing him in checkmate. It was a rare victory for Xizhi's grandfather over Elder Zhang, and he reveled in the triumph, his mustache nearly curling with delight. Elder Zhang, it appears you are losing your touch. What a joy it is to understand the thoughts of this little one. Her prowess in chess is remarkable. It feels as if I have been granted extraordinary powers. Chapter 79. Observing from the sidelines is beneficial for body and mind. Unwilling to concede defeat, Elder Zhang insisted on a rematch with Xizhi's grandfather. With a beaming smile, Xizhi's grandfather acquiesced, motioning for Elder Zhang to rise and yield his seat to Xizhi. He affectionately ruffled Xizhi's hair, saying, "Pay close attention as Grandpa plays chess." Xizhi, munching on snacks mysteriously procured by the elderly gentleman, nodded obediently. With nothing pressing to occupy her time, she focused intently on the chessboard. The previous match was indeed thrilling. My grandfather's strategy aligned with my own. It seems my grandfather is not as foolish as I once presumed. There is hope for him yet. There is hope for Xizhi's grandfather. Yet, not a trace of joy could be found within him. Did the little one truly consider himself to be quite dull? No. Upon returning home, he ought to discipline the child before indulging in dinner. The initial moves of the game were played with a commendable adherence to convention, devoid of any issues. Xizhi observed the game with great seriousness, maintaining a silence that extended beyond mere outward expression, even within her own thoughts. As the game progressed, It became evident that old Master Gu was struggling and on the brink of defeat. She began to contemplate her own strategies for victory. Remarkably, old Master Gu executed precisely what she envisioned. In no time, he emerged victorious once more. It is often said that as one ages, they regress to a childlike state. Thus, the triumphant old Master Gu beamed with the pride of a 3-year-old, exuding an almost infuriating delight. Old Zhang, what is the matter with you today? Did you not claim to be superior in chess? How could you possibly lose to me twice in a row? He clicked his tongue, pondering whether age had indeed dulled his faculties. My grandfather has lived such a long life, largely due to the kindness of those he associates with. However, today, my grandfather's chess prowess seems almost supernatural, far surpassing his previous performance, as if he were in perfect sync with my thoughts. Truly, he is my grandfather, like grandson, like grandfather. Old Master Gu, although Gu Xizhi appeared to be praising him, felt a lingering desire to reprimand the child. As November approached, the days grew shorter, and by just past 6, darkness enveloped the park, illuminating the lampposts. After 2 consecutive defeats, if old Master Zhang were to be sent home for dinner, he would surely lack an appetite. Thus, he engaged Gu Xizhi's grandfather in yet another game, drawing upon his ability to intuit Gu Xizhi's thoughts. Old Master Gu claimed another victory. He began to grasp why today as youth frequently utter the phrase to cheat and dream of one day experiencing such a life. This life of triumph was indeed exhilarating. He resolved that on days when the little one had no classes, he would take her along to play chess with others. A moment of exhilaration was worth prolonging indefinitely. Old Zhang, today you are truly lacking. Could it be that your mind has begun to falter with age? I dare say. You can no longer deny the passage of time. The jubilant old Master Gu, having won 3 consecutive matches, felt unprecedentedly boastful. Old Master Zhang, having traversed countless generational divides, began to share the same thoughts as Gu Xizhi. For old Master Gu to have lived to this age, it was only due to the benevolence of friends like them. Otherwise, with his insufferable demeanor, he would have been met with daily beatings from others. Gu Xizhi paused mid-motion as she poured chips into her mouth. Grandfather has been consistently referring to him as Old Zhang. Could he possibly be Zhang Qi's grandfather, Zhang Huimin? I recall now. Zhang Huimin was indeed an old friend of the cannon fodder grandfather, having appeared in the book. He attended Grandma's funeral, where he was already confined to a wheelchair, barely able to articulate his words, and appeared to be on the verge of death. Oh, right. He seemed to have suffered a stroke, provoked by his 3rd son, who is also Zhang Qi's uncle. What? Old Zhang had a stroke? And it was caused by the very son he often praised for his filial piety? Old Master Gu had known old Master Zhang since they were teenagers, spanning over 50 or 60 years of friendship. To each other, they were more significant than brothers. If his own brother were to be driven to such despair, it was simply unacceptable. He quickly perked up his ears, eager to discern the cause of this distress. Knowing that only by understanding the reason could he take precautions. Gu Xizhi emptied the chips into her mouth, crunching away. She recalled the tangled family drama quite vividly. Upon catching sight of the protagonist, she couldn't help but reminisce a bit more. His first wife perished during childbirth with their 2nd son, and years later, he remarried. His current wife bore him a 3rd son when he was in his 40s. Being a late father, he surely dotes on him excessively. But who would have guessed that this 3rd son was not his biological child? Not only was he cuckolded, but the child was also born of an affair between his wife and his cousin. His wife is quite the character. She was his cousin's first love and maintained an improper relationship with him even after his cousin's marriage. His cousin, too, was ruthless, introducing his mistress to his brother, facilitating their union. Old Master Gu, not being well-versed in internet slang, was momentarily baffled by the term wolf annihilation, but he could surmise its implications. Old Zhang's cousin was indeed quite ruthless. Unbeknownst to him, his 3rd son and his cousin had siphoned off a considerable amount of money from his company, and the 2 businesses had undoubtedly encroached upon his own. If this were to happen to my grandfather, he too would surely have a stroke. As old Master Gu savored the unfolding drama, an epiphany struck him. Hearing the final line, he glanced down at his shoes. Perhaps now was the time to remove them and deliver a lesson to the little one. This child, after all, could not entertain a single favorable thought towards him. No matter, the child was still young and lacked the capacity to run away from home. There would be ample time to discipline her later. For now, old Zhang's predicament took precedence. His old friend was indeed pitiable. At such an advanced age, he had to bear the burden of such a glaring betrayal. As night fell over the Gu household, the duo had yet to return. Grandma Gu had called them several times. Other elderly friends had also reached out, bidding farewell as they returned home. Reluctantly, old Master Gu took the leash of the little dog and led Gu Xizhi back. As they walked, Gu Xizhi trailed behind, the streetlights casting elongated shadows of her and her grandfather. And the little dog's shadow was also stretched high. Much of the snacks she had just consumed were gifts from old Master Zhang, who happened to be Zhang Qi's grandfather. Had she not remembered this connection, it might have been inconsequential. However, now that it had dawned on her, it seemed she could not simply ignore it. How should I hint to my grandfather about Zhang Grandpa? She had yet to devise an answer. Old Master Gu slowed his pace, turning to her for counsel. Xizhi, do you think I should invite your Grandpa Zhang over for a meal comprised entirely of green vegetables? Gu Xizhi? 3 days later, the results of the mathematics competition were released. Chapter 80. The Celebration Feast. Did he have no other thoughts? After the weekend concluded, everyone returned to school, only to hear that the papers had been graded. To ensure absolute fairness and impartiality during the grading process, the method closely mirrored that of the college entrance examination. Even before seeing the results, the teachers at the school were unaware of how their students had performed. The specific score reports would not be released until 3 o'clock in the afternoon by the competition organizers. In the first-year mathematics office, word had spread that someone from their school's first-year group had performed exceptionally well in the preliminary round, securing the top position in the city. Even before the final score reports were released, the teachers had heard some whispers regarding this news. Other teachers had also caught wind of the rumors. The math teacher from class 13 placed the breakfast he had just purchased on the table, retrieving a coffee from it before sliding his chair over to Zhang Yang's side, offering him the coffee. Your class's Gu CEO is truly remarkable. She actually achieved first place in the city. This reflects well on Director Zhang's teaching prowess. Gu Xiao's entrance into their school was marked by her impressive mathematical achievements, and she had also consistently garnered the highest scores in subsequent assessments. Once it became known that a student from their school had clinched the top position in the city, most would naturally assume it to be Gu Xiao. Zhang Yang shared this belief. As the head of the mathematics department for their grade, there was no need for him to be modest in this context. His mood was quite buoyant as he accepted the coffee, smiling as he remarked, after the exam. I asked her about it, and she did indeed say she felt she performed adequately. However, I never anticipated that this child would achieve such remarkable results. I believe that Gu Xiao, even in the finals, might very well secure the first prize, bringing glory to our school. This news has spread among the students. In class 2 of the first year, the best mathematician is Chunwen. The 2 boys who participated in the math competition alongside Chunwen share a good rapport with him. Upon hearing the news, they approached him to inquire, is it really her that everyone is talking about? On the day of the preliminary exam, after submitting his answers, Chunwen deliberately waited for Gu Xiao at the door. After comparing their answers, he nodded. Yes, it should be her. She solved several problems that I couldn't. Is she even human? Such a difficult exam. And she performed so well. Chunwen exclaimed. I must hurry to the adjacent class and shake her hand. Perhaps a fraction of her brilliance will rub off on me. Many from class 2 shared the sentiment and rushed to class 1. Others simply wished to congratulate Gu Xiao. Xiao, you are truly remarkable. You've excelled in such a challenging exam. How is your mind so adept? Gu Xiao, I initially thought I could get into the top school, feeling quite accomplished. However, upon seeing you, I suddenly doubt my own intelligence. A few classmates from class 1, who were on friendly terms with Gu Xiao, remarked, Xiao, once you enter the finals and claim the first prize, you must remember to treat us to a meal. Others chimed in, yes, you must treat us. Let us bask in your brilliance. Gu Xiao, with a serious expression, replied, my success this time is merely a stroke of luck. Once I reach the finals, I will be competing against others, and the outcome is uncertain. However, she brightened, but I can treat you all to a meal today at noon to celebrate my decent performance in the preliminaries. Recently, due to the ticket issue, her classmates had distanced themselves slightly from her. This was a perfect opportunity to mend those relationships. As for whether she truly ranked first in the city, she felt assured of her position. After comparing answers with Chunwen, she knew she had outperformed him, which implied that she indeed clinched the top spot in the math competition preliminaries. She was only slightly surprised. Her performance hadn't been exceptional. Yet it appeared that others in the city fared even worse. Clearly, the exam was exceedingly difficult. Unlike the other classes that discussed Gu Xiao's triumph, Class 18 seemed to have held a prior meeting, as they tacitly avoided the topic. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan, 2 of the 3 participants from their class, were quite curious about the situation. However, they were under the watchful eye of Xizhi, who was engrossed in solving problems at her desk, leaving them no time to ponder these matters. When the school bell rang for the end of the morning session, 7 or 8 students from Class 1 surrounded Xizhi as they exited. Someone mentioned, by the way, didn't Xizhi also participate in this competition? Generally, those who are weaker in math wouldn't even consider joining such a contest. How could she lack self-awareness? Could it be that she ended up with the lowest score in the city? That would mean both the top and bottom scorers are from our school. How utterly amusing. Some felt embarrassed to be associated with the last place student and sought comfort from Xizhi. She surely didn't perform that poorly, did she? Xizhi was somewhat reluctant to be linked with Xizhi. Whenever the latter was involved, events seemed to spiral beyond her control. After some contemplation, she decided to speak the truth. Responding, she submitted her answers in half an hour. I noticed she was writing quite rapidly. Oh, I forgot someone mentioned that. This is bad. Even a top student like you wouldn't dare submit early. How could a struggling student like her possess such courage? I'm beginning to suspect she entered this competition with the intention of embarrassing our school. As they spoke, they had already descended to the first floor. At dismissal, Zhang Qi was still engrossed in his game but wanted to join Xizhi and the others for lunch, so he asked her to wait a moment. Their group strolled leisurely from the classroom. Xizhi, does your family have some sort of fasting tradition? My grandfather has been complaining at home, saying yours must be quite ill, as he has invited him to dinner for 3 consecutive days, yet each time, he only prepares a table full of green vegetables. My grandfather claims he is turning green from all the greens. Xizhi, chewing on a lollipop, turned to Zhang Qi. Is that so? A few days prior, she had heard her grandfather mention inviting Zhang's grandfather to dinner, but she had only harbored suspicions.
Now,
it was clear that her grandfather was aware of the vegetable situation. Truly, he was well informed. After so many meals, your grandfather must feel quite green himself. Doesn't he have any thoughts on that? As she spoke, Zhang Qi stumbled, colliding with a nearby student from Class 1. Chapter 81. The entire school was abuzz. Zhang Qi, once the school bully, found that the Class 1 students dared not utter a word after being bumped into. However, this incident drew their attention to Xizhi. Su Jing, linking arms with Xizhi, turned to Xizhi and her group, saying, Xizhi ranked first in the city in the math competition and is treating everyone to a meal. Would you like to join us?
Xizhi,
who had been conversing with Li Shuangshuang, looked up in surprise at the mention of Xizhi's achievement. Su Jing, mistaking her reaction for envy, became even more smug and asked Xizhi, why not invite them along? Let them share in your glory. Xizhi nodded. It was merely a meal. Nothing could go awry. Zhang Qi frowned. No. Xizhi interrupted him. We're going. Xizhi led the way with the Class 1 students while Xizhi and her group trailed behind. Zhang Qi was perplexed. Why must we dine with them? Xizhi opened a savings app and deposited the money for today's lunch. They're celebrating someone's first place win in the city. How can I not participate? She was the protagonist, after all, and this allowed her to save a meal's worth of money, bringing her one step closer to the day she could run away from home. Is the author of this novel in a sound state of mind? As the protagonist, Xizhi seems rather foolish. Without her protagonist aura, with such naivety, she would likely not survive even 2 chapters in the story. The final results haven't even been announced, and she's already hosting a celebration. Does she have a particular fondness for being slapped in the face? If all female protagonists are this dim-witted, then I'd prefer to remain a supporting character. With someone treating for a meal to celebrate a first-place achievement, Xizhi ordered without restraint. The platter was overflowing with dishes, leaving the rice merely a layer atop the vegetables. After the meal, they each went for a rest. As the afternoon approached 3 o'clock, the excitement surrounding the math competition results began to subside. Everyone felt they already knew who had placed first and paid less attention to the scores of others. Only a few participants remained anxiously awaiting their results. Everything within the campus appeared to be as usual. At 3 o'clock, the math teachers without classes gathered in the office. Someone mentioned that the results could be checked, and one teacher casually opened the results website. Although it was known that Xizhi had secured the top position in the city, there remained curiosity about her specific score. Additionally, they needed to tally how many students advanced to the finals. Please fill in the relevant information as required on the above website. Upon clicking confirm, a new screen appears, displaying the score sheet for the entire grade's participation in the mathematics competition. Without looking at the names, he instinctively seeks out the score column. The mathematics competition has a perfect score of 150 points. Upon seeing the score of 150, he becomes elated. 150, indeed, a perfect score. Director Zhang. It's your student Gu Xiao. His gaze inadvertently sweeps across the first column of student names, and he abruptly shuts his mouth. The other teachers, drawn in by his exclamation of a perfect score, gather around. Gu Xiao is truly remarkable. I've attempted those competition questions myself. And there were several I couldn't solve. How could she achieve a perfect score? Director Zhang, did you already know that your student Gu Xiao scored full marks? You are far too modest. She performed exceptionally well, yet you merely say she did well. Zhang Yang's computer remains off. He too walks over with excitement, only to hear the astonished voice of the teacher checking the scores, trembling with disbelief. No, the student who scored full marks is not Gu Xiao.
What?
There is someone else in our school who performed better than Gu Xiao? How is that even possible? A teacher has already pushed past him,
Seizing the mouse to check for themselves.
Indeed, it is not Gu Xiao. Zhang Yang remains relatively composed, although the notion that someone could outshine Gu Xiao exceeds his expectations. He leans in to inquire. Is it one of our other classmates? He recalls Gu Xiao mentioning that Chunwen did not perform as well as she did. Thus Chunwen can be ruled out, as can the other two students from class 2. As long as it's one of their classmates, the honor still rests upon him. No, it's Gu Xizhi. Just as the teacher who had seized the mouse finishes speaking, someone snatches the mouse from their hand. Zhang Yang incredulously scrolls the mouse, his eyes fixated on the computer screen. Gu Xizhi, 150-1-1. The last two ones indicate her ranking in the grade and city respectively. This is merely the preliminary round. There are no provincial or national rankings yet. How is this possible? Gu Xizhi, that underachiever, achieving a perfect score? He quickly checks the second place score. If Gu Xiao is not first, she must certainly be second. Yet the name of the second place student is not Gu Xiao. Lin Yan? Who is this Lin Yan? She actually scored 110 points, surpassing Gu Xiao. Upon noticing Zhang Yang's changing expression, the teacher who had been discussing the scores abruptly falls silent. After a considerable time, the office remains in disarray. A teacher who has shared several meals with Jean Zichao at the cafeteria and has a decent rapport with him sends a message. Teacher Jean, are you aware of your class's mathematics competition results? Gu Xizhi scored full marks, securing first place in the city. Not to mention, both Lin Yan and Li Shuangshuang from your class scored 110 and 98, ranking 2nd and 8th in the grade. Your class is making quite the comeback. The score sheet is printed and affixed to the bulletin board beneath the first-year teaching building. After class, students eager to learn the results come down to check. Su Jing and 2 other students from class 1 come down, but Gu Xiao does not. The bulletin board is right next to class 18. As they walk by, the class 1 students discuss, what do you think Xiao scored this time? She scored first in the city. I believe she must have at least 130 points. Several students who have already seen the scores pass by, unable to contain their excitement. 150 points, 150 points. Is she even human? I strain my mind to just score 80 points on those questions. She actually achieved full marks.
What?
Xiao scored full marks? Su Jing and the others break into a run. Zhang Qi scoffs. So, what if she got full marks? It's still high scores with low ability. Gu Xizhi? Wang Hua, who had just gone to the restroom, sneaked a glance at the score sheet and dashed back at breakneck speed. Hearing Zhang Qi's comment, he looks at him sympathetically. Chigo, you're doomed. You just claimed that Xizhi has high scores but low ability. He now only wishes to call Gu Xizhi sister like Li Shuangshuang does. Who said that? Zhang Qi looks bewildered. You did. You said that the one with full marks has high scores but low ability, and Xizhi is the one who scored full marks.
What?
Gu Xizhi achieved full marks? Gu Xizhi scored full marks? The entire school is in an uproar. Chapter 82. Shall we take a test? The elder brother has returned. Not only did Gu Xizhi score full marks, but even Lin Yan and Li Shuangshuang performed admirably. The entire grade is abuzz with discussions about this matter. There are whispers regarding another individual as well. I saw Gu Xiao leading a large group to the cafeteria for a celebratory meal. Having heard that she scored first in the city, has she lost her memory? She doesn't even know how she performed. Upon hearing that someone from our school scored first in the city, she immediately identifies with it. It's laughable. She is so confident about hosting a celebration before the results are even out. Have you forgotten? She brought Gu Xizhi along. Perhaps she is there to celebrate Xizhi's achievement?
Ha ha ha.
The students of class 1 now regard Gu Xiao with peculiar eyes. What thoughts does Gu Xiao harbor at this moment? She only wishes to eliminate Gu Xizhi. She must be doing this on purpose. Clearly competent in mathematics, yet concealing it from everyone, just to see her embarrass herself. The astonishment within Class 18 is no less than that of the other classes. Aside from their shock at Gu Xizhi being an undercover genius, they harbor another thought that may be detrimental to class harmony, while their own failures are daunting. The success of their classmates is far more distressing. They had initially believed everyone to be underachievers, allowing them to comfortably continue in their mediocrity. However, unexpectedly, one day they find themselves walking the path of underachievers, only to feel a sudden loneliness as some of their peers stray off the path, leaving them behind. Lin Yan, Li Shuangshuang, weren't you both barely passing the last exam, and didn't one of you fail entirely? Gu Xizhi has once again laid her head on the desk to sleep, leaving her classmates to surround Lin Yan and Li Shuangshuang, engaging them in conversation. I heard that the competition questions were exceedingly difficult. Even a contestant from Class 2 failed to qualify. How did you both perform so well this time? Particularly you. Lin Yan, you scored better than Gu Xiao. Had it not been for Xizhi, you would have been first in the grade. Lin Yan gently places a piece of chocolate on Gu Xizhi's desk, saying, many of the questions on the paper were ones Xizhi had previously asked me to solve. Li Shuangshuang, having just returned from fetching water for Gu Xizhi, finds the water too hot and worries it might scald her when she drinks it, so she unscrews the lid and places it a distance away from Gu Xizhi. Hearing Lin Yan's words, she chimes in, I too have benefited. Xizhi compiled many competition notes for us, highlighted numerous questions, and urged us to practice, even explaining them to us. When it came time for the exam, I found I had encountered many of those questions before. However, while practicing, I didn't fully grasp a few of them, hence my score wasn't particularly high. From the moment Gu Xizhi signed them up for the competition until the actual competition began, merely 10 days elapsed. In such a short span, Li Shuangshuang, who had previously failed an ordinary test, transformed into a student capable of performing admirably on competition questions. Those who received the answers exchanged glances. Contemplating the approaching midterm exams, shall we ask Xizhi to help us out before the midterms? After the midterms, there will be a parent-teacher meeting. Now that they have learned their scores may be salvaged, the underachievers collectively place their hopes on Gu Xizhi. The next class is Jin Zichao's mathematics lesson. Upon entering the classroom, he notices the students had divided into two groups, one surrounding Li Shuangshuang, asking her to explain the questions. A group of students encircled Lin Yan, imploring her to delineate the key points for their studies. He cast a glance in Gu Xizhi's direction, raising an eyebrow. By the time Gu Xizhi awoke, class had already ended, and as soon as her eyes fluttered open, a swarm of classmates rushed to her side. Sister Xi, look at my math scores. Are they redeemable? Sister Xi, please save me. All I wish is to pass my midterm in mathematics. Sister Xi, is it too late for me to kneel and call you father? While they vocally sought Gu Xizhi's assistance, they also presented her with an array of snacks as offerings. Gu Xizhi lifted her thermos, which had cooled, and took a sip. She glanced at Li Shuangshuang, who gazed at her with adoration. Have they finally lost their minds? Indeed, this semester could not continue, otherwise, she would inevitably succumb to the same madness. Li Shuangshuang chuckled, explaining the situation to her. Gu Xizhi, who yearned to be a mere slacker, observed the fervent group of students who seemed to have awakened their potential. With a sigh, she noted, they are calling me father now. The failure to educate is a father's fault. I cannot allow myself to be a remiss parent. Hence, your pleas shall be granted. That very night, as a newly minted parent, Gu Xizhi refrained from visiting the old residence for a meal. After dining at her own home, she prepared to ascend the stairs to review the ordinary examination papers. Previously, she had only perused competition papers, which differed significantly from the requirements for regular students. Notes could not be shared. Balancing a plate of cherries, she had just set foot on the first step when Lin Manny's voice reached her ears. Boss, you've finally returned. Is your business concluded? As she spoke, Lin Manny discreetly glanced behind Gu Jiangyu. Gu Jiangyu had been pursuing his estranged wife for several days, and Lin Manny's child possessed beauty, stature, and wealth. Surely, he would not return without a woman by his side? Has my elder brother returned? What of my sister-in-law? He has been gone for so long. Could it be that he has brought her back with him? Gu Xizhi abandoned her assent and rushed to Lin Manny's side. Peering over to glimpse the back of Gu Jiangyu remained oblivious to Lin Manny's scrutiny, but he was acutely aware of Gu Xizhi's gaze. With a sigh, he remarked, what are you looking for? I am the only one who has returned. Judging by my brother's countenance, something must be amiss. Even if the child is safe, does he still escape the trials of pursuing his wife? Yet, why does this bring me such satisfaction? Ha ha ha. My elder brother has finally encountered a day like this. Gu Jiangyu. This sister is better left unacknowledged. Lin Manny shot an exasperated glare at Gu Jiangyu. Disappointed by the absence of beauty, Gu Xizhi scampered upstairs. Meanwhile, Gu Jiangyu exchanged a few words with Lin Manny before retreating to his room. He placed his briefcase on the desk and extracted a stack of documents, which clearly outlined the events of that fateful night with Ling Wenin, orchestrated by Zhou Yiwen. Zhou Yiwen had administered a drug to him with intentions of her own, simultaneously arranging for someone to wait for Ling Wenin in another room upstairs. Unexpectedly, Ling Wenin had mistakenly entered his room, leading him to suspect her of a deliberate scheme against him. A cold glint shone in his eyes as he contemplated Zhou Yiwen. Chapter 83. Almost losing a son. Too much given by the sovereign. Gu Xizhi once again burned the midnight oil, laboring until 3 in the morning. Fortunately, she had already reviewed the first-year mathematics textbooks, sparing her from the need to do so again. She merely needed to compile the key points for revision. In one breath, she outlined the essential topics for the entire semester and devised several problems to write in her notebook. The questions she formulated encompassed nearly all the knowledge points, ensuring that mastering them would render the first semester of high school mathematics largely manageable. The following day, those passing by Class 18 were convinced their eyes were deceiving them. The entire class was seated quietly at their desks, engrossed in studying and solving problems during break time. Were it not for the familiar sight of Gu Xizhi, who was once again napping at her desk, they might have doubted they were witnessing Class 18. SNT that Chinwen from Class 2? What brings him to Class 18? As a few students from neighboring Class 17 discussed the bizarre scene unfolding in Class 18, they noticed Chinwen standing at the door, holding a workbook. Was it not said that Chinwen was merely a bookish student, only engaging with Gu Xiao from Class 1 to discuss mathematical problems? He had entered the first school with the second highest score in the midterm exams, excelling academically and possessing handsome looks, making him a top-tier heartthrob. His presence sparked curiosity among his admirers in the first-floor classes. Inside Class 18, one of his fans, He Yuanju, abandoned her exercises and excitedly rushed to greet him. "Hi, Academic Master Chen. Are you here to find someone at our classroom door? Would you like me to call them out for you?" Since his arrival, Chen Wen's gaze had been fixed on one direction. Hearing her question, he replied, "Please call Gu Xizhi for me. I have a few problems I wish to consult her about." He Yuanju glanced toward Gu Xizhi, who was soundly asleep. She's fast asleep. "I just remembered I have a few problems left unfinished, so I'll go work on those." The male god, in comparison to the sister, who could elevate them, was utterly eclipsed. The second-ranked academic prodigy sought Gu Xizhi's assistance with math problems, regardless of whether Chenwen succeeded in consulting Gu Xizhi. Someone snapped a photo and posted it on the school forum, instantly garnering attention. Posts from the previous day regarding Gu Xizhi's perfect score on the competition paper resurfaced. Gu Xizhi is simply extraordinary. Even the academic elites seek her guidance now. To catch the attention of an academic star, one must become an academic star themselves.
Yet,
with so many academic stars in the world, why can't there be one more like me? Hey, doesn't this seem a bit strange? If Gu Xizhi is truly a genius, why does she always submit blank papers for her regular tests? I heard from her classmates that she has never submitted a math assignment. Could it be that her perfect score in the competition was achieved through cheating? Upstairs. It's quite odd for you to think that way. Haven't you heard that this competition was just as stringent as the college entrance examination during both the test and grading phases? Besides, no one in the entire city scored full marks except for Gu Xizhi. Where would she have cheated? Anyone with a modicum of rational thought would not believe that Gu Xizhi's perfect score resulted from dishonesty. Do you recall that someone posted on the day of the exam, stating that Gu Xizhi submitted her paper after just half an hour? How impressive is that, finishing in just 30 minutes and still achieving full marks? Honestly, I doubt I could copy answers that quickly. I declare Gu Xizhi my idol. She is my goddess. On the forum, bets were being placed on whether Gu Xizhi could secure first place in the finals. Within the mathematics teacher's office, many educators were idly passing time. During their leisure, numerous teachers chose to browse the school forum. One remarked to Jean Zichao, "Teacher Jean, you are indeed fortunate. You've only just arrived at the school and already taken on such an outstanding student as Gu Xizhi. Once she wins first prize in the finals, you will surely." Zhang Yang had just returned from teaching Class 1, his countenance darkened as he entered the office. Upon sighting him, the others ceased their conversations abruptly. Once a remarkably capable student, he now presented a rather dismal figure. A few teachers, who had always disapproved of Zhang Yang's methods, couldn't help but find amusement in his current state. Xizhi, on the other hand, had enjoyed an exceptionally restful sleep. She made an intriguing observation. Even during recess, when everyone was engrossed in their studies, the classroom remained eerily quiet. So tranquil was it that she could slumber undisturbed, provided her need to relieve herself didn't rouse her. She indulged in several daydreams, but the consequence of sleeping too deeply at her desk left her with a sore neck by the time school ended, rendering her appearance rather comical. As the foremost master of traditional Chinese medicine, such a dilemma posed no challenge for her. Thus, when Li Shuangshuang awaited her to exit the school gates, Xizhi paused and, before her friend, placed one hand atop her head and the other on her neck. With a sharp crack, she realigned her neck. The sound drew the attention of many, plunging the classroom into an almost oppressive silence. Zhang Qi took a considerable time to regain his voice, muttering, "What a formidable person." After Xizhi and Li Shuangshuang had left the classroom, he reflected on her earlier action, finding it both fierce and somewhat impressive. Just then, a voice called out, Sister Xi, something's amiss. Brother Qi's neck is broken. You must return to help him."
Huh?
Is he already despairing after just one day of studying? The youth of today. Xizhi pondered in confusion as she retraced her steps. In less than half a minute since parting from Zhang Qi, upon their next encounter, his appearance seemed finally to match his intellect. With his neck askew, it was unmistakable that he was somewhat dim-witted. After straightening his neck and concealing his intelligence, Xizhi spoke earnestly. "It is my fault. I shall be more cautious in the future and refrain from performing such hazardous actions in front of the children." The following day, she nearly lost a son, and upon returning to the Gu family estate, the system activated once more. "System? You have gone too far. If you had offered even a little less, I would have declined this task outright." Chapter 84. Long-term task, wake up. Xizhi was once again dragged by the old Master Gu to serve as a spectator in their chess match. Just as she and the little yellow dog entered the door, Grandma Gu peered from the dining room. "Xizhi, hurry and wash your hands for dinner." Xizhi replied affirmatively, but suddenly froze. Triggering a system task, as the malevolent supporting character of this narrative, the host ought to possess some awareness befitting such a role. "Please, host, pursue Xizhi. This task is of a long-term nature, and the reward for its completion is a single opportunity to avert misfortune. Simply by causing the male lead, Xizhi, to develop feelings for you, the task shall be deemed accomplished." Xizhi. System, have you lost your senses? I am merely 15 years old. I am still a child. Xizhi is a man in his 20s. How could you possibly expect me to pursue him? While similar tasks had been issued before, those had been singular and not so explicitly stated. She had paid them little mind. But this time, system, have you been traumatized? Surely, you cannot believe that since my parents expelled Xizhi, I would be unable to complete the task with her and thus have resorted to targeting Xizhi? And you want Xizhi to develop feelings for me? If he merely refrains from plotting my demise, I would consider myself fortunate. The old Master Gu had just entrusted the chess pieces to the servant for safekeeping when he overheard Xizhi's thoughts, his expression darkening immediately. What does the system mean? To have the young one pursue that scoundrel Xizhi? It implies teasing him, does it not? The system is truly inhumane, daring to assign such a task to the child. This task must not be undertaken. Grandma Gu, merely observing the servants at work in the dining room, stepped out upon seeing Xizhi return. Upon hearing her thoughts, she recalled the recent task wherein Xizhi had expressed her feelings to Xizhi. Feeling somewhat sympathetic towards the system's intelligence, what led it to believe that their Xizhi could accomplish such a feat? As for Xizhi's minority status, she dismissed any concerns regarding the age gap with Xizhi, who was over 20. Curiosity arose about the reward this time. System, are you certain that merely having him develop feelings for me suffices? You wouldn't suddenly change the task's criteria to require us to obtain a marriage certificate for it to be deemed complete, would you? This question happened to align with the concerns of both old Master Gu and Grandma Gu, who quietly strained to listen. System, host, be sensible. You are a malevolent supporting character, and there is no possibility of a relationship with the male lead. Very well, since it does not require us to obtain a certificate, meaning no responsibilities, I am relieved. This task is not insurmountable. For the sake of a chance to avert misfortune, I shall take the plunge. Even though I appear quite powerful now, I remain merely a pawn in this narrative. Having a chance to avert misfortune equates to extending my own life. Old Master Gu, who had initially scorned the task as utterly frivolous, now deemed it worthy of consideration upon hearing it could prolong the young one's life without any obligations. Grandma Gu needed no further persuasion. Even if the reward were modest, she would gladly accept it. After all, she had witnessed her precious granddaughter confess to Gu Yijing. The sole concern was whether Gu Xizhi could indeed charm someone, given the memorable confession she had made last time. System. This task being long-term implies that it will take considerable time to complete, yet you offer only one reward. Don't you think that seems rather stingy? How about granting our entire family a chance to avert misfortune as well, providing them with an opportunity to extend their lives? They, too, are mere pawns. None are significantly better off than the others. Grandma Gu's eyes glistened with emotion. Her granddaughter was so kind, not only securing a chance for herself, but also remembering her family. Old Master Gu nodded thoughtfully. Truly, his granddaughter was like him, so dutiful and endearing. Yet, the term pawn sounded rather unappealing. If they could first resolve the protagonist's issues, wouldn't everyone then become the protagonist? Thus, the concept of pawns would cease to exist? System. It is still early. I advise against the host embarking on such dreams prematurely. System. How can you utter such frigid words with your 37-degree demeanor? Gu Xizhi, disheartened, yearned to sit down at the dining table, devour 2 hefty bowls of rice, finish an entire pork knuckle, and consume a whole pot of Buddha jumps over the wall. While she bargained with the system, her nose was also working diligently to detect the exquisite aroma of the delicacies prepared that day, capable of making any child from next door weep with longing. When seated at the dining table, savoring what ought to be authentic Buddha jumps over the wall, Gu Xizhi could think of only one thing. I now desire to pursue the chef who crafted this dish, ensuring he prepares a pot for me daily. Old Master Gu cast a wary glance towards the kitchen, at that moment wishing to replace the chef. Meanwhile, Grandma Gu remained remarkably composed, smiling at Gu Xizhi. It appears you truly enjoy this Buddha jumps over the wall. Henceforth, Grandma shall ensure a pot is prepared for you every day. Gu Xizhi nodded vigorously, mumbling incoherently, it's truly delightful. This way. I need not pursue the chef, and can still enjoy Buddha jumps over the wall daily. This effectively deterred her from any ulterior motives. Grandma Gu wore a knowing smile, concealing her talents and virtues. Old Master Gu believed that the chef could remain for the time being. Dad, Mom, I'm back, Gu Yijing announced as he entered with a briefcase in hand. The moment he appeared, he instantly became the centerpiece of attention, radiating an undeniable charm. As the protagonist made his entrance, Gu Xizhi cast a glance his way, unhurriedly continuing to savor the culinary delights before her. Come, sit down and join us for dinner, urged Grandma Gu, eager for him to partake. Gu Yijing, glancing at Gu Xizhi across the table, frowned slightly. I've already eaten outside. Master Gu, maintaining a stern countenance, interjected with an authoritative tone, eating outside is not the same as dining at home. Sit down quickly and stop dawdling. Gu Xizhi lifted her eyelids and shot a fleeting glance at Master Gu, pondering, is it true that the older generation shares the sentiment? They seem to believe that meals consumed outside lack legitimacy, hardly worthy of consideration. This resonates with me profoundly, despite indulging in various delicacies outside daily after school. Only the meals from the old residence truly satiate my hunger. Master Gu retorted, no, I am nothing like you. Uncle, since you've already dined out, you surely cannot eat anymore. Allow me to finish your portion of Buddha jumps over the wall, Gu Xizhi proposed. Typically, Gu Yijing would return home for dinner, and today, Grandma had ensured a serving of Buddha jumps over the wall was prepared for him. With that, Gu Xizhi promptly brought over his portion. Grandma, do you not recall that you have a task to accomplish regarding him? Chapter 85. Transfer Student. Would you like to join us for a meal? Master Gu silently observed Gu Xizhi as she devoured another bowl of Buddha jumps over the wall, realizing that he may have been overly harsh in his earlier admonition. Gu Yijing paused momentarily at Master Gu's remark, but ultimately approached the dining table, taking a seat and sampling a bit of salad. He then retrieved his laptop from his briefcase, settling down at the table to commence work. As the rhythmic tapping of keys filled the air, Gu Xizhi hastened her pace in eating, her eyes occasionally darting toward Gu Yijing. I wonder how things are progressing with Xizhi. My elder brother planning to counter with his own scheme? Yet, there have been no negative reports regarding Xizhi online. Can my brother truly handle this? She mused. If my brother cannot even win back his wife, perhaps I should temper my expectations. The absence of trouble for Xizhi at least suggests that Gu Yijing has not taken any action. Perhaps it will all turn out alright. Master Gu instinctively nodded. Indeed. That scoundrel Gu Jiangyu was not particularly capable. In his youth, by the time he reached Gu Yijing's age, his eldest son was already in elementary school. Unlike him, who, at a tender age, was gallivanting around a crematorium. Suddenly, Gu Yijing's phone rang. He answered it directly, and upon hearing the voice on the other end, his typically aloof demeanor radiated an aura of cold detachment, reminiscent of a typical domineering character in a novel. "I understand. There's no need to concern yourself with this matter any further," he stated. With keen hearing, Gu Xizhi caught snippets of conversation mentioning Xizhi and Gu Entertainment.
So,
Gu Yijing is aware that his elder brother is attempting to set a trap for him and is choosing not to fall into it, she thought. The protagonist is indeed astute, not easily deceived. How foolish of me to have assisted in his previous endeavor. It was utterly unnecessary. Master Gu regarded Gu Yijing with renewed interest, acknowledging that this adopted son was indeed the cleverest among all his offspring. He possessed the potential to elevate their family status significantly. It seemed that he would need to play fewer games and dedicate more time to keeping an eye on this troublesome lad. "Dad, Mom, I still have some work to finish, so I'll head upstairs," Gu Yijing announced after a token bite of food, answering a phone call as he made his way up. Master Gu and Grandma Gu exchanged glances at Gu Xizhi, who appeared completely absorbed in her feast, seemingly oblivious to her tasks, and sighed in resignation. The following morning, Gu Xizhi awoke, the lingering taste of Buddha jumps over the walls still tantalizing her palate. No wonder even the Buddha would wish to leap over walls for it. If faced with a wall obstructing her path to this dish, she would not merely leap over it but would rather demolish it. In Class 18, it was yet another day of diligent study and relentless ambition. "Have you heard?" Wang Hua, who had dashed out momentarily to fetch water for Gu Xizhi and Zhang Qi, entered with a conspiratorial air. Zhang Qi snatched both cups, placing Gu Xizhi's on her desk and admonishing, "Spit it out quickly." Wang Hua sheepishly scratched his head. Oh, I'm coming to it. While I was getting water, I overheard that we have a new transfer student in our grade. This one is exceptional, hailing from the capital, and is a stunning beauty with outstanding academic performance, ranking among the top 10 in her city's entrance exams. Not only is she academically gifted, but she is also a child star who has been acting since childhood, boasting over 20 million followers on Weibo. A child star? How could someone so remarkable end up at our school? Is she out of her mind, or did she offend someone in the capital? Zhang Qi expressed his disinterest in the child star, thinking that rather than focusing on her, he would rather converse with Gu Xizhi about his grandfather.
Xizhi.
My grandpa mentioned that your grandpa is inviting him for lunch again today. If he declines, your grandpa will threaten him with never playing chess again. In the past, he would have simply said no, but lately, your grandpa's chess skills have soared to such heights that he can barely keep up. He is utterly captivated by the game with your grandpa. But if he goes, he'll just be fed a mountain of grass, dreaming at night of becoming a sheep. Why not become a happy sheep instead? Gu Xizhi quipped. My grandpa is too dark to be a happy sheep. After a moment's reflection, Gu Xizhi recognized that indeed, he was rather dark and had many age spots. "Xizhi, he asked me to inquire if your family is bankrupt, so poor that you can't even afford meat. If it's dire, he is willing to send a few tons of meat to your family." "Not bankrupt," Gu Xizhi replied. "Ask your grandpa if he feels as though he is wearing a hat that's warm and vibrant." Zhang Qi. He felt as if he had been force-fed a melon. Time always flies swiftly during sleep, and soon it was time for the third period break. The break between the third and fourth periods typically included physical exercises, allowing for a generous 25 minutes of respite. However, with a light rain falling outside, they were spared from exercising and allowed to enjoy their free time within the classroom. The fervent Class 18 students, who had been diligently working since their arrival, paused their activities to gather in small clusters for casual conversation. "Did you watch my brother's new drama last night? He was so handsome in it. And the theme song was sung by Fong Ruishan. It was simply enchanting. I watched it. The lyrics of Fong Ruishan's new song completely captivated me. His voice is so tender, like he is whispering sweet nothings in my ear. When he sings, I feel utterly enchanted." The girls chatted excitedly about last night's drama while the boys discussed video games. Suddenly, the homeroom teacher entered, interrupting their lively chatter. All heads turned toward the podium, where he was accompanied by a girl around their age, clad in a black t-shirt and a brown pleated mini skirt, revealing a pair of long, slender legs. Her skin was pale and tender, with an oval face, large eyes, a high nose, and light makeup, complete with rosy cheeks and plump lips. She appeared strikingly beautiful and fashionably attired. Carrying Grandma Xiang's bag, adorned with limited edition shoes from Elle, and sporting a Patek Philippe watch on her wrist. She was poised to be the new addition to your class. Classmate Zhua, please introduce yourself, the teacher prompted. Zhua Miaojuan's gaze was not on her classmates. Instead, she stared out the window, coolly uttering Zhua Miaojuan. Just 3 syllables. The homeroom teacher assigned her a seat directly in front of Li Shuangshuang. Once the teacher departed, Wang Hua leaned closer to Zhang Qi and the others, whispering, "She's the transfer student they mentioned. But how did she end up in our class?" No one could provide an answer to that question. News of a child star transferring to their class quickly drew a crowd at the classroom door. Gu Xizhi paid them no mind, her head bowed as she scrolled through her phone. Fang Ruoshan had just sent her a message, indicating he would come find her this weekend since he was less busy. She looked up at Zhang Qi and the others, asking, "Are you all coming over for dinner at my place this weekend?" Chapter 86. Sister Xi is a super fan. Knowledge invades the mind in curious ways. Anyone who has dined in the Gu family's ancestral home cannot help but reminisce. Zhang Qi and the others eagerly responded, "I will go, I will go." At first glance, it sounded as if they were clamoring to insult Gu Xizhi. Receiving their enthusiastic replies, Gu Xizhi quickly messaged Fang Ruoshan, "A few classmates will join us." Fang Ruoshan responded promptly, "No problem. After dinner, I can perform a little show for them. What do you think about me showcasing our street performance from the sports meet?" He proposed. "I believe that would be the most genuine portrayal of myself." Gu Xizhi replied, "I think you should perhaps be a bit more modest." A number of bold students approached Zhua Miaojuan, requesting her autograph. They posed many questions she had previously ignored on her Weibo. "Is it true that you're about to star in Fang Ruoshan's new MV?" A fleeting look of distaste crossed Zhua Miaojuan's face, barely perceptible. She accepted several notebooks, carelessly signing them. With a confident smile, she replied, "Once Fang Ruoshan's MV is released, you'll find out." The audience understood at once. Zhua Miaojuan's stature in their eyes grew even more illustrious. Upon receiving her signature, one student rushed out of class 18 to post on the school forum. "OMG. I got the goddess's autograph. She's so approachable, and she's about to film an MV with Fang Ruoshan." Other students from different grades, unable to witness the star in person due to distance, anxiously monitored the forum for any first-hand updates. Instantly, the entire school buzzed with discussions about Zhua Miaojuan, particularly regarding her collaboration with Fang Ruoshan. In class 18, Li Shuangshuang and her friends clustered around Gu Xizhi, conversing without approaching Zhua Miaojuan for an autograph. They had overheard Zhua Miaojuan's exchanges with others. Li Shuangshuang, filled with envy, remarked, "Being a star is wonderful. Not only does she get to meet Fang Ruoshan, but she also gets to film an MV with him. I wish I could ask her if she needs a bad girl for the shoot." Lin Yan, another Fang Ruoshan fan, pondered, "If I get on good terms with her now, do you think she could take me to the set when she films the MV? I'm not looking to talk to Fang Ruoshan, just a distant glimpse would satisfy me." Li Shuangshuang countered, "I'm not as demanding as you. I just hope she can deliver the birthday gift I prepared for Fang Ruoshan." Lin Yan was taken aback. "What? His birthday is in March next year. And you've already got a gift ready? I need to rush and prepare a gift too," she exclaimed, "and see if Zhua Miaojuan could help deliver it to Fang Ruoshan. Sister Xi, do you want to join me in picking out a gift for him? I'll ask Zhua Miaojuan to assist in delivering it." Meanwhile, Fang Ruoshan was still puzzling over Gu Xizhi's earlier message when he heard someone mention him. Shaking her head, she replied, "No. I'm not his fan and don't want to prepare a birthday gift 6 months in advance." Her words lacked conviction. Those present found them hard to believe. Previously, she had gone to great lengths to secure numerous concert tickets for Fang Ruoshan, displaying a fervor that surpassed theirs. Lin Yan assumed it was due to Gu family's stinginess with her allowance that she was reluctant to buy a gift. She kindly offered, "Since Sister Xi is busy and can't choose a gift, I can help you pick one." Gu Xizhi was taken aback. Was that what she meant?
Li Shuanshuan,
Who had already prepared a gift, was now troubled by a different concern. "If I can think of asking Zhua Miaojuan to help deliver something to Fang Ruoshan, won't others think of it too? If too many people ask for her help, will she eventually refuse? Moreover, they weren't close to her. Would she even want to assist them? What could they do to build a better relationship with her?" Gu Xizhi stopped responding to Fang Ruoshan's messages and switched her phone to a game page. Having slept too long and not wanting to sleep again, she planned to play games to pass the time. Noticing Li Shuangshuang's distress, she lifted her head and suggested, "You could deliver the gift to him yourself." Li Shuangshuang sighed, "If given the chance, I would love to personally present my gift to him. I would willingly sacrifice 3 years of my life for that day." Lin Yan nodded in agreement. "That should be on my bucket list. I hope that when I die, I'll have that opportunity. Gu Xizhi was greatly shocked. How did giving a gift to Feng Ruishan get tangled with death? You could indeed deliver the gifts yourselves. When you come to my house for dinner this weekend, bring the gifts along, and you can hand them over in person. By then, you might even change your minds and not wish to give him a gift after all. If he performs his street act in front of you that day, he might lose several fans. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan exchanged glances before huddling together to whisper. Sister Xi clearly likes Feng Ruishan more than we do. We only fantasized about someone helping us deliver a gift to him, while Sister Xi is already thinking about Feng Ruishan coming to her house to collect the gift. Next time we see Feng Ruishan merchandise, we must help Sister Xi grab an extra. Before they could whisper further, the game commenced and Gu Xizhi missed their conversation. Having just transferred to Yizhong, Zhu Miaojuan was assigned by the homeroom teacher to have Li Shuangshuang show her around the campus. After school that morning, Li Shuangshuang approached Zhu Miaojuan to ask if she wanted to join them for lunch in the cafeteria. Zhu Miaojuan, engrossed in a WeChat conversation, did not even look up as she flatly declined. No, I can't stand the food in the cafeteria. Once Li Shuangshuang and the others left, Zhu Miaojuan continued messaging. I have to wait until the afternoon to see him. On the way to the cafeteria, Li Shuangshuang practiced vocabulary while walking. Manic. Oh no. I forgot again. Gu Xizhi glanced over and pulled out the lollipop she had been chewing. That word is quite simple. Just remember that when you're playing a game and someone calls you bad, you'll feel quite manic. That's what manic means. You can remember it that way. Li Shuangshuang. I feel like knowledge has invaded my brain in the strangest ways. Chapter 87. You little rascal, hurry up and help out with the pickup.
France.
Gu Jiangyan was invited to attend a fashion show here, and as the show concluded, he stepped out with his assistant to enjoy some shopping. He possesses a peculiar habit. After completing his work in any locale, he personally ventures into the streets to procure various items, which he then has delivered back as gifts for Gu Xiao. His assistant, laden with 7 or 8 bags, stands by. These bags contain the latest seasonal clothing, handbags, accessories, and more. With each item he encounters, he exclaims, Xiao will undoubtedly adore this. Or, this is something Xiao does not yet have, and this would suit Xiao perfectly. Presently, he has just retrieved a dazzling diamond necklace that sparkles brilliantly, declaring, this will look exquisite on Xiao. After hearing the name Xiao mentioned repeatedly throughout the afternoon, the assistant cannot help but interject, Yango, do you not have a sister as well? Would it not be rather inconsiderate to only purchase gifts for Xiao and neglect her? Gu Jiangyan furrows his brow, recalling the malicious deeds of Gu Xizhi against Gu Xiao, which had even forced Xiao to vacate the Gu household. The rest of the family, blind to her malice, continues to advocate for her. His expression darkens. But, remembering that he is always her elder brother, he muses before selecting another necklace, one adorned with only a few scattered diamonds, rather unremarkable. After settling the bill, Gu Jiangyan inquires of his assistant, have we received any updates from Mr. B? This visit is not solely to attend a fashion show. He also intends to meet Mr. B, the ingenious jewelry designer renowned for his masterful creations, which are often hailed as masterpieces due to their exquisite beauty and profound significance. Each year, he designs no more than 3 collections, and the elite consider it an honor to possess a set of his jewelry. Gu Jiangyan has come to France specifically to commission a high-priced custom piece for his new drama, which revolves entirely around this singular set of jewelry. He believes that only pieces personally designed by Mr. B can fulfill the script's elaborate descriptions and convey the intended message of the narrative. The assistant shakes his head. Not yet. His assistant has instructed us to wait for further information. No sooner has he spoken than his phone rings. Excitedly, he raises the phone for Gu Jiangyan to see the caller ID, exclaiming, It's here. Gu Jiangyan gestures for him to answer promptly. 20 seconds later, the assistant hangs up, looking dejected. He says Mr. B will not meet with us. He has already designed 3 collections this year and is currently on vacation, so he will not be taking on any more projects. Yen Go, why don't we simply use the piece the props department retrieved? Absolutely not. Gu Jiangyan asserts with unwavering determination. I have invested in this production, and I cherish the script. It must be presented to the world in the most flawless manner possible. You will remain here until we see him. At Ning City No. 1 High School, Gu Xizhi returns from lunch without taking a nap. After helping Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan with several problems, she finds herself helplessly resting her head on the desk. Spotting the scrap paper she used to explain the problems and the pen resting atop it, she feels a sudden itch in her hand. Unable to resist, she picks up the pen and begins to draw a necklace. In her previous life as an Agent 007, she was a jewelry designer. And in a rush to complete a set for a project to secure a more appealing bonus, she worked tirelessly for 2 months, ultimately exhausting herself. After her reincarnation, she had hoped to distance herself from design entirely, yet the innate designer's spirit within her seems to awaken at this moment. No. It should be said that it has been reborn. Gazing at the necklace she has just sketched, she is astonished by her own talent. How could her design skills be so advanced? She recalls that the system did not reward her with any special design skills. After a moment of contemplation, she quickly realizes that she inherently possesses a design talent. Otherwise, she would not have become the youngest designer in their company. In the past, the immense pressure of her job often left her mind in a state of constant tension, which adversely affected her creative output, not just in design, but in any task requiring mental engagement. Now, free from such burdens, she channels her inspiration onto paper with clarity, resulting in work that is not only improved but infused with an ethereal quality she had not previously possessed. Once she gains momentum, she produces several more sketches.
Nearby,
Zhang Qi, influenced by the academic atmosphere in the classroom, also engages in problem-solving. Out of the corner of his eye, he catches a glimpse of Gu Shiji's drawings and curiously leans closer. Before he can fully see, Gu Shiji's pen taps him on the head. Have you finished the problems? He quickly straightens up, burying himself in the math problems he despises most. Gu Shiji, someone is looking for you. She lifts her gaze toward the classroom door, where Chunwen stands. Ever since she scored full marks on a competition paper, she has encountered Chunwen more frequently than their math teacher. Chunwen is a diligent yet somewhat rigid student who feels he does not belong to class 18. Each time he approaches Gu Shiji, he merely stands at the classroom door, politely requesting her assistance. Without hesitation, Gu Shiji rises. Her seat is by the window, which is wide open. The temperature in Ning City has dropped recently, and a strong wind blows through as she stands, whisking away a scrap of paper that had been resting on top, on which she had sketched her initial necklace design. Zhang Qi, still nursing the spot on his head where Gu Shiji had tapped him, focuses intently on his work and does not notice. When Gu Shiji returns after assisting Chunwen, she realizes that one of her scrap papers is missing, but does not dwell on it. In the blink of an eye, the weekend arrives. Li Shuangshuang, Lin Yan, and Zhang Qi, along with Fan Jiang, hail a taxi to the Gu family's ancestral home. Li Shuangshuang, Lin Yan, Zhang Qi, and Fan Jiang share one vehicle. Lin Yan frowns. I feel guilty toward Xizhi. She has been so kind to me, inviting me to her home to enjoy meals prepared by a royal chef. Yet, I cannot even help fulfill her small wish of giving a gift to Feng Ruoshan. Li Shuangshuang also appears disheartened. Indeed, I have assisted Zhu Miaojuan with numerous tasks these past few days, and even lent her the notes Xizhi organized for us. Although she did not refuse, it seems she is not particularly inclined to agree. Zhang Qi, sitting beside them, engages in a conversation about games with Fan Jiang, but upon overhearing their dialogue, frowns. Does Xizhi truly harbor such affection for Feng Ruoshan? It's merely a gift if all else fails. We could inquire about his schedule and intercept him at the airport. It surely cannot be that difficult. Lin Yan sighs. Oh, it's not as simple as that. I find it exceedingly challenging unless we, like Zhu Miaojuan, are renowned child stars. At the Gu family ancestral home, Feng Mian learns that Feng Ruoshan will be dining there and promptly accompanies Gu Shiji, pestering her with questions. Upon hearing her mention going out to meet her classmates, he quickly interjects, such trivial matters can be handled by that brat. Brat, hurry up and go help with the pickup. Chapter 88. Is this your friend? After Zhang Qi and the others alight from the taxi, they stand at the entrance of the community, messaging Gu Shiji. After reading her reply, Zhang Qi informs the group. Xizhi said her friend will come out to greet us. They all assume that Gu Shiji's friend is likely an ordinary person, just like themselves. As they wait for the individual to arrive, they continue their previous conversation, which revolves around their desire to meet Feng Ruoshan and their envy of Zhu Miaojuan. Li Shuangshuang, spotting someone approaching from a distance, asks Zhang Qi, is that Xizhi's friend? Zhang Qi replies, I'm not sure. If he stops when he reaches us, we can ask him. Xizhi doesn't have any pictures of us on her phone, so he surely wouldn't recognize us. The others nod in agreement. Suddenly, Li Shuangshuang clutches Zhang Qi's arm tightly, forgetting to breathe, her eyes wide as she stares ahead. Zhang Qi, caught off guard by her sudden reaction, looks at her in confusion. Are you having a seizure? No. Look over there quickly. Is that Feng Ruoshan? I can't be seeing things, can I? No, you're not mistaken. I see him too. Beside him, Lin Yan's symptoms are identical to Li Shuangshuang's. As the figure approached, their recognition grew clearer. Li Shuangshuang released Zhang Qi and rushed to embrace Lin Yan, both trembling with excitement, one shaking more than the other. They then erupted into shrieks. Ah! It really is Feng Ruishan. We can't believe we are seeing him. Though the boys, including Zhang Qi, weren't primarily fans of Feng Ruishan's visage, they admired his music, which meant they also revered the artist himself. They too were elated. How could Feng Ruishan be here? Did he live nearby? After expressing their bewilderment, Zhang Qi remembered why they were standing there. He glanced behind Feng Ruishan, noting that Xizhi's friend had yet to arrive. Li Shuangshuang and Lin Yan were in a daze, completely fixated on Feng Ruishan. After a moment of frantic screams, fearing they might startle their idol, they struggled to regain composure. As Feng Ruishan drew closer, now only a meter away, the two girls collected themselves, contemplating how to request an autograph and a photo without appearing abrupt. Just then, Feng Ruishan halted before them. Could it be that the idol was so approachable, recognizing them as fans and initiating conversation? Hello, are you students of Xizhi? A daring thought flashed in Li Shuangshuang's mind, so audacious it made her feel slightly lightheaded. Lin Yan pinched her arm, prompting her to mechanically respond, yes, yes. Feng Ruishan replied, Xizhi sent me to fetch you. Please come with me. With a thud, Li Shuangshuang collapsed to the ground, truly fainting. Gu Jianyuan glanced at the unconscious Li Shuangshuang sprawled on the sofa, and then at Xizhi. Did you not inform them that your friend is Feng Ruishan? Xizhi looked innocently bewildered. I did mention it. I told them they could personally give him gifts when they came over for dinner this weekend. Gu Jianyuan sighed. Well, he can imagine they wouldn't believe it. If he were in their shoes, he too would find such a fantastical notion hard to accept. Meanwhile, Zhang Qi and Fan Jiang were engrossed in conversation with Feng Ruishan. Zhang Qi, astonished, asked, You say you know both of us? But have we met before? Feng Ruishan replied, At the KFC near your school, during Crazy Thursday. Fan Jiang was the first to piece it together. You're that mysterious figure clad in black. Feng Ruishan beamed with pride, indeed. Zhang Qi recalled not only the person but also that unmelodious voice. So, you usually lip-sync when you sing? Feng Ruishan mused. It's a pity for the chef's skills. The marinated barbecue meat deserves better. To remedy this, Xizhi had arranged a proper meal for everyone today. The elderly lady also insisted that the chef prepare Buddha jumps over the wall for Xizhi daily. The aroma was so enticing it could entice Xizhi to break down walls. Equally enticing enough to make a group of children consider severing ties with their families to adopt the Gu surname and become Gu grandchildren.
Li Shuangshuang ragainat consciousness.
Witnessing Zhang Qi and the others playing games with Feng Ruishan, mustering courage, she joined in. Where is Xizhi? Why isn't she playing games with us? As Zhang Qi made room for Li Shuangshuang in the game, he noticed Xizhi's absence. Feng Ruishan interjected, She should be with my grandfather. He has many questions for her. The children found it hard to fathom what an elder could possibly want to ask Xizhi and paid little attention to the matter. At noon sharp, all the dishes were arranged in the dining room and everyone began to eat. Zhang Qi, already enchanted by the kitchen's fragrant offerings, envied his grandfather for having such a talented chef. Even if he prepared grass, it would surely taste divine. During the meal, Zhang Qi sat beside Xizhi. And thinking of his grandfather, he leaned in to whisper, What you told me the other day, I reminded my grandfather. Oh, juicy gossip. Xizhi perked up. I feel quite sorry for my grandfather. At his age, he just discovered he has been raising a son for someone else. He has been swamped with this lately. Finally, my grandfather won't have to eat grass with him anymore. Gu Laoyi feigned a stroll to pour water for Xizhi, nodding in agreement. Indeed, no more grass. Is your grandfather doing well lately? If there are any health concerns, he can come by later. Someone can check him out. Feng Ruishan's grandfather was in need of a practice subject. Zhang Qi shot Xizhi a puzzled look. The last time he suggested his father help at school, she remarked that if her father developed a condition the hospital couldn't treat, he should seek her out. Now she was suggesting his grandfather come to her if he felt unwell. He suspected she might have nefarious experiments in mind involving their family members. He chose to answer honestly. My grandfather is eager to resolve this matter quickly to avoid being mocked by your grandfather. His spirits seem quite high. And he appears to be in good health. It seems the peculiar competitive spirit among the elderly has allowed him to overcome everything. He shouldn't suffer from a stroke as the original plot suggested. Gu Laoyi scoffed. What did it matter if he had a competitive streak? He had not been cuckolded. Zhang Laoda's affairs paled in comparison to his own. After an enjoyable lunch, the group sank into the sofas. Someone suggested ordering milk tea, and all hands shot up in agreement. While waiting for the delivery, Feng Ruishan stood up. Chapter 89. The most beautiful days aren't rainy, but those when you buy milk tea for me. Let me perform a little show for everyone. Upon hearing their idol would perform, Li Shuangshuang felt giddy with happiness. She leaned against Xizhi. Xizhi, am I dreaming? Why am I so happy today? Not only have I savored such delicious Buddha jumps over the wall, but I also encountered Feng Ruishan. He is so down-to-earth, playing games with us and now performing. Oh dear, my idol is just too amazing. Lin Yan leaned against Xizhi on the other side, her eyes sparkling as she gazed at Feng Ruishan.
Xizhi.
Do you think Feng Ruishan is going to sing for us? I must record this. Hearing him sing up close, others will surely envy me. Xizhi replied. You might not believe it, but after his performance, I think you might unfollow him. Since rising to fame, it was Feng Ruishan's first time being so close to his fans. Lacking experience in interacting with them, he believed that authenticity was the ultimate trick to retain fans. Thus, he resolved to present his true self. He retrieved his black robe, which this time appeared dirtier and more tattered, resembling that of a beggar. Once clad in the robe, Feng Ruishan sat cross-legged on the floor. Before him lay a dented stainless steel bowl, accompanied by a piece of cardboard reading, "Hello everyone, due to an illness. I am currently paralyzed from the waist down. I hope kind-hearted passers-by will show me some compassion. Li Xuan? Lin Yan, poised to record the moment. This isn't happening. You're making me watch this? Li Shuangshuang began to question her life choices and pulled out her phone. Let us just continue playing games. Half an hour later, their milk tea arrived. Thanks to a promotional offer, they received 2 complimentary cups for ordering 10. A total of 12 cups were delivered. The 2 cups provided are both standard full-sugar milk teas. Who among us would like to drink these overly sweet beverages? I certainly do not, as the full-sugar milk tea from this establishment is excessively sweet and leaves one feeling quite uncomfortable afterward. I, too, refrain from indulging. I prefer my milk tea, at most with half the sweetness. Even the younger ones among us cannot tolerate the cloying sweetness of full-sugar milk tea, let alone the adults. Xizhi's mind began to race. It is a disgrace to waste food, thus these 2 cups of milk tea must not go to waste. I shall take them upstairs for Xizhi to drink, thus enhancing my task progress. Xizhi was working from home today and did not come down for lunch, opting instead to have his meals delivered to his study by the servants. Nearby, Grandmother Gu, who had managed to snag a cup of fruit tea, sighed. I knew it would come to this. Bringing a cup of unwanted milk tea to curry favor with someone. Aren't you afraid that the more you try, the more they will dislike you? She even began to doubt whether Xizhi's indifference towards her might one day be a result of her reverse attempts at gaining his favor. Gu Jiangyuan, unaware of Xizhi's task, was intrigued when he caught sight of Xizhi descending the stairs. In an effort to alert Xizhi, he called out loudly, "Uncle." Xizhi quickly turned her head. Upon seeing Xizhi, her eyes sparkled. Clutching the cup of milk tea that had garnered disdain from others, she hurried over. Her sweet smile directed upward at Xizhi. Uncle, this is a special cup of milk tea I ordered for you, full sugar. I hope your mood today is as sweet as this drink. As she made her way toward the dining room to prepare a plate of fruit for Xizhi. Hoping to salvage Xizhi's task, Grandmother Gu thought to herself. Thankfully, while the milk tea may be lackluster, that sentiment was quite charming. Xizhi cast a cold glance at Xizhi, his eyes filled with disdain. I won't drink it. Xizhi's mind raced as she recalled the various scenarios she had seen involving devoted admirers and considered how best to respond. After pondering, she followed closely behind Xizhi. Uncle, do you know why I bought this milk tea? The dining room was not far from the living room, and as everyone was drawn by Xizhi's call of uncle, they momentarily forgot to speak, caught in the aura of the male lead, Xizhi. Silence enveloped the living room, allowing Xizhi's words to resonate clearly. Those present began to grasp the origin of the milk tea. Xizhi, somewhat impatient, replied, I do not know. Xizhi, with a sincere and yearning expression, continued, Did you know? The most beautiful moments are not the rainy days, but the days when I buy you milk tea. Upon seeing this cup of milk tea, I thought how wonderful it would be if I could buy you milk tea every day. Xizhi's face soured even further. Xizhi, undeterred, added, after finishing my meal, I pondered that if life is destined to present me with 2 treasures, one would be you, and the other milk tea. But to have you enjoy the milk tea I bought would be the greatest fortune in my life. Xizhi's expression darkened ominously. What do you intend to do? Gu Shiji sighed. My life will only grow sweeter from here on, so I wanted you to have a taste of this sweet milk tea to warm up to it. Give me the milk tea and you may leave. The longer she spoke, the more Gu Yijing feared he might lose his composure. All right then, I shall take my leave. The onlookers witnessed the entire exchange. Zhang Qi remarked, isn't it true that Sister Xi must have read a plethora of romantic verses? How effortlessly she delivers these cheesy lines. Li Shuangshuang added, Sister Xi is quite determined to avoid wasting a cup of milk tea. Grandmother Gu felt a slight relief. Her dear grandson may not be genuinely smitten, but her daughter's words were certainly charming. Grandfather Gu, with a stern expression, gazed at the milk tea in Gu Yijing's hand, feeling a sudden urge to snatch it away. Although he wasn't fond of sweet drinks, the idea of his little one bringing him milk tea every day was not entirely unappealing. System. Has Gu Yijing developed feelings for me? After delivering the milk tea, Gu Shiji eagerly anticipated her reward. System. No, there has been no change. According to system analysis, Gu Yijing currently holds a goodwill value of 20 toward you. The host must strive further. Upon triggering the relevant task, the system also activated the goodwill value detection feature. Gu Shiji felt a bit bewildered. Wait, didn't you tell me 2 days ago that his goodwill value was 0? How has it now decreased to -20? Are you malfunctioning? Meanwhile, Gu Yijing, wishing to avoid further annoyance from Gu Shiji, hurriedly attempted to finish the milk tea in his hand. With a large gulp, he found it overwhelmingly sweet and felt compelled to vomit, which he did at the sink. System. It has just been detected that Gu Yijing's goodwill value toward you is now 30. Gu Shiji? System. You must be malfunctioning. I haven't done anything yet. How has the goodwill value decreased by another 10? The Gu family members silently observed Gu Yijing, who looked rather pale as he vomited. The students of Class 18 had diligently studied for a considerable period, and at last, the midterm examination arrived. Chapter 90. The midterm examination, the Chinese teacher's gratification. This midterm examination marked the first significant test since they entered high school, and each student regarded it with utmost seriousness. Many were cramming just before the exam. As Gu Shiji entered the classroom that morning with a piece of bread in her mouth, she was greeted by the sounds of various students reciting their lines. The first exam was Chinese, with some memorizing classical texts and others reciting ancient poems. Even Zhang Qi, known for his lackluster academic performance, opened a text, glanced at it, and quickly closed the book, attempting to memorize it. After realizing he couldn't, he opened the book again, only to close it once more. In the cold winter, the Xiang River flows north, Lion's Head. He grasped his head in frustration. What is this absurd hobby of referring to Lion's Head in the cold winter by the Xiang River? If one were to bring Lion's Head there, surely it would be cold by then. How could one enjoy cold Lion's Head? Gu Shiji pulled out a chair and sat down, taking a bite of her bread. She paused. Indeed, cold Lion's Head would surely be unappetizing. But could it be possible that it refers to the Orange Isle? Is it? Zhang Qi flipped open the book again and looked. It really does say Orange Isle. Gu Shiji began to suspect there was a printing error in his textbook. Mistaking the 4-character phrase Orange Isle for the 3-character Lion's Head was one thing, but how could one misread a character even when actively reading? She glanced at Zhang Qi's book and continued to munch on her bread.
Kiye, stop memorizing.
I bought you a copy as well. Just stick this paper inside your clothes and wear these special glasses with a magnifying lens. During the exam, you can copy directly. Wang Hua had been hunched over his desk, fiddling with something, and finally approached Zhang Qi with pride. Sister Xi, I prepared yours too. Just like I did. Stick it in here and wear these glasses. Guaranteed you'll ace the ancient poetry recitation. Wang Hua lifted his garment, revealing a row of papers taped inside, filled with minuscule handwriting. Nearly impossible to read with the naked eye. To assuage Gu Shiji and the others' concerns, he brought the glasses closer. Instantly, the small text appeared magnified, revealing the ancient poems they were required to memorize for the semester. You all should stick these on, every point counts. Gu Shiji, aside from occasionally helping everyone with math problems, had otherwise maintained her usual routine of either sleeping or playing on her phone during classes, and had not completed any assignments. Wang Hua and the others naturally assumed she was just as academically challenged as they were and had prepared a copy for her as well. Gu Shiji, the last time she felt this speechless was during the previous occasion. Ultimately, all the extravagant items that Wang Hua purchased online at a considerable expense were confiscated by Gu Shiji. As she tore the little notes and tossed them into the trash bin, Gu Shiji comforted Wang Hua. It's all right, your filial piety has been acknowledged by your father. Once the exams are over, arrangements will be made for you to memorize the articles on these papers. The examination commenced at 9 o'clock. Deprived of her cheating tools, Wang Hua returned to her seat, resignedly opening her Chinese textbook to begin her studies. Nearby, Zhang Qi was whimsically alternating between lion head, orange head, and cat head. Gu Xizhi felt a sudden urge to deliver a good smack to his head. Li Shuangshuang, while studying, kindly brought Gu Xizhi a cup of hot water, adeptly twisting off the lid and placing it at the corner of her desk. Gu Xizhi rested her chin on her hand, savoring the rich atmosphere of learning around her. Suddenly, it dawned on her that everyone here was genuinely passionate about studying, radiating youthful vigor. It would be a disservice to their youth if she allowed them to live a life of relentless competition, toiling over every minute detail. As for the notion of being a lazy fish, she would shoulder that burden alone. To prevent anyone from scribbling down cheating content on their desks or hiding it in obscure corners, the seating arrangements would be shuffled during the exam. Gu Xizhi found herself seated to the right of Zhuo Miaojuan. Zhuo Miaojuan had transferred to their school several days ago but had been away on an advertisement shoot until today, returning just in time for the midterm exam. She had yet to exchange a word with Gu Xizhi. Having merely heard classmates mention that she achieved a perfect score in the preliminary round of a mathematics competition and assisted her peers in organizing math study notes. Those classmates who sought to ingratiate themselves with her deliberately borrowed the notes Gu Xizhi had compiled. She scoffed at them, utterly disinterested. A student from a small town, even if they excelled in their school, would still be considered average in the capital city. Even achieving a perfect score in a math competition could merely be attributed to a stroke of luck. She held no particular feelings towards Gu Xizhi. Simply casting a curious glance her way before returning to wipe the desk with an alcohol wipe, her expression one of disdain. As the clock struck 9, the bell rang. The teacher entered and distributed the examination papers. Upon receiving her paper, Gu Xizhi meticulously inscribed her name on it. Reflecting on her past, she realized that since graduating from university, she had not participated in such a formal examination for quite some time. With a nostalgic glance, she surveyed the front of the paper, then flipped it over to examine the back, even reading through the essay prompt. These were the actions typical of every student intent on performing well in their exams, and she appeared quite earnest in her demeanor. The invigilator for their Chinese exam was the homeroom teacher of class 17, who often heard the Chinese teacher of class 18 express concern that Gu Xizhi had never submitted a single assignment. During class, she was either asleep or engrossed in a novel. Recently, he had worried that Gu Xizhi might still turn in a blank paper during the final exams. However, witnessing her earnestness in reviewing the paper, he felt reassured about her performance. With a look of satisfaction, he moved to the back of the classroom to observe the other students. As he passed by Gu Xizhi again, he noticed her just finishing the multiple-choice questions on the front. She then flipped to the back, delving into the modern text reading section. She read it with the same engagement as one would a novel, chuckling softly at humorous parts. During exams, many students prioritize answering questions they find interesting first, and he did not think much of it. After walking around and seeing everyone focused on their papers, he stationed himself at the podium to avoid distracting the students. His gaze swept across the classroom once more, returning to Gu Xizhi. The modern text was not lengthy, and Gu Xizhi had already finished reading, swiftly answering the related questions without a moment's pause. Suddenly, Chapter 91, Don't Copy My Answers. Jean Zichao exclaimed, Wait, weren't you answering smoothly just now? Why have you fallen asleep? Gu Xizhi completed the multiple-choice questions with the least number of strokes, recalling that the modern text she had glanced at seemed quite intriguing. She read through it as if it were a novel. Having read the article, she proceeded to answer the subsequent questions. However, it had been too long since she had written so many Chinese characters, and writing so quickly made her hand rather sore. Indeed, being a student was arduous. Not only were exams frequent, but during them, one also had to write so extensively. Particularly for the Chinese exam, which required an 800-word essay within a limited time. It was quite taxing. The examination regulations mandated that papers could only be submitted after 1 hour had passed. She promptly succumbed to sleep. The first day of the senior midterm exams began with Chinese in the morning and mathematics in the afternoon, commencing at 3 o'clock. Before the math exam, classmates were reviewing the essential topics Gu Xizhi had highlighted for them, as well as memorizing mathematical formulas. Zhuo Miaojuan, who excelled in mathematics during her time in the capital, felt confident in her abilities. Unlike others who were anxiously cramming, she was engrossed in her script. Out of the corner of her eye, she noticed Gu Xizhi seemingly gazing in her direction. She overheard someone in front discussing how, during the exam, they planned to subtly reveal their multiple-choice answers to another classmate. Frowning, she felt displeased. Turning to Gu Xizhi, she coldly stated, "I hope you refrain from looking this way during the exam. I do not appreciate my carefully written answers being effortlessly copied by others." Gu Xizhi was captivated by a bird perched on a tree outside the window. Intrigued by how it had caught a worm and wondering how it managed to consume it, she was utterly absorbed. Suddenly, it seemed she heard Zhuo Miaojuan speaking to someone about copying answers. After saying that, Zhuo Miaojuan returned to her script. Gu Xizhi was entirely oblivious to the fact that Zhuo Miaojuan had been looking at her when she spoke. She turned her attention to Wang Hua, who was still conversing with Lin Yan beside him. "Lin Yan, whether my dad deducts my allowance after the midterms depends on you." Gu Xizhi instantly understood that Zhuo Miaojuan's remark must have been directed at Wang Hua. She tapped Wang Hua's head with her pen, sighing. "Did you not hear what a classmate said? You still want to cheat?" Wang Hua clutched his head. I was just joking. I completed all the questions you assigned. I can surely do my math problems on my own." Zhuo Miaojuan cast a disdainful glance at Gu Xizhi. Her eyes filled with contempt. What kind of person was this? She was reprimanding others while being so brazen about it. At 2:20, in the mathematics department office, several math teachers gathered together. "What do you think Gu Xizhi will score on this math exam?" She managed a perfect score on the competition paper, which was quite challenging. "Surely she can perform well on the midterm exam, given that it's set by our school?" "I agree. Perhaps she can also achieve a perfect score this time." Someone noticed Zhang Yang was also in the office and that he appeared somewhat displeased. They quickly added, however, "It's possible that her previous success in the math competition was merely due to luck. Her performance is likely not as stable as Gu Xiao from Class 1. Furthermore, when it comes to average class scores, Class 1 would undoubtedly lead the way in this math exam." Speaking of average scores, someone cast a sympathetic glance towards Xizhi. Even with Gu Xizhi in Class 18, her individual achievement of a perfect score is rendered inconsequential. It does not alter the undeniable truth that Class 18 is the weakest in the grade. As the clock strikes 3, the mathematics papers are distributed. Zhuo Miaojuan, apprehensive that Gu Xizhi might copy her answers and achieve a similar score, deliberately lets her hair down to obscure her work during the examination. The supervising teacher, who had previously speculated in the office about Gu Xizhi's potential score, takes a position beside her, focusing intently on her. After receiving the paper, Gu Xizhi instinctively reviews it in its entirety before writing her name and class. Having completed those preliminary tasks, she moves on to the true-false questions, swiftly marking her answers with a series of ticks and crosses before tackling the multiple-choice section. Once the choices are filled in, she feels no fatigue in her hands and turns directly to the final, most challenging problem, inscribing a solution before delving into the task. The supervising teacher, astonished by her speed on the previous sections, observes her rapid progress on the most difficult question, thinking to himself that she is surely on track for a perfect score. Even if she doesn't achieve full marks, he is confident it will not be a poor result. Just moments earlier, he had made a quiet wager with a colleague in the office, agreeing that if Gu Xizhi secured the top score in the grade, his colleague would provide him with breakfast for a week. His anticipation of a week's worth of breakfast suddenly faded as he considered the difficulty of the final problem, which required illustration. Upon finishing, Gu Xizhi finally felt a slight ache in her hand and leaned down to rest. The second supervising teacher begins to question his own life choices, thinking, "You write so smoothly, why not continue?" After a moment of contemplation, he cleared his throat and announced, "The midterm examination will be followed by a parents' meeting. I urge everyone to take this exam seriously, especially to ensure that the entire paper is completed. Completing the paper is what a diligent student should do. Someone like her merely needs to ensure she does not pull the average down too drastically." Gu Xizhi turned her head away, choosing not to acknowledge the supervising teacher, who muttered under his breath, "What a troublesome child." At 5:10 p.m. in the mathematics department office, the supervising teacher of Class 18 approached Xizhi with a heavy heart. "Teacher Jean, I believe you ought to have a serious discussion with Gu Xizhi. How can a student be so apathetic as to neglect her exam?" His disappointment was palpable. Xizhi smiled as he took the paper from the teacher's hands, flipping through until he reached Gu Xizhi's paper. While she hadn't completed much, every question she attempted was correct, including the final challenging problem, just as expected. As Xizhi returned the paper, he heard someone calling his name, and his smile faded. "So do you need something?" "Teacher, during the exam, I found the last question quite difficult and was hoping to ask you about it." The last problem was indeed a competition-level question, and Zhuo Miaojuan genuinely could not solve it. The midterm examination spanned 3 days, and the news of Gu Xizhi sleeping through all of them circulated throughout the grade. It was rumored that she had not even completed her mathematics paper, leading many to believe that the top scores would be claimed by either Xizhi or Chinwon. Once again, Class 1 was likely to achieve the highest average score across all subjects. Chapter 92. Who could it be that shows concern while he is ailing? Xizhi. It's getting late. Finish your milk and hurry off to bed. At 10 o'clock at night, the light in Xizhi's room still glowed. Lin Manny entered with a cup of milk, her expression tinged with worry. Inside, Xizhi was seated at her desk, perusing their first-year physics textbook, alongside a set of past final exam papers she had borrowed from their physics teacher. Hearing Lin Manny's voice, she obediently replied, "All right. My mother is truly wonderful. This is nothing like the descriptions in novels. It must be my charisma that has completely captivated her. Alas, Xizhi is indeed blind. How could he not see my charm? His lack of appreciation is truly hindering my mission." After placing the milk down, Lin Manny lingered in Xizhi's room, unable to conceal the smile that spread across her face as she listened to her daughter's self-praise. As for Xizhi's narcissistic remarks, she could only agree her daughter was indeed charming, just like herself, and anyone who disliked Xizhi surely lacked good character, such as Xizhi. Last weekend, during a barbecue at the ancestral home, she had overheard discussions of some task, likely aimed at increasing Xizhi's favorability. Yet, Xizhi's regard for her remained inexplicably negative, truly impeding her progress. Xizhi took a moment to sip her milk, pausing to think. To increase someone's favorability, there is indeed a rather effective method. It involves showing genuine concern when they are unwell, especially with my medical expertise. My care would surely score additional points. But he hasn't fallen ill. With a change of seasons and yet he remains healthy, he must not be working hard enough. Perhaps this weekend, I should devise a plan to push him into the lotus pond for a soak. Lin Manny's eyes lit up. This notion of showing concern while he is ailing was indeed a brilliant idea. In such circumstances, even the cold-faced CEO from a novel would be moved. However, Xizhi was still too young, her considerations lacking depth. Pushing him into the lotus pond and then feigning concern would seem overly contrived. How could a sharp-minded individual like Xizhi fail to notice the insincerity behind her gestures? "Mom, I've finished." Xizhi returned the empty cup to her. After she quietly exited Xizhi's room, Lin Manny gently closed the door behind her and entered the study of Xizhi across the hall. "Darling, what brings you here?" Xizhi, having just finished a video conference, rose to greet her. Their enduring relationship, strong enough to have borne 5 children in this day and age, mirrored that of a couple still in the throes of romance after more than 2 decades of marriage. He took her hand and guided her to the sofa on the side of the study. Lin Manny, preoccupied with her thoughts, was not in the mood for idle affection. She got straight to the point. "This weekend, let us invite your younger brother to join us for our rafting trip in the Northeast. It's been quite a while since the two of you went out together. If you don't make an effort to spend time together, people might start to gossip about a rift in your brotherly relationship. By the way, when you go rafting, let him wear lighter clothing. I've heard that even in winter, it can get quite warm there." Xizhi was taken aback. "Darling, have I done something to upset you? Why would you suggest he raft in the Northeast during a snowstorm? Are you trying to freeze him? If I really went rafting with my brother in the Northeast and followed your advice to dress lightly, while the world may cease to speculate about our brotherly discord, they'd surely start murmuring about our marital strife instead." Lin Manny set the tray on the coffee table and pulled out her phone to check the safety of winter rafting in the Northeast. Upon finding that it seemed quite popular, she furrowed her brow and decided, "Forget it. You need not take him rafting this weekend. Instead, invite him over to the house so we can all gather and chat." Xizhi sighed in relief. His wife still loved him.
Darling.
With an abundance of children at home, Xizhi had not shared an intimate moment with his beloved wife for quite some time. He gazed at her with deep affection. Lin Manny suddenly stood up, declaring, "I must go downstairs to prepare a late-night snack for Xizhi." She had just noticed that Xizhi's physics book had been thoroughly perused. Given how much she had read, Lin Manny surmised that Xizhi would likely finish it in one go. Thus, a late-night snack was essential to replenish her energy. A hint of helplessness crossed Xizhi's handsome face. After Lin Manny departed, he picked up his phone and called Xizhi. Xizhi was engrossed in her studies until the early hours of the morning, and the next day she arrived at school just in time. She dozed off during 2 classes, but after enjoying a warm cup of milk tea brought by Fan Jiang from the neighboring class, she felt rejuvenated. With renewed vigor, she completed the assignments she had left unfinished the previous night. By the time school let out in the afternoon, She had finally organized all her physics notes from the first semester of her freshman year. She handed a hefty notebook to Li Shuang, saying, "Make copies for everyone. This will ensure you all enjoy a splendid winter break." Today was yet another Friday. Zhang Qi, kicking away Wang Hua, who was attempting to drape an arm around him, approached Xizhi and said, "A new amusement park has opened in the city, and my dad brought back a plethora of tickets. Let's go have some fun tomorrow." Xizhi, recalling that it had been many years since her last visit to an amusement park, felt a surge of excitement and agreed. They arranged to meet at the amusement park entrance at 10 in the morning. Suddenly, her phone vibrated. She glanced at it and sighed. "I have something to attend to. I must leave now." At the Fong family clinic, ever since she had encountered Fong Minji there, Xizhi had become increasingly diligent in her visits. "You arrived late." The old master just left, a fellow apprentice, who had been growing close to Xizhi in the clinic, informed her about events that transpired in her absence. Xizhi, feeling anxious, asked, "What about now? Is he still here?" "He left. He was here for a brief moment. I heard from the shopkeeper that he seems to be looking for someone in this vicinity." The apprentice looked around cautiously, lowering their voice, when he arrived. "I happened to go in to deliver something and overheard him sending a voice message to someone, expressing his dissatisfaction with the prescription he had been working on recently and wanting to discuss it in person. He was exceedingly respectful, as if conversing with a senior. Who could this person be? Could their medical skills truly surpass those of the old master?" Xizhi pondered. The old master was already regarded as the foremost practitioner of traditional Chinese medicine in contemporary times. If this individual truly surpassed him, they would indeed be the legendary healer spoken of in novels. Xizhi's gaze sharpened. In her 2 lifetimes, aside from Fong Minji, she had never heard of anyone whose expertise in traditional Chinese medicine surpassed his. Chapter 93. The Eccentric Individuals at School. I was genuinely terrified at the time. If there truly exists someone with superior medical skills to Fong Minji, becoming their disciple would undoubtedly be more beneficial than learning from Fong Minji himself. After preparing a dose of medicine, Xizhi took out her phone and sent a message to a contact whose profile picture depicted a clown, requesting information about Fong Minji's whereabouts near Ning City No. 1 High School. Fong Minji had arranged to meet Xizhi at the Shaoshan Tea House outside the school. As Xizhi exited the teaching building, feeling somewhat parched, she decided to stop by a small supermarket to purchase an ice cream. As she savored her treat, she walked towards the school gate. Just a few steps away, a well-dressed man approached her. Despite the considerable distance between their paths, Xizhi instinctively sidestepped a few more steps to ensure she would not be disturbed while enjoying her ice cream. She continued to relish her treat in peace. In the next moment, "You've stained my clothes." Despite the distance, the man had persistently collided with her, taking the initiative. When Xizhi had purchased her ice cream, she had generously selected the most expensive one available, costing her 13 yuan. Having only taken a few bites, she was left with merely 2 bites remaining, and now it was all gone? "This classmate," the man began, "my suit is quite expensive. I won't require you to compensate me for it. Just treat me to a cup of milk tea." Xizhi was taken aback. "Are you trying to pull a fast one on me?" Her eyes fixated on the remnants of her ice cream, and she recalled a heart-wrenching story she had read 2 days prior. Her eyes reddened, tears welling up, but refusing to fall. With a sorrowful tone, she lamented, "Little Snow, you met such a tragic fate. I went through so much to rescue you from the freezer, yet before you could experience the beauty of this world, you were tragically destroyed. Oh, Little Snow, how could your life be so hard? I know you must miss your siblings still trapped in the freezer. Fear not. I shall ensure that this wretched soul compensates you, allowing him to buy back all your siblings. Thus, you shall not feel alone on your journey to the afterlife." She opened her phone, displaying the payment code, entering a sum, and thrusting it towards the man. Jin Bai was momentarily amused. He thought he was shameless, but this girl surpassed him in audacity. Nevertheless, it suited him perfectly. "Very well, I shall accompany you to retrieve Little Snow's siblings." Xizhi emerged from the supermarket, carrying a large bag of ice cream, standing at the entrance while waiting for Zhang Qi and the others to arrive. She had just contacted them. By the time they collected the ice cream, Xizhi had already resolved the matter concerning the 2 remaining siblings of Little Snow. Waving goodbye to Jin Bai, she continued toward the school gate. Jin Bai, taken aback, hurriedly followed. "Hey, why did you leave so quickly? Don't you have any questions for me?" Xizhi paused, turning to face his mature and charming visage and inquired, "Do you know why, after a minute passes, the world loses 60 seconds? Do you know why the day my mother gave birth to me happened to be my birthday? Do you know why, if you are simply a bit fairer, You want to be dark? Jinbai was caught off guard by Gu Shiji's questions, and he stood there contemplating. Meanwhile, Gu Shiji resumed her stroll toward the school gate. Just as she was nearing the entrance, Fang Mianji's call came through. Xizhi, I have a patient who fainted unexpectedly. I must go check on them. I will come find you another day. Without needing to seek out Fang Mianji, Gu Shiji took a leisurely stroll through the food street before finally hailing a taxi home. System. Host, why didn't you engage in conversation with Jinbai for a bit longer? You clearly know he was intentionally waiting for you. Gu Shiji sipped her lemon tea and munched on curry fish balls. He is too old. System. What does age have to do with it? It's not like you're being asked to form a couple with him. As the malicious female supporting character system, it felt compelled to advise Gu Shiji. He will become a significant ally for Gu Sairu in the future. If you establish a good relationship with him before her, you can, to some extent, diminish her influence. Sabotaging the growth of the female lead is precisely what a malicious supporting character ought to do.
Oh.
Gu Shiji absent-mindedly popped another curry fish ball into her mouth. At the Fong family clinic, Gu Sairu did not leave until 9:30 that evening. A message arrived from the contact with a clown avatar. Fang Mianji sat at a tea house for a while but left without meeting anyone. Gu Sairu was puzzled. Could it be that this person, rumored to possess superior medical skills to Fang Mianji, did not even exist? On Saturday, before Gu Shiji left home, Lin Manny stood at the door to see her off, saying, "Today, your father will invite your uncle over, so he can chat with him in the courtyard." Recently, it appears that the automatic irrigation system in this garden has encountered some issues, and I sincerely hope it does not malfunction today. Otherwise, if it were to spray uncontrollably and cause your uncle to fall ill, that would be quite unfortunate. Gu Shiji expressed her astonishment. Ah, that shouldn't happen, right? If it does break down, Mom, you must keep your distance. Ah, that would be splendid. If this sprinkler mechanism truly fails and causes Gu Yijing to become ill, I would have the perfect opportunity to care for him. It seems even the heavens wish for me to complete this task swiftly, don't they? Today is yet another day filled with my mother's affection. Lin Manny, in high spirits, generously transferred a substantial amount of pocket money to Gu Shiji, advising her to choose a decent and clean establishment for her meals, steering clear of unsanitary food. Upon arriving at the amusement park entrance, Zhang Qi, Fan Jiang, Li Shuangshuang, Lin Yan, and Wang Hua were already waiting. Zhang Qi was engaged in conversation with Fan Jiang. You spend every day mingling with our class. I wonder why you didn't just transfer to our class from the start. As Gu Shiji approached, they paused their chatter and waved at her. I've heard that the haunted house at this amusement park is exceptionally well done and is a must-visit attraction. Let us go there first. No one objected, and the group made their way towards the haunted house. Truly, it deserves its reputation as the most popular attraction in the amusement park. Even in the early morning, there was a considerable queue. Gu Shiji and her friends waited for over half an hour before they could enter. Inside, eerie music echoed, creating a chilling atmosphere despite the numerous visitors. I must capture the scenes within this haunted house. Zhang Qi, displaying remarkable bravery, pulled out his phone to record. In the process, he inadvertently dropped his student ID from his pocket without noticing. Soon, I shall turn the tables and frighten these ghosts. After a while. Chapter 94. The history of the haunted house. What is her intention? The haunted house they entered was a shrine, steeped in historical ambience, shrouded in darkness by an unknown covering. Particularly as they initially traversed the path into the shrine, it was pitch black, rendering visibility impossible. Yet, the sounds of high heels clicking and indistinct arguments echoed in the air, the voices too raucous and seemingly in a dialect that no one could comprehend. The very inability to understand heightened the unease. Li Shuangshuang clutched Gu Shiji's arm tightly. I've heard that this shrine is indeed a legitimate shrine. Not a mere construction of the amusement park, but one that existed long before. Upon learning of their visit to the amusement park, Li Shuangshuang had prepared some information in advance. A gust of chilling wind swept through, causing her to feel apprehensive. She gripped Gu Shiji even tighter, eager to share what she had discovered. Over 40 years ago, this area was a small village, home to a remarkably beautiful girl whose life was, unfortunately, fraught with misfortune due to her beauty. She caught the eye of the son of a local landlord, but she was already in a relationship. Moreover, the landlord's son was notorious for his unsavory associations with dubious women, earning him a poor reputation in the village. Naturally, the girl was unwilling to marry him. This was when troubles began. Accustomed to getting his way, the landlord's son could not tolerate anyone vying for his affections. Consequently, he arranged for the girl's lover to be murdered. Even though the villagers were aware of the crime, none dared to speak out against the landlord's son due to his power and influence. Upon learning of her lover's death, the girl nearly lost her sanity. She initially hoped to escape the village and seek justice for her lover, but after confiding her intentions to her family, they confined her at home. Her parents and brother bound her limbs and forcibly delivered her to the landlord's son. In a grotesque display of cruelty, he had her lover's corpse brought into the room, subjecting her to unspeakable horrors before the lifeless body. From that moment on, she was chained by the landlord's son, released only when he desired to indulge his sadistic whims. After enduring this torment for some time, she devised a plan for escape, feigning acceptance of her fate and submitting to the landlord's son. He, lulled into complacency, neglected to rechain her after one of his episodes, providing her with the opportunity to flee. However, she dared not return home for help. Instead, she sought out the village chief, who was known for resolving various issues. To her dismay, the chief initially promised assistance, but soon returned with several villagers, binding her once more and returning her to the landlord's son. This time, his anger was fierce. He brutally assaulted her and subsequently handed her over to other men in the village. Nearly all the men participated, while the women merely gossiped and even her family stood by, watching. She lost all hope of escape, and every attempt was thwarted by the villagers who would capture her and bring her back. In time, she became pregnant, unaware of the identity of the child's father, and found the situation absurd. Ultimately, unable to endure such a life, she chose to end her own existence. On the 7th day following her death, during a village ancestral worship ceremony held in the shrine, a great fire engulfed the place, claiming the lives of all present. This is the very shrine from that time. A shiver ran down everyone's spine. Lin Yan trembled. Are you saying that people truly died in this shrine? A whole village? Li Shuangshuang nodded. Yes, an entire village perished. I've seen photographs online. The walls of the shrine are charred. After the village was incorporated into the urban development plan, the shrine was slated for demolition, yet inexplicably, anyone involved in its dismantling faced unfortunate events. Even after summoning masters to perform rituals, the issues persisted. Eventually, no one dared to attempt its demolition again. Wang Hua interjected excitedly. I recall my father mentioning a particularly eerie shrine in our city, where cries and wails echo at night. When he was a child, he and his friends tried to sneak in for an adventure, but my grandfather caught them and punished him severely. Could that shrine be this one? Zhang Qi, seizing on the topic, remarked, I also have some recollection. My grandfather mentioned this shrine to me. So, we are not merely playing in a haunted house. We are indeed on an adventure? They began to understand why this haunted house had become the most popular and thrilling attraction in the amusement park. Goodness. To visit a genuine haunted house where so many have perished is undeniably exhilarating. One must commend the amusement park's owner for their audacity. A sinister cackle echoed from ahead. A faint light flickered in the distance, through which they could discern the charred walls. Perhaps it was merely a trick of the mind, but Zhang Qi and the others felt as though they could smell the scent of burning flesh. Instantly, they were filled with dread. Xizhi found herself flanked by Li Shuangshuang on her left and Lin Yan on her right. Though the two were visibly trembling, being nestled between them, Xizhi felt a strange sense of calm. Suddenly, a creaking sound echoed through the air as a corpse plummeted from the ceiling, its rigid form writhing on the floor. Gradually, it lifted its head, revealing a visage marred by putrid wounds, eyes glowing with a sinister green light, and a bloodied mouth emitting a chilling, cackling laughter. Just moments ago, Xizhi had felt a sense of security being encircled by two companions, yet now, simultaneous screams erupted on either side. For a fleeting instant, she felt as though she might ascend to the heavens. Upon comparison, the sight of the corpse was not as terrifying as it initially seemed. Do not be afraid. Just let me go. I shall perform a noble deed, Xizhi urged as she pried apart Lin Yan and Li Shuangshuang's fingers and crawled towards the grotesque figure on the ground. Zhang Qi and Wang Hua, aware of the haunted house's grim history, clung together in fright, their eyes wide with curiosity as they wondered what Xizhi intended to do. Chapter 95. Did you hear that? They are calling my name. Third brother has returned. Look at you, with so many wounds on your face. You should tend to them. For it is indeed a frightful sight, Xizhi remarked as she rummaged through her shoulder bag. A haunted house was an inevitable feature of amusement parks. So she had come prepared. She had once harbored a dream of entering a haunted house to engage in a skirmish with the NPCs, curious whether they would retaliate. However, after experiencing the grind of the working world, she had come to appreciate the struggles of NPCs. It seemed rather pitiful to think they might be attacked while performing their duties. Thus, her aspiration transformed. She now wished to see who was more fearsome, herself or the NPCs. The NPC on the floor continued to convulse rigidly, mechanically repeating its frightful gestures, though its gaze appeared somewhat bewildered. Listening to Xizhi's words and observing her actions, it speculated that she might produce a bottle of makeup remover to erase the painstakingly applied facade. After all, in this era, there were indeed many mischievous children who delighted in destruction. It resolved to keep a close watch on her hands, prepared to evade as soon as she unleashed the remover. At last, Xizhi finished her search, turned around, and lowered her head, raising her arm for some unknown purpose. When she finally turned her head back, the NPC, having been intensely focused on her, recoiled in terror. Its pupils dilated, legs trembling, as its chest heaved violently.
Ah!
Xizhi's face was illuminated by a small light pinned her collar, revealing her eyes as they fell from their sockets. Her skin splitting to unleash a swarm of writhing insects. Her irises were blood red, oozing crimson. She extended her tongue to lick her lips, only to suddenly detach it, playfully toying with it in her hand. At that moment, a mouth sprouted from her forehead, a cavernous maw into which she shoved her severed tongue, the mouth chewing voraciously. This was a creature so monstrous it would consume its own tongue. As the NPC witnessed Xizhi approaching like a zombie, its body drenched in cold sweat, it finally fainted when she was but an arm's length away. What was Xizhi doing? Why had the NPC collapsed? Surely it wouldn't just lie there? Xizhi, with her back turned to Zhangqi and the others, concealed her actions from them. A smirk crept across her lips as she observed the fainted NPC. It seemed she was indeed the more formidable one, though the NPC was rather weak, succumbing to fright so easily. Pondering, she retrieved a small mirror from her bag. The prop she had crafted last night had yet to be tested, and she was uncertain of its effects. As the reflection materialized, Xizhi gasped, patting her chest in relief. Thankfully, as long as there were no mirrors, she would not have to confront her current appearance. The haunted house was predominantly shrouded in darkness, and their present location was no exception. After turning off the light at her collar, neither Li Shuang nor the others could discern her facial expression. They continued onward. The scent of charred remnants grew increasingly pungent, prompting Lin Yan to remark, could it be that those individuals perished right here? Apart from Xizhi, the others were barely daring to breathe. The silence in the haunted house was palpable. Amidst the stillness, the sound of a bouncing ball became conspicuously pronounced. Not far ahead, swirling smoke illuminated a figure resembling a child of 7 or 8 years. It tilted its head back, its face ghostly pale, blood streaming from all orifices. Grinning disturbingly as it beckoned, "Come play with me." Just as Li Shuang and the others were about to scream, Xizhi flicked the switch on her collar light.
Ah!
The screaming transformed into an NPC's cry as it hastily fled. Li Shuang and the others stood bewildered. Are the NPCs here truly this feeble? They subsequently encountered several more NPCs, all of whom fainted or fled before they had the chance to display their fear. Suddenly, Zhangqi found himself unafraid. This shrine is hardly anything to be terrified of. It's not frightening at all. The others, who had been previously intimidated by the shrine's history, shared similar sentiments. At that moment, they heard voices calling for Zhangqi. Each NPC bore a microphone, and the voices emitted through the devices were manipulated, taking on a chilling, echoing quality. Gradually, multiple voices began to call out for Zhangqi, each one more frightening than the last, distinctly different from their own group. Zhangqi instinctively drew closer to the person beside him, which happened to be Wang Hua. "What is going on, Qi? How could these NPCs know your name?" Li Shuang and Lin Yan clung together, trembling uncontrollably. "When we entered, we didn't register our names. The NPCs shouldn't know who we are." Could it be that Li Shuang's thought was cut short as the call for Zhangqi grew nearer? They ventured into a completely dark alley, and a sudden chill swept through the group. Zhangqi, Zhangqi, Zhangqi. The voices grew increasingly close.
Ah!
The group broke into a panic sprint. An NPC hovering in midair, overhearing the words through a Bluetooth earpiece, spotted them approaching and shouted, "Zhangqi," in the same disquieting tone. Even Xizhi, who had been delighting in scaring others, felt a shiver run down her spine at the sight. It was impossible for NPCs to know Zhangqi's name, and even if they did, they wouldn't call out to him in such a manner. Yet, true spirits could transcend walls, perhaps possessing boundless abilities. Given the numerous deaths that had transpired here, it was entirely plausible for a few genuine spirits to linger.
Ah!
Another scream pierced the air. Xizhi and her companions, in utter disarray, finally burst through the entrance of the haunted house. One NPC trailed closely behind, breathless, managing to grasp Zhang Qi's garment. Zhang Qi. You dropped your student ID. The group, having narrowly escaped a fright, glanced up to find Gu Shiji's face.
Ah.
Li Shuangshuang, who had remained conscious throughout, finally fainted, while Lin Yan wept in terror. As they prepared to leave, a staff member from the haunted house approached Gu Shiji to request a photograph, seeking her approval to use her haunting makeup for their new NPCs. Upon returning home that night, Gu Shiji's first concern was for Gu Yijing's health. After receiving disappointing news, she was met with another revelation. Xizhi, your third brother has returned.